My mobile phone was confiscated by my homeroom teacher, and upon retrieving it, I discovered something astonishing. Every mortal possesses their own desires. You and I are but mere mortals. It was a distressing experience yesterday. While I was using my phone during class, I was caught by our homeroom teacher, Ms. Sue, and she confiscated my device. Today, I pleaded with her for an extended period before that icy demeanor finally relented and she returned my phone to me. Upon regaining possession of my device, I found something that incensed me. It was evident that my phone had been rummaged through, with messages and apps all disturbed. I thought to myself that this was excessive, although I am merely a second-year student. I too have a right to privacy. At that moment, I suddenly noticed that my Baidu cloud had also been accessed. As someone who often drives, I was immediately filled with panic. Typically, I have all sorts of cards when picking up passengers, but never a teacher's card. I could hardly believe that Miss Sue would look into such matters. It must have been her boyfriend who did this. I mused, but then I remembered that Miss Sue has no boyfriend and lies alone in the teacher's dormitory. It had to be one of the male teachers from the office. I simply could not fathom that the aloof goddess of ice, Miss Sue, would be interested in such things. However, later that night, as I lay in bed playing on my phone, a new friend request appeared on Baidu Cloud. I assumed it was yet another passenger requesting a ride, which I had grown accustomed to, considering I frequently leave benefits on forums, and my nickname as the King of Akiyama is not without merit. The individual's username was composed of the letters ML followed by a string of numbers, and they immediately asked, "Hello, could you share your benefits with me?" I inquired about the type of benefits they were interested in, and to my surprise, they simply replied, "Anything." At that moment, I sensed something was amiss. A seasoned user of forums would not speak in such a formal manner, and those who frequently request such things would not be so indiscriminate. I clicked on this person's forum profile, but it was encrypted, rendering their posts and followed forums invisible. This was not a challenge for me. I copied their ID and used the advanced search feature on Baidu Tieba, uncovering their posting history. One of their posts contained a QQ email address, which I copied and then searched. To my astonishment, I found that I had a friend in common. Homeroom teacher Ms. Sue. In that instant, I felt as if I'd been struck by a bolt of lightning. The ice goddess, revered by my classmates, the elevated beauty of our classroom, was now seeking resources from me. Gazing at Ms. Sue's QQ avatar, which still bore her captivating smile, I found myself unable to look her in the eye. I could only console myself with the thought that we are all ordinary people, driven by basic human emotions. Yet, I still found it hard to believe that the person on the other side of the screen was indeed Ms. Sue. At that moment, ML urged again, "Is it possible?" I hesitantly clicked to share. As I browsed through the myriad of benefits, I found myself drawn to the series starring teacher Haneda as the private tutor. I had always thought that Ms. Sue bore a striking resemblance to teacher Haneda, a pure, round face, a tall figure with fair skin, and notably long, straight legs. By some twist of fate, I sent over the series featuring teacher Haneda, filled with poignant love stories between female educators and male students. "This actress is incredibly beautiful," I commented. Came a reply from ML. Suddenly emboldened, I shakily typed, "She looks especially like our homeroom teacher." After sending the message, I was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost biting my tongue in the process. ML took a while to respond, and eventually replied with a few ellipses. At that moment, I was convinced. The person on the other side of the phone was indeed Ms. Sue. An unprecedented rush of exhilaration surged within me. My mouth went dry as I contemplated sharing even more audacious remarks. But ML simply thanked me for sharing and declared that they had to sign off. That night, I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The thought that Miss Sue had such a side to her was unfathomable. I pondered what she might be doing alone in the teacher's dormitory during nights like these. The following day in class, during our morning study session, I found myself struggling to focus on my English textbook, having been too excited the night before and unable to sleep, resulting in incessant yawning. At that moment, Miss Sue entered the classroom in her high heels and clapped her hands. "Everyone, please pause. I will select a few students to come out and recite the English text you are currently studying." Miss Sue called out approximately 20 names, and to my dismay, I was the last one she called. And lastly, Daniele. "All right, these students need to move their chairs and take paper and pen outside immediately." Panic set in as I realized I had not prepared at all. As I stood in the corridor watching my classmates write fervently, I found myself unable to pen a single letter. Sweat poured down my forehead as I contemplated copying from a nearby classmate, but Ms. Sue was patrolling nearby, leaving me no opportunity to cheat. Before long, Ms. Sue noticed me squatting there, motionless. What's the matter? Dong Yulei, you haven't prepared at all, have you? She approached me with an imposing demeanor. I was crouched down, and Miss Su stood directly in front of me, my nose nearly brushing against her exquisitely leggy silhouette, clad in sheer stockings. Unable to resist, I swallowed hard as I gazed at the graceful curve of her calves. Smack! My head was struck sharply from behind. I clutched my head and looked at Ms. Su, who was holding her rolled-up lesson plan. Didn't I ask you a question? Dong Yulei, are you mute? Looking at Ms. Su's furious expression, I stammered that I was feeling unwell today, hence I hadn't prepared. What do you come up with all these excuses? Will you say the same when you fail the college entrance exam due to illness? Go stand by the railing. Resigned, I moved to stand by the railing, pondering whether the person who had requested resources from me yesterday was truly Ms. Su. I felt uncertain. At noon, I couldn't resist messaging the suspected Ms. Su, inquiring about her thoughts on the viewing experience from the previous night. The male actor was too ugly, looking like he was in his 50s. How could he play a student? My heart raced. I thought to myself that regardless of whether this person was indeed Ms. Su, it was certainly a woman. I felt the same way. In romantic films, the looks of both the male and female leads are crucial, I responded. Someone is sharing a batch of new benefits with me tonight. The male actors in it are exceptionally handsome. He'll share them with you later. All right, ML replied. I planned to conduct an experiment during evening study to ascertain whether ML was indeed Ms. Su. During the second period of evening study, when Ms. Su came to check on the class, I placed my phone conspicuously on the desk, feigning to be occupied with it, hoping she wouldn't notice. As Ms. Su surveyed the classroom from the podium, I caught a glimpse of her gaze, lingering momentarily on me. Then, she turned and exited the classroom without confiscating my phone. I clenched my fists, convinced that this time I was 100% certain. When evening study concluded, Ms. Su was seated at the designated teacher's area near the back door, grading assignments. I, along with my classmates, began to leave the classroom in succession, then made a swift return, hiding behind the flower bed outside the classroom. I opened my phone and shared a few videos from the Handsome Male series with ML on Baidu Cloud. However, Ms. Su continued to focus on grading, seemingly oblivious to the notifications on her phone. It wasn't until the classroom was completely empty that she finally picked up her phone and glanced at it that I observed teacher Su's reaction with great attention. Although I could not discern her expression from a distance, I clearly noticed her shoulders tense for a brief moment, and her previously trembling legs ceased to shake. Then, teacher Su stood up, tidied her desk, turned off the classroom lights, locked the door, and exited the classroom. The corridor was nearly deserted at that hour. I watched as teacher Su walked while gazing at her phone screen, eventually entering the women's restroom. After approximately 10 minutes had passed, the motion sensor light at the restroom entrance extinguished, yet teacher Su still did not emerge. At that moment, the vicinity of the teaching building had grown entirely empty. In a moment of impulsiveness, I made a bold decision. I took out my phone and directly called teacher Su. The first attempt went unanswered, but I persisted and dialed a second time. This time, she picked up. Hello, teacher Su, are you asleep? I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, I said. I was just about to sleep. Do you need something? Teacher Su's voice sounded somewhat flustered. Well, this morning I mentioned feeling unwell. I've just visited the clinic and the doctor advised me to rest more tomorrow morning. Therefore, I would like to request a leave of absence, and I will return to school after the second period, I explained. All right, your health is important. Teacher, from the sound of your voice, are you feeling unwell as well? I feigned concern. Yeah, I'm fine. It's just not a good time to talk. I'll hang up now. Shortly after hanging up, I noticed a figure hastily exiting the restroom, heading towards the faculty dormitory. Satisfied, I decided to return home. On my way back, the thought of teacher Su, typically an imposing figure, now seemingly at my mercy, made me grin with delight. However, as I arrived home and reached for my keys, I was startled by the sound of a woman weeping. I hurriedly opened the door to find a barefoot woman with disheveled hair seated on the living room floor, while a man holding a belt stood over her. Without a moment's hesitation, I recognized my unclean law had undoubtedly been drinking again. Seeing him raise the belt to strike my aunt, I rushed forward and embraced his waist. Who the hell dares to stop me? He slurred, reeking of alcohol. Having lived with my aunt since high school, this was the 5th time I had encountered such a situation, and I had gained ample experience in handling it. I exerted all my strength to lift him up as he howled in protest, swinging his fists wildly. Ignoring him, I carried him to the balcony and swiftly locked the door behind us. Disregarding my unclean law's raucous cries on the balcony, I hurried back to check on my aunt. Her clothes were torn, and her previously pristine shoulders and back were marred with bruises. I quickly grabbed iodine and cotton swabs to tend to her wounds, then wrapped her in a blanket. Seeing her tear-streaked face filled me with profound sorrow. "Your uncle shouldn't have been allowed in," I said gently. "How was I to know that scoundrel was drinking tonight?" My aunt cried out. I held her lovingly, comforting her until 2 in the morning, when she finally fell asleep. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of my unclean law, now sober, tearfully apologizing to my aunt in the next room. In truth, my unclean law is not a bad person. He treats my aunt well and is kind to me, but his only flaw is his drunkenness. Once intoxicated, he becomes unrecognizable and reverts to his youthful brutality. I chose to ignore their situation and went directly to class. Upon arriving at school, before I could settle in, the class monitor, Huang Liang, approached me. "Dong Yulei, you skipped morning reading in the first 2 periods. You know our class rules. 3,000 words of reflection and 6 water tickets," he stated flatly. I hastily explained that I had requested leave from the homeroom teacher. "Do you have a leave note?" Huang Liang asked, his expression impassive. "No," I replied. "Then it will be treated as an absence." I was infuriated and retorted, "What is wrong with you? Leave requests must follow protocol. You need to come to me for a leave note, which I will take to teacher Sue for signature. Only then is it considered a legitimate leave. A class must have rules to maintain order," Huang Liang asserted, adopting an air of superiority. I was incredulous that he, as a mere class monitor, would presume to lecture me. "I told you, I already requested leave from teacher Sue. I want write a reflection, and I want to submit the water tickets," I stated firmly. Classmates were watching our exchange, and Huang Liang, perhaps feeling humiliated, threatened, "You think you can just refuse? You better hand it to me before the end of evening study, or you'll regret it." Naturally, I ignored him. He was not someone of influence at school and could not intimidate me. However, the following day, I found myself unscathed, dismissing Huang Liang's threats as mere bluster. During the second period in the afternoon, I changed into my sports shorts and joined my classmates on the basketball court. Upon returning from the game, I found the classroom in an uproar, with many students gathered around the most beautiful girl in class, Zhou Meng. I left my skirt in the desk, and it's worth over 1,000. It must have been stolen by some girl, Zhou Meng exclaimed. I scoffed to myself. While Zhou Meng was indeed beautiful, her arrogance and materialistic tendencies made her insufferable. As I pulled out my jeans from the desk, a colorful object fell to the floor. "What is this? A handkerchief?" I wondered aloud, picking up the item. It appeared to be a floral short skirt. At that moment, all eyes in the classroom turned to me. I panicked and quickly claimed ignorance about who had placed it in my desk. "What the hell? What's that on the skirt?" The class monitor, Li Xin, shouted. I hastily brought the skirt to my nose, detecting a pungent rubber scent likely glue. As soon as I made this gesture, the male students erupted in outrage. "Oh my God, Dong Yulei, you're such a pervert. It's glue. Transparent glue," I hurriedly explained. "Don't believe me? Smell it." Yet no one paid me heed. They continued to jeer, and I noticed Zhou Meng's face turning beet red. "We're not smelling that. Do you think we're all as twisted as you? Pervert." The labor committee member, Ma Fei, shot back. Li Xin rushed over, exclaiming, "He'll smell it." In a state of panic, I quickly handed the skirt to him. Li Xin held the skirt to his nose and exaggerated his reaction. "Zhou Meng, you should smell it. Experience the scent of love from Dong Yulei." Li Xin tossed the skirt at Zhou Meng. She shrieked and dodged, shouting, "I don't want it. Get rid of it." Dong Yulei, the number 1 pervert in Class 3, is officially elected, Li Xin announced loudly. "It's not me. You all saw. I just got here," I shouted with all my might. I turned my head to gaze at Huang Liang, who sat in his seat with a smug smile plastered on his face. "It was him. He is the one who plotted against me. You all witnessed it yesterday. He threatened me," I exclaimed, pointing a finger at Huang Liang. "You all saw it," I shouted, once more my classmates beside me. Yet, none of them responded. The boys continued their laughter and ruckus, while the girls cast disdainful and contemptuous glances in my direction. "It wasn't me. You all saw," I repeated like a broken record, my voice growing increasingly desperate. By the end, my tone had transformed into a pleading cry. Still, no one stood up to speak on my behalf. The cacophony of mocking laughter and the surrounding glares of disdain drove me to the brink of madness. Without a second thought, I lunged at Huang Liang, shouting, "You little villain, scoundrel!" Before my fist could land on Huang Liang, Li Xin and Ma Fei swiftly restrained my arms, effectively pinning me down. "What on earth is happening?" Miss Sue's voice echoed from the classroom doorway. Are you fighting in class? Is this some kind of rebellion? Huang Liang leisurely rose from his seat and recounted the incident to Ms. Su, of course, presenting his own version of the tale. It's not like that, he. Before I could finish my explanation, Ms. Su interrupted me with a wave of her hand. Don Yulei, come with me to the office. The rest of you continue with your lessons. In the office, I attempted to convey the truth of the matter to Ms. Su, but halfway through, I was cut off. Don Yulei, I always believed you to be a straightforward student from the countryside. Yet here you are, refusing to admit your wrongdoing and lying to me, Ms. Su said with unwavering severity. I hurriedly insisted that I had not lied, questioning why the teacher trusted the class monitor's account while denying me the chance to explain. It's not that the teacher believes the class monitor over you. It's that the teacher is certain this incident was your doing. I was instantly rendered speechless, unable to respond. In the end, I still questioned Ms. Su's certainty. Because the teacher knows what kind of student you are, Ms. Su replied. Upon hearing this, my emotions teetered on the edge of chaos. With a sardonic laugh, I retorted, and do you think I'm unaware of what sort of teacher you are? 003. Enraged by humiliation, what did you say? Teacher Su looked at me in disbelief. I replied, articulating each word, that I knew exactly what kind of teacher she was. Teacher Su seemed stunned for a couple of seconds before finally asking, then tell me, what kind of teacher am I? I took a deep breath and began, like me, are an ordinary person, possessing human emotions and normal desires. Teacher Su stared at me with wide eyes, then suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, Don Yulei, you've elevated this to a philosophical level. Quite impressive. I gazed at her, captivated by her beauty when she laughed. Abruptly, her expression shifted to one of fury, radiating a palpable sense of menace. Have you no shame? Your so-called normal desires involve committing lewd acts with the clothing of your classmates? Do you wish to drag your teacher down into the filth with you? Have your parents taught you nothing? Do you possess no sense of decorum or conscience? Do you not feel ashamed when you utter such words? Teacher Su's barrage of questions came forth in a tempest of indignation. Now, call your parents. I want to see what kind of parents could raise a child like you. I was already on the verge of losing my composure, contemplating revealing to Teacher Su the truths about my phone and Baidu Cloud, aiming to slap her with the facts. However, upon hearing her demand to summon my parents, I immediately retreated. I had grown up without a father. My mother had worked tirelessly to raise me alone. I would rather perish than allow her to worry about me. I'm sorry, teacher. I was confused and spoke foolishly. I quickly lowered my head. Teacher Su's fury abated slightly. Yet she scolded me a few more times for being lewd before allowing me to leave, declaring that the skirt incident was closed and should not be mentioned again, as it was too disgusting. I was wrongfully accused by the class monitor, and everyone had witnessed it. I hastily interjected, hoping to clear my name. Teacher Su sneered, since everyone saw it and knows you were framed, what more do you want? Upon hearing this, I fell silent, clenching my teeth as I turned to leave. Back in the classroom, I was met with ridicule and disdain from my peers. However, what chilled my heart more than their mockery were those classmates who, knowing the truth, remained silent. At that moment, Teacher Su entered the classroom, her expression sour. Zhou Meng left her seat and whispered something in Su's ear. A look of deep conflict crossed Teacher Su's face, and then she cleared her throat and spoke slowly. Everyone, regarding the incident we just discussed, Don Yulei claims he was wronged. Is there anyone willing to vouch for him? My heart swelled with emotion. Teacher Su, who had just insisted we not revisit the matter, was now seeking to restore my honor. Truly a case of a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. I immediately stood up. These classmates beside me saw the class monitor threaten me yesterday. The boys I played basketball with also witnessed it. Before we returned to class, we were all on the playground. Those whom Teacher Su had asked to speak stood up. Yes, that's true. At this point, my classmates certainly would not remain silent. I saw Huang Liang's face turn a deep shade of purple. Clenching my fists, I felt a rush of exhilaration. Yet, Teacher Su on the podium suddenly broke into a curious smile. Don Yulei, that is not what I meant by proof. What I meant was whether anyone in this class is willing to believe you. Someone who can guarantee that you could not have possibly committed that act based on their understanding of you. After saying this, Teacher Su turned to face the classmates. The students who had stood up exchanged glances, and no one spoke. What is going on? Did you not just say that Don Yulei was telling the truth? Why then does no one wish to confirm his innocence? I felt tears welling up, desperately looking at the boys I played basketball with, hoping they would muster some courage and integrity. Simultaneously, I noticed Huang Liang, Li Exen, and Ma Fei, their clique of class monitors glaring at my classmates with malicious intent. I silently pleaded for just one person to step forward. Yet, they remain mute. Oh, no one, aside from those mentioned by Donulé. Is there anyone who wishes to believe him and vouch for him? Still, no one spoke. Teacher Sue turned to me, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Donulé, if even one person were willing to vouch for you, the teacher would choose to believe you. But since no one has, I conclude that it was not the class monitor who framed you, but rather that you made a mistake and are now too cowardly to own up to it. Instead, blaming the class monitor. The classroom fell into a suffocating silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Well, since the truth has emerged, Zhomeng just informed me that her skirt can no longer be worn. Donulé, you must bear the consequences of your actions and compensate her. Teacher Su then called Zhomeng forward and inquired about the price of her skirt. 1,800 yuan, it's a Chanel brand. I still have the tag at home. Zhomeng stood up, her tone sharp. Suddenly, it all clicked. Teacher Su had initially planned to let the matter rest, but after Zhomeng whispered to her, she had decided to investigate further. My nails dug into my palms, my shoulders trembled. I wept, my sobs ugly and raw. Not due to my classmates' indifference or Teacher Su's venom, but because of my own foolishness. How could I have been so naive, so foolish as to believe that people are inherently kind, and just to think that my classmates would bravely testify against authority on my behalf? Teacher Su's phone rang, and she stepped out of the classroom to take the call. In that quiet room, the only sound was my weeping echoing through the silence. Once Teacher Su exited, class monitor Huang Liang sneered, saying, in my opinion, this pathetic boy's tears are not for regretting his wrongdoings, but because he is worried about the cost of that skirt. Ma Fei immediately chimed in, of course. For a poor country boy like him, 1,000 yuan must be what his family earned from farming in half a year. Li Xian stood up, hands on his hips, pointing at me with a mockingly affected voice. Looks like your mother will be working herself to death. Li Xian's antics sent the class into fits of laughter, igniting my rage to a boiling point. I picked up the bench beneath me and charged at Li Xian. Today, it's either you die or I die, I shouted. However, someone tripped me and I fell to the ground, eliciting another wave of laughter from my classmates. Just then, Teacher Su returned from her call, and upon witnessing the scene, she roared, Donulé, do you even want to continue your studies? Then Teacher Su dragged me out of the classroom, declaring she would take me to the principal's office to expel me. I froze, my anger dissipating instantly. What would happen if my mother found out? She toiled from dawn till dusk, raising pigs and farming, pouring all her savings into my education. If I were expelled, she might not be able to bear it, and could even consider taking her own life. For my mother's sake, I lowered my head, conceded defeat, and pleaded with Teacher Su. She said the expulsion could be reconsidered, but my parents must come to the school the next day. Once I've spoken with your parents, you may continue your studies. Otherwise, you will certainly be sent home. I cannot teach a student with such a twisted mind and corrupt morals. I looked at Teacher Su's pious expression, thinking to myself, what right do you have to judge me? Do you think of yourself as some paragon of virtue? In the solitude of the night, within the confines of the teacher's dormitory, what noble pursuits might one engage in? After enduring the scolding and humiliation from Teacher Su, I returned to the classroom, continuing to bear the disdainful glances and mockery from my peers. It was then that I discovered a note on my desk. Upon unfolding it, I found it inscribed in elegant handwriting. I have seen the truth of the matter, and I believe in your innocence. However, I am too weak to stand up for you. I am sorry. I was momentarily taken aback, pondering who could have penned such a note, suspecting it to be from a girl based on the script. After much contemplation, I could not deduce the identity of the note's author, so I decided to keep it. Upon returning home for dinner, I recounted the events to my aunt and her husband. Damn it, her husband exclaimed, shattering his bowl in fury. My aunt, wielding her chopsticks, struck him on the head several times, causing him to grimace in pain. You teachers really have some nerve. Tomorrow, I shall confront that Teacher Su, my aunt declared. Her husband chimed in, insisting he would accompany her, rallying a few friends for support. Let the women handle their disputes. Men should not interfere, my aunt asserted with commanding authority. Gazing at her stern visage, I recalled that she had once been a formidable figure in her youth. Otherwise, she would not have entangled herself with my uncle. The following morning, upon seeing my aunt, I was nearly speechless. She donned a black t-shirt and tight jeans, complemented by black studded shoes, exuding an air of coolness. With her fair complexion and a simple ponytail, she appeared remarkably striking. I straddled her electric scooter, wrapping my arms around her slender waist as we headed towards the school. Upon entering the office, Teacher Sue's eyes lit up at the sight of my aunt, revealing a peculiar glimmer that often graces a woman when she encounters a beautiful woman. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation swiftly shifted to the matter at hand. In a sharp tone, Teacher Sue remarked that children like me, lacking parental guidance, often develop psychological issues due to negligent guardians. My aunt, with a smile that belied her true feelings, responded, "Our child has no psychological problems. It is encountering a teacher like you who hastily passes judgment without discernment that might drive a child to such issues." Teacher Sue retorted that she had not wronged me, questioning why no one had come forward to defend me the previous day. Without hesitation, my aunt produced the note and slapped it onto the table. "Take a good look." After reading the note, Teacher Sue's expression soured. "This note could very well be a forgery," she insisted stubbornly. "Enough," my aunt interjected. "I may not have completed my education, but I understand one principle. No matter how upright you stand, those with crooked perspectives will always see you as bent. Therefore, one must strive to stand straight. For justice is recognized by those who also stand tall." Turning to me, my aunt urged, "Yulei, apologize to Teacher Sue. If you must write a self-reflection, then do so. If punishment is necessary, accept it. Even if expulsion is the outcome, we shall endure, for the truth will eventually emerge." I felt a profound admiration for my aunt. She had cornered Teacher Sue effectively, intuitively sensing her guilt. Indeed, Teacher Sue's face flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Well then, Teacher Sue, impose a punishment on Yulei. If expulsion is warranted, so be it. However, we shall diligently seek evidence to uncover the truth and escalate the matter to the county's education authority. We will not allow corrupt officials to persecute innocent individuals," my aunt proclaimed boldly. The earlier bravado of Teacher Sue had vanished. She understood that if this incident were to escalate, it could lead to significant repercussions for her. Ultimately, Teacher Sue revealed her final card. "Regardless of whether he was involved in the skirt incident, I have seen his phone, and it is filled with inappropriate content. His thoughts are dangerous." My aunt chuckled lightly, responding, "He turned 18 last month. What is wrong with him viewing such material? Besides, who among men and women does not harbor desires? Even you." Teacher, at this, both my aunt and I fixed our gazes upon Teacher Sue, who was clad in a striking blue silk dress with a deep V-neck, her long legs Inca. I hesitated to ask my aunt or my mother for help, as one sells barbecued food and the other works the fields, both earning their living through hard labor. "Could you grant me an extension of 1 month?" I inquired of Zhou Meng. She turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at me that filled me with embarrassment. "Fine, 1 month it is, but you must give me 2,000 and make sure to transfer it. I cannot bear the thought of handling cash that reeks of you." With that, Zhou Meng turned and walked away. As I watched her retreating figure, I found myself perplexed. How could such a beautiful and seemingly innocent girl possess such a starkly contrasting inner nature? There was no alternative for me. I had to earn that 2,000 myself within a month. My daytime commitments to classes left me no choice but to work through the night. From Monday to Sunday evenings, I served dishes at a KTV, and during the weekends, I took on miscellaneous tasks at a supermarket near the school. On that Saturday afternoon, while toiling at the supermarket, I was summoned by a woman at the produce section to haul boxes of fruit and then sweep the floor, earning a meager 50 yuan for my efforts, treated like a mere beast of burden. As I focused on my sweeping, I suddenly noticed a pair of black sandals before me, encasing exquisitely delicate feet, accompanied by long, fair legs. The sight of those legs felt eerily familiar, prompting me to look up. It was Teacher Sue. I quickly lowered my head, relieved that she had not seen me. Teacher Sue approached the produce counter and requested 2 cucumbers from the woman. "Don't cut them for me," she exclaimed urgently. "Why not? I was going to slice them for your face mask," the woman replied, puzzled. "If you cut them now, the moisture will be lost." "I'll slice them myself," Teacher Sue insisted. After paying, she departed with the cucumbers in a plastic bag. I watched as she headed towards the household goods section, using the excuse of taking out the trash to follow her. As she reached the back of the counter, she glanced around and quickly grabbed a box. Hurrying to the checkout, I approached, eager to see what she had taken. My heart sank. It was a wolf tooth set. I felt as if I had been struck by a bolt of realization. When I looked again towards the cash register, Teacher Sue had vanished. I hurried back, fearing the woman would scold me for lingering. That evening, as I served dishes at the KTV, My mind wandered to the enticing legs of the singing companions in the private rooms, and inevitably back to Teacher Sue. I pondered what she was doing alone in her dormitory with the items she had purchased. During a brief intermission, I opened the chat interface on Baidu Cloud. ML, what are you up to? Need new resources? I typed. ML, I've been feeling a bit down lately. That's why I haven't sent you anything. I encountered some rather unfortunate events. Yet, ML did not respond. I opened QQ to check Teacher Sue's recent updates. Her last post, made an hour ago, read, "Once again, I have made a mistake. I despise my lack of self-control." The post before that stated, "A student from the previous year contacted me to set me up on a blind date with her brother, but I suffer from a fear of men." Further back, from January, her New Year's resolution was to work diligently, teach well, and quit her bad habits within the year, allowing herself indulgences only once a week. She also expressed a desire to find a boyfriend and experience a healthy romantic relationship. In the comments, someone inquired about her bad habits, to which Teacher Sue replied that it was sleeping in. This prompted my imagination to conjure unsavory images. However, overall, her post seemed quite normal and filled with positive energy. I flipped through her photo album, which consisted solely of images from class activities and her own daily life. Yet, these were merely the aspects she wished to present to the world. What was the true essence of Teacher Sue? Who could truly know the woman behind the facade? I tucked my phone away and exited the restroom, lest I be reprimanded by the supervisor. Upon entering the KTV hall, I noticed a heated argument near the counter between a man and a woman over the bill. The man appeared to be in his 50s, portly and unattractive, while the woman was a youthful student, slender and pale, clad in a black and white checkered uniform, her makeup heavily applied. I found her somewhat familiar and decided to approach for a closer look. To my astonishment, it was Zhou Meng. Despite her heavy makeup, her voice was unmistakable. The unattractive man accused Zhou Meng of being a bar girl and claimed she wouldn't let him touch her thigh. Zhou Meng, however, insisted she was a legitimate beer salesperson, lamenting that their business had been misrepresented. I was utterly baffled. In class, Zhou Meng often boasted of her affluent background and the expensive items she owned, always presenting herself as an untouchable princess. Yet here she was, working a menial job in a midnight KTV, much like I was. As their argument escalated, the man grew furious, declaring he would not pay for the drinks unless Zhou Meng agreed to spend the night with him. Zhou Meng trembled with rage, her heavy makeup nearly shaking off her face. She then pulled out her phone and made a call. 10 minutes later, a brash red-haired man arrived with a group of rough-looking associates, all wielding various implements. The unattractive man, undeterred, threatened to call the police. The red-haired man signaled to two of his companions, who swiftly restrained the man against the counter. To my surprise, the red-haired man did not simply take the cash from the man's wallet. Instead, he inspected the contents before returning it. "If you don't wish to pay today, that's fine. If you want to report us, feel free. I have memorized all the details from your social security card. I will come to collect the debt personally, at your home, your workplace, your wife's company, or your child's school." Upon hearing this, the unattractive man immediately caved, for, as the saying goes, one fears a thief who bears a grudge. With a sullen expression, he handed over the money and spat before exiting the KTV. Once he was gone, Zhou Meng rushed into the arms of the red-haired man, tears in her eyes, clearly feeling wronged by the public confrontation. I wondered if this red-haired man was Zhou Meng's boyfriend. He was indeed fortunate to have her, so fair and youthful, with those delicate legs. As for me, a mere commoner, I could only envy them, whether it was Zhou Meng's fresh allure or Teacher Sue's mature charm. Both were unattainable fantasies for me. Just then, the supervisor arrived to disperse the crowd, and I hurried off to wash dishes, ensuring I appeared busy. After finishing, I emerged from the kitchen only to collide with someone near the restroom. "What a coincidence," I stammered. Zhou Meng looked at me in surprise, her fair face glistening with droplets of water, likely from just having removed her makeup. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Meng asked. I'm working here. I owe you money." Zhou Meng nodded, stuttering, I also came here to sing." Suddenly, she closed her mouth, realizing she was still wearing a short skirt uniform emblazoned with a beer brand logo, rendering her lie utterly implausible. I have to get busy, I'll go ahead." Fearing to embarrass Zhou Meng, I hastily made an excuse to slip away. However, she unexpectedly grasped my arm, pulling me back. In the summer heat, both of us wore short sleeves, and at that moment my arm brushed against her delicate, fair skin. The sensation was electrifying. It was my first experience of such intimate contact with a girl. Please, don't tell the other classmates, okay? Zhou Ming implored, her eyes pleading. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state tugged at my heartstrings, and I nodded heavily in response. It's nothing really. I know you are here to experience life. I reassured her with a chuckle. To my surprise, Zhou Ming interpreted my words as sarcasm, her expression shifting to one of fierce indignation. If you dare to say anything, I'll have my brother cripple you. Remember that. With that, she released my arm and turned away. I could only stand there, caught between laughter and tears. At 3 in the morning, the KTV was devoid of customers and closed early. By that time, exhaustion had overwhelmed me. I hadn't slept in days, constantly engaged in strenuous labor, and walking down the street felt like an invitation to collapse into slumber. It was still early. The supermarket wouldn't open until 8, so I thought I could return home for a brief rest. My aunt was unaware of my job, and I had fabricated a story about dedicating this month to studying, claiming I would be living in the school dormitory. For days, aside from lunch, I hadn't returned home at all, dragging my weary feet to my aunt's door. I fished out the key and opened it. I dared not turn on the lights, fearing to disturb my aunt and uncle, and stealthily made my way to my room, stripping off my clothes and collapsing into bed. I was utterly fatigued. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I fell into a deep sleep. In the night, I dreamt I had accidentally wandered into the teacher's dormitory. Upon opening a room door, I was greeted by Teacher Sue, lying on the bed in a revealing nightgown, holding a cucumber adorned with a wolf-toothed plastic cover. "Help me," she said shyly. I immediately rushed over, enveloping her in my arms, reveling in the warmth and fragrance of her skin. I reached for her nightgown, but her face morphed into Zhou Ming's, her eyes pleading, "Please don't." Suddenly, I felt a void within me, as if my very essence was being extracted, followed by a jarring descent back to reality. The next morning, upon waking, I recalled the peculiar dream and thought to myself that today I would surely need to wash my underwear. Staring vacantly at the ceiling, I sniffed the air and caught a whiff of an intoxicating perfume. Moreover, my left arm was draped over something soft and warm, with a gentle breath tickling my neck, sending shivers down my spine. Turning my head, I was met with the sight of a pair of luscious, crimson lips belonging to a stunning stranger. Startled, I quickly withdrew my arm from beneath her head, inadvertently waking her. She blinked sleepily, locking eyes with me, her enchanting gaze captivating my attention. The woman sprang up, clutching the blanket to shield her modesty. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice laced with panic. "And who are you?" I stammered, equally alarmed. The woman remained silent, her gaze falling upon my underwear. "Ah!" she shrieked, withdrawing her foot from under the blanket and kicking me beneath the bed. My backside hit the ground painfully, and just then, the door swung open. "What is happening, Lingling? Who are you?" My aunt stood in the doorway. Before the red-lipped woman could respond, my aunt spotted me sitting on the floor. "Yule, didn't you say you wouldn't come home this month? Why are you back so suddenly?" Understanding the situation, my aunt clarified to the woman, "Lingling, this is my nephew. This is his room." She then helped me to my feet. "You silly child. Didn't you notice there's a living person in your bed?" My aunt scolded. I repeatedly apologized, hastily covering myself and darting into the bathroom. During breakfast, I couldn't bring myself to look at the woman. "Yule, why are you just sitting there? Serve Ling's sister some porridge," my aunt instructed. I hurriedly complied, bringing a bowl of porridge to the woman, whom my aunt referred to as Ling's sister. "I'm sorry, Ling's sister. I didn't turn on the light last night, and didn't expect you to be in my room." I offered an apology. Ling's sister glanced at me, her tone cool and dismissive. "It's fine. I had a bit too much to drink yesterday." Throughout the meal, her gaze kept drifting toward me, while I seized opportunities to glance at her, noting not only her beauty, but also the unique, commanding aura she exuded. "Whose child are you?" Ling's sister suddenly inquired of my aunt. My aunt hesitated briefly before responding. "He is my elder brother's son." Ling's sister nodded, and a flicker of something unusual sparkled in her fox-like eyes as she regarded me. After breakfast, I bid farewell to my aunt and Ling's sister, then set off to the supermarket for work. After another grueling day and night, Monday arrived, and as soon as I entered the classroom, I slumped onto my desk and fell asleep. At lunch, I felt a few jabs to my back. I opened my bleary eyes to find Zhou Ming looking down at me. "Why aren't you going to eat?" she asked, her expression and tone genuinely concerned. Although I knew her concerns stemmed from my leverage over her, I felt a flicker of gratitude. I'm not hungry. I've slept all morning, I replied. To my surprise, Zhou Ming insisted, you must eat. You still owe me money, and I can't have you starving. With a playful pout, she urged me to join her. I had no choice but to follow her, trailing behind and admiring her striking figure, her long, dark hair cascading down her back, and the slender, fair legs beneath her denim shorts that stirred something restless within me. Oh, hurry up, Zhou Ming exclaimed, noticing I was lagging behind. She quickly turned and linked her arm with mine. My heart raced, cheeks flushing as her soft, fragrant body pressed against me, the scent of her hair enveloping my senses. Numerous classmates passed by, their eyes wide with surprise. ISNT, that Zhou Ming, the school beauty? The one from class 3? Is that her boyfriend? Their envious whispers filled the air, igniting a wave of intoxicating vanity within me. I no longer scoffed at Zhou Ming's vanity. I realized how delightful this sensation was. Glancing at Zhou Ming's exquisite face, I felt a surge of fortune. With the leverage I held over her, I could compel her to do my bidding. Why hadn't I thought of this before? Then I remembered I also had leverage over Teacher Sue. Now I could savor both the peach and the apple. Perhaps even at the same time. A foolish grin spread across my face. Before I knew it, Zhou Ming had led me outside the school to the entrance of a narrow alley. Is there a restaurant here? I inquired. There's a noodle shop inside, she replied. When Zhou Ming uttered these words, her tone was frigid, and the previous charming demeanor had vanished entirely. She released my hand and disdainfully brushed off her clothes. I stood foolishly in the alley, gazing at a group of menacing figures squatting by the wall. Leading them was the red-haired man I had encountered at the KTV 2 nights prior. Without a word, he approached and struck me hard across the face, leaving my ears ringing. Weren't you quite the talker? Here's a taste of your own medicine. He spat venomously. I was bewildered, utterly clueless as to what wrong I had committed. Before I could even attempt to explain, the men behind him surged forward. A hefty man delivered a brutal kick that sent me sprawling to the ground, and they began to mercilessly kick me in a frenzy. I curled into a ball, shielding my head with my arms. Not only a loudmouth, but a pervert, and he reeks. How can such despicable people even exist in this world? Zhou Ming's voice was piercing. The kicking continued for what felt like an eternity until they finally ceased, granting me a moment to speak. I remained silent, swearing to myself. I wiped away the blood trickling from my nose, raising my head in disarray to meet Zhou Ming's gaze. Someone in class asked about you today. Who else could it be if not you? Zhou Ming glared at me. I thought to myself, how could I possibly know? But before I could voice my thoughts, the red-haired man kicked me in the face again. The beating continued until I was on the brink of unconsciousness. Brother, this isn't enough, Zhou Ming remarked. The red-haired man approached, spitting on me. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Zhang Hao from your school. This maggot won't have an easy time ahead. The others joined in, each one hurling a glob of spit at me. Once they departed the alley, I found myself once again crumpled on the ground, tears streaming down my face. After a long while, I managed to rise and retrace my steps back to school. In stark contrast to my earlier demeanor, I was now covered in footprints, one side of my face swollen, with saliva clinging to my clothes and hair, resembling a beggar. No, not even a beggar. I was akin to a mangy dog, a leaping toad. Yet, as before, many classmates' gazes fell upon me. ISNT, that the guy who was with Zhou Ming? They chuckled. I've heard he is quite notorious, the creepiest guy in class 3, right? I swallowed my humiliation and walked to the restroom in the teaching building, standing by the faucet to wash myself off. Soaking wet, I returned to the classroom and sat down at my desk. Did you hear the creepy guy got beaten up? Li Xian asked loudly on purpose. Must have been Zhou Ming who called for it. Good riddance. Oh, what a pity. I couldn't bear to watch. Yeah, if I were in his shoes, I'd just jump off a building. They laughed. At that moment, Ma Fei to my right pinched his nose, exclaiming, what is that smell? So foul. It must be the creepy guy's scent. Li Xin Dima? He just got his face shoved in a toilet. Creepy guy. Go outside and air out. You stink. Ma Fei said to me. I summoned the last vestiges of my strength to glare at him. What is wrong? Ma Fei smacked the table. At that moment, Huang Liang stood up and, with clear enunciation, said, Don Yulei, please be considerate and go home to take a shower and change your clothes before returning to class. You're disturbing others. Let us just vote on it. How many of you agree he should be kicked out of this class? Ma Fei suggested. Huang Liang nodded in satisfaction and declared loudly, everyone, let us vote. Does anyone wish for Don Yulei to remain in this class? Silence enveloped the room. Not a single voice was raised. My mental fortitude reached its breaking point. I had had enough. I hadn't committed any wrongdoing, so why was I being treated this way? All I wanted was to study quietly without bothering anyone. Is that too much to ask? I came from a rural background. My family is poor. Is that a crime? I had had enough. I surrendered. I pulled my backpack from under the desk and began to pack my belongings. Perhaps Zhou Meng was right. I truly was nothing more than a hopping toad. My very existence an affront to others. I wouldn't attend this school any longer. I would leave. Farewell, creepy guy. Li Xian mocked in a contrived, sorrowful tone. Laughter erupted in the classroom once more. Enough. A sudden voice rang out. I turned in surprise to see who had spoken. Number 007. On what grounds? The speaker was Jiang Shui, our class representative. She was the model student, excelling in both academics and character, and possessed an elegant appearance. Yet she usually maintained a distant demeanor, ignoring everyone. I never anticipated that Jiang Shui would stand up for me at this moment. Regardless of whether you're part of the group mocking him or simply a bystander, you all know in your hearts that he hasn't done anything wrong. The truth of that day, besides me, many others witnessed it. How long will you continue to remain silent? It dawned on me that the note had indeed been written by Jiang Shui. I approached her directly and, with a hoarse voice, expressed my gratitude. Dong Yulei, I will accompany you to find teacher Su now. We must reveal the truth to her, Jiang Shui asserted. I shook my head, genuinely thanking her, but stating I had already made up my mind to leave school and assist my uncle at his barbecue stall. I understood that even if Jiang Shui defended me, it would ultimately be futile, as I could still bring her trouble and incite retaliation from Huang Liang's clique. Before departing, I tearfully told Jiang Shui, "You truly are a wonderful person. I wish you the best in gaining admission to a prestigious university." With that, I slung my backpack over my shoulder and left the school. Upon arriving at my uncle's barbecue stall, my aunt looked at me in astonishment. I said nothing, setting down my backpack and squatting by the sink to start washing vegetables. I won't be attending school anymore. I'll help you out for a while and then head south for work, I informed her. My aunt didn't question me upon seeing my disheveled appearance. She likely understood everything. I had initially thought she would scold or hit me, but she did neither. She simply sighed and said, "Take a few days to rest. I'll find someone to help you transfer schools. You must continue your education." To my surprise, the following day, I received a call from Teacher Su. Her tone was unusually pleasant, almost pleading, urging me to return to class and assuring me she had clarified the skirt incident and would restore my reputation in front of the entire class. I was stunned, not comprehending who my aunt had contacted to wield such influence. However, when I inquired, my aunt claimed she hadn't reached out to anyone yet. This left me utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, the issue had been resolved, and I could no longer afford to be obstinate, so I hurried back to class. That afternoon, Teacher Su held a special class meeting with the theme of apologizing to Dong Yulei. Not only Huang Liang's clique, but also those who knew the truth yet remained silent. Even Teacher Su herself solemnly apologized to me. I thought I must be dreaming. "Dong Yulei, can you forgive the teacher?" This was the first time I saw this icy, authoritative figure adopt such a humble demeanor, leaving me at a loss for words as I merely nodded. The final resolution was that Huang Liang would compensate for the skirt, and those who had conspired against me would each write a sincere reflection of 10,000 words to present to me. From now on, in this class, anyone who dares to ostracize Dong Yulei will be openly opposing me. Teacher Su declared, "I am naive, yet not foolish. I am aware that someone must have secretly assisted me, compelling a powerful superior of Teacher Su to exert pressure on her. However, I remain oblivious to the identity of this benevolent individual. Could be Jiang Shui? Yet, I recall that Jiang Shui's family circumstances are quite ordinary, and she leads a frugal life. Setting aside such thoughts, I am simply aware that brighter days are upon me. I shall no longer endure humiliation and can dedicate myself to my studies and life in peace. Nevertheless, I seem to have forgotten that there are still matters at hand. On Friday afternoon, during the second period, a stout, dark-skinned boy entered our classroom and summoned me outside. "Are you Dong Yulei? Do you know Hao from the third grade?" I was certain I would say I did not know him, as I had no idea where this hefty boy had emerged from. After school, at the school gate, he informed me, "Let us see if you recognize him." With that, he departed, and only then did I realize he intended to confront me. As for the reason, I could only attribute it to Zhou Meng. Although the incident concerning the skirt had been clarified, Zhou Ming remained convinced that I was the one who spread the rumors about her working as a beer girl at KTV. Faced with the prospect of being attacked, I felt no fear whatsoever. My uncle had once instilled fear throughout the county as Old Black, and although he had fallen from grace, summoning a few old ruffians to deal with a couple of schoolboys would not pose a problem. Upon returning to class, before I could retrieve my phone from my desk to call my uncle, I overheard classmates discussing, "Zhang Hao and that stout boy have gathered people at the school gate again. I wonder who they are targeting this time." It dawned on me that the stout boy was Zhang Hao's subordinate and that Zhang Hao himself intended to beat me, which was indeed troublesome. Zhang Hao is the self-proclaimed leader of our school, known for his arrogance and propensity to assault anyone he deems unworthy. However, his arrogance is backed by wealth, as his father is involved in real estate. It is said that our school acquired land for expansion from Zhang Hao's father last year. I thought to myself that I could not involve my uncle in this. If he were to recklessly injure someone like Zhang Hao, the super-rich heir, it would not suffice to cover the medical expenses even if he sold his house. I resolved to handle this matter myself, starting by feigning submission. If they insisted on attacking me, even after my concession, I would simply endure it. If their blows were too severe, I could always flee. When school ended, I exited the gates and saw a group of people gathered outside, with Zhang Hao at the forefront, his tall figure easily noticeable. These thugs particularly enjoy causing trouble on Friday afternoons, as the school gate is bustling with students, amplifying their bravado. As I stepped out, Zhang Hao approached with his entourage and stood before me. He towered over me, exuding a striking presence, clad in well-fitted, stylish clothing that hinted at an extravagant price. Standing in front of him, a wave of inferiority washed over me. "Are you Daniele, the scrawny, obnoxious boy?" Zhang Hao looked down at me with an air of superiority. Before I could respond, a girl emerged from behind him, clad in a white blouse with flowing hair, none other than Zhou Ming. Standing together, they were indeed a striking couple, handsome and beautiful, and I felt like a mere toad in their presence. Yet, I mustered the courage to look Zhou Ming in the eye and sincerely stated, "The misunderstanding regarding the skirt incident has been cleared up, and I assure you, I did not divulge anything about the KTV matter." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming seemed to hesitate momentarily. "Forget it. How good? Don't touch him yet. Let him wait here while we deal with that despicable class leader before interrogating him." Zhou Ming instructed Zhang Hao. I then realized that Huang Liang would also suffer, as he had previously used Zhou Ming's skirt to frame me, effectively turning her into a pawn. After a brief wait, Huang Liang emerged, accompanied by Li Xian and Ma Fei. Zhang Hao approached Huang Liang, who initially boasted about having spoken to the academic director. However, Zhang Hao swiftly silenced him with a slap. "When the principal sees my father, he bows and scrapes. You think the academic director matters?" Zhang Hao sneered. Subsequently, Huang Liang and his companions were surrounded and brutally beaten by Zhang Hao's followers, leaving them battered and bruised. Yet the humiliation did not end there. Zhang Hao demanded further degradation, ordering them to kneel in a circle and slap each other. "Go harder. You hit him so fiercely earlier. Haven't you eaten?" He taunted, relishing the spectacle. The onlookers, along with other students at the school gate, were captivated by the scene. Huang Liang and his cohorts, sobbing, complied obediently, slapping each other as if they were performing for an audience. They did not resist, knowing the school security guards were watching from a distance, and any attempt at defiance would lead to even worse consequences. Eventually, the elderly security captain could no longer bear to watch and approached, attempting to intervene with kind words. Yet Zhang Hao, eager to assert his dominance in front of Zhou Ming, quickly dismissed him. "Get lost, you old coot. What the hell are you barking about in front of me? Do you still want your job?" Zhang Hao bellowed. The security captain, feeling defeated, walked away as Zhang Hao draped his arm over Zhou Ming's shoulders, exuding an air of invincibility. Observing this scene filled me with an overwhelming discomfort, not from anger at Zhang Hao's arrogance nor pity for Huang Liang's shattered dignity, but from a pure, unadulterated jealousy. I envied him profoundly. Why was it that Zhang Hao was born with everything? A wealthy father, a handsome physique, the ability to trample anyone beneath him, and the freedom to pursue any attractive girl he desired. Those who typically oppressed me were now beneath his feet, while my unattainable goddess debased herself to curry his favor. Why should it be so? In that moment, a commotion erupted from the crowd near the school, and I watched as a red Porsche 911 gradually came to a halt at the gate. The passenger door swung open, revealing a woman with cascading black waves, dressed in a fitted white blazer paired with a short skirt and black stockings. Her fox-like eyes exuded a lethal allure, yet she also radiated an unparalleled authority. My heavens! How good! That is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, the stout boy murmured. The woman approached us, accompanied by a bald man in sunglasses, presumably her bodyguard. She captivated the attention of everyone at the school gate, moving with an effortless grace that suggested she was born to be the center of attention. Watch me charm her. Zhang Hao grinned confidently. Even Zhou Meng, who typically exuded arrogance, looked at the woman with a mix of envy and self-deprecation. Zhang Hao strode forward, his charming smile in place. May I have the pleasure of knowing you, miss? He inquired. Get lost, the woman replied, her lips curling disdainfully. Zhang Hao was taken aback, his fury igniting. This was a blatant affront to his pride, especially in front of his subordinates and Zhou Meng. You filthy wench. What do you think you are? Without hesitation, the woman delivered a knee to Zhang Hao's groin, causing him to double over in agony. Following this, she swiftly slapped his face, her movements fluid and strikingly graceful. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? Zhang Hao roared, clutching his face in disbelief. Who are you? The woman retorted with a cold laugh. The bald man stepped forward, whispering, he appears to be the son of Jean de Peyo, the CEO of Xingye Real Estate. At the mention of Jean de Peyo's name, the woman's eyes widened in astonishment, as Zhang Hao's expression began to swell with pride. He mistakenly believed that his father's reputation had intimidated the woman before him. Since you're the son of Jean de Peyo, she remarked, Old Li, teach him a lesson, as if assisting his father in reprimanding him. The bald man behind her nodded and swiftly approached, executing a lightning-fast kick that connected squarely with Zhang Hao's chin. Despite Zhang Hao's imposing height of at least 185 meters, the bald man effortlessly struck him, the swiftness of his action leaving onlookers bewildered. Zhang Hao fell backward, immediately subjected to a flurry of kicks, with none of his subordinates daring to intervene. The woman, however, strode confidently toward me, stopping right in front of me. What surprised to find you here, she said, smiling as she linked her arm with mine. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, having just witnessed this striking and seemingly aloof beauty transform into a charming figure clinging to me. Particularly, Zhou Meng gazed at me in stunned disbelief. It dawned on me that this woman was none other than Sister Ling, whom I had encountered at my aunt's home. Did you need something? I inquired cautiously. Let us discuss this in the car, Sister Ling replied, leading me toward a sleek Porsche 911. Oldly we're leaving. She called to the bald man still engaged in his assault on Zhang Hao. He complied promptly, jogging to the vehicle. Once inside, Sister Ling and I settled into the back seat, her grip on my arm unwavering. Take us directly to Jinyu Mantang for dinner. No. First to the Spring Mall to buy my handsome companion a couple of new outfits, she instructed Oldly. I hesitated, wanting to refuse the offer, but she gently pressed her delicate finger against my lips, silencing my protest. At the Spring Mall, Sister Ling guided me through several boutiques, insisting on accompanying me to the fitting rooms where she measured my dimensions and selected clothes for me. I felt quite embarrassed by her attentiveness. After purchasing several outfits and shoes, all carried by Oldly, Sister Ling led the way, with him trailing behind us. Onlookers, including store employees and other shoppers, murmured about the scene. Look at that beautiful woman with the pretty boy and the bodyguard following them. In this day and age, women still support men. I felt a flush of embarrassment and attempted to free myself from Sister Ling's grasp. What are you afraid of? Just think of it as me pampering you like my little brother, she teased, causing my heart to race. As we returned to the car, Sister Ling brought me to a lavish restaurant named Jinyu Mantang, a place I had never before set foot in. The opulent decor left me awestruck. Had she not been holding my arm, I might have stumbled in confusion. Upon entering our private room, Sister Ling asked what I wished to eat. Just some fried rice will do, I mumbled. She chuckled, tapping my head playfully. They don't have fried rice here. Taking the menu from my hands, she ordered an extravagant array of dishes, including longevity of the pine and crane, mustard duck feet, and more, the names of which were entirely unfamiliar to me. That's enough, Sister Ling. Over 20 dishes is far too much, I protested. She paid me no mind, continuing to order several more expensive-sounding items and 2 bottles of Lafite red wine. I don't drink, I confessed. It's all right. Everyone has to start somewhere. The pleasures of life for a man include smoking, drinking, and women. You must learn them all, she replied, producing a box of 95 Supreme cigarettes and lighting one. She held it to my lips, and I took it hastily, noticing the lingering traces of her lipstick on the filter, causing my heart to flutter. As I took a puff, I coughed violently. Sister Ling laughed, wrapping one arm around my waist while gently patting my back. Is this your first time smoking? What about with women? Are you still a virgin? She teased. My face turned crimson as I nodded shyly. One day, I will teach you some life lessons that will unveil a marvelous new world for you, she promised. I felt utterly flustered by her playful jests, wishing to vanish into the floor. Fortunately, the dishes began to arrive, yet I soon realized that it was just Sister Ling and me dining, while Old Lee stood resolutely like a sentinel behind her. The exquisite spread of gourmet food nearly made my mouth water, and I began to devour it hungrily, while Sister Ling urged me to slow down and occasionally fed me sips of wine. My mind was awash with confusion. What was Sister Ling's true intention in inviting me? A stunning and seemingly aloof woman, wealthy and powerful. Why was she showering me with such kindness? Was it merely due to her good relationship with my aunt, leading her to be affectionate toward her nephew? During our meal, Sister Ling shifted the conversation to my parents. Have you ever met your father? Did he leave you anything? She inquired. No, I answered, shaking my head. My father left when my mother was pregnant with me. For 18 years, I have heard nothing from him. Apart from his name, I know nothing else and have no desire to. That irresponsible man is not worth my thoughts. Sister Ling gently patted my head, as if offering comfort. Let us not dwell on him then. Let us discuss something else. What do you see in that painting on the wall? She suggested. Following her gaze, I noticed a traditional ink wash landscape painting framed in glass, exuding an air of antiquity and gravitas. This painting seems extraordinary, but I would know how to interpret it, I replied, realizing Sister Ling was testing my knowledge. I stood up and approached the artwork, closely examining it until I discovered a 4-character inscription in the bottom left corner. Chun Fan, Quan Ji. What does that mean? I asked, turning to Sister Ling with confusion. It indicates that it's a painting from the Song dynasty, created by Fan Quan, one of the 3 masters of Northern Song landscape painting, she explained. Is this painting valuable? I inquired. It starts at 7 million RMB at auction, she replied, astonished. 7 million? Is it genuine or a replica? I asked. What do you think? She questioned. I had not closely observed the painting, but its ancient aura led me to believe it was authentic. However, I reconsidered. It was unlikely that such an expensive piece would be displayed so casually in a restaurant. Actually, it seems to be fake, I concluded. Can you explain why? Sister Ling pressed. I stumbled over my words, struggling to articulate an answer. Sister Ling rose and stood beside me, examining the painting together. The artwork indeed bore signs of age, and the inscription appeared skillfully executed. However, the placement of the signature was telling. Song painters preferred not to inscribe their work overtly. Signatures were typically hidden within the landscape or inscribed on stones, a practice known as concealed signatures. This painting, however, displays its inscription boldly in the lower left corner, almost as if begging for attention. It could be deemed a failure among replicas, she concluded. Then, Sister Ling shook her head in disappointment and said, It seems that the golden eye has truly taught you nothing. I immediately became excited and praised Sister Ling, expressing my astonishment that she was not only beautiful, but also so knowledgeable. Truly remarkable. There's nothing remarkable about it. I simply work in this line of business. Sister Ling replied with a smile. After we finished our meal, Sister Ling instructed Old Lee to drive me back to my aunt's house. Coincidentally, my aunt was not home. Both she and my uncle were busy at a barbecue stall. Sister Ling had Old Lee carry my belongings to my room before sending him downstairs. She then closed the door, leaving just the 2 of us in the room. Come on, let's go to your room and try on the clothes I bought for you, Sister Ling said, taking my arm. Feeling embarrassed, I replied, Didn't I already try them on at the store? Sister wants to see them again, she insisted, dragging me into the room. I could only sit on the bed, my face flushed as I removed my white shirt. Sister Ling sat right beside me, gently wrapping her arm around my waist. Chalet, how old are you? She asked. I'm 18, he replied. You're quite a young adult now, ready to engage in adult affairs. My face turned even redder, leaving me at a loss for words. At your age, don't you boys think about doing adult things every day? Do you have a girlfriend at school? Sister Ling inquired. And no, I shook my head, thinking of myself as the school's most awkward boy. Who would dare be my girlfriend? Oh dear, You must find a girlfriend soon. Otherwise, you'll be bursting with pent-up feelings. Remember when you stayed here the other night? I could see it building up, Sister Ling teased, gently tapping my nose with her finger. No girl would ever like me. I murmured, lowering my gaze, feeling disheartened. So you don't pursue girls at school? No worries, Sister can help you. Which girl do you fancy? I'll fund your efforts and give you ideas to win her over, Sister Ling offered. Xiaolei, you must understand where the path to a woman's heart lies, she added. Confused, I asked where that path was. Sister Ling pointed, and I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Just charm the girl into bed. Once you've been intimate, she'll be yours and will comply with your every whim, Sister Ling stated. I shook my head, insisting it was impossible. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try, she said, her hand gliding over my chest. My entire body froze, and I stammered, unable to articulate a response. Huh, look how scared you are, Sister Ling teased, her enchanting eyes fixed on me. She then reached out to smooth my hair. Tell me, am I good to you? I nodded earnestly. So, when Sister needs your help in the future, will you ignore me? She pouted playfully. I would never. As long as you need me, I will go to great lengths, I quickly assured her, adding bashfully, but I really don't know anything. Sister Ling cupped my face in her hands and said, as long as you have the will, that's enough. I have things to attend to now, but I'll come back to play with you next time. I hurriedly stood to escort her to the door. Oh, and one more thing, men should be a bit more confident. When you see a woman you like, seize the opportunity, Sister Ling advised, looking into my eyes. Don't feel inferior. Someone will teach you the art of turning stone to gold, and you will become a wealthy gentleman, at which point you can support Sister, she smiled sweetly. Then Sister Ling leaned close, planting a soft kiss near my lips. I felt as if struck by lightning, standing there, numb for what felt like an eternity. When I finally regained my senses, I had no idea when Sister Ling had left. All that remained was the faint scent of her lipstick and its slickness on my lips. Unable to resist, I licked my lips clean of the lingering residue. Returning to my room, I lay on the bed, and after a long while, I finally calmed my racing heart. Just then, my phone rang. It was my aunt calling. Yulei, where are you? Are you at home? Hurry to the shop. There's an urgent matter. I quickly jumped out of bed. Upon reaching the barbecue stall, my aunt informed me that we needed to return to our hometown. Your grandfather has passed away, and your second uncle has already driven your mother out of the old house to fight for the inheritance. The news hit me like a thunderclap, and I hurriedly followed my aunt into the van driven by my uncle, racing towards our village. Upon arriving at the entrance of our ancestral home, I spotted a frail woman sitting by the wall from afar. I flung open the van door and jumped out before it had even come to a complete stop. Mother, I shouted, embracing her, only to realize how much older she looked, her skin rougher than before. Mother? Why did they drive you out? Didn't grandfather say he would leave the old house to you? My mother remained silent, trembling as she caressed my cheek. Suddenly, a smile broke across her face. Lei, it's good that you've come home. You've gained weight and aren't starving. Hearing this, I began to cry uncontrollably. My aunt and uncle also got out of the car, with my aunt asking my mother for details. My mother shook her head, refusing to speak. My uncle approached the locked door of the old house and kicked it in frustration. Damn it, does your second brother's family have no conscience? They pull this kind of stunt right after the old man passes. Who has cared for your grandfather these past few years? He raged at my aunt. Let us go to my second brother's house and demand justice, my aunt said. We arrived at my second uncle's house, where I noticed they had already set up a mourning tent at their entrance. I couldn't help but think that my second uncle's family lacked humanity. While my grandfather was alive and living in the same village, they never visited him, nor did they even greet him if they crossed paths. It had been my mother who tirelessly cared for him all these years. Now, with my grandfather recently deceased, it felt as though they were directly seizing his remains to hold a funeral, for in rural areas, the child who handles the arrangements inherits the estate. As we entered my second uncle's house, I found both him and my second aunt present. Dong or Bai, my aunt, clearly furious, addressed my second uncle by name without even using the term brother. What do you mean by this? Why did you chase my sister-in-law out of the old house? My aunt demanded angrily. Xiao Shuang, why are you so worked up? Father just passed today. The old house needs to be vacated for a while to avoid bad luck. My second uncle grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. I have never heard of such a rule, and besides, that old house was clearly meant for my sister-in-law. My aunt retorted, did father ever say that? Is there a will? Does it have any legal validity? Furthermore, why should our family's land go to outsiders? My aunt stood defiantly, hands on her hips, ready for confrontation. Outsiders? You should ask our deceased father who he regarded as an outsider. Even if you claim there's no will and try to backtrack, by all rights, that old house should belong to my sister-in-law, not to you. Why shouldn't it belong to us? My second aunt interjected with a fierce expression and a shrill voice. Because she is the eldest daughter-in-law. I interjected, standing firm. Yule is right here. What basis do you have? And have you ever given my father a drop of water? Who has cared for him in these past few years? Who looked after him when he was bedridden? Wasn't it all my sister-in-law? My aunt continued, her voice growing more impassioned. That doesn't matter, my second uncle snapped, slamming his hand down. The old residence of the Dong family is reserved solely for its members. Those two women are not part of the Dong lineage. Have you lost your senses, Dong or Bai? How can you declare they're not Dong family members? My aunt glared, demanding an explanation. My elder brother has been missing for nearly 20 years. When he departed, you, his wife. Well, I shall temporarily consider her my sister-in-law. At that time, her belly was already quite prominent, and my brother had neither registered their marriage nor held a ceremony. Who could ascertain the true paternity of the child she bore? It might not even belong to the Dong family. Upon hearing these words, I was utterly incensed. I crouched down, seized a brick from the ground, and hurled it at my second uncle. The brick barely grazed his toe as it fell, but my uncle immediately clutched his head, wailing in agony. Oh no! The child of an impudent woman has struck me. Help! The Dong family's eldest daughter-in-law and her daughter are attempting to seize our inheritance. The old man has scarcely been buried. My second aunt joined in, her shrill voice likely echoing throughout the village. My anger felt like it could ignite a fire. My second uncle's family was truly repugnant. Not only did they initiate the accusation, but they also shamelessly dragged others into the mire. This farce continued into the night, with my second uncle's family persistently causing a scene. It was only when my sister-in-law forcibly smashed the lock on the old house's door with a brick that we could finally enter and find a place to sleep. The next morning, as we reconvened to discuss the matter, my sister-in-law proposed pursuing legal avenues, yet without a will. No one was willing to intervene in such rural inheritance disputes. My brother-in-law suggested we simply ignore my second uncle's family and reside in the old house, as the villagers were well aware of who the property rightfully belonged to. However, my mother hesitated, saying, otherwise, we shall relinquish the land. They may allow me to stay for now. How could it be so? Sister-in-law, that is your due. You have cared for our father in his twilight years, and it should rightfully belong to you, my aunt insisted. My mother sighed, expressing concern that prolonged disputes would tarnish the Dong family's reputation, as the late grandfather was a man who valued his dignity above all else. Ultimately, we would have to negotiate with my second uncle's family, enduring the distaste of confronting those shameless individuals once more. This time, prior to our discussion, we agreed to avoid any unruliness and engage in a reasonable dialogue. Yet, I soon realized that reasoning with such individuals was utterly futile. For them, pride was merely the spit trodden underfoot. I spoke until my voice was hoarse, but the two wretches remained unmoved. Suddenly, my mother, who had been silent until then, finally spoke. If you insist on claiming the old house, I shall not contest it. You may have it, but I have but one request. All voices ceased, and everyone turned to regard my mother, whose expression was unwavering. The heirloom of the Dong family, according to the tradition, must be passed to our son, Yule. My second uncle and aunt were momentarily taken aback. My second aunt's eyes glimmered with avarice as she cautiously inquired, what heirloom? The ceramic jar that your sister-in-law took when we cleaned out the old house 3 years ago. My mother replied. My second aunt's mouth fell agape before she erupted into laughter. Take it, and the rotten eggs inside too, she then explained to my second uncle. And the two wretches laughed heartily together. Sister, how are you like our father, so daft? My uncle chuckled, tears streaming down his face. My second aunt quickly regained her composure, tugging at my uncle's sleeve and saying, let them have it. But we must agree that taking that heirloom means they forfeit all other possessions. My mother uttered not a word, following my second aunt into the house to retrieve the jar. And the contents that were once inside the jar, wrapped in oilcloth, my mother added. Those old notebooks and waste paper, too? Give them to you, my second aunt waved dismissively. My mother then allowed me to carry the jar while she held the oilcloth bundle, and we departed from my second uncle's house. Once we reached my brother-in-law's van, my sister-in-law could no longer contain her questions for my mother. Sister, have you truly lost your mind? That jar was examined years ago, and they declared it a fake. Worthless. Why would you relinquish the old house and land for such a trinket? My brother-in-law chimed in. What kind of nonsense is this? All the benefits go to Yule's uncle and aunt, and now Yule's mother has nowhere to stay. Since grandfather has passed, I do not wish to remain here. I will accompany you to the city, rent a place, and find work to fully support Yule's education. My mother murmured, Sister, that is a different matter. I am referring to why you abandoned the inheritance of the old house. Even if you move to the city, you could sell the house and save for Yule's university tuition. How can you allow my second brother to benefit? My aunt protested. After a long pause, my mother finally spoke. That was arranged by Yule's father before he left. When grandfather passed and the estate was divided, everything else could be forsaken, but that jar must be preserved. My aunt, exasperated, retorted, When did my brother make such arrangements? 18 years ago. My mother nodded, leaving my aunt speechless. Upon arriving in the county, we initially stayed with my sister-in-law for a few days until my mother found a cleaning job at a flower and bird market near the school. We then rented a modest apartment nearby and moved out from my sister-in-law's home. That evening, after my mother had tidied up the room, she retrieved the blue and white porcelain jar, removing the foul-smelling eggs inside and scrubbing it carefully multiple times. I approached, frowning as I examined the jar. It was not large, standing less than half a meter tall, with an unadorned, oval shape. The surface depicted a woman worshipping at an incense burner, flanked by carved balustrades and flowering trees. Mother, didn't my second uncle's family say that jar was worthless? Why would you choose it over the old house? I asked. Didn't I tell you? That was your father's command, my mother replied without turning. I have no father. That scoundrel is not my father, I exclaimed in frustration. My mother turned to me, sighing in resignation. Let us not speak of him. Go check if the porridge is ready. It is time for dinner. After dinner, as I was doing my homework, my mother entered my room with a stack of items, placing them on my desk. Mother, what is this? I inquired. These are the belongings your scoundrel father left for you, she stated. When you have some leisure time, study well, according to your father's wishes. This was to be given to you on your 18th birthday last month, but I forgot as your grandfather was gravely ill. After saying this, she exited my room. I gazed at the items on the desk. For thick, bound notebooks, the pages yellowed with age. Flipping open a page, I was met with densely packed, tiny script and a hand-drawn illustration of an ancient coin. I continued to peruse, realizing that these notebooks were meticulously compiled by someone, detailing the identification techniques for antiques, coins, porcelain, and jade, richly illustrated. The covers were blank, but the title pages bore inscriptions. Qing notes, divided into 4 sections: observation, appearance, connection, and disposition. I scoffed, exhaling dismissively, and tossed the notebooks aside. Antique appraisal? The Dong family's heirloom is nothing but a worthless fake jar. What a farce. Yet, as the evening drew near and boredom enveloped me, I absent-mindedly picked up those 4 notebooks and began to peruse them. To my surprise, I became utterly engrossed, losing track of time until it was 3 in the morning, ultimately succumbing to slumber with one of the notebooks still clutched in my arms. The following day, as I made my way to school, my mind was still abuzz with the contents of that notebook. Upon arriving at school, my first stop was the office to report my absence to Ms. Su. Her demeanor towards me had softened considerably. One could even describe her attitude as obsequious. Although I was unaware of which benevolent figure had assisted me from the shadows, witnessing Ms. Su, the previously formidable Ice Queen, in such a humbled state brought me immense satisfaction. Upon returning to class, I discovered that my desk had been occupied by another student. What are you doing sitting here? Weren't you beside Jiang Shui? I queried the student occupying my seat. Ms. Su asked me to switch seats with you, the student replied. I was taken aback. My original seat was in the southeast corner of the classroom, adjacent to the trash bin, while Jiang Shui's seat was in the third-to-last row by the window, undoubtedly the most coveted spot in the class, right next to the brightest student, Jiang Shui. I gathered my belongings and settled next to Jiang Shui, who greeted me warmly and even helped me organize my books and stationery. Thank you, I replied hastily. No need to be polite. We should help each other and coexist harmoniously in the days to come, Jiang Shui said graciously, extending her delicate hand. As we shook hands, my gaze inadvertently drifted over her fair t-shirt and athletic shorts, yet my thoughts were devoid of any lewdness, merely a pure appreciation. Jiang Shui was such a girl, kind, innocent, ambitious, and generous, capable of brightening one's mood with just a glance. Unlike Ms. Su, who exuded a mature allure, or Zhou Meng, with her tantalizing charm. Jiang Shui resembled a beautiful lily. As school concluded, I was preparing to head for a meal when someone halted me just outside the classroom. "What is the matter?" I inquired, locking eyes with Zhou Meng. "I need to discuss something with you," she said, her expression unexpectedly bashful. "Are you going to eat? Why don't we go together and find a place to chat?" Zhou Meng suggested. My pupils dilated in alarm. "You're not planning to have someone beat me up again, are you?" I asked fearfully. I certainly won't fall for that trick twice. "No." Zhou Meng hastily waved her hands, her cheeks flushed. "I've clarified the KTV incident. It wasn't you who spread the rumors. It seems I've misjudged you twice, and I want to sincerely apologize." "It's all right. It was all a misunderstanding, and it's resolved now," I said, attempting to sidestep her. "Wait, I still have something to ask you," Zhou Meng called after me. "That beautiful woman with the Porsche at the school gate, who is she to you?" Zhou Meng asked timidly. "She is a friend of my aunt. I call her sister." "Why do you ask?" I replied. "Oh, just curious," Zhou Meng said. "Is that all? If there is nothing else, I'll head home for dinner." Seeing her shake her head, I walked away. That evening, Zhou Meng sent me a text inviting me to her birthday party next weekend, suggesting we could mend our differences. Upon reading the message, my expression fell. If I declined, it would imply I was petty and held a grudge against Zhou Meng. As for Zhou Meng, her eagerness to reconcile must stem from her connection to Ling Jie. This vain girl, who once looked down upon me, now sought to befriend me because of my association with the influential Ling Jie, who drove a Porsche 911 and could easily put the arrogant Zhang Hao in his place. Truly, this girl wasted her charming appearance on such superficiality. I sighed. Just then, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" I answered. A soft, playful laughter emanated from the other end, prompting me to guess her identity. "Is it Ling Jie?" I ventured cautiously. "Oh dear, you guessed it right on the first try." "I'm so delighted," Ling Jie replied sweetly. She then inquired if I was free next weekend to visit the bar she owned. I reluctantly informed her of my prior engagement due to a classmate's birthday. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Ling Jie asked. Unable to hide the truth, I admitted it was a girl. "Interesting. So, tell me, is she pretty?" Ling Jie probed. After confirming, she asked if I had thought of a birthday gift for her. Honestly, I hadn't, as my relationship with Zhou Meng was quite tenuous, and I had never given a girl a gift before, leaving me uncertain about what to choose. "Don't worry, I'll arrange something for you and send it over that weekend," Ling Jie assured me. I had no opportunity to refuse, and she mentioned she was busy before hanging up. The next day at school, during morning self-study, it was surprisingly rare for Ms. Su to skip checking our class. I observed Jiang Shui diligently memorizing her notes, alternating between English and comprehensive studies without a moment's pause. I thought to myself how hard-working she was, which explained her consistent top 3 placement in monthly exams. Jiang Shui's dedication inspired me, and I joined her in reciting my own notes. During the first 3 periods of the morning, I paid particular attention, especially during the second history lesson. I had always disliked our history teacher, nicknamed Little Mustache, but today, as he discussed the evolution of Chinese currency, I found myself hanging onto every word. He explained how, post-Xinhai Revolution, the primary circulating coin became the Yuan Shikai silver dollar, commonly known as Yuan de Two, and I imagine many of my classmates from rural areas had seen such coins in their youth. The classroom erupted in agreement. Yes. And all those ancient banknotes were collected by city folks. I too could relate. Our county, situated in the heart of a major province, was rich with history, and I recalled how, during childhood, we would often unearth many ancient coins and artifacts while digging foundations for houses. The history teacher smiled mysteriously. "Let me ask you this. How much do you think those Yuan de Two coins were sold for back in your hometown? Not by individual pieces, but by weight." 100 yuan a pound," a classmate exclaimed. "Do you know how much those Yuan de Two coins are worth now?" the teacher queried. Naturally, everyone shook their heads. The most common versions from the years 3 and 8 could fetch around 1,000 yuan each, while the rarer versions could go for approximately 5,000 yuan. The most scarce-sign versions have recently auctioned for over 2 million yuan each. The teacher smiled. In other words, what you sold for a pittance 10 years ago to city dwellers is now worth a fortune. The classroom buzzed with disbelief, with one student, who often debated with the teacher, insisting that such collectibles were worthless. "You're mistaken," the teacher replied. "Haven't you heard the saying, in chaotic times, gold is valued. In prosperous times, Collectibles are cherished? Clearing his throat, he continued, Indeed, my grandfather used to tell me that too. He had a passion for antique collecting. Jiang Shuem murmured beside me. Currently, our nation is experiencing stable economic growth, and the fervor for collectibles far surpasses public understanding. This is primarily because collecting is largely confined to the upper echelons of society, which the average citizen seldom encounters. The teacher adjusted his glasses. Regarding the earlier remarks made by some classmates about the antiquities being valuable yet lacking a market, the teacher reassured us that as long as you still possess a yuan to two at home, you may bring it to him for appraisal, and he would purchase it at the price mentioned earlier. This offer extends beyond the yuan to two, irrespective of whether it is coins, porcelain, or other antiques. He would provide a direct offer upon evaluation. The history teacher chuckled, suggesting that during our weekend visits to our grandparents, we should inquire if they possess any heirlooms. A wave of excitement rippled through the classroom, prompting animated discussions among the students. Observing the teacher's distinctive little mustache, I found myself pondering the 4 notebooks I had perused. Having only delved into the first 2 volumes focusing on appraisal techniques, while the sections on pricing strategies and identifying bargains remained unexplored. Despite the adage that among the myriad professions, antiquities reign supreme, I questioned whether one could truly amass wealth through this endeavor. I recalled that Sister Ling, known for her affluence, had mentioned her involvement in this trade, while our history teacher, with his modest mustache, drove an Audi A6, the finest vehicle among the faculty. I resolved to engage him in further discussion when the opportunity arose. Soon, the weekend arrived. Early on Saturday morning, Zhou Ming called to invite me to celebrate her birthday at Candy KTV at 8 o'clock that evening. Reluctant to attend, mainly due to my unfamiliarity with most of her guests, which promised awkwardness, as well as my lack of singing prowess, I contemplated making a brief appearance before discreetly excusing myself. Sister Ling had arranged for her assistant, Old Li, to deliver a birthday gift for Zhou Ming, a lightweight red box the size of a fist. When I inquired about its contents, Old Li admitted he was unaware. I chose not to pry further into the gift, assuming it contained trinkets like rings or earrings that young girls adore. After washing my hair and donning the floral shirt and jeans that Sister Ling had gifted me, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror and felt a surge of confidence. Upon arriving at the entrance of Candy KTV, I was greeted by Zhou Ming, who looked fresh in a white off-shoulder sweater paired with denim shorts. Entering the private room, I found around 7 or 8 individuals present, with only one familiar face, a slightly plump girl named Chu Lanlan from my class. The sole male was Zhou Ming's brother, the same one who had previously confronted me. Zhou Ming's brother stepped forward to introduce himself as Zhou Chao, expressing his regret over the earlier misunderstanding and offering me a cigarette, which I graciously declined. Zhou Ming then facilitated brief introductions among the unfamiliar faces, and soon we began to sing and play games. The first game involved rolling dice for drinking penalties, resulting in a few rounds that loosened everyone's inhibitions, gradually warming the atmosphere. Zhou Ming sat beside me, and the cramped space beneath the table brought her slender legs closer to mine. I regretted my choice of attire, wishing I had opted for shorts instead. My gaze inadvertently wandered to her legs, clad in sneakers and white ankle socks, which I had previously found unappealing, yet now appeared strikingly attractive. The game escalated to a classic KTV staple, Truth or Dare. The first to roll the dice was a girl named Chen Jing, clad in a short skirt and smoky makeup, who chose Truth. Zhou Chao posed a provocative question. Have you ever dated anyone? Initially feigning shyness, Chen Jing eventually conceded amidst the group as playful taunts. Zhou Chao continued, Why not test the waters tonight? Unless the handsome guy in the floral shirt wants to give it a go? Chen Jing shot me a flirtatious glance, causing my heart to flutter. That won't do. Yu Lei has a girlfriend. Zhu Lan Lan in does it. Wait, you have a girlfriend? Who is she? Chen Jing inquired, leaving me bewildered, as I was unaware of any such relationship. At this moment, Chu Lanlan mischievously nudged Zhou Ming, who stumbled into my arms, blushing fiercely before quickly retreating. The room erupted in cheers, while I remained in a state of confusion. Zhou Ming, still blushing, insisted it was all in jest and urged us to continue with the game. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming rolled the dice in the next round, and Chen Jing, having lost the previous game, was tasked with the penalty. Truth or dare? She asked. Given the previous round's boldness, Zhou Ming likely opted for dare. Chen Jing smirked, directing us to the couch, Zhou Ming lies down, and the handsome guy does 30 push-ups on top. Both Zhou Ming and I flush crimson. No, let us pick another. Zhou Ming whispered. No can do. I didn't tee back out when your brother asked me tough questions, Chun Jing retorted. The group encouraged us to comply, with Zhou Chao urging us to get on with it. Zhou Ming turned to me, and I hesitated before softly saying I was indifferent, secretly exhilarated. As Zhou Ming removed her shoes and reclined on the couch, I couldn't help but stare at her delicate legs and white socks, losing my composure. Under the group's urging, I took off my shoes and positioned myself above her for the push-ups. 30 of them. We're counting, Chun Jing exclaimed. I averted my gaze, unwilling to meet Zhou Ming's eyes, sensing her nervousness as her warm breath brushed against my cheek. The couch was plush, and I found myself almost lying atop Zhou Ming. The others continued to tease us, poking my head and pressing down on my waist. Just as I reached the 10th push-up, Chu Lanlan suddenly yanked my wrist, causing me to fall onto Zhou Ming, our lips nearly brushing. The crowd erupted in laughter, prompting me to hastily retreat and declare I was done, realizing that Zhou Ming must have felt something in that fleeting moment. You only managed 10. You owe a drink, Chun Jing declared. I'm fine with that, I replied, but Chun Jing insisted on 10 shots, with Zhou Ming bearing the brunt of the punishment. I can't drink that much, Zhou Ming protested. I decided to play the hero and drank on her behalf, earning a soft thank you from her, her demeanor transforming into that of shy girl. The subsequent games were all aimed at teasing Zhou Ming and me, culminating in a game involving passing a toothpick from mouth to mouth, with the added twist of breaking it with each exchange. Whenever it reached Zhou Ming and me, the toothpick was barely intact. In a moment of urgency, Zhou Ming attempted to use her tongue to pass it, inadvertently causing our lips to nearly touch, which sent us both recoiling in shock as the onlookers erupted in laughter, urging us to drink from each other's glasses. During the wine penalty, Zhou Ming kept insisting that her stomach was unwell and that she could not drink. Consequently, I ended up consuming most of her drinks, and I could hardly recall how much alcohol I had ingested, my mind feeling somewhat foggy. At that moment, the door to our private room was suddenly knocked on a few times. Zhou Chao stood up to open the door, revealing a bespectacled young man holding a large bouquet of flowers. Fu Yi. The young man warmly embraced Zhou Chao. Ming Ming, Wu Fan has arrived. Zhou Chao turned to Zhou Ming and said. However, before Zhou Ming could respond, Wu Fan walked straight over to her, presenting the bouquet of roses while wishing her a happy birthday. Zhou Ming thanked him and set the flowers aside. Without hesitation, Wu Fan claimed a seat right between Zhou Ming and me, effectively shoving me aside. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Wu Fan felt the need to lighten the mood with some humor. Unfortunately, there exists a type of humor that is merely a guise for mockery. Even more unfortunate was that I was the target of his jibes. Wu Fan picked up my phone from the table, his eyes widening in mock surprise. Whose phone is this? He inquired. I raised my hand to indicate it was mine. Brother, does this phone even make calls? Are you keeping it in your pocket as a brick for self-defense? His words elicited laughter from everyone, while I felt my face flush with embarrassment. My phone was a red Xiaomi, an outdated model that I had been using for over 2 years since my mother gifted it to me when I entered high school. It had never malfunctioned, and given my family's financial constraints, I had not been able to replace it. Wu Fan then produced his new iPhone 7 Plus from his pocket and placed it on the table. So, what were we playing earlier? Let us continue, he said. No more games, let us sing. Chun Jing interjected. We haven't sung a single note at KTV yet. I thought to myself how we had arrived at this segment, one I was determined to avoid. I was acutely aware of my lack of singing ability. While others could sing for fun, for me, it felt like a matter of life and death. I noticed a small stage nearby and thought I could perform a mechanical dance instead. Wu Fan smiled and remarked. Since I mentioned it, the girls immediately grew excited, clapping their hands in agreement. Dong Yule, thank you for helping me fend off so many drinks earlier. Can we duet? Zhou Ming looked at me eagerly. I had no choice but to honestly inform her that I couldn't sing at all. In that case, you can help everyone choose and switch the songs, Zhou Ming kindly suggested. I readily agreed and took a seat by the karaoke machine. Hey, Brick Brother, please choose Jing Wu Men for me. I'll go first, Wu Fan called out loudly. Hearing the nickname he had given me, the girls laughed, while I felt a flash of irritation. Wu Fan and I were hardly acquaintances. Why did he feel the need to joke at my expense? I fumbled with the karaoke machine for a long time, struggling to select the right song, feeling increasingly embarrassed. I had only ever been to KTV to help clean up, and this was my first time singing. Hurry up. You haven't been to KTV before, have you? You can't even choose a song. Wu Fan glanced at me impatiently. Zhou Ming hurried over to assist me, finally selecting the song. As the music began, I watched Wu Fan strut onto the KTV stage, swaying dramatically to the prelude. I secretly hoped he would embarrass himself, but the moment he began to dance, everyone erupted in cheers. His moves may not have reached the level of a street dance master, but they were impressively executed with a strong sense of rhythm. Coupled with Wu Fan's stylish hip-hop attire, he looked quite the part, and even I had to admit he was impressive. When the performance concluded, he struck a pose he deemed cool, and the girls cheered and applauded him. I clapped along, though I felt a twinge of discomfort. "You're incredible. That was so cool," Chun Jing exclaimed. "It's just okay. I've been dancing since I was little, but honestly I prefer singing," Wu Fan replied, flicking his hair in a humble yet boastful manner. "You must be an even better singer. Sing for us," Chun Jing urged, her eyes sparkling. I sighed inwardly, recognizing that Wu Fan, being a privileged city dweller, had ample time and resources to hone his talents, while I had spent my childhood helping my mother with farm chores. At that moment, I noticed Wu Fan staring at me with an unsettling glint in his eyes. "You dance really well," I said sincerely, staying true to my humble roots. Wu Fan looked at me with a smirk, then turned away without acknowledging me. "All right, the warm-up is over. Let us start singing." Chu Lan Lan clapped her hands. "Let us each sing a song for our birthday star, Meng Meng, shall we?" Chun Jing asked cheerfully. Everyone agreed, and soon the songs began to flow. I felt a growing sense of inadequacy as each person sang beautifully, and I shrank beside the karaoke machine, disheartened as I gazed at the screen. Finally, we endured the singing segment, and the grand finale was to unveil the birthday gifts everyone had brought. "Today, whoever gave the most valuable gift will receive a kiss from Meng Meng," Chun Jing announced. "I shall gladly accept Meng Meng's kiss." Chu Lan Lan Lauget. Zhou Ming decided to open Chu Lan Lan's gift first, revealing a stunning necklace. "Wow, Swarovski." Chun Jing clapped her hands in excitement. "Thank you, darling." Zhou Ming embraced Chu Lan Lan. Then, when Zhou Ming opened the largest gift box, she inquired, "Who sent this?" "I did," Wu Fan replied confidently, as Zhou Ming unwrapped the box. Inside lay a sky-blue, square handbag. All the girls gasped. "Oh my gosh, Versace Medusa." Chun Jing's voice trembled with excitement. "Why did you give me such an expensive gift?" Zhou Ming asked Wu Fan, looking flustered. "A high-class beauty must be paired with a high-class bag," he smiled. I stood to the side, bewildered. The bag appeared quite ordinary to me. Why were they so astonished? However, I recognized the logo as a woman's head, which seemed familiar, prompting me to ask, "What brand is this?" "Versace. How could you not know? The shirt you're wearing is from that brand, isn't it?" Chun Jing looked at me in disbelief. Suddenly, it dawned on me. No wonder the logo looked so familiar. The shirt Wu Fan wore was indeed genuine Versace, while mine was likely a counterfeit bought on the street for 10 yuan. Wu Fan looked at me disdainfully. I pretended not to hear his cutting remarks, suppressing my rising anger. It seemed that today, Meng Meng's kiss would rightfully belong to me. Wu Fan turned, leering at Zhou Ming. That was Chun Jing's idea. I never agreed. Zhou Ming quickly shook her head. "Meng Meng, there's still one more gift." Zhou Chao picked up a small box from the table. This tiny thing. I almost overlooked it. Who sent this?" Zhou Ming stuck out her tongue. I shyly raised my hand. "A brick brother, such a small gift box? What could possibly be inside? A nail clipper, perhaps?" Wu Fan mocked me. Zhou Ming had already opened the small gift box, and everyone leaned in to see. I stretched my neck to catch a glimpse and felt a wave of dread wash over me. Inside was a ring gleaming with metallic luster, inscribed with the tacky letters love. It looked so cheap and gaudy. I braced myself for Wu Fan's ridicule. However, he remained silent, his eyes wide with disbelief. The girls remained silent, and after several seconds, they erupted into screams. I was startled, wondering what on earth was happening. "Is this the real deal?" Wu Fan asked with a grim expression. "Absolutely genuine," I replied. Having worked in a jewelry counter, I could tell just by the weight. Chun Jing held the ring in her hand. "Hey, Jing, be careful not to damage it. It's so precious," Chu Lan Lan said anxiously. Chun Jing acknowledged her and carefully returned the ring to its box. "My goodness, such a colossal fortune. I must befriend you," Chun Jing said sweetly. A grin plastered on her face. "Oh, please don't say that. Otherwise, our Meng Meng might get jealous," Chu Lan Lan warned. I was utterly bewildered. A country bumpkin with no clue about the value of this ring, which seemed to send the women into a frenzy. Don't Yule this gift. It's too extravagant, Zhou Meng said, her face flushed. Then Meng Meng, you should offer yourself in return. Chu Lanlan chimed in. Wu Fan, who had been rather arrogant earlier, turned to me and said sarcastically, who would have thought? Brick Brother, a Cartier Platinum limited edition right off the bat. I'm curious about how wealthy your family is. I was completely lost, only understanding that the gift prepared by Ling Jia made me appear rather ostentatious. After the birthday gathering concluded, it was time for everyone to return home, but an unexpected incident occurred during checkout. Our large group blocked the counter, and a bespectacled young man accidentally bumped into Chu Lanlan, causing the gift box she was holding to fall. The young man didn't even glance back and continued on his way. Zhou Chao, who had a rather domineering personality and had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, shouted at the young man, questioning his lack of awareness. The young man turned around, his face flushed, likely from alcohol, and a confrontation ensued. They began to exchange heated insults, while others hurried to mediate. However, Zhou Chao was already too riled up and insisted on confronting the young man. I thought it best to avoid escalating the situation and approached Zhou Meng, urging her to pull Zhou Chao away, reminding her that today was meant to be a joyful occasion, not a quarrel. Wu Fan, standing nearby, overheard me and frowned, saying, Brick Brother, why are you being such a coward? Are you not a man? Then he stepped forward and shoved the young man, threatening, if you don't kneel and apologize today, I'll smash your head to pieces. The young man retaliated, shouting profanities at Wu Fan. Wu Fan swiftly slapped him across the face. Just as the young man prepared to retaliate, Zhou Chao kicked him in the back, sending him tumbling to the ground. Zhou Chao and Wu Fan then descended upon the fallen young man, kicking him mercilessly, with Wu Fan landing several blows to his face, which soon turned crimson. Seeing the situation escalate, I rushed over to separate Zhou Chao and Wu Fan. The young man staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from his face, removed his broken glasses, and his previously flushed face turned pale with rage. Shaking, he pulled out his phone and pointed at Wu Fan and Zhou Chao, vowing to make them pay. Wu Fan boasted that he knew all the tough guys in the county and that it wouldn't matter who they called. 10 minutes later, the young man's reinforcement arrived, but they were not thugs. They were police officers. Help, I've been assaulted, the young man reported to the leading officer. The officer scanned our group with a dark expression and asked who had been involved, instructing us to accompany him to the station. Though only Zhou Chao and Wu Fan had resorted to violence, the rest of us felt uneasy and followed them to the police station. At the station, the odds were clearly against us. The young man had merely been a passive victim. Moreover, the police captain was a relative of the young man. Zhou Meng was visibly anxious, repeatedly asking the recording officer about potential penalties. The officer merely shook his head in silence. It's all right, sister. I have experience with bar fights. It'll just be an apology and a fine under 500, Zhou Chao assured. After a while, the police captain approached, ordering officers to handcuff Zhou Chao and Wu Fan for legal detention. Wu Fan's face turned pale, and Zhou Chao panicked, arguing that it was just a minor drunken altercation. Minor altercation? The victim's eye has been injured by shards of broken glasses, qualifying as a serious injury. You have committed the crime of intentional harm, the captain replied. Zhou Chao quickly suggested they could negotiate and offer more for medical expenses. The captain waved his hand, stating that everything would proceed according to protocol, and they would await the victim's injury assessment report before proceeding with prosecution or compensation. We were all taken aback, urgently pleading with the captain. At that moment, Wu Fan slammed his hand on the table, shouting that the captain should stop trying to intimidate him, as he could easily call someone from his family to resolve the matter. The captain smirked and told Wu Fan to give it a try. Wu Fan promptly made a call, seemingly to his mother. It's fine. Wait 20 minutes. Someone will come to bail us out, he declared. After hanging up, Wu Fan strutted with arrogance. Zhou Meng and Zhou Chao looked at him with immense gratitude, thanking him profusely. The captain merely smiled at Wu Fan, remaining silent. 10 minutes later, a red BMW pulled up outside the police station, and a heavily made-up woman with a stylish bob hurried inside. Mom, where's Uncle Wong from the prosecutor's office? Didn't he come with you? Wu Fan asked the woman, then turned to the captain with a smug look. Shut up, the woman yelled at Wu Fan. She then calmly inquired with the captain about the situation. Your son claims he can easily call upon any of his uncles to pressure me, the captain, to settle his drunken brawl. I'm curious to know who this influential figure is, so I can meet him and let our commission know. The captain smiled and replied, "He is just a child, unaware of his own limitations. Please don't hold it against him." The woman smiled sweetly and then took Wu Fan aside for a serious talk. When she returned, Wu Fan wore a defeated expression, humbly apologizing to the captain and expressing his willingness to accept any punishment. Wu Fan's mother stated that her son had simply chosen the wrong friends and then shot a glare at us before sweetly asking the captain if leniency could be considered, mentioning that her son's second uncle was also within the system. "Which of you two is the principal offender?" the captain asked, glancing at Wu Fan, who was looking quite miserable. He turned to Zhou Chao, who understood the unspoken message in Wu Fan's eyes and gallantly took the blame upon himself. Wu Fan's mother quickly chimed in, asserting that her son had never been involved in fights and rarely associated with bad influences, claiming she had never seen any of us before. "All right, go over there and pay the bail," the captain ordered. Seeing the captain relent, Wu Fan's mother expressed immense gratitude. Zhou Chao hastily rose to his feet. "You sit back down," the captain commanded, his gaze firm. Zhou Chao turned to Wu Fan, who was looking down, pretending not to notice. Zhou Meng called out to Wu Fan, prompting him to slowly lift his head, gazing at his mother with pleading eyes. Wu Fan's mother instantly became stern, asking, "What's wrong? Do you still wish to associate with this group of dubious friends? If not, I shall take my leave immediately, and you can remain here." Wu Fan instantly conceded defeat, trailing behind his mother without looking back. Zhou Chao sat there, his face ashen. Wu Fan had truly put him in a dire predicament. Although it was Zhou Chao who had initially quarreled with that young man, it was Wu Fan who had thrown the first punch, thus instigating the brawl. Now, having flaunted his bravado, Wu Fan had slunk away, leaving Zhou Chao in a quandary. The police captain commanded 2 officers to cuff Zhou Chao and instructed us unrelated individuals to vacate the premises. Our pleas fell on deaf ears. "If you do not depart promptly, you shall also be detained for obstructing justice," the captain threatened. Once outside the police station, Chen Jing and Chu Lanlan gathered around Zhou Meng, chattering animatedly about how to resolve the situation. "We must find someone influential quickly, or else it will inevitably escalate to a lawsuit, resulting in a minimum sentence of 3 years for intentional assault," Chen Jing remarked. "Indeed, Meng, your parents must know many powerful officials," Chu Lanlan added. Zhou Meng's face flushed with embarrassment, and she instructed Chen Jing and the others to return home, asserting that she would handle the matters from there. After they left, only Zhou Meng and I remained. She strained to muster a smile, lamenting how today had truly dampened her spirits and urged me to leave. I inquired about her plans and her brother's fate. "It's all right. I have already called my parents. They will come to resolve it. You need not worry," Zhou Meng assured me. "Ich geist hier intensely." Exhaling a deep sigh. "You are lying," I stated. Zhou Meng paused, taken aback. "You behave this way. Even at KTV, when you lied, you stammered," I continued. Zhou Meng fell silent, and after a long moment, she began to cry softly, her tears cascading like rain. My heart ached at the sight. I approached her gently, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, and reassured her that I could find someone to help. "It's that Sister Ling you met last time. She will surely have a way to extricate your brother," I told her. This brought an end to her tears, her eyes, now red, fixed on me. "I will call her right now," I declared, reaching for my phone. Suddenly, Zhou Meng grasped my arm, stepping closer until she pressed herself against me, tilting her head upward, her face drawing near to mine. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Meng kissed me. My mind became a blank canvas, and I lost track of how long the kiss lasted. When our lips parted, I realized I had just lost my first kiss, and it was stolen by a girl. The previous encounter with Sister Ling hardly counted, as it was merely a light brush. This was the moment I had truly surrendered my genuine first kiss. "You." My face flushed, rendering me speechless. Zhou Meng averted her gaze, and after a lengthy pause, she murmured, "That was for the birthday gift you owe me from our bet." Hastily, I shifted the topic, suggesting we contact Sister Ling to rescue her brother. I called Sister Ling, who informed me that she was currently occupied but would send Lao Li to assist. 20 minutes later, a white Land Rover pulled up before us, and Lao Li emerged, still clad in the same attire I had first seen him in, suit, sunglasses, and a bald head. My friend got into a bit of trouble after drinking. I hurriedly explained the situation to Lao Li. He waved me off, stating that it was of no consequence, and urged us to enter. Inside the police station, Lally led us directly to the chief's office door and knocked. When the door opened, the police captain we had encountered previously sat behind his desk, consuming a box meal. "What brings you here?" the captain inquired. "Is the chief in?" Lally asked. "The chief is not here." "You may convey whatever you wish to me," the captain replied, his demeanor quite stern. "That will suffice, but I prefer not to discuss it with you." Lally nodded. He then made a phone call, his words succinct. "I need your assistance, yes, the West City Police Station. Let us leave it at that." Shortly after Lally hung up, the captain's desk phone began to ring. Upon recognizing the caller, the captain's tone transformed into one of obsequiousness. "Yes, the chief is not here on a shift break. I assure you I will handle this matter appropriately. Rest assured, Director." After hanging up, the captain stood and politely offered Lally a cigarette. Lally declined, stating he did not smoke, and urged him to expedite the process. The captain glanced at Zhou Ming and me, standing behind Lao Li, and instantly grasped the situation. He courteously invited us to take a seat and promptly instructed his subordinates to attend to the matter. "Let's complete the necessary paperwork. I understand a case has already been filed, correct? I have the bail and compensation here," Lally stated as he placed a black briefcase on the desk. "That is unnecessary. Once a case is filed, it can be retracted and compensation can be negotiated later," the captain replied with an awkward smile. "The process must still be followed," Lally insisted. After all matters were resolved, Zhou Chao was escorted into the office. "Thank you for your assistance." Lally nodded at the captain. Subsequently, the captain accompanied us out of the police station, even offering to send us home. Lally declined, stating he had driven himself. However, as we approached the white Land Rover, I noticed a red Porsche parked in the adjacent spot. The red Porsche honked twice, and Sister Ling poked her head out of the window, waving at us. Lally led us to the red Porsche, slightly bowing as he addressed her. "Why have you come?" "I have already taken care of it." Sister Ling nodded and instructed Lally to take us home. "Xiao Lei, get in my car. I need to speak with you," Sister Ling said. I complied, opening the car door. She then added, "You, the pretty young lady over there, come here and get in the car with your sister." Zhou Ming hesitated for a moment, but then obediently approached. Once the car started, Sister Ling did not inquire about our addresses, but drove us straight to a bustling night market. "I'm a bit hungry. Will you accompany me for a late-night snack?" Sister Ling asked Zhou Ming and me. We both nodded eagerly. Upon entering the private room of the night market, Sister Ling ordered skewers, cold dishes, and beer, and once the food arrived, she indulged heartily. "Sister, thank you for helping with my brother's situation today. Allow me to toast you," Zhou Ming said timidly, holding her glass. "It's just a small matter," Sister Ling replied. As I was picking at the meat from a snail with a toothpick, Sister Ling playfully jabbed my hand with a bamboo skewer. "You silly boy, too absorbed in your food to offer a bite to your little girlfriend," she feigned annoyance. I cast a shy glance at Zhou Ming, who blushed slightly, explaining that she was not yet my girlfriend. "What do you mean by not yet? Are you implying you both have feelings for each other, but haven't expressed them yet?" Sister Ling remarked with amusement. Zhou Ming hurriedly clarified, and I quickly echoed that we were merely ordinary classmates. Sister Ling chuckled, choosing to remain silent as she encouraged us to continue drinking. I lost track of how many bottles of beer we had consumed. I was puzzled by Sister Ling's remarkable drinking capacity, feeling as if I might black out. Zhou Ming, however, was clearly struggling, likely enduring the drinks to maintain Sister Ling's spirits. "Sister Ling, I believe I'm reaching my limit, and Zhou Ming is as well," I quickly informed her. "Where do you think we are? You can't get drunk from beer already? Another round." Sister Ling raised her glass. I strained to lift my glass, forcing the beer down my throat. After finishing that round, Zhou Ming truly could not handle it any longer. Her head tilted, nearly causing her to topple over, but I managed to catch her just in time. It seems that this young girl truly cannot handle her drink. "Let's depart, boss. It is time to settle the bill." After leaving the food stall, I supported the unsteady Zhou Ming, trailing behind Sister Ling. Once we entered the car, Sister Ling inquired with genuine concern. "How are you, my dear sister? Do you still remember where home is?" "Erdeo Gong Hongxing store," Zhou Ming muttered hazily. "It's a bit far, and I, too, have indulged a little too much today. I am hesitant to drive. Why not spend the night at my place and return home tomorrow?" Sister Ling suggested, feigning a hand to her forehead. Zhou Ming hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. I found it perplexing. Sister Ling appeared completely sober. What was her true intention? 20 minutes later, the car entered a luxurious residential complex, proceeding directly into the underground garage. Once the vehicle came to a halt, I noticed that Zhou Ming had already dozed off against my shoulder. I gently shook her, but she remained unresponsive, lost in slumber. "Carry her," Sister Ling instructed. With no other choice, I wrapped my arms around Zhou Ming's waist and turned her to rest on my back. I carried her out of the car, and Sister Ling and I took the elevator to the 6th floor, arriving at her home. Sister Ling directed me to place Zhou Ming directly onto the spacious double bed in the guest room. Zhou Ming continued to sleep soundly, occasionally murmuring incoherent dreams. "Are you just going to leave her like that?" Sister Ling asked. It was then that I realized I needed to remove Zhou Ming's shoes and socks. Laying her comfortably in the center of the bed, tucking her in with a blanket. As I gazed at Zhou Ming's porcelain-like serene face, an inexplicable feeling washed over me. How could a sleeping beauty appear so enchanting, like a little angel? I found myself yearning to kiss her cheek. At that moment, I felt a bit parched. So I stepped out to the living room to pour myself a glass of water. After quenching my thirst, I noticed Sister Ling standing by the door, keys in hand. "Sister Ling, this place isn't far from my home. There's no need for you to drive me back." "I can walk," I said. A playful smile crept on Sister Ling's face as she replied, "Are you truly this naive, or simply pretending? I've crafted such an exquisite opportunity for you, and you still wish to return home? Have you lost your senses?" Realizing her insinuation, I stammered, "What opportunity are you referring to?" Sister Ling chuckled and gestured towards the room where Zhou Ming lay. "It's broken." My face flushed crimson, and Sister Ling approached, placing a box of something into my hands. "You need not use it if you dislike, but remember to buy medicine for the girl at the pharmacy tomorrow morning." I stuttered a refusal, but Sister Ling silenced me. She exited the door, saying she would return by noon the next day, and then she closed the door behind her. The lock clicked several times, and I rushed to the door, only to find it securely locked from the outside. "Sister Ling," I called out, but only the sound of her high heels fading away met my ears. I felt utterly deflated, staring at the box in my hands, my face burning with embarrassment. I sank onto the sofa, pouring myself another 2 glasses of water, hoping to dilute the alcohol in my system. Yet the more water I drank, the more hazy my mind became, a wave of inexplicable heat coursing through me. I admonished myself to remain composed, to not take advantage of the situation, and to spend the night on the sofa. However, despite my better judgment, my body betrayed me, rising to walk toward the room where Zhou Ming lay. I merely wished to check on her. After all, she had consumed so much alcohol. I tiptoed to the bedside and, I hurriedly jogged to the bedside, only to see Zhou Ming once again rising, clutching the edge of the bed and retching. Fortunately, this time she did not expel anything, so I quickly poured her a glass of warm water for rinsing her mouth. "I feel awful," Zhou Ming said with a tremor in her voice. "What is wrong?" I asked, patting her back. "My head hurts, my stomach aches, and I feel very cold." I filled a hot water bottle for her to hold against her abdomen, then went to the kitchen to brew some ginger soup. Sitting by her side, I spoon-fed her the warm concoction. "Do you feel any better now?" I inquired. Zhou Ming nodded and curled back under the blankets. As I rose to place the bowl back, Zhou Ming grasped my arm. "Don't go. I'm afraid I might feel nauseous again," she pleaded. I had no choice but to set the bowl on the bedside table and sit quietly beside her, watching as she dozed off again. I soon felt my eyelids growing heavy and contemplated lying down on the sofa in the living room. But fearing Zhou Ming would wake and vomit again, I endured the wait. Eventually, I could no longer resist and lay down beside her, falling into a deep slumber. When I woke the next day, I glanced at the wall clock and saw it was nearly 11 o'clock. Turning to see Zhou Ming still peacefully asleep beside me, I pondered how much alcohol we had consumed the previous night under Ling Jie's influence. Not wanting to disturb her slumber, I tiptoed out of bed and into the living room. However, as I entered the living room, I spotted Ling Jie lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed. Clad merely in my shorts, I instinctively hugged my arms around myself. "Don't be shy, come here. I need to ask you something." Ling Jie beckoned me. Reluctantly, I approached and sat beside her. "You certainly had quite the night. When I returned at 10:30, you two were still sound asleep. Exhausted, were you?" Ling Jie tacit, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "No, I began to explain, but was interrupted by Ling Jie. "Hold on. Don't say anything else. Come here." She seized my ear and pulled my head closer to her lips. When I returned, I noticed the sheets and duvet in the bathroom were washed. "What is going on? Did someone bleed and make a mess? Is it really her first time?" Ling Jie whispered in my ear. "No, it's not," I started. But Ling Jie's expression shifted, and her voice suddenly rose. Then what is it? Was it a relative of hers who visited? And you still? Her grip on my ear tightened as she scolded. You foolish boy. How could you be so naive? Just then, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Zhou Ming, clad in Ling Jie's nightgown, barefoot and with tear-filled eyes. Upon seeing her, Ling Jie's suspicion solidified, and she tightened her grip further, exclaiming, You foolish boy. I provided you the opportunity, and you didn't take advantage of it. At that moment, Zhou Ming spoke up. Ling Jie, I'm sorry. I got drunk last night and made a mess of your sheets and duvet. Only then did Ling Jie release my ear, her expression shifting to one of exasperation. It's fine. I have plenty of sheets and duvets at home. Are you hungry, dear? I'll get you something to eat. Ling Jie then pulled me into the kitchen by my ear. The sheets were soiled because she threw up last night. We didn't do anything. I finally had the chance to explain. Really? Ling Jie frowned at me. I swear it's true. I insisted, nodding earnestly. Ling Jie nodded in return, but then unexpectedly gave my head a sharp rap. I winced, covering my head, as she grasped my ear once more, this time with a grip even stronger than before. You slept together and still did nothing? You foolish boy. It's not just that you're naive. You're hopelessly so. When Ling Jie finally released me, I held my reddened ears, feeling you second. Whatever your father left for you should never be showcased to anyone after you acquire it, and you must never enter the antique trade. Instead, focus on studying history in university. I gazed at my mother's fierce countenance and timidly nodded in agreement. Remember this. I cannot allow you to tread the same path as your father. Cough, cough, my mother placed a hand on her chest. I hurried to her side, patting her back. I'm Yufine. You should return to your studies. I must get to work as well. Keep my words. During the day, immerse yourself in your textbooks at school, and at night, delve into the notes your father left you, striving for admission to a prestigious university. After my mother departed, I found myself sitting alone in my room, lost in thought for a long while. My mother knows Ling Jie. No, she knows Ling Jie's father, who seems to have some unresolved grievances with my father. Yet, that does not necessarily mean Ling Jie harbors ill intentions towards me. At least, I cannot perceive it as such. My heart was in turmoil, and, with classes commencing again tomorrow, I felt the weight of my anxiety. For the ensuing week, I adhered diligently to the routine of alternating between school and home. In terms of academics, I made swift progress under the guidance of my academically gifted deskmate, Jiang Shui. The 4 notebooks my father left me became increasingly intriguing the more I explored their depths, compelling me to stay up late each night engrossed in their content. However, amidst this monotonous existence, there was a delightful seasoning, Zhou Ming. Each morning as dawn broke, a delicious hot breakfast awaited me on my desk. Sometimes it was hot, dry noodles. Other times, steamed dumplings. Furthermore, my desk drawer would occasionally surprise me with fruits like apples, oranges, and bananas or other snacks. All of this was courtesy of Zhou Ming. And naturally, rumors of our budding romance spread throughout the class. After one particular lesson, my deskmate Jiang Shui could no longer contain her curiosity. Hey, Xiao Lazy, may I inquire about a piece of gossip? Jiang Shui nudged my elbow. Other classmates leaned in, eager to eavesdrop. Are you and Zhou Ming in a passionate romance? She asked. I promptly denied it, but Jiang Shui pressed on. Then why is Zhou Ming so kind to you every day, showering you with love and breakfast? Come on, don't be shy. If there's something brewing, spill the beans. We're all waiting for the sweet news. A classmate chimed in. Indeed, no couple has emerged in our class yet. Dong Yulei, you could be the first. Another added. In high school, it is customary for couples to treat their classmates to sweets when they begin dating. Yet no one had set a precedent in our class, as our teacher, Sue, strictly monitored early relationships. She had repeatedly emphasized that upon discovering any such affair, she would swiftly break it up without discussion, employing a figurative wolf-esque fong to do so, followed by a public reprimand and parental involvement. I urged them to cease their wild conjectures, but at that moment, Zhou Ming approached my desk. Dong Yulei, it's time for our activity class. Let me treat you to stir-fried rice noodles, she said. Before I could decline, my classmates began to cheer us on. Zhou Ming, are you and Dong Yulei dating? I heard whispers that you two kissed in public during your birthday celebration. Zhou Ming waved her hands in denial, though her expression betrayed a hint of shyness. Share the love. Share the love. The classmates clamored, disregarding any decorum. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me and quickly pulled Zhou Meng out of the classroom. Once we reached a quiet corner of the hallway, I firmly expressed that she should refrain from appearing too close to me in the future. What's wrong? I merely wanted to thank you for your help last time. Zhou Meng looked at me with a sense of injustice. That was Ling Jie who helped you. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards her, not me. I interjected. Zhou Meng lowered her head, softly asking if my discontent stemmed from her actions. I furrowed my brow and clarified that it wasn't simply about visibility to others, but rather that she didn't need to treat me in such a manner. I corrected her with utmost seriousness. Ling Jie's assistance was invaluable. If you wish to thank someone, it should be her, not me. Do you understand? Zhou Meng pouted slightly, casting a sorrowful glance in my direction. I sensed my words may have been too harsh, but I believed it necessary to avoid complicating matters further. That evening, upon returning home, I leaned against my bed, engrossed in my father's erratic notebooks when my phone suddenly rang. It was Zhou Meng. Are you asleep? She asked. Not yet. I'm reading. Do you need something? I inquired. Nothing much, just lying in bed, unable to sleep. Thought I'd decall you, she replied. My arm, holding the phone, began to tingle slightly. What is Zhou Meng up to? After some idle chit-chat, she asked if I was still upset about the incident when her brother had confronted me. I assured her that I was not, explaining that if I were truly petty, I would not have attended her birthday gathering. Zhou Meng then asked if I had ever been in a relationship, to which I honestly replied that I had not. She dropped the topic and shifted to discuss other matters, such as amusing gossip from school. Our homeroom teacher is quite peculiar. She has remained single and shows no inclination towards marriage, hardly ever interacting with men, Zhou Meng remarked. Yes, Sud has come off as rather aloof, I agreed. I've heard that our history teacher has an interest in her and has been trying to win her over, but she remains indifferent, Zhou Meng continued. I chuckled, remarking on how much gossip girls seem to know, speculating that perhaps Sue simply does not fancy the history teacher. After some more light conversation, I told Zhou Meng that I was feeling tired and needed to sleep, then ended the call. The next morning, before my mother even called me to rise, Zhou Meng's voice rang through my phone once more. Have you woken up yet? Is there anything you'd like for breakfast? How about some water-fried buns? Being awakened by Zhou Meng's soft, gentle voice was undeniably more pleasant than my mother's boisterous calls, yet I still felt a pang of annoyance. Upon arriving at school, I stared blankly at the steaming water-fried buns and soy milk on my desk. Ah, having such a thoughtful girlfriend is truly wonderful. And she is so beautiful, my chubby classmate in front of me remarked with envy. I offered him a dry smile. During the second period's break, my deskmate Jiang Shui suddenly pinched me hard on the waist. I gasped and turned to see her fair face grinning mischievously. You little rascal. You were denying it yesterday, she exclaimed. Hurry and buy some candy at the shop. Confused, I asked, what on earth are you talking about? You and Zhou Meng. You made it public today. Haven't to you? The girls were all buzzing about it at lunch. Jiang Shui insisted. Who made it public? I stared at her in disbelief. Zhu Lan Lang. She is Zhou Meng's best friend. Today, when someone asked about you two, she just confirmed it on Zhou Meng's behalf. And here you are pretending. Jiang Shui narrowed her eyes at me. I felt a surge of frustration and pulled out my phone to text Zhou Meng, asking her to wait after evening study. I had some matters to clarify with her. After evening study, once the classroom emptied, leaving only Zhou Meng and me, I approached her desk and looked in her eyes. Zhou Meng, today, Chu Lanlan spread rumors about us. To be honest, I find it quite troubling, so I hope that from now on, we should avoid giving any opportunity for such rumors to arise. I stated solemnly. Zhou Meng initially gazed at me with an intense fervor, but upon hearing my words, the spark in her eyes dimmed considerably. What do you mean by not allowing the rumor even the slightest chance to arise? She asked softly. It means exactly what it says. I've been quite clear, I replied. Zhou Meng bit her lip, seemingly resolute. What if I told you that I wish the rumor were true? I was taken aback, staring blankly at Zhou Meng. I like you, Daniele, truly. Will you let me be your girlfriend? Zhou Meng looked at me earnestly. I could hardly believe her words. Did she truly harbor feelings for me? Huh, what a joke. Even if her affections were genuine, they were directed not at me, but at the exquisite birthday gift ring that Ling Jie had prepared for her. She mistakenly believed me to be a concealed, wealthy suitor. Alas, I was not. Just as I intended to tell Zhou Meng to stop joking, she leaned in closer. Before I could react, she kissed me passionately. This time, her tongue slipped into my mouth, sending shivers through my entire being. With the desk between us, Zhou Meng leaned forward, practically sprawled across it, while I leaned back, attempting to evade her. Yet, she followed my movement, ultimately climbing atop the desk, kneeling on its surface, her hands cradling my head, kissing me from above. After several blissful seconds, I surrendered completely, abandoning any thought of pushing her away, and instead, I swept her off the desk and onto my lap. After what felt like an eternity, our lips finally parted. Zhou Meng, cheeks flushed and heart racing, gazed at me, and we remained silent, only to kiss again 3 seconds later. I lost track of time, and eventually we separated once more. I stared at Zhou Meng, at a loss for words. She gazed back at me with deep emotion, but suddenly her expression shifted, akin to a startled little rabbit, as she looked past me. I slowly turned to see what had caught her attention. At the classroom door stood Teacher Su, eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld Zhou Meng and me. My heart sank. In the heat of the moment, I had completely overlooked her presence at the door, and it was likely she had witnessed our passionate exchange. Moreover, at this very moment, Zhou Meng was still perched on my lap, and my hand had been carelessly resting beneath her t-shirt. Embarrassed, I withdrew my hand, and Zhou Meng, as if jolted by electricity, leaped off me. Teacher Su's face flushed crimson as she stammered, "You too?" Zhou Meng and I were both dumbfounded. We stood up obediently, heads bowed. "You have quite the audacity to behave so recklessly in the classroom." Teacher Su's voice trembled. "I happened to walk by and saw the classroom light still on. What would you have done if I hadn't come?" After a lengthy silence, she waved her hand dismissively. "It's too late. Zhou Meng, you go home. Text me when you get there." Zhou Meng glanced at me before obediently exiting the classroom. "Daniele, you come here." I hung my head and approached Teacher Su. "How many times have I emphasized this during class meetings? And what about our school's strictest regulations? Don't tell me you were unaware. You truly have some nerve. Not only are you dating, but you also engage in improper conduct in school, and in the classroom. No less." I lifted my gaze to Teacher Su's face, contorted with anger, and internally lamented my predicament. "First, tell me when you and Zhou Meng got together," Teacher Su demanded. I stammered, unable to articulate a response. I wanted to clarify that Zhou Meng and I were not actually together and had never engaged in any early romance. But how could I explain the passionate scene she had just witnessed? For Zhou Meng's reputation and to uphold my own sense of responsibility, I decided to shoulder the blame. "We started dating about a month ago. With our studies being so demanding, we haven't had much time to deepen our relationship. Zhou Meng suggested we break up to focus on our studies, but I tried to persuade her to stay just now. I concocted a convoluted lie." Teacher Su's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and she chuckled softly. "Well done, Daniele. In my previous class, I caught many couples in early romances, but the boys would always abandon the girls. You, however, have taken full responsibility." I looked at her, ready to express my gratitude, but then I noticed her frown returning. "However, that does not mean your punishment will be mitigated. You know very well that early romance and late-night indiscretions in the classroom are serious offenses that could lead to expulsion." I hastily pleaded for leniency, but in my heart, I feared that my previous troubles would come back to haunt me. Teacher Su had long sought an opportunity for revenge after the incident with the skirt, and now she had seized this chance. "Let's put the plea aside for now. We must clarify your case first. Last time, you claimed the teacher wronged you. But this time, I shall not pass judgment directly. Sit here. You will write down, in detail, all your transgressions, and then sign it. Dice su instructive." I grimaced as I returned to my seat and retrieved paper and pen from my desk. "When did you and Zhou Meng start dating? To what extent? Write it all down for me. Finally, sign your name. I don't want any discrepancies later." Teacher Su said sternly from the podium. "Hurry up. I'll be watching you." With a heavy heart, I began to fabricate a narrative on the paper. As I wrote, I frequently glanced at Teacher Su, who wore a smug smile, reveling in her successful revenge. I steeled myself, thinking that since I was already in this predicament, I might as well go all out. I began to embellish the details of my relationship with Zhou Meng, including events at the KTV, at Ling Jie's house, and earlier in the classroom, adding many explicit details that had never occurred, using terms like tender tongue, tingling, and little bunny, making it read like an erotic story. I wrote for 40 minutes, and by the time I finished, it was already 11 at night. "All right, teacher," I said, handing her the paper. Teacher Su snatched it from my hands and began to read it intently. I watched her face, noticing it gradually flush with color, from pale to pink, and finally to crimson. I stifled a laugh, knowing I had included many scandalous details in my confession. Teacher Sue shook the paper and stammered, "All right, I will keep this confession for now." I suppressed my amusement, maintaining a facade of submission. "Then, teacher, may I go home now? It's quite late." Teacher Sunadiv. But just as I reached the classroom door, she called out to me again. "Wait, it's too late. It's unsafe for you to walk home alone. I will drive you." Teacher Su insistiv. I cursed inwardly. How could she be so benevolent? She wanted to take me home to report my misdeeds to my mother. I was about to decline, asserting that I was fine as a boy, but she seized my arm and led me toward the bike shed. "I must ensure the safety of my students. Since I kept you here so late, I would be responsible if anything were to happen on your way home." Teacher Sue spoke with an air of superiority. Upon reaching the bike shed, she entered and brought out her electric scooter, inviting me to take a seat. The scooter was equipped with a soft cushion and designed for women, which made it rather compact. Once I settled in, I found myself pressed closely against Teacher Sue. As the scooter gently hummed to life and we exited the school gates, Teacher Sue inquired about my home. I mentioned that I lived in the northern neighborhood of the flower and bird market. Not long after we set off toward my home, we encountered a bumpy dirt road. "Hold on tight, don't get jolted off." Teacher Sue questioned. I responded affirmatively, but in a moment of impulsive thought, I found myself wrapping my arms around her waist. I could feel her body tense sharply in response. The scooter accelerated, causing my entire form to press against her back, my nose brushing against her long hair, which emanated a delightful fragrance that filled my senses. Today, Teacher Sue wore a sleeveless blue silk long dress, and as my arms and calves brushed against the fabric, I marveled at its silky smoothness. The jolting of the scooter caused my lips and chin to occasionally graze her exposed shoulder, leading me to realize that her skin was even softer than the silk of her dress. To complicate matters further, my position on the scooter made it seem as if I was engaging in some indecorous act towards her. "Teacher, could you please slow down?" I exclaimed, unable to restrain myself. I feared that if the jostling continued, I might succumb to my instincts, rendering me a complete scoundrel in her eyes. Yet, Teacher Sue appeared oblivious to my pleas, the scooter maintaining its swift pace. Suddenly, I spotted a large pothole ahead. "Teacher, there's a hole up ahead. Turn," I shouted. But it seemed as if she were in a trance, completely unresponsive to my warnings. The inevitable occurred as we plunged into the pit, tumbling together in a disheveled heap. I struggled to rise and then helped Teacher Sue to her feet. "I told you about the hole. Were you distracted? Why didn't you avoid it?" I reproached her. Teacher Sue's face flushed a deep red, and she remained silent, letting out a pained ouch. I inquired about her injuries, and she mentioned that her right foot seemed to be sprained, while her left thigh and knee throbbed painfully. I crouched down, lifting her skirt to inspect her leg, illuminated by the light of the scooter. I noticed a considerable scrape on her fair, slender knee and several abrasions on the inner part of her thigh. "This is not good. Can you still walk, teacher?" I asked, concerned. She nodded, her expression pained. I assisted her in climbing out of the pit and then retrieved the scooter. "We're close to my home. Let us go there to tend to your wounds." This time, I took the reins, riding with Teacher Sue to the entrance of my apartment complex. Once we arrived, it was clear that she struggled to ascend the stairs. So I set aside any reservations and hoisted her onto my back, sprinting up to the third floor. At the door, I knocked vigorously several times. Yet my mother failed to respond. I called her, but it was my aunt who answered. "What's going on? Are you with my mother?" I inquired. "Yes. We have a situation here. Your mother won't be returning tonight. Have you gotten home? We left you a note on the table," my aunt explained. I mentioned that I didn't have my keys and couldn't get in. She suggested I come to her house instead, when my uncle was present. This was rather inconvenient, so I briefly explained the situation to Teacher Sue and decided to take her to the nearest hospital. "The hospital is too far, and my scrapes aren't serious. Just take me back to the school. I have a first aid kit in my dorm," Teacher Sue insisted. Thus, I carried her down the stairs once more and rode back to the school. After bringing Teacher Sue to her dormitory, I helped her onto the bed and turned on the light. I knelt to examine her sprained ankle, noticing the heel of her high-heeled sandal had snapped, and her foot was covered in mud. I filled a basin with warm water and removed her sandal. "No need, I can manage," she said, her cheeks flushed. I dismissed her protest, gently placing her feet into the basin. "Where's the first aid kit?" I asked her. "It's on the cabinet behind you," she replied. I retrieved the kit and grabbed a towel from the bathroom. After washing her feet, I carefully examined her delicate ankle, noticing a slight scrape on her big toe. Though it wasn't too severe, I sprayed some Bayao on it and gently held her ankle. If it hurts, bear with it, I advised. She nodded in response. After a few gentle rotations, I confirmed that her ankle was still mobile, indicating only a soft tissue injury. I soaked a towel in warm water and placed it on her ankle before preparing to address the abrasions on her leg. Teacher, could you roll up your skirt? I asked, feeling awkward. Teacher Sue blushed and suggested, just take it off. I'm wearing a tank top and safety shorts underneath. She turned around, allowing me to unzip her dress, which slipped down. I dipped a cotton swab in iodine and began to clean the abrasions on her left leg. Yet, as soon as the swab made contact, she started to flinch. What's wrong? Does it hurt? I asked, confused as I thought iodine wasn't particularly painful. Not really. It's just a bit itchy, she admitted, embarrassed. Just bear with it. It'll be over soon, I assured her. Noticing her leg still twitching, I placed my left hand firmly on her leg, preventing her from moving. Teacher Sue gasped softly, and I held my breath, trying to focus on the task at hand as I hurriedly finished applying the iodine. I then treated the scrape on her knee and applied a Band-Aid. My ankle hurts a lot and is swollen, she remarked, frowning. I quickly removed the towel from her ankle, confirming the swelling. The heat didn't help. It's still swollen, I replied, furrowing my brow. I applied some bone-setting ointment and began to massage her ankle gently. Although the situation was rather unrefined, Teacher Sue understood I was trying to promote circulation and heal her injury, and she could only blush, allowing me to proceed. You must be uncomfortable squatting. Why not sit here? She suggested, shifting positions to lean against the bedside table while inviting me to take her previous spot. I continued to cradle her small foot in my hands, gently massaging it. It doesn't hurt much anymore, Teacher Sue whispered, withdrawing her foot from my grasp. I silently stood, poured a glass of water, and retrieved a few pills from the first aid kit for her. Thank you, she said, adding softly that I was quite thoughtful. I refrained from responding, quietly advising her to rest well. I would take my leave. However, before I could step away, she called out to me, "Where are you going? Didn't you say your mother isn't home and you don't have your keys?" "I'm going to my NS house," I replied. "I'm afraid we should not go out anymore. It's already midnight and taxis are unavailable. Let's make do at the teacher's place for tonight," suggested Teacher Sue. I nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, I suddenly noticed that Teacher Sue's dormitory contained only a small single bed, devoid of even a sofa. Where was I to sleep? Teacher Sue also recognized this dilemma and glanced around the room. In the corner to the north, there was a folding bed. "You can take that out and set it up," she instructed. I unfolded the wooden folding bed, but due to the cramped space of the dormitory, it had to be placed right next to Teacher Sue's single bed. "There are mattresses, sheets, and pillows in the cupboard," Teacher Sue added. "No need for those, it's summer. And as long as I can lie down, it will suffice," I replied. Teacher Sue shot me a disapproving glance and, with some effort, attempted to get up to fetch them herself. I quickly stopped her and obediently went to retrieve and arrange them instead. Then, Teacher Sue asked me to turn off the main light and leave on just the bedside lamp. Lying on the folding bed, I noticed its quality was rather poor. It creaked with every movement. "Are you sure you're not injured anywhere?" "Teacher Sue inquired. "No, I'm fine," I responded. Teacher Sue murmured a sigh of relief, fearing I might claim medical expenses. Hearing the usually aloof Teacher Sue make a playful remark caused me to chuckle softly. The oppressive atmosphere was dispelled, and we began to converse, though the tone was not that of friends. It remained largely Teacher Sue imparting wisdom in a mentor's voice. "Don Yule, may I ask you a question?" "Teacher Suprov." "Please do," I replied. As a child from a rural, single-parent family, I don't mean to disparage your background. My own circumstances are not ideal either. I simply wonder why, given your humble beginnings, you do not strive for improvement and dedicate yourself to your studies. I stubbornly insisted that I was indeed studying diligently. Teacher Sue retorted, "You're lying through your teeth. Just this semester alone, I've caught you playing on your phone in class numerous times, and you're also involved in a romantic relationship. That hardly resembles a dedicated student." I stammered, defending that studying well didn't mean living like a hermit, and that, at my age, it was natural to experience the restlessness of adolescence. Subsequently, Teacher Sue inquired about my relationship with Zhou Meng, but this time her tone lacked the accusatory edge. Instead, it resembled a curious girl gossiping, asking me for details about my interactions with Zhou Meng and what it felt like to be in love. I couldn't fathom what was so sweet about it. High school students should focus on their studies rather than romance, like children playing house. That is such a frivolous notion, Teacher Sue remarked dismissively. Feeling belittled, I retorted, "Have you ever been in love, teacher?" To my surprise, her response was silence. I turned to face her, puzzled. Teacher Sue appeared disheartened, saying, "You might find this laughable, but I have never been in a relationship." Seeing her in such a melancholic state, I hurriedly flattered her. "That is only because your standards are too high. No one is worthy of you." Teacher Sue sighed. "No, it's because I have an affliction." Observing her sorrowful demeanor, I wondered if I had unwittingly strayed into a painful topic. Was there a hidden ailment, perhaps a hereditary condition or infertility? I quietly inquired about her illness. "I cannot be in contact with men. If I do, I become ill," Teacher Sue confessed. I was momentarily taken aback by her bluntness. Noticing my astonished expression, she quickly clarified, "I mean like catching a cold or fever." I exhaled in relief, but upon reflection, it sounded even more absurd. Contact with men caused her to fall ill? During my university years, I hadn't realized this issue. I simply felt no interest in romance. I could appreciate handsome men, but when they showed me affection, I felt repulsed. After graduation, as I faced pressure from my parents to marry and went on blind dates, I discovered my aversion had worsened. Teacher Susaif. To what extent? I couldn't help but ask. There was once a suitor who met all criteria and was kind-hearted. I had a favorable impression of him. But on the day we were to define our relationship, he tried to hold my hand. I felt an overwhelming wave of nausea and subsequently fell ill for several days. Since then, I haven't been able to engage in any intimate gestures with men. Even getting too close causes me distress. So you tell me, how can I ever find a partner? Teacher Sue gazed at me with a look of despair. I shook my head. If Teacher Sue's words were true, then no matter how beautiful she was, no man would desire her. After all, what man would want to marry someone he couldn't even touch? That is precisely the reason. I know my students love to gossip about my romantic life. Now that you understand my hidden struggles, please do not mock me behind my back for being an old maid. Teacher Sulementif. I too sighed, recognizing that at her age, remaining unmarried would indeed categorize her as a leftover woman, and I understood the societal pressures families impose on such individuals. This affliction is likely rooted in psychological factors. ISNT it. Teacher, did you have any unpleasant experiences involving men during your childhood? I asked. Teacher Sue shook her head, but also nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Let us not discuss this any further. It's late. Time for bed, she said, reaching out to turn off the bedside lamp. I rolled over, closing my eyes, ready to sleep. Suddenly, an important thought struck me. Teacher, I exclaimed, leaping up from the bed in excitement. However, I hadn't anticipated that the folding bed was of such poor quality. With my sudden movement, it collapsed with a loud crash, and I fell heavily onto the cold floor. What happened? Teacher Sue exclaimed, startled as she hurriedly got up from her bed. Ignoring the pain, I quickly scrambled to my feet. Unable to see Teacher Sue's face in the darkness, I called out, "I just remembered something important. Teacher, when I applied the medicine for you earlier, you seemed perfectly fine." After a moment of silence, Teacher Sue quietly replied, "It seems that way. But when I was riding the electric bike with you, you had an episode. Otherwise, you wouldn't have swerved to avoid that pothole," she continued. "Yet just now, when I applied the medicine, you showed no signs of any issues. Perhaps your affliction miraculously healed after the fall," I suggested. Teacher Sue laughed heartily at my comment. "Teacher, please turn on the bedside lamp." "I'll set the bed back up," I said. Teacher Sue ignored me for a while before finally saying, "No need to set it up. Just come up here." I froze in place, doubting my hearing. Was she really suggesting? Teacher Sue's voice was as soft as a whisper. In that instant, I felt a surge of courage. Without uttering a word, I cautiously made my way to the edge of the bed in the darkness and climbed up. In the enveloping gloom, only our quickened breaths could be heard. I carefully settled onto the bed, inching toward the warm presence beside me. My hands were uncertain where to rest, grazing over soft textures. I trembled with excitement, unable to contain my exhilaration, questioning whether this was a dream and how such a fortunate turn of events could suddenly occur. As I contemplated engaging in even bolder actions, both of my wrists were unexpectedly seized. Recognizing the situation, I withdrew my hands and lay down at the edge of the bed. In the darkness, both Teacher Sue and I remained silent. After a couple of minutes, I could no longer contain myself and broke the silence. "Teacher, you see, your condition is not as grave as you might imagine. Much of it stems from your own psychological concerns. All you need to do is open your heart and confront it bravely. Don't remain so closed off, or perhaps consider consulting a psychologist. I feigned a moralistic demeanor while internally chiding myself for my hypocrisy. How dare you take advantage and then pretend to be virtuous? I berated myself inwardly. Teacher Sue took a deep breath in the darkness and responded with a soft demo. The rest of the night passed in silence. Despite my attempts to shrink away to the edge of the narrow bed, I inevitably rolled toward the center after falling asleep. When I awoke the next morning around 7, Teacher Sue had already vanished from the dormitory. I rubbed my head, unsure if it had all been a dream. It felt as though I had fallen asleep with my head cradled in Teacher Sue's arms, much like a mother holding her child. Upon rising, I noticed a white plastic bag on the table containing 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk. I wondered if Teacher Sue had left them for me. I quickly devoured the buns and drank the soy milk before heading out to the teaching building. Arriving at the classroom, I found it was just the right moment as the morning reading session had concluded. I asked my desk mate, Jiang Shui, if Teacher Sue had come to check on us that morning. Jiang Shui nodded and mentioned that Teacher Sue had made an announcement. What was it? I inquired eagerly. She informed me that Teacher Sue might not be at school for the next few days and that another teacher would cover her classes, urging us to be more self-disciplined in her absence. I nodded, contemplating that perhaps Teacher Sue was going to see a psychologist, which seemed beneficial. At that moment, Zhou Ming approached my desk, her eyes filled with urgency. I was so worried. You didn't answer my call yesterday, she exclaimed. All right, let us step outside to talk, I replied, leading her to a secluded corner of the corridor. Zhou Ming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What did Teacher Sue say to you yesterday? She asked. She just asked me to write a reflection. It was nothing serious, I responded. Zhou Ming bit her lip and quietly uttered an apology, admitting that her actions the night before had been impulsive. Oh, it's fine, but we truly need to establish clear boundaries moving forward. Teacher Sue warned me that what happened last night could lead to both of us being expelled for inappropriate conduct in the classroom, I explained. Zhou Ming remained silent, her gaze on me strangely intense. Suddenly, she spoke. Don Yulei, let us elope. Her words struck me like a thunderbolt, nearly causing me to stumble. Elope? I need to focus on my studies and prepare for university. And so do you. After my sincere apology to Teacher Sue the previous night, I believed she would not pursue the matter further. Besides, we weren't in a genuine romantic relationship, I thought. Zhou Ming's expression shifted, resembling that of a heartbroken heroine from a drama. What's wrong? I cautiously asked. She dismissed it, turning back towards the classroom. Meanwhile, a tempest of confusion raged within me. Why did I feel like a heartless cad who toyed with Zhou Ming's feelings? After all, she had forcibly confessed her feelings and kissed me without giving me a chance to respond. Later that evening, my aunt called to inform me that my mother would not be returning home that night and suggested I stay at her place, mentioning that the key was under the shoe rack by the door. Upon arriving at my aunt's house, I noticed that even my uncle was absent, likely off with my aunt and mother. What were these adults up to? Their secrecy and indifference towards my whereabouts from the previous night perplexed me. At that moment, I received a new text message from Zhou Ming, asking me to respond to what I had said yesterday. Furrowing my brow, I hesitated, composing and deleting my reply multiple times. Finally, I carefully crafted a response. I apologize for my impulsiveness yesterday, but to be honest, I don't have feelings for you. I'm sorry. After a moment's hesitation, I realized the phrase, I don't have feelings for you, might be too harsh. So I changed it to I already have someone I like. I sent the message and tossed my phone aside. I was truthful. I had indeed developed feelings for Teacher Sue. I couldn't quite articulate why. Perhaps it was the unexpected spark that emerged from our encounter, revealing a playful side to her that contrasted with her usually aloof demeanor. Or maybe it was the realization that this mature and alluring woman had never been in a relationship, making me feel as though I had stumbled upon a treasure. It could also be a simple desire to rescue her from her own despair, to show her the kindness of a man, regardless of our age difference and positions. Zhou Ming did not reply for nearly half an hour, prompting me to set my phone aside and prepare for sleep. I was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by the shrill ring of my phone. Groggily, I grabbed it and squinted at the screen to see Zhou Ming's name flashing. I sighed, lamenting her persistence. I truly did not harbor any feelings for her, nor did I believe she genuinely liked me. After some deliberation, I answered the call. Hello, I said into the phone. Tell me who you like, and I'll give up. Zhou Ming's voice was hoarse. I frowned, contemplating that if I revealed Teacher Sue's name, Zhou Meng would likely dismiss it as a feeble excuse. In desperation, I fabricated a lie. Zhang Shui, I said. Zhou Meng fell silent before the line went dead with a busy tone. Life offers no second chances. Yet, years later, I still find myself wishing for such an opportunity. If I could relive a moment, even just once, I would choose to return to this moment and refrain from uttering that lie. The next day at school, I instinctively turned to check Zhou Meng's desk as my first action. It was empty. As the morning progressed, she still had not arrived, fueling an indescribable unease within me. Despite my efforts to convince myself it was not my concern. Fortunately, she finally showed up after the third period, but her demeanor appeared unusually despondent, her face devoid of vitality. I cast a glance her way, only to be met with her gaze, prompting me to hastily avert my eyes. Please, don't wear that heartbroken expression as if you're a jilted lover over me. It's absurd. I chastised her in my mind. When lunchtime arrived, I deliberately delayed my departure to avoid encountering her, waiting until the classroom had emptied. However, fate had other plans, and as I pulled open the back door to leave, I found myself face to face with Zhou Meng. Have you eaten? I awkwardly greeted her. Yes, I've eaten, she replied, her response stammered. I knew she was lying, as she always did when she was being dishonest. Nodding, I bypassed her and headed to the cafeteria. After that, I refrained from speaking with Zhou Meng. Thankfully, it was Friday, and once classes concluded, we were free for the weekend. Upon returning home, I noticed the front door was finally open. My mother was back, and I eagerly reached for the doorknob. Yet before my hand could grasp it, I heard muffled sobs emanating from within. Do not inform Yulei. I have no intention of seeking treatment for this affliction. Who is unaware that this illness is nothing but a blood-sucking, money-draining curse? I was taken aback. It was my mother's voice. Treatment is imperative. A person's life surpasses monetary concerns. My savings with Xiaoshuang, along with the income from the barbecue stall. If absolutely necessary, we could sell it. Sister-in-law, have you spoken to your family? Not yet. At that moment, I forcefully pushed the door open. Mother, what is wrong? What illness do you have? The three individuals in the room looked up at me, their expressions filled with surprise. Yulei, why are you back so early? Did you skip evening study? My mother hurriedly wiped the tears from her cheeks, anxiously gazing at me. It's Friday. We have a holiday, I replied. All right. It is Friday, my mother chuckled nervously. Answer my question, Mother, what illness do you have? I heard your discussion earlier. You have been hiding this from me for days. Am I correct? I looked at them with agitation. My mother's expression was torn. Forget it, sister-in-law. Just tell him. He will find out sooner or later, my aunt sighed. My mother stiffly nodded, and then my uncle handed me a folded medical report. I hastily opened it, and my eyes fell upon the diagnosis section, where the words malignant tumor in the lungs were starkly printed. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. It was cancer. The atmosphere in the room fell into an oppressive silence as I slowly closed the medical report and gently placed it on the table. I wanted to say something, but hesitated, fearing that the moment I spoke, I would break down in tears. Heaven above, why does this illness seek out the impoverished rather than the wealthy? My uncle spoke bitterly. How much will it cost to treat this illness? I asked, my voice trembling. My mother and the others did not respond. If we spend the money, will it cure her? I pressed on. The doctor said that if comprehensive treatment is initiated in the early stages, the cure rate could reach 50 to 70%, my uncle replied. Then we must treat it. There is no question about that. I clenched my fists. We cannot afford it. Our family savings, combined with your aunt's, amount to only $250,000. Merely the initial treatment and the cost of medications have already depleted most of it. The doctor also mentioned that mid to late stage chemotherapy and dialysis would be even more expensive. Even if we spend the money, there is no guarantee of a complete cure. It might be better to save some for you. My mother began to speak slowly. No, I shouted. If you are gone, I cannot go on living either. Do you hear me? We must treat you. I held back my tears. Do not speak foolishly, my mother shook her head. I am not being foolish. I speak the truth. My mother smiled wryly and shook her head. All right, Xiaoshuang, Haizi, you both should go home and rest. I am tired and wish to sleep for a while. My mother said to my aunt and uncle. She then retreated to her room, gently closing the door. My aunt and uncle took their leave, leaving me alone in the empty living room, where I remained seated in silence for quite some time. It was not until the clock on the wall chimed that I finally stood up and approached my mother's door, knocking softly. Mother, I know you're not asleep, I said. I reached for the doorknob, And as I opened the door, I saw my mother lying sideways on the bed, her eyes wide open, her face streaked with tears. I reached out to wipe away her tears, saying, "Mother, do not worry. The money for treatment is not an issue. I will find a way to gather the funds. Your illness will surely be treated." I was speaking sincerely. If you were to leave this world, I would not be able to survive. Therefore, for my sake, you must take care and seek treatment, I choked out. My mother nodded stiffly. All right, I shall heed your words, but you must promise me one thing. I will manage the finances myself. You need not concern yourself with that. Focus on your studies. Especially do not seek help from that woman from the Tang family. Remember, otherwise, I will refuse to seek treatment. My mother looked at me sternly. I could not comprehend why my mother harbored such animosity towards Sister Ling and her family. But for now, I could only nod in agreement. It was wrong of me to keep this from you all along. You have grown up, and I am now old and sick, unable to protect you as before. My mother said, stroking my forehead, "In the future, I will protect you," I declared with unwavering resolve. My mother smiled with relief. "Go to sleep. Tomorrow, we will visit your grandfather's house and see if they can lend us some money." I nodded and left the room. That night, as I lay in bed, gazing at the starry sky outside, I felt as if I might crush my teeth with anxiety. My mind was consumed with a singular thought: money. I needed money, an abundance of it. In the past, I naively believed that money was a good thing, as it could purchase many things: admiration from women, submission from men, friendship from peers, and all the pleasures life has to offer. But now, money had transformed in my mind. It was no longer merely a good thing, but something more valuable than my own life. Because for me now, money could buy my mother's life. The following day, my mother and I boarded the early bus to the neighboring county. Throughout the journey, both our faces bore an expression of unease. "Mother, do you think grandfather will help us?" I inquired. My mother smiled bitterly and shook her head, admitting she did not know. I lowered my gaze, aware that my mother's relationship with my grandfather had always been strained. Years ago, she had defied his wishes and married my irresponsible father without regard for the consequences. Before I was even born, my father had vanished, leaving my mother a pregnant widow, which my grandfather viewed as a disgrace to the Sioux family, prompting him to treat her with disdain. Since I was 4, when my grandfather had pressured my mother to remarry and she refused, he had threatened to sever their father-daughter ties. Thus began a decade-long silence between them. We arrived at my grandfather's house, weary from our journey. My most vivid childhood memory of this estate was the pair of enormous stone lions at the entrance, but now they appeared less imposing. The gate and the entire estate had been renovated, exuding opulence and grandeur, making the stone lions seem diminutive in comparison. I thought to myself that this indicated my grandfather's family had been prospering in recent years. So borrowing a bit of money to save my mother should not pose a problem. The main gate of the estate stood open. Yet since we had not informed my grandfather of our arrival, we hesitated to enter directly, standing awkwardly at the entrance and calling out a few times. There was no response from within, but soon a white Land Rover pulled up beside us. 2 well-dressed, middle-aged individuals emerged from the vehicle, exuding an air of affluence and comfort, unmistakably the demeanor of those accustomed to a life of luxury. From the rear of the Land Rover, a young woman stepped out, clad in a floral dress. She was tall, with long hair, large eyes, a prominent nose, and a round face. She resembled a younger version of Teacher Sue, likely the daughter of the middle-aged couple. At that moment, the trio noticed my mother and me. "What are those 2 doing at our father's house?" The woman frowned. "They look ragged. Perhaps they are beggars," the man remarked. Are you Xiaolong?" My mother stepped forward, her eyes wide with excitement as she looked at the man. He furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked who she was. "I am your sister Yanzi. How could you forget me?" My mother exclaimed passionately. Upon hearing her words, the man clapped his hands in recognition, his expression suddenly animated. "Ah, Sister Yanzi." He made to embrace my mother, but the moment his gaze fell upon her faded, tattered clothing and the coarse shoes on her feet, he withdrew his arms. "Well, Swallow, it has been quite some time since we last met. What brings you back?" The man said coldly. The abrupt shift in his demeanor left my mother feeling rather awkward. "I came back just to take a look," she replied, forcing a smile. My mother then turned to the tall, fair-skinned young woman with prominent features and said, "This must be Man, right? You've grown so tall and beautiful. Do you still remember your aunt and your little brother?" The lovely young woman stiffly shook her head. "You heartless child, you once took so much of your aunt's milk from your brother Yulei. The woman beside her scolded. Sister Swallow, let us go inside and talk. She added with a smile. I finally connected the names of this family of 3 with my childhood memories. The man was my grandfather's adopted child, my mother's godbrother, named Su Xiaolong. I used to call him Uncle Xiaolong. The woman beside him was Uncle Xiaolong's wife, whom I referred to as Aunt Hua. And the beautiful, tall girl, Su Man, was someone I could hardly relate to the snotty little girl I remembered from my childhood. As we entered the house and made our way to the living room, both my mother and I appeared tense and uneasy, hesitating to sit on the luxurious sofas. Uncle Xiaolong, however, displayed a host's demeanor, calling for the maid who had just emerged from a side door to summon my grandparents, then casually sat in the largest armchair with his legs crossed. Before long, my grandmother arrived. Upon seeing my mother, tears of joy streamed down her face as she rushed forward to embrace her. Though my mother had not contacted my grandfather for over a decade, she had maintained a close relationship with my grandmother, especially during the hard times she faced raising me alone in Dongjia village, while my grandmother provided her with support. I told you, if you ever feel overwhelmed, come back quickly, my grandmother said, wiping her tears. Then, my grandmother turned to me, scrutinizing me closely. The child has grown strong, but look at you, so thin, she remarked, glancing back at my mother. My mother quickly wiped away a tear and took my grandmother's arm, leading her to a side room to discuss matters privately. I was left alone with Uncle Xiaolong's family, feeling it would be impolite to remain silent. So I greeted Uncle Xiaolong. He merely grunted in response, returning to his phone. Aunt Hua, however, was warm towards me, offering fruit and engaging in small talk, which contradicted my childhood memory of her being rather cold, while Uncle Xiaolong had been quite kind. Man, come here. Don't you remember your little brother Yule? You two used to fight all the time. You called him Torpedo Head, and he called you Snotty Sister, Aunt Hua said to Su Man. She glanced at me, then forced a smile, claiming to have a vague memory. Now, I had the chance to observe her closely. High cheekbones, large eyes, a round face, and a translucent complexion that epitomized beauty. She resembled an 18-year-old version of Teacher Su, though her demeanor was markedly different. While Teacher Su exuded an icy aura, Su Man radiated an air of haughty superiority, as if she were unreachable by others. Hey, have you heard anything about your father in recent years? Uncle Xiaolong suddenly inquired. It seems not, at least not from me. I replied, oh, where could he possibly be? Whether dead or alive, he should at least give you and your mother some certainty. You two have suffered enough over the years, Aunt Hua lamented. It is indeed suffering, but perhaps it was deserved. After all, his mother was foolish. Uncle Xiaolong sighed deeply. I felt a twinge of discomfort. They could say whatever they wanted about my irresponsible father, but they should not speak ill of my mother. Aunt Hua must have sensed the anger in my eyes, as she hastily scolded Uncle Xiaolong to create a diversion, suggesting they retrieve something from the car. Yule, you and Man chat for a bit, Aunt Hua instructed. Once they left, I turned to Su Man and asked what grade she was in this year. Senior 3, she replied, not looking up from her phone screen. You'll be taking the college entrance examination in June. Then, I commented. She responded. ISNT, the exam stressful? Are you in liberal arts or science? I pressed on. I'm not taking the exam. I'll be going directly to study in America after graduation, she stated. With that, the conversation came to an abrupt halt, and I wisely chose to remain silent, sitting up straight and staring at the unlit television screen. Hey, your shoes need cleaning. Go do that outside, Su Man suddenly remarked. I turned to her, taken aback. You look rather unkempt. It bothers me. I glanced down at my sneakers, which were quite clean, albeit slightly discolored from wear. I realized then that Su Man's underlying message was her desire to avoid conversation, wishing for me to leave her alone. Feeling awkward, I stood and exited the living room. I wandered around the yard aimlessly until I heard Aunt Hua's voice from outside the wall. What are you up to? Climbing the wall like a wild monkey? Forgetting whether you're a biological child or a stray. Why are you giving them the cold shoulder? She is no longer my sister. My father has long disowned her. Uncle Xiaolong replied impatiently. Why are you so confident? What if, even if your father and Sister Swallow have had their quarrels, they are still blood relatives? If she humbles herself, who knows, he might allow her back, Aunt Hua retorted. I understand, you needn't say more. If you don't lower your head now and quietly gauge your father's attitude, once he makes his stance clear, you can act like a lord all you want. Uncle Xiaolong said. Their footsteps approached, prompting me to quickly return to the living room. When Uncle Xiaolong and Aunt Hua came back, their demeanor towards me was markedly warmer. Especially Uncle Xiaolong. I quietly scoffed at their insincerity. At that moment, my mother and grandmother emerged from the side room, both dabbing their eyes. Tonight, when he returns, I'll tell him. Rest assured, he has grown more muddled over the years. But he won't hold this against you, my grandmother assured. By 7 in the evening, my grandmother had the maid prepare a lavish feast in the dining room, and my grandfather returned from inspecting the river dock. Since my grandmother had called ahead, my grandfather showed no surprise upon seeing my mother and me. "Father," my mother called out. He regarded her coldly, offering no response until my grandmother took his arm. "I told you about this on the phone," my grandmother began. My grandfather waved dismissively. "I know, but I'm curious. If she wasn't waiting for me to save her life, would she have ever acknowledged me as her father?" "What are you saying?" my grandmother exclaimed, striking him. "What did I tell you?" "Be quiet," my grandfather retorted, his temper flaring as he prepared to argue with my grandmother once more. "All right, let us eat first," Uncle Xiaolong interjected swiftly. My grandmother pulled my mother aside, whispering, "You must endure for now. You know his temperament. You must submit to him." Once in the dining room, everyone took their places. My grandparents sat at the head of the table, my mother beside my grandmother, while Uncle Xiaolong and Aunt Hua took their seats beside my grandfather. Sumei Man and I sat together. The meal was rather somber, with only my grandmother engaging in conversation to lighten the atmosphere. Suddenly, grandfather slammed his hand on the table. "Enough of the pleasantries, Yin Zi," he said. My mother looked up at his face. "First and foremost, regardless of the circumstances, you are my biological daughter. Secondly, 14 years ago, I was so enraged by you that I swore a solemn oath to sever our father-daughter ties completely and vowed to never concern myself with your affairs again." My mother remained silent. "Now that you are in distress, seeking funds for your medical treatment, you come to me. If I refuse to help, I will be labeled a cold-hearted father. But if I do assist you, I would be violating my sacred oath, which could lead to dire consequences in life and an unfortunate rebirth. Tell me, what should I choose?" Grandfather's murky old eyes were fixed intently on my mother. "Let your daughter apologize to you. All those oaths and vows should be disregarded," grandmother interjected kindly from the side. Silence. Grandfather bellowed at grandmother. "Su Yuan, you owe your father an apology and a recognition of your mistakes." He gazed at my mother. "I owe you and your mother an apology. For so many years, I have failed to honor you both." My mother spoke softly. "And you owe yourself an acknowledgement of your errors. You could have had a wonderful life had you just listened to me and followed the path I had laid out for you. If only you had stayed away from that scoundrel surnamed Dong." Grandfather roared, slamming his fist on the table. "Now, tell me that marrying him was a mistake. That birthing that little wretch was a mistake." He pointed a finger at my nose. "Tell me you regret it now. Then I will welcome you back into the Su family, cover your medical expenses, and bequeath all my assets to you." Upon hearing this, I noticed Uncle Xiaolong and Aunt Hua's faces turn pale. I gripped my chopsticks tightly, not out of anger from being called a wretch, but out of excitement. If my mother yielded to grandfather, her medical issues would be resolved. My mother raised her head and looked at grandfather, smiling. Seeing her smile rendered me speechless. It had been so long since I had witnessed her joy. But then, she retracted her smile, her expression becoming resolute. She spoke slowly. "I have never regretted my choices." "What did you say?" Grandfather's beard quivered. "I have never regretted my choices," my mother repeated. Grandfather stood up, fists clenched, his eyes brimming with fury, glaring at my mother. "Girl, why are you being so obstinate?" Grandmother hurried to grasp my mother's arm. "I am not being obstinate. I have always felt this way," my mother replied. "Over the years, I have wronged you both. I defied your wishes and failed to honor you, but I have never regretted my choices. Regardless of the hardships I've faced, I feel it has all been worthwhile, for just to see you lay, now grown, brings me happiness. Even if I were to perish at this moment, I would have no regrets." Grandfather pointed a trembling finger at my mother. "Very well. You have no regrets. Then why have you returned today? Why come to plead with me? Why not seek out your rogue of a husband?" His voice boomed, nearly shaking the ceiling. My mother raised her head, meeting grandfather's gaze with unwavering determination. "Yulei's father has his own struggles. Over the years, I have resented him, but never hated him. Even if I were to breathe my last, I would not see him one final time, because I have fulfilled every promise I made to him, and I would die without regrets." Seeing grandfather's face redden, he continued to point at my mother, but could muster no words. only a fit of coughs. Do not say any more, child. Did I not warn you? You both have the same stubbornness. Grandmother's tone was filled with desperation. Suddenly, Aunt Hua, who had been silent, stood up abruptly. No regrets? Why are you still being obstinate? A widow who has endured for over a decade, burdened with a child, now afflicted with a terminal illness. And yet you return like a beggar, seeking your life as ransom. Aunt Hua's voice dripped with disdain as she pointed at my mother. Then, she supported grandfather, patting his back while pretending to be irate. Look at what you have done to our father. My mother said nothing, merely gazing calmly at Aunt Hua, the chameleon. I clenched my fists, furious at Aunt Hua's unveiled hypocrisy, wishing to confront her with a barrage of slaps. So, you have no regrets. And yet you return to this home only to provoke our father into illness? After years apart, you come back only to upset him? Uncle Xiao Long stood up, glaring at my mother. My mother's gaze shifted from Aunt Hua to Uncle Xiao Long, and I discerned a hint of sorrow in her eyes. He had once been regarded as a younger brother, but now, in the face of self-interest, their once cherished bond seemed but a mere jest, or perhaps it had never existed. Merely a facade put on by Uncle Xiao Long. What business do you have here? Especially you, Hua Zi. How dare you speak to your sister in such a manner? Grandmother chastised Aunt Hua with fervor. What? Am I not speaking the truth? I cannot bear to see our father suffer. Aunt Hua retorted. You cannot bear to see him suffer? I can see through the deceitful intentions of you two. Grandmother trembled as she spoke. At this moment, grandfather finally caught his breath, forcefully clapping his hands. Enough of this. Then, he turned to my mother, deliberately softening his tone. I will ask you one last time, Yinzi. Do you still believe your initial decision was correct? Do you have no regrets at all? As long as you do not remain obstinate, even a slight shake of the head will suffice for your medical expenses. No regrets, my mother interrupted grandfather, resolutely stating. I am an adult now, not the young bride I once was. I am responsible for my own life. I need funds for treatment, but I did not come here to beg. I seek assistance. If you are willing to help, you lay, and I will repay you in the future. If you refuse, we will take our leave. Foolish girl, do not be so stubborn. Do you not care for your own life? Grandmother wept. And you think you can earn enough money for a lifetime by yourself? Aunt Hua's tone was sharp. Do you truly wish to drive me to my grave? Grandfather glared at my mother, his voice twisted with anger. Then he slammed the table, delivering his final ultimatum. Then be gone. Return and await your demise. Come back only when you have reconsidered. My mother stood up, murmuring an apology. She pulled out the chair, turned to me, and gently said, You lay, let us go. I rose to follow her. Just then, Aunt Hua's contemptuous voice echoed from behind. Do not be angry, father. Stubborn as a mule, she will not turn back until she hits the wall. I pretended not to hear, continuing to follow my mother. Perhaps it would only be at her deathbed that she would relent. By then, it would be too late for financial assistance, and the money would only suffice for a funeral wreath. I remained silent, accompanying my mother out the door, where I hailed a taxi. Mother, you go ahead. I forgot my phone. I will go back to get it, I told her. I then walked back into grandfather's house, crossing the living room and entering the dining area, where grandfather and the others looked at me in astonishment as I returned. I then approached the dining table, lifting the largest white porcelain basin, which was filled to the brim with fish drenched in a vibrant red chili oil. With a swift motion, I splashed the entire contents onto Aunt Hua, transforming her into a drenched figure, her light blue dress now a deep shade of blue, and the oily fish broth washed away her makeup, leaving several pieces of fish clinging to her hair. Damn your mouth, you wretched woman, I stated impassively. Aunt Hua was momentarily stunned, before unleashing a piercing scream. Uncle Long, seated beside her, quickly grasped the situation, his eyes ablaze with fury as he pulled out a chair, ready to strike me. Yet, before he could rise, I raised my hand and forcefully brought the porcelain basin down upon his head. Here's a wreath for you, despicable man, I exclaimed, swiftly turning on my heel and making my escape. I dashed out, leaping into a taxi. All right, driver, let us go straight to Yong'an County, I panted. Throughout the journey home, my mother and I exchanged not a single word. It was only upon our arrival that I could no longer contain myself. Mother, I truly believe you should not be so stubborn, I remarked. After all, it is a matter of saving your life, and grandfather has already made significant concessions. I gazed at my mother, who let out a deep sigh. She also felt both foolish and obstinate. But if your grandfather demands that I renounce my past and deny your very existence, what is left of my life? Lei, You must remember, my mother said, reaching to smooth my hair. The reasons for living are far more crucial than mere existence. I bit my lip and nodded gravely. My mother was stubborn, yet not foolish. She understood what truly mattered to her. The foolish one was I. As her son, why should I compel her to seek help from others? I would no longer allow her to bow to anyone. Moreover, I was determined to reclaim all the humiliation she had suffered at the Sioux family's hands. And I would do so in the most honorable manner, in a way that would make her proud of me. That evening, as I lay on my bed, I retrieved the last of the 4 notebooks compressed beneath my pillow. Unbeknownst to me, I was nearing the end of all 4 notebooks. The final volume of the Qing Notes, titled The Last Article on Appraisal, discussed the trade of antiques and the art of spotting bargains, replete with various jargon and profitable techniques. If I could find a naive buyer and sell our family heirloom, that fake broken jar at a high price, my mother's medical expenses would no longer be a concern. I mused. Yet, that remained a distant dream, as the execution of such a plan would prove exceedingly difficult. In the days that followed, my mother and I continued our lives as usual. I attended school while she went to work. It is said that cancer is a psychological death sentence. Unlike other illnesses that incapacitate you immediately, it torments you with the knowledge of your terminal condition while your body appears healthy, until one day it unexpectedly collapses and life begins its countdown. My mother endured immense mental anguish, and my heart ached even more. If that day were truly to come, the costs of radiation therapy, chemotherapy, and intensive care would amount to a staggering sum. I needed to do everything within my power to bridge that astronomical gap. During today's class with teacher Xiao Huzi, I was consumed by anxiety, yet endeavored to concentrate on his lecture. We had previously discussed the history of Chinese porcelain, focusing on the 5 famous kilns of the Song dynasty, particularly the celadon. Does anyone remember which kiln produced celadon? Teacher Xiao Huzi inquired. The students below shook their heads. Ru kiln, I answered. Teacher Xiao Huzi regarded me with admiration before continuing. Now, does anyone recall the key identification criteria for Ru kiln porcelain, which I mentioned last class? The glaze color is sky blue, with crab claw patterns, ash gray body, and sesame seed pinching, I replied. Teacher Xiao Huzi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. I didn't cover that in such detail last class. I only mentioned the most basic glaze surface textures. How do you know so much, Dongule? He asked, astonished. I stuck out my tongue. I had been absent last class and hadn't heard a word, having gleaned that information from my father's notes. After class, teacher Xiao Huzi approached my desk for a chat. Very impressive. Does someone in your family work in this field? You seem to know more than many seasoned veterans. I have an older sister who does, I replied, scratching my head bashfully. Excellent. Are you free this weekend? You can come over to my house, see my collection, and if possible, join me and my collector friends on a trip to scout for bargains. Let us see how your eye and luck fare. Perhaps you might earn a little profit, he suggested. I readily agreed and arranged a time with him. After evening study, I lingered in the classroom to work on some math problems, causing a slight delay. As I stepped out, I unexpectedly encountered Zhou Meng in the corridor. What are you doing here? I asked. Waiting for you, she replied. Waiting for me for what? I wondered. I have something for you, Zhou Meng said, handing me a paper bag. Inside, I found a small red box. I opened it to reveal a ring that shimmered with metallic luster. I'm returning this to you, Zhou Meng stated. It then dawned on me that this was the ring I had gifted her on her birthday. This ring is far too precious, and since it was meant for a beloved, I cannot keep it, she insisted. You really don't have to. Just keep it, I urged. I don't want to keep it, Zhou Meng shook her head. Give it to the person it was intended for. After a moment of realization, I recalled the lie I had told her. She meant for me to give the ring to Jiang Shui. It seems we're heading home together. May we walk together? Zhou Meng asked. I nodded, somewhat dazed. We walked out of the school, following the dim glow of the street lamps along the curb, maintaining a respectful distance, yet matching our stride in perfect synchrony. Your mood seems a bit low these days, Zhou Meng observed. Yeah, I replied noncommittally, offering a vague explanation about not resting well, unwilling to divulge the truth. We fell into silence until we reached a fork in the road. This is where I live. Goodbye, Zhou Meng said. Where's your home? I don't see any residential buildings nearby, I inquired, puzzled. Under the second embankment, Zhou Meng pointed in a direction. I looked where she indicated, but was shrouded in darkness, void of even a street light. Let me walk you there. The lights seem to be out, and it's quite dark, I offered. Zhou Meng did not refuse. and I followed her until we reached the road, descending the embankment. At the bottom were old houses made of clay tiles and bricks. Zhou guided me through several dim and filthy alleyways before arriving at a dilapidated double wooden door. As she pushed it open, the door creaked loudly, startling me. Her home was even more run-down than our family's old house. "If you don't mind, you can come in and sit for a while," Zhou said. I stiffly nodded and stepped over the threshold. The living room was lit, revealing an elderly woman reclining in a worn wicker chair, fanning herself. "Grandma, I'm back," Zhou called out. The elderly woman lifted her head and acknowledged her. "Hello, Grandma." I spoke to Grandma Zhou. However, she did not respond. "My grandmother is hard of hearing," Zhou called out. I raised my voice and shouted again. It was only then that Grandma Zhou turned to me and said, "Ah, Chowzi, you're finally home today. You haven't been causing trouble outside lately, have you?" I felt quite embarrassed. It seemed Grandma Zhou mistook me for Zhou Chao. "He is not my brother, but rather a classmate," Zhou remarked. Grandma Zhou squinted at me for a while, and then suddenly realized, "Oh, you're not Chowzi." Then, Grandma Zhou unsteadily got up. "Intend to cook me some eggs." "No, Grandma, I'm leaving soon," I hurriedly said. Yet, Grandma Zhou completely ignored my words and went off to the kitchen. "I'm sorry, will you be late getting home?" Zhou asked me, looking somewhat flustered. "It's fine, I'm a bit hungry anyway," I replied with a smile. In the living room, there was only a single rattan chair, and Zhou led me into her room. "Make yourself comfortable," she said. I nodded and walked over to the edge of Zhou bed, pulled back the covers, and gently sat down. The moment I shifted the blanket, I caught a whiff of a delightful scent, uniquely feminine. I thought to myself that this was my first time in a girl-less room, and I glanced around. Zhou home was quite different from what I had imagined, and her room was even further from my expectations. The luxury brands and designer items that Zhou often mentioned at school were nowhere to be found. Instead, plush toys and dolls were scattered everywhere, on the shelves and by the bedside. At that moment, Zhou brought a steaming bowl of soft-boiled eggs to the table, urging me to eat while it was hot. "Meng, come here for a moment. My leg is starting to hurt again," Grandma Zhou called out. Zhou hurried out of the room. "Did you take your pain medication today? And please, don't keep going out to collect trash. You won't make much money, and you'll end up with a leg that keeps you up at night." From the doorway of Zhou room, I watched as Grandma Zhou sat in the rattan chair, while Zhou squatted beside her, massaging her grandmother's leg. Observing this scene, I found myself in a daze. I began to understand the prickly persona Zhou displayed at school and her late-night job at the KTV as a beer girl. I didn't know where Zhou parents were, but from what I could see, there was only an elderly grandmother in need of care and a brother who was aimless and unambitious. Which version of Zhou was the true one, the vain and harsh side, or the dutiful and caring one? Perhaps both were real, much like the two sides of a coin. Once Zhou finished massaging her grandmother's leg and helped her back to the west room to lie down, she returned to me in her own room. I finished the eggs and set down the bowl and chopsticks. "It was delicious," I said. Zhou nodded. "Well, I should be going," I stated. Zhou nodded again. I stood up, moved past her, but suddenly halted. "I need to clarify something with you." I turned around. "About what you told me before that you liked me." I explained that I liked Jiang Shui because I had liked her for a long time. It was not because of any shortcomings on Zhou part. Truly, she was a wonderful girl. "That's all." "Well, I'm off now," I said. However, before I could take a step, Zhou reached out and pulled me back. I looked at her in surprise. "You're lying to me," Zhou said, tears glistening in her eyes. "I'm not lying. What would I lie about?" I was astonished at her response. "I'm vain, I love to lie. I'm shallow and materialistic, and I associate with the wrong crowd. I know all of that. It's a wonder you could ever like me." Zhou tears streamed down her cheeks. "Jiang Shui excels in her studies and has impeccable character. She is the true good girl." I waved my hands in a flustered denial. "That is not true. At least in my eyes, you are more beautiful than she is. I swear I'm not lying." I often fumbled for words when speaking to girls, and in my panic, I blurted out something foolish. Yet, my intended comfort only made Zhou tears flow more freely. I stood there, unsure of what to say next. After a long pause, Zhou wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and regained her composure. I looked at her face and couldn't help but speak again. "A girl as extraordinarily beautiful as you should find a boyfriend of great caliber, not someone like me. That ring was bought by Ling Jie." I truly have no background and am quite poor. You might be mistaken, I murmured. Zhou Ming stared at me with wide, reddened eyes, her expression shifting from astonishment to a burning anger, and finally settling into a silent despair. You should have told me sooner, then. I wouldn't have clung to you. Dong Yule, just go away. You should have revealed the truth to me earlier. Don't waste my time. Leave. Zhou Ming screamed. I turned silently and walked away without looking back. The next day, when I arrived at school, I discovered that Zhou Ming had not come to class. The third day passed without her. By the fourth day, I learned from other classmates that Zhou Ming had withdrawn from school. I tried calling her, but the call wouldn't go through. She also hadn't replied to any messages on social media. I sought out Chu Lan Lan to inquire about Zhou Ming's whereabouts, but she too had lost contact with Zhou Ming. Eventually, I visited Zhou Ming's home, where only her grandmother was present. After a difficult conversation, her grandmother finally informed me that Zhou Ming had gone to a southern city for work. As I stepped out of Zhou Ming's home, I distinctly remembered the cicadas chirping in the summer air, a cacophony that was quite bothersome. Zhou Ming had vanished from my world, as if she had never existed. I spent several days and days, unable to sleep. That ring, I took it out every day, gazing at it for a long time. It bore the overly sentimental 4 letters. Love, a word that felt so kitsch, signifying affection. I had never believed that Zhou Ming could truly love me. I had nothing to offer, and how could a girl as vain as she be attracted to a penniless boy without influence? Yet, I began to believe in love's triviality. I murmured to the ring, if I were to say that I have fallen for someone so vain, so fond of deception, so shallow and materialistic, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Alas, I never had the chance to voice it. The day before the weekend, teacher Xiao Huzi called to inform me that, coincidentally, the collectors planned to head into the countryside early the next morning for a treasure hunting excursion. You should bring along the pocket money you've saved. Who knows what treasures you might find? If you don't have enough, I can lend you some, but remember to give me a cut if you make a profit. Teacher Xiao Huzi joked. All right, I replied before hanging up. In the afternoon, I visited a pawn shop and pawned that ring. Cartier 18K white gold. Will it be a live pawn or a dead pawn? Live pawn. Sir, if you need cash urgently, you might want to consider a dead pawn. The price is higher, and this ring isn't custom-made. You can always buy a new one. No, I intend to redeem it. I assured the pawn shop clerk with a smile. I want to keep it to give as a gift. The following morning, I dressed neatly and put on a pair of hiking shoes, carrying over 10,000 yuan from the pawned ring, and headed to teacher Xiao Huzi's home. I arrived at his doorstep by 6:30. You're here quite early, teacher Xiao Huzi said as he opened the door. Come. I nodded and stepped into the home of teacher Xiao Huzi, observing the decor and the quality of the furnishings in the living room. I couldn't help but internally exclaim, teacher Xiao Huzi is indeed quite wealthy. Make yourself comfortable. Feel free to take anything you wish, he said. By the way, let me show you my collection in my study. Following him into his study, I was struck by the sight of the yellow pear wood bookshelf brimming with an array of antique trinkets. You have quite the fondness for curiosities, teacher, I remarked. Indeed, we cannot afford jade and porcelain, so I indulge in the smaller items. My gaze then fell upon a glass frame on the bookshelf, filled entirely with ancient coins. I thought to myself, teacher Xiao Huzi, you are too modest. No, it would be more accurate to say you are somewhat pretentious. Within the frame lay a dozen exquisite coins from Han Dynasty, alongside several Qing Dynasty copper coins inscribed with the character E. Just the ancient coins in this frame were valued at no less than 2,000 yuan each. Conservatively estimating the total worth of the coins in the frame, it would be at least 50,000 yuan. To find such treasures casually displayed on a bookshelf was astonishing. I could only imagine that the more valuable items remained securely locked away in his safe. As I contemplated this, teacher Xiao Huzi beckoned me over to his desk. Take a look at this piece, the white ape stealing peaches. It is one of my most prized possessions, he announced. I followed his gaze to the painting on the wall. The brushstrokes of the white ape stealing peaches were bold and powerful, exuding a strong sense of three-dimensionality, and the quality of the paper was undeniably aged. My initial reaction was that it could not be a forgery, but as my eyes fell to the lower left corner, I began to doubt. The painting bore no inscription or seal, only a signature, which indicated it was not a counterfeit. Forgers often leave seals on their fakes, as they can be replicated, while a signature's brushwork is much more challenging to imitate without revealing flaws. I examined the calligraphy closely. The 4 characters boldly written were, by Wu Daozi. In that moment, clarity washed over me. Who was Wu Daozi? A revered painter of the Tang dynasty. An authentic piece by him would be invaluable, far too precious to end up in the hands of teacher Xiao Huzi. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the canvas was made of paper, not silk, leading me to conclude its authenticity. Yet, I couldn't directly tell teacher Xiao Huzi that his painting was a forgery, as he must surely be aware. He wanted to gauge my discernment and see what insights I could provide. Clearing my throat, I began. The signature demonstrates considerable skill, and the painting is indeed well executed. Wu Daozi's works often employ fine line drawing techniques, and this piece captures the essence remarkably. Although the canvas is paper rather than silk, despite the existence of some paper in the Tang and Song dynasties, silk was predominantly favored. I found myself nearly stifling a laugh. This painting was done on Xian paper, which only emerged during the Ming dynasty, while this was a Tang artwork. I chose to refrain from continuing my analysis. In the antiques world, there's an unspoken rule against declaring authenticity outright during appraisal. Teacher Xiao Huzi looked at me in disbelief, clapping his hands in admiration. I smiled humbly, glancing at the edges of the Xian paper, which had already begun to yellow and patina. My heart raced as I realized I almost overlooked a crucial detail. This painting held deeper significance, one that the average observer would miss entirely. Forgeries often undergo a process to appear aged, using tea and cigarette ash to stain the paper. But such techniques require time to convincingly produce an antique's luster. Although this painting was a fake, it had developed an unmistakable sheen, suggesting it had been aged for at least a century. However, it was certainly not an authentic piece by Wu Daozi. "This is not an ordinary forgery," I exclaimed. "It is a counterfeit created during the Qing dynasty, a so-called backdoor piece, an antique among fakes." Teacher Xiao Huzi turned to me, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. "You are indeed the first person to see through this painting at first glance," he said, swallowing hard. I exhaled deeply. Such counterfeit backdoor paintings are often indistinguishable to those without expertise. Yet my father's notes had specifically addressed methods for identifying them. Today, I had managed to impress teacher Xiao Huzi thoroughly. As for whether teacher Xiao Huzi's painting held any monetary value, it was difficult to ascertain, as the antiques market operates on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. Some may regard a counterfeit as worthless, while others might view a backdoor piece as a treasure. Given that many of the artists who forged during the Qing dynasty are now considered masters in their own right. If teacher Xiao Huzi found a buyer who appreciated such forgeries, this piece could easily fetch upwards of 500,000 yuan. I swallowed hard at the thought. 500,000. If I could unearth just 2 items of this caliber today, it would cover my mother's medical expenses. Yet, I was uncertain if I possessed such fortune or keen discernment. Moreover, my budget was only 10,000 yuan. If I did stumble upon a treasure, I would lack the confidence to pursue it. Just as I was lost in thought, teacher Xiao Huzi's fellow collectors began to arrive one after another. He had mentioned that collecting often involved the upper echelons of society, and I surmised that his acquaintances were likely affluent individuals. Indeed, upon the arrival of the first guest, I was taken aback. It wasn't a dignitary or an official, but a stunning beauty, the very same beauty I'd seen on television every day. She was the star host of our city's television station, known by the stage name Peach. I never anticipated seeing her in person. In reality, she was far more beautiful than on screen, and her figure was even more striking. "Is that you, Sister Peach?" I exclaimed like an excited fan. She glanced at me, offering a polite smile. "I really enjoy your hosting," I said earnestly. "Thank you," she replied, her tone neutral. Though it felt somewhat like a cold reception, I was already immensely satisfied that a celebrity deigned to speak with me. Shortly after, another guest entered, a burly man with a thick neck adorned with a gold chain. Amistakabli a nouveau riche. Teacher Xiao Huzi called him Brother Hu, a name that sounded rather informal. "Is everyone here?" Teacher Xiao Huzi inquired. "Are we still expecting Xiao Feng?" Brother Hu asked. "Xiao Feng is on his way, and so is the elder," Teacher Xiao Huzi responded. "The elder is coming too? We definitely won't leave empty-handed," Sister Peach exclaimed excitedly. "Then let's wait for them." "There's no rush," Brother Hu suggested. "Xiao Feng just called to say they are already en route. We can meet them Dayu Town," Teacher Xiao Huzi said. "Then let's hit the road." Brother Hu stood up, looking invigorated. As we stepped outside, I was once again taken aback by the vehicles parked at the entrance. Brother whose ride was a BMW 7 Series, accompanied by a Mercedes-Benz van ready to serve, complete with a substantial security entourage. In contrast, Sister Peach was far more understated, traveling with only a personal driver in a low-key, yet luxurious Volkswagen Phaeton. After all, being a star attracts too much attention, and she likely craved moments of tranquility. In contrast, teacher Xiao Huzi's Audi A6, which dominates our school, appears rather shabby. Consequently, he opted not to drive his car and instead accompanied me to hitch a ride in Huji's luxurious Mercedes-Benz van, a vehicle undoubtedly comfortable and equipped with everything one could desire. Peach, great star, why not join us for this journey? We can chat along the way, Hugo suggested. Unable to resist Huji's enthusiastic invitation, Sister Peach climbed aboard as well. Throughout the ride, Hugo and Sister Peach eagerly discussed their passion for collectibles and expressed immense anticipation for this treasure-hunting excursion. During this time, Hugo inquired about my identity, the previously unnoticed individual among them. Who is this child? Is he Lou Lauscher's apprentice? Hugo asked teacher Xiao Huzi. His informal reference to my apprenticeship made me cringe, clearly revealing his genuine streetwise demeanor. Do not underestimate him, teacher Xiao Huzi responded mysteriously. Though young, he possesses a discerning eye and a solid foundation. It appeared that teacher Xiao Huzi held considerable weight in their collector circle, and after such unreserved praise, Hugo and Sister Peach's gaze towards me shifted dramatically. I smiled awkwardly, attempting to project humility. Upon arrival, I spotted a black off-road Jeep parked in the vacant lot at the town's entrance, indicating that the elder generation had arrived before us. Looks like they beat us here, teacher Xiao Huzi remarked. In the lot, beneath a stone tablet, stood a well-dressed elderly man with white hair, gazing up at the inscription. Old Tang, you all are here quite early, Hugo called out. The elder turned, his hair and beard silver, yet his complexion remarkably rosy, his eyes sparkling with vitality. With a warm smile, he replied that he had just arrived not long ago. Where is Xiao Feng? Did he not accompany you? Sister Peach inquired. He is here, brought along my future granddaughter-in-law. The two young ones are cozying up in the car, and I prefer not to be a third wheel, the elder chuckled. Everyone joined in laughter. At that moment, the Jeep's door swung open, and a handsome young man my age emerged, holding hands with a stunning tall girl. This young man must be Xiao Feng. Yet my attention was entirely captivated by the striking girl. Her long legs and fair skin were simply exquisite, but she seemed oddly familiar. As they approached, the girl stood directly in front of me, and recognition struck me like lightning. Instantly, I wanted to turn and flee, but it was too late. She had already seen my face. It's you, she exclaimed, pointing at my nose. Call the police. Arrest this scoundrel, she screamed. This girl was none other than Su Man, the daughter of the despicable couple, Uncle Long and Aunt Hua, whom I had encountered at my grandfather's house. Her sudden outburst startled everyone. What is wrong, Man? Do you know him? What has he done to warrant an arrest? Xiao Feng, standing beside her, asked in confusion. I thought to myself that I had done nothing particularly wrong, merely splashed a pot of boiled fish on her mother's lap and flipped a ceramic bowl onto her father's head before making my escape. Su Man continued to point at me with a venomous glare. He was at my grandfather's house during dinner. She began but suddenly fell silent. Then, unexpectedly, she approached me and hugged me warmly. Brother, I didn't expect to run into you here. The onlookers were taken aback. This is my cousin. I got a bit excited upon seeing him, Su Man explained. I was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend her motives. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, I realized her intent. If she revealed my actions at her grandfather's house, others would undoubtedly delve into the reasons behind my behavior. Furthermore, the disgraceful actions of her parents, motivated by a greed for inheritance, would inevitably surface. It was not merely a matter of family shame. Su Man's boyfriend, Xiao Feng, was the grandson of Old Tang, presumably from a wealthy lineage. She certainly wouldn't want her newly acquired golden bachelor to learn about her parents' disgraceful deeds, lest he lose interest in marrying her. You are quite the trickster. You startled us. Old Tang chuckled at Su Man. After the farce, our group proceeded into the town, seizing the moment while others walked ahead. Su Man tugged at my arm and whispered in my ear, for the sake of our grandparents, I'll let you off this time. Don't utter a word, or you will regret it. I turned to glance at her, a cold smile gracing my lips. To be precise, Su Man and I could be considered childhood friends. Yet at this moment, she clearly did not regard me as anything more than a nuisance. Su Man then released my arm with disdain, brushing off her hands, and jogged ahead to latch onto Xiao Feng's arm. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered something. After hearing her words, Xiao Feng cast a hostile glance in my direction. I was oblivious to what Su Man had said, but it was undoubtedly unflattering. After wandering through the town for a while, I sensed that Xiao Feng was deliberately trying to provoke me. Although I knew Su Man was behind this mischief, I remained indifferent, choosing silence over confrontation. I was here to seek treasures, not to forge friendships. Dayu Town is a genuine antique haven, and today marked the bustling market day, with stalls scattered throughout selling antiques. Many treasure hunters like us had arrived from afar, haggling with vendors at their booths. So, Old Tang, have your discerning eyes spotted anything remarkable? Sister Peach inquired. Clenching a pipe, Old Tang squinted and replied, I've seen nothing noteworthy. It's all just landmines everywhere. If you happen to find something extraordinary, please guide me. I must procure a gem to please my godfather. If I succeed, my position as host for the 8 p.m. show will be secured. Sister Peach flattered Old Tang. Little Zhang, it's not that I want to guide you. Treasure hunting relies on one's keen perception and luck. That's where the thrill lies. I cannot guarantee that I won't misjudge, as the saying goes. Even the keenest eyes can falter, Old Tang replied, shaking his head. Sister Peach lowered her head in disappointment. Don't be disheartened, Sister Peach. My grandfather is merely being modest. In fact, you need not rely on him. I can assist you with my own keen eye to help you find treasure. Xiao Feng chimed in. Really? How wonderful. My dear brother Feng. Sister Peach beamed at him. Meanwhile, Hu Gu persistently bombarded teacher Xiao Huzi with questions, seeking his advice, clearly intent on discovering a treasure to boast about to his friends. Thus, the situation became clear. Old Tang was a wealthy connoisseur with refined tastes, while Sister Peach and Hu Gu were affluent yet inexperienced outsiders. As we continued to wander, Sister Peach paused at a stall specializing in snuff bottles. My godfather is fond of these, she remarked. She crouched down, and Xiao Feng followed suit beside her. Sister Peach selected a snuff bottle adorned with colorful floral patterns and tortoiseshell decorations, the vendor claiming it dated back to the Kangxi era. With an asking price of 4,000. It was indeed beautiful, yet its authenticity remained uncertain. Sister Peach turned to seek Xiao Feng's opinion, seemingly eager for his input. It appears Xiao Feng is set to assist the lovely Sister Zhang. Teacher, Xiao Huzi chuckled. Can one see red upon opening the door? Inquired Tiger Brother. It is nearly certain, responded Teacher Little Mustache. Little Wind held the snuff bottle in his hand, examining it repeatedly before confidently nodding his head. After a round of haggling, the snuff bottle was acquired for the sum of 3,500 yuan. Initially standing at a distance, I had not discerned the item clearly. However, when Sister Peach triumphantly showcased the snuff bottle, I immediately noticed the claw marks on its base. Upon closer inspection of the painted design, I found my answer. I turned to observe the expression of Elder Tang, who wore an inscrutable smile. Our group then returned to the town entrance, where Sister Peach handed the snuff bottle to Elder Tang for his appraisal. Without waiting for his opinion, I felt it was authentic. Indeed, it seems young Master Tang possesses a keen eye, Tiger Brother remarked approvingly. Tang Feng, beaming with pride, glanced at his grandfather as if seeking praise. You were mistaken. Elder Tang promptly doused Tang Feng's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. What? How could that be? Tang Feng exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. During the Kangxi era, most enameled snuff bottles were made of glass or copper, with porcelain versions being exceedingly rare and the painted designs predominantly Western rather than Chinese. Upon examining the claw marks on the porcelain base of the snuff bottle, it became evident that it could not possibly be an item from the Kangxi period. This is impossible. But the porcelain's condition and wear. Tang Feng's face fluctuated between red and pale. You were so fixated on the porcelain that you fell for the forgery. This method of deception is termed two kicks, where the genuine porcelain is an old artifact, but severe where renders it worthless. The forger merely affixed enameled paintings and artificially aged it, fooling someone like you who considers themselves an expert, Elder Tang scoffed. So, grandfather, did you realize this from the start? Why didn't you say anything? Tang Feng, feeling embarrassed in front of everyone, was on the verge of losing composure. Such tuition fees are necessary for you to learn, Elder Tang shrugged. Tang Feng, utterly deflated, lost all his earlier bravado and quietly apologized to Sister Peach. She comforted him, saying it was no matter, as Elder Tang had already mentioned that everyone has their off days, and they could soon find another true treasure. Teacher Little Mustache also chimed in, stating that markets are rife with pitfalls, where counterfeiters collude with farmers to take advantage of buyers. Thus, true treasures must be sought in the mountains. As we prepared to leave, my gaze fell upon an inconspicuous stall. The vendor was a young boy, and the items on display were mere trinkets, a pile of muddy copper coins, and a few broken bowls. Elder Tang and the others were seasoned collectors, only interested in exquisite porcelain and jade. While I paused to casually sift through the coins, my eyes fixating on several pieces among them. There are indeed valuable items here. I mused. I engaged the vendor in conversation, adhering to the principle that upon discovering a treasure, one must not reveal excessive eagerness. Such treasures belong to others. Possessing the discerning eye alone is insufficient. One must also possess the means to acquire them at a reasonable price. I picked up a few coins nonchalantly. Are you buying? They are priced between 10 to 50 yuan each, the boy stated with an air of false sophistication. I recognized him as an amateur. You might as well rob me. I laughed, standing up. Hey, you. What are you doing with those worthless coins? Hurry up. Are you going to keep us waiting? Tang Feng, having just faced embarrassment, lashed out at me. This suited my intent perfectly. I turned to the boy and said, I'm in a hurry. I'll take them all for 30 yuan. That should be enough for you to enjoy a few nights and internet CAF. The boy hesitated before replying, no way, at least 100. 50, I countered patiently. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Tang Feng shouted at me again. All right, I'm leaving. I feign annoyance. Fine, I'll take it, the boy conceded. After exchanging money for a handful of muddy coins, I hurried back to the vehicle. What are you doing with that junk? Why bring a bunch of dirty coins? Don't dirty the car, Tang Feng scolded, visibly displeased. My apologies, I replied, disregarding him as I extracted the few coins I had initially eyed, discarding the rest out of the window. So, this young friend has found something too? Elder Tang turned with a smile. Yes, just 50 yuan for some rubbish, I replied. Elder Tang's gaze fell upon the few coins in my palm, and his expression shifted immediately. He extended his hand, saying, May I have a look? Of course. I quickly handed them over. Elder Tang examined the coins, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Remarkable, to discern a treasure amid the rubbish. I hadn't noticed that at all. What? The others leaned in, intrigued. These are rare 6 zhu coins, depicting a figure in anguish. Audetang et glim et siten li. Minted during the Southern Dynasty under Qin's last ruler, they were also buried with him as burial goods. Note the 6th character on the coin, resembling a person lamenting in pain. It was deemed an ill omen at the time, leading to its discontinuation, resulting in its rarity and high collectible value. However, Tiger Brother and Sister Peach, lacking genuine interest in antiquities, were not inclined to listen to Elder Tang's lecture. How much is one worth? Tiger Brother asked eagerly. Approximately 3,000 yuan each, and considering the condition of these pieces, the total will likely exceed that, Elder Tang replied. So these few are worth over 10,000? I thought you had found something of immense value. Tang Feng scoffed from his side. Elder Tang shot him a glare, causing him to fall silent. It's nothing. This young one merely used 50 yuan to acquire over 10,000 yuan worth of junk, far surpassing your lofty, misguided standards. Audo tang sakastio zepimen tang feng. He then turned to me, his wrinkles softening into a smile. Young friend, your discernment and decisiveness are commendable. Teacher Liu, what is your relationship with this young one? He's my student. Teacher Little Mustache replied eagerly, pride illuminating his face. Suddenly, he realized and added, Not my apprentice. He is a student from my high school class. No need to explain. We all understand that someone of your level could not possibly have such a remarkable student, Tiger Brother jested. A high school student, indeed impressive. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Audetang plais hoti di li. Hearing such unreserved admiration from a person of Elder Tang's stature, the others in the vehicle, except for Tang Feng, cast me looks filled with admiration. Even Su Man's eyes sparkled with newfound respect. A wave of genuine satisfaction washed over me, distinct from mere vanity. It was the fulfillment of having showcased the fruits of my diligent study, earning recognition from others. Later, an even more delightful event unfolded. Teacher Little Mustache inquired if he could directly purchase my 5 6 zhu coins, as he had a fondness for ancient coinage. I welcomed the opportunity. By selling them to him now, I would have even greater resources for treasure hunting in the mountains later on. Teacher Xiao Huzi was merely doing me a favor. He purchased 5 coins at 4,000 each, totaling 20,000. Clutching that thick stack of banknotes, my heart soared with exhilaration. This was no mere dream. With an initial investment of 50 yuan, my keen eye and a stroke of luck had transformed into such a fortune in an instant. I clenched my fists, invigorated. I must strive even harder to fight for my mother's medical expenses, I thought. As we ascended the mountain, our group traversed several villages, where the villagers were both simple and warm-hearted. Their homes held treasures, and we were indeed feasting our eyes. Each of us was selective, ensuring nothing was overlooked. For Tiger Brother and Peach Sister, scavenging resembled a shopping spree, yet it mattered little. For those affluent individuals, it was all a source of joy. During this time, both Peach Sister and Tiger Brother sought my assistance in examining items. I could not refuse, and casually inspected a carved ivory snuff bottle for Peach Sister and a plum blossom porcelain jar for Tiger Brother. Tang Feng, however, was entirely neglected. He stood at a distance, puffing away at his cigarette, seemingly disinterested in picking up items. On several occasions, I felt his unfriendly gaze upon me. "Hey, young master, you cannot act this way. Your previous pretentiousness was your own folly, with no connection to me. Why must you regard me with such envy?" I mused. My moment of success was achieved through my own abilities, not at the expense of others. Despite being provoked by his headstrong girlfriend to confront me, I remained silent. I had no desire to engage with Tang Feng, as I was preoccupied with assisting Peach Sister and Tiger Brother, leaving me with nothing for myself. As we neared the completion of our village exploration, I found nothing that piqued my interest. Had my luck been exhausted with those coins? I sighed heavily. At that moment, I wandered to the edge of the village, where I encountered a burly man by a humble dwelling. His intimidating appearance belied a timid demeanor. "Are you here to collect items?" he inquired. I nodded and asked if he had any treasures. "Only this," he replied, displaying an odd object that had been overlooked by others. It was palm-sized, round-bellied, with a hollow center emanating a radiant glow. It appeared exquisite, yet its purpose eluded me. "What is this treasure?" I asked. The man shook his head, uncertain. Taking the item from him, I noted its substantial patina. The lid opened, revealing an empty interior. After handling it briefly, I was still unable to identify it, intending to return it to him. However, my gaze fell upon the hollow center, and I instinctively withdrew my hand. Upon closer inspection, I began to ascertain its identity. My father's notes mentioned this object, though my recollection was faint, alas. My notes were not at hand for reference. I hesitated, realizing that the nearby villages were frequented by collectors daily. If I missed this opportunity, it might slip away. Even though I cannot determine what this is, I find it appealing. "If you're willing to sell, name your price," I said. To my surprise, the man, believing his possession to be priceless, demanded 5,000. After a moment's pause, I considered that 5,000 was reasonable, if I was not mistaken. I could sell it for at least 50,000. Just as I was about to agree, he suddenly raised the price to 8,000. Angered, I declared I would not purchase it. I would not buy it for a few hundred. Seeing my resolve, the man quickly grasped my arm, his eyes welling with tears. "Forgive me, sir. I am in dire straits. I truly hope this heirloom from my grandfather can improve our situation. Please, will you take it for 3,000? He pleaded. After a moment's reflection, I glanced at the dilapidated home where 2 malnourished children played in the dirt. "Fine, I will honor the original offer of 5,000. I replied. Upon handing over the money, I tucked the item into my pocket and rejoined teacher Xiao Huzi and the others. Later, we descended the mountain laden with treasures. Tiger Brother treated us to a meal at a local wild game restaurant. While waiting for our dishes, Peach Sister and Tiger Brother showcased their finds to Old Tang. This ivory snuff bottle with an inner painting is indeed a fine piece. Unfortunately, there's only one. It would be valuable as a pair, but even alone, it can fetch nearly 10,000, Old Tang remarked. Really? I acquired it for 600. I will return to present it to my godfather and recount this scavenging adventure. It will surely delight him. Peach Sister exclaimed, turning to me with a charming smile, but I must thank you, little Dong, for your advice. I smiled modestly, while Tiger Brother displayed his porcelain jar to Old Tang. This Ukiln celadone is quite old. Its preservation is remarkable, though the market for celadone has recently declined. Old Tang noted, will incur a loss? Tiger Brother asked anxiously, having spent 8,000. Old Tang chuckled, assuring him it would not. stating that authentic U-kiln porcelain could still command several tens of thousands, though he recommended holding onto it for appreciation. Hearing this, Tiger Brother beamed like a child, exclaiming it would be a great story to share with his friends, then playfully draped an arm around my shoulder, expressing gratitude for my counsel. For Peach Sister and Tiger Brother, the profits of several thousand were inconsequential. What brought them joy was the satisfaction of their innate speculative instincts, akin to how many wealthy individuals succumb to the allure of gambling. The charm of antiques lies in this, cloaked in an elegant veneer, where success hinges on knowledge and insight, drawing the elite into its embrace. Once the dishes arrived, I was famished and devoured my meal ravenously. Everyone was in high spirits, and we indulged in several bottles of potent home-brewed liquor. After a few cups, I felt my head grow heavy, unable to match the drinking prowess of Tiger Brother and Peach Sister. Excusing myself, I claimed the need to relieve myself. The Wild Game restaurant was essentially a farmhouse with no proper restroom, only a shared outhouse at the back. As I entered and began my business, I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. "Someone's coming," I shouted. Turning, I was met by Peach Sister, her cheeks flushed from drink. "Oh dear, my apologies," she said. Flustered, I quickly adjusted my pants. "This toilet is filthy. Little do this place lacks even a curtain. What if someone arrives? You stand at the door and keep watch," Sister Tao ordered. I responded affirmatively, then turned my back to her, positioning myself at the entrance. As fate would have it, just as I stood there, I spotted a farmer's wife approaching. Having consumed several cups of liquor prior, my mind was somewhat muddled. Upon seeing her, I instinctively turned to inform Sister Tao of the visitor. However, my words caught in my throat. Sister Tao, with her back to me, had already crouched down, gazing at a dazzling sight before her, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. Truly, what a rare treasure we had stumbled upon. My gaze was irrevocably drawn in, my eyes nearly popping with astonishment. My heavens, how I longed to take a picture. I thought to myself, with such a curve, capturing the moment while attending to business would surely be a delight. Yet, as Sister Tao concluded her task, I hurriedly turned my head back. "All right, let's go. Help me over here." "Oh dear, the atmosphere here is quite something." Sister Tao frowned. Upon returning to the Wild Flavor Pavilion with her, I heard the sounds of revelry and persuasion for more drinks coming from the private room. Alas, let's not join those drunken fools. "Let us remain outside for a while," Sister Tao suggested. I nodded and strolled with her to the pomegranate tree in the courtyard. We began to chat casually. "Do you have a girlfriend at school?" Sister Tao inquired. Her question evoked thoughts of Zhou Meng, and a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over me. "No." I shook my head. "Is there someone you like?" Sister Tao pressed on. I nodded, but immediately the visage of Teacher Su sprang to mind. This was indeed peculiar. When asked about a girlfriend, my thoughts immediately drifted to Zhou Meng. Yet when it came to someone I liked, Teacher Su was the first to appear in my mind. After some more light-hearted conversation with Sister Tao, I had to admit that, given her status as a renowned host, she was certainly not a woman of mere beauty without intellect. While her knowledge of antiques might be somewhat lacking in most other areas, she possessed at least a modicum of understanding. Moreover, her manner of communication was exceedingly pleasant, which was rather intimidating. How could a woman be so strikingly beautiful and yet so astutely intelligent? "Ah, you and Little Dong seem to hit it off quite well. Let me give you my contact information. You can come to visit me at the television station when you have some free time. In just a couple of months, summer vacation will be upon us." Upon hearing television station, I felt a surge of excitement. Growing up in a rural area, my entertainment options were limited, mostly revolving around the television. Thus, I held an immense admiration for the industry Sister Tao represented. Additionally, I have a godfather who is one of the shareholders of the television station, a significant figure who also has a fondness for antiques. He is currently seeking insightful collection consultants, and I could introduce you to him, Sister Tao mentioned. It then dawned on me that her attentiveness had ulterior motives. I politely agreed, but internally I was skeptical. Was I truly qualified to be a consultant for someone of such stature? Furthermore, mingling with such influential figures could be perilous. With that thought, I resolved to avoid such reckless ventures where I overestimated my own capabilities. After returning to the private room and finishing our meal, everyone was in high spirits, preparing to head back to the county town. On the way back, I and Teacher Xiao Huzi continued riding in Brother Hu's car. When we arrived at Teacher Xiao Huzi's home, Brother Hu asked me to stay behind for a moment. "Little Dong, I have a pawn shop on Youth Row I yearned to confide in teacher Sue regarding the matters concerning Zhou Ming and my mother's illness. The weight of stress upon me is immense, and I feel utterly distressed. Yet, teacher Sue appears to be immersed in her own leisurely getaway, seemingly indifferent to my plight, and I am reluctant to disrupt her rare moment of tranquility. Today has been yet another dreary day, during which I sat through an entire class, holding my pen and staring blankly at the English test before me, accomplishing nothing. When the bell rang, my desk mate, Jiang Shui, nudged me with her elbow. "You seem particularly downcast lately," she remarked. I mustered a faint smile in response. "Really? It's written all over your face. Cheer up. Seeing you like this makes me feel gloomy too." Jiang Shui laughed. "How about this? Let us go somewhere together during the activity period." "Where to?" I inquired. "I'll tell you later. Whenever I feel low, I go to this place to do something rather peculiar and outrageous, and it always lifts my spirits. Especially you boys. You'll definitely enjoy it." I stared at Jiang Shui in alarm, urging her not to keep me in suspense. "You'll find out when we get there," she teased. During the activity class, I followed Jiang Shui out of the school gates. She instructed me to wait while she took a detour to a nearby shop, where she purchased a mystery item. "What did you buy?" I asked, but she remained coy, assuring me I would find out soon. Eventually, she led me to a small grove behind our school, a place renowned for its scenic beauty, nestled between the sandy banks of the Bai River to the south and the Nanshan Mountain to the north. This grove is famous as a lover's paradise, where couples often retreat to enjoy their romantic escapades away from prying eyes. "Why have you brought me here?" I asked, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Jiang Shui remained silent, gripping my wrist and pulling me deeper into the woods. My heart raced at the thought of her previous words about enjoying bizarre activities when feeling down. I shook my head to clear my thoughts and recalled the item Jiang Shui had purchased. Could it be? I felt a surge of courage. Surely, she wouldn't be suggesting we engage in some wild escapade here? Jiang Shui, who usually appeared gentle and demure, had a surprisingly wild side. As I pondered, Jiang Shui suddenly yanked my hand. "Get down. I've spotted a target," she whispered. I crouched behind a rock beside her, peering ahead. Among the grass, a couple sat on a plastic sheet, feeding each other sweetly, completely absorbed in one another. Jiang Shui's expression turned serious as she focused intently on them. "What are we doing?" I asked cautiously. Jiang Shui shushed me with a gesture. I obediently fell silent, and together we spied on the couple. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly heated, and the man leaned in to kiss the woman passionately. "Now's our chance. Allow me to demonstrate the proper way to release stress when feeling low," Jiang Shui whispered, retrieving the item from her pocket. My breath caught when I saw what it was. "What are you planning to do?" I asked in alarm. Jiang Shui didn't respond directly, but urged me. "Be ready to bolt at any moment." Then, she skillfully opened the item, a box of firecrackers, the kind that children love during festive seasons. Jiang Shui pulled one out, expertly striking it against the phosphorus paper before tossing it toward the unsuspecting couple. The firecracker landed beside them and exploded with a loud bang. The couple, startled, jumped up, the man covering his mouth, perhaps bitten by the woman in surprise. Jiang Shui erupted in laughter, a sound like ringing bells. Grabbing my arm, she dashed away, and the couple remained oblivious to the source of the prank. Once we were a safe distance away, Jiang Shui released my hand. "Wasn't that fun?" She gasped between fits of laughter. I gazed at her, still in shock, before bursting into laughter myself. Initially, I thought Jiang Shui had brought me here for a game, but this was far from my expectations. Watching her laugh until tears streamed down her cheeks, I sighed. This girl, who usually seemed studious and reserved, harbored such a mischievous streak. Even the most embittered of singletons wouldn't engage in such outrageous behavior, right? To derive amusement from disrupting the happiness of others is quite twisted. Yet, despite my moral misgivings, I couldn't help but smile broadly. "Let us continue to find more targets. This time, I'll throw," I suggested to Jiang Shui. Over the course of the afternoon, we played our mischievous game, pranking 3 more unsuspecting couples. Why can't couples take their affection elsewhere? This grove isn't theirs, is it? Do they want to eliminate all single folks? I mused, justifying our antics. Regardless of the ethics, the gloom that had once clouded my heart dissipated and my spirits soared. After our 4th prank, we were nearly caught, prompting a frantic sprint to the riverbank. Once we confirmed we were safe, we exchanged breathless laughter. We then collapsed onto the grass by the river, resting for a moment. Though it was rather naughty, it was exhilarating. "Thank you, Deskmate, I said gratefully. No need for thanks, Jiang Shui replied with a sigh of relief. By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. I turned to look at her profile. Was it you who helped me when the class monitor accused me and teacher, Sue, misunderstood me? Did you pressure her to give me another chance to return to class? I questioned. Jiang Shui paused, then shook her head. No, it wasn't me. Don't lie to me, I insisted, locking eyes with her. I'm not lying, she replied, narrowing her eyes. If I had the connections to help you, I would have stood up for you from the beginning, not waited until the end. I pondered her words. If not Jiang Shui, then who could have been? Suddenly, another memory struck me. During history class, the teacher had mentioned that collections were prevalent among the upper class, and I recalled Jiang Shui casually remarking that her grandfather had said the same. I scrutinized Jiang Shui's eyes, which had widened momentarily before narrowing again. Just because my grandfather said that doesn't mean he is from the upper class. The history teacher is the same. Besides, you've spent so much time with me. Can't you tell what my family situation is? Her explanation was watertight, yet I remained unconvinced. I gazed at her narrowed, almond-shaped eyes for a while before turning away, deciding not to pursue the topic further. A woman who never lies is clumsy with words, while a cunning woman often narrows her eyes when deceiving. We lay in silence for a while before I glanced at my watch, noting that the activity period was nearly over. Shall we pull one last prank before we head back? I proposed to Jiang Shui. I share the same sentiment. Jiang Shui chuckled, searching around. Yet we failed to locate our target, likely having scared them off moments ago. Ultimately, deep within a secluded grove, we stumbled upon a couple engaged in a passionate embrace. After concealing ourselves, we observed as their kisses grew fervent. Pass me the firecracker, I whispered to Jiang Shui. However, before she could retrieve it, the romantic scene took an unexpected turn. The couple abruptly halted their kissing, and the man, with an eagerness akin to a child, began to tear at the woman's clothing. Initially, she feigned resistance but soon succumbed to desire, laying herself upon a plastic sheet spread on the ground. Jiang Shui and I were left speechless, utterly captivated. Forgetting about the firecracker, we watched, entranced, as they contorted themselves into various compromising positions, an experience both mortifying and surreal. Yet, neither of us showed any inclination to leave. Crouching there in silent voyeurism, the man, unable to last long, finished within minutes, prompting the couple to hurriedly redress. My mouth watered at the spectacle, and just as I was about to swallow, I heard the sound of Jiang Shui gulping beside me. Our eyes met, and we both felt an intense awkwardness. Having unwittingly watched the entire scandalous display, Jiang Shui's face was as crimson as an apple, whether from embarrassment or something else was uncertain. Let's go, she murmured. On our way back, a heavy silence enveloped us. Not a word was exchanged. How could we face each other again after experiencing such an incident? I pondered with a sense of discomfort. Suddenly, Jiang Shui broke the silence, hesitantly asking, can I pose a question? I silently prayed she wouldn't inquire about the couple's activities, as that would be too naive. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She asked, why does it look like that? I was taken aback, uncertain how to respond. What should it look like? I countered, but Jiang Shui, still blushing, chose not to elaborate, seemingly wishing to avoid further entanglement in the topic. Upon returning to the classroom during evening study, I inadvertently discovered a biology textbook from our first year, prior to curriculum division. In the spirit of enlightenment, I turned to a page that might clarify Jiang Shui's confusion and handed it to her. After scrutinizing it for a moment, she wrote me a note, expressing her inability to comprehend the cross-section diagram. My breath caught at her note. Wondering what she truly desired, did she wish to see firsthand? Then, Jiang Shui sent another note, clarifying her earlier question. What I meant was, why is it shaped that way? It differs from what I saw in a magazine. I resorted to my rudimentary drawing skills to illustrate a detailed diagram, explaining that it varied in size and shape, much like ears, with each person being unique. This seemed to satisfy her curiosity. However, I hadn't anticipated that this initial inquiry would lead to a daily exchange of increasingly risky topics between us. Jiang Shui, with her insatiable curiosity, began to delve into matters of intimacy. Initially, our discussions remained within the bounds of healthy education, but soon they escalated from 36 positions to 72. Eventually, during gym class, when our physical education teacher praised the skills of the sports committee, Jiang Shui would glance at me from afar, her face breaking into a knowing smile. I felt utterly despondent, as even the image of Jiang Shui, the academically gifted and stunning goddess in my mind, began to shatter. It appeared that the concept of a goddess was merely a myth. We are all flawed beings with desires. As time sped by, the weekend arrived. I dressed meticulously, donning a new suit I had saved for a special occasion, as I was to attend an art appraisal event. Upon arrival, I checked in at the front desk and was escorted to an elegantly decorated reception room. There were already several attendees, of varying ages and genders. Among them, I recognized two acquaintances, Old Tang and his grandson, Tang Feng, though it seemed Su Man was absent. We exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Tang Feng's gaze fixed on me, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. I pondered whether he still harbored resentment towards me and hoped he wouldn't attempt any mischief, as I was merely there to sell items. Moments later, Brother Hu entered, accompanied by a square-faced middle-aged man and a young woman. The girl, clad in a white dress, had long hair cascading over her shoulders, with almond-shaped eyes and a cherry-like mouth. At first glance, she resembled Jiang Shui in her delicate beauty, yet her demeanor exuded an icy detachment reminiscent of an unapproachable figure. Welcome, esteemed collectors from all walks of life. Allow me to introduce our host for this appraisal event. My partner and chief proprietor, Mr. Han Haoyan. The room erupted in applause as the square-faced man, Mr. Han, waved his hands humbly, signaling for quiet. And Mr. Hanis Stolze, Misen Kinku. Another round of applause ensued, but the young woman maintained her frosty expression, offering no smile. As the host, Mr. Han made his rounds to greet guests, beginning with the eldest, Old Tang. "How is your health, sir? Is this your beloved grandson?" he asked, shaking Old Tang's hand. "Indeed, this is my grandson, Tang Feng," Old Tang replied. "He has yet to reach the caliber of his sister, who is truly exceptional." Mr. Han nodded appreciatively, though Old Tang quickly added, "My granddaughter excels beyond us all. She manages the family business single-handedly." Mr. Han agreed. "That's splendid. It allows your generation to enjoy a more relaxed life." When Mr. Han reached me, Brother Hu hastily introduced me, embellishing my capabilities. "Ah, another young prodigy. You appear even younger than our chief appraiser, Brother Ma. I look forward to witnessing your skills," Mr. Han remarked with a smile. As he turned to attend to another guest, he instructed, "Ching Xiu, come entertain this guest. You're of a similar age. Have a delightful conversation." After Mr. Han departed, I faced the strikingly beautiful Han Ching Xiu, her icy demeanor making me somewhat anxious. "Hello, I'm Dong Yulei. It's a pleasure to meet you," I said, extending my hand. Han Ching Xiu glanced at me, seemingly disinterested in reciprocating the gesture. I felt awkward, my hand lingering in the air, unsure of how to proceed. The etiquette dictates that a gentleman should not initiate a handshake with a lady. Rather, it is customary for the lady to extend her hand first. A common understanding of decorum, as Han Ching Xiu stated expressionlessly. Instantly, I retracted my hand, feeling utterly embarrassed, pondering this unfamiliar custom, which had never been conveyed to me prior. Moreover, "Is this your first time donning a suit?" Han Ching Xiu's gaze fell upon my cuff. "Huh?" I looked at her, astonished. The sleeve tag must be removed. I hurriedly checked my suit sleeve, utterly flabbergasted, having always assumed this tag was merely a decorative element. I anxiously attempted to pull off the tag, but would not budge, leaving me in a flustered and foolish state. Han Ching Xiu pinched me lightly with her almond-shaped eyes, undoubtedly concluding that I was a simpleton from the countryside. Fortunately, there was little time left for my embarrassment, as the appraisal meeting was about to commence. The waitstaff, adorned in vests, meticulously arranged a long table in the living room, aligning large white trays before each connoisseur's nameplate. Subsequently, the collectors began placing their treasures into the corresponding trays, ready for appraisal and discussion. Clutching my items, I glanced at the array of treasures on the table. My goodness! Jade from Hatian, ancient coins with 6-character inscriptions, porcelain for the Yuan dynasty. I swallowed hard. Previously, I believed my items would stand out, but now I felt reluctant to reveal them. Nonetheless, I steeled myself and placed my items onto the tray that bore my nameplate. "Shall we commence now, Boss Han?" inquired a bespectacled elder. "Not yet. The finale has yet to arrive," Boss Han replied with a smile. At that moment, the grand door of the living room swung open, and a man swaggered in with an air of arrogance. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Hu Yi exclaimed. The man, seemingly in his late 20s, donned a black cardigan, his long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a rebellious demeanor. Let me formally introduce our chief appraiser at the pawn shop, the renowned Bao Yin Xiaoma, who led the applause. I overheard people nearby whispering, "That is Ma de Bao, known in the industry as Bao Yin. His discerning eye for treasures is truly remarkable." I mused over the peculiar moniker Bao Yin and found it rather odd. Ma Yin would sound more fitting. The appraisal commenced, with Han Qingxiu and Hu Gu as hosts. One a beauty to showcase the treasures, the other a jester to enliven the atmosphere. "Which treasure shall we begin with?" Hu Gu queried, surveying the glittering artifacts on the table. "Let us start with this rather peculiar reddish-brown, small bowl." Hu Yi pointed. My lips twitched involuntarily, thinking it rather unfortunate that Hu Gu had chosen my item as the opener. "What is this thing?" inquired a tall, middle-aged man. I smiled at him, saying, "Given your accent, you must hail from Tianjin. Surely you recognize this?" The man scrutinized it once more, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Now, let us not rush to conclude. Let us ask if any other collectors recognize this item." Hu Gu interjected eagerly. The majority of those present shook their heads. Judging by their expressions, it seemed only Xiao Ma and the old Tang could identify it, yet they remained silent. Hu Gu chuckled, "So no one knows? How fortuitous." "For I do." I thought to myself, "Do not get too smug, Hu Gu. If I hadn't informed you in advance, you would have been just as clueless." "I felt like a fool. I feel like a pestle," one person remarked. "No, I feel like a gouging bowl from a Miao village," another chimed in. Observing the group of collectors engaged in discussions, none of which approached the correct answer, I realized this appraisal gathering had its share of experts. But the majority were quite oblivious. "This is a gourd," a clear voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned in surprise to the speaker, with one asking, "How can this be a gourd? Aren't gourds shaped like dumbbells?" "This is merely a round lump of elm wood. This is a cricket gourd. In the past, the rascals of Beijing and Tianjin loved to fight crickets, using this to house the singing insects. Judging by the carvings and quality, it should date back to the late Qing dynasty." I stared in astonishment at the person who spoke. It was none other than Han Qingxiu. "Isn't a cricket gourd, especially one from the late Qing period, worth much?" a collector inquired. "Items from the late Qing are not particularly valuable, and cricket gourds are not highly sought after. But this one is different. Un King Yucasta así de long lance. The surface is smooth without patterns. The rim features a grainy texture, and the hollow core has a regular shape, along with the unique paper-like markings on the gourd. This is a piece from Liu of Sanha. The rarity and value speak for themselves." Han Qingqiu's tone was imbued with undeniable confidence. The astonished collectors gazed at Han Qingqiu, likely unaware of the technical term she employed or who Liu of Sanha was. Meanwhile, I was completely taken aback by Han Qingqiu. She appeared to be only slightly younger than me, yet her insight and knowledge exceeded my own by far. Most collectors were indifferent to the history of antiques. Being common folk, they were united in their singular query, which they voiced in unison. "So, how much is it worth?" Han Qingqi pursed her lips, withholding an answer to the perplexed collectors. I surmised she was inclined to respond with a mundane figure. At that moment, old Tang approached, examining the cricket gourd with great care. "Indeed, this is a piece by Liu of Sanha. Bo-san, I did not expect your daughter to be not only beautiful, but also well-versed and possessing a keen eye. While my old eyes have yet to fully discern this item, she has already articulated its provenance and features." Old Tang praised Han Qingxiu, despite receiving accolades from Old Tang and awed gazes from the others in the living room. Han Qingxiu maintained her icy demeanor, seemingly unfazed by praise or criticism. Liu of Sanha is a legendary craftsman known for creating exquisite gourds, each a masterpiece of its kind, and their numbers are exceedingly rare. Even during the late Qing and Republican eras, preserved gourd from Liu of Sanha were already scarce. In that era, anyone possessing a Liu of Sanha gourd could boast about it in tea houses and taverns. A century later, the rarity and value of such a gourd need not be elaborated upon. I must say, Old Tang possesses considerable insight, with just a few remarks. He has illuminated the provenance and rarity of this gourd to the bewildered audience. However, the collectors remained eager to know the answer to their earlier question. "So, how much is it worth?" Based on acquisition prices, I estimate it to be between 120,000 and 180,000. Old Tang stated. "However, I do not mean to suggest it should be capped at 180,000. Cricket gourds are a niche hobby, and Liu of Sanha's gourds are rare finds. If this item is negotiated well before being sold, the price could be even more favorable." A Upon hearing this, the collectors murmured their admiration. For most, this sum was not insubstantial, but considering it was merely a small gourd and not a jade or porcelain artifact, its worth was remarkable. Thank you, Old Tang, for your discerning evaluation. Now, dear collectors, is anyone interested in this lieu of Sana cricket gourd? Hu Ying Kurid. A collector from Shandong raised his hand, stating that while he did not wish to purchase it himself, he had a friend who was particularly interested and wanted to reserve it in advance. Certainly, after the appreciation meeting concludes, simply approach our store staff to register. Now, let us hasten to behold the next treasure, Tiger said. I felt a surge of excitement. The transaction proceeded remarkably smoothly, with hints of interest already expressed by the collectors present, eliminating the need for prolonged waiting at the pawnshop counter. The gaze of the crowd followed Tiger and Han Qingxiu as they moved towards the next piece. This item required no guessing. It lay upon a layer of crimson satin. Its surface as pure as sheep fat, a flawless white jade yet to be carved. Ah, this jade, what variety is it? Master Tang, perhaps you can enlighten us. Tiger suggested, aware that jade appraisal necessitates a true connoisseur. A saying goes, in a myriad of trades, antiques reign supreme. Yet within the antiques realm, another adage prevails. Calligraphy and painting are king, while jade and porcelain are emperor. The implication is abundantly clear, especially concerning jade. Unlike most collectibles, it is akin to gold in its rarity, inherently immune to depreciation, largely unaffected by market fluctuations, and thus a favored choice among collectors. Therefore, within a jade piece the size of a palm, profound mysteries reside, and the prevalence of counterfeit items poses significant challenges to the discerning eye of experts. A moment's carelessness could lead to disgrace. This reality is why stone gambling remains prevalent today, transforming the dream of overnight wealth into a tangible possibility. At this moment, Master Tang, stroking his beard, approached the table, scrutinizing the jade with a magnifying glass. It was translucent and clear, with a hue of white tinged with green. Resembling authentic Hetian white jade mountain material, he proclaimed, observing the quality. Suddenly, Master Tang paused, turning to the previously silent Xiao Ma. It is well known that Mr. Ma, with his keen eye for treasures, is a master in jade appraisal. As I am not well versed in this domain, I would prefer to defer to you, Mr. Ma. Master Tang said, looking at Xiao Ma with respect. I am unworthy of such a title before you, Master Tang, Xiao Ma humbly replied. However, since you hold me in such esteem, I shall not refuse. He focused intently on Xiao Ma. Typically, with such an entrance and opening remarks, Xiao Ma would either be a complete novice or an extraordinary expert, two extremes to choose from. I was eager to discern which category he belonged to. Standing approximately 2 meters from the piece, Xiao Ma showed no inclination to approach, let alone examine it closely with a magnifying glass. He observed for about 10 seconds. The jade's surface was fine and smooth, glistening like fat, revealing the subtle grains within. The greenish hue was not due to translucence, but rather a coloration absorbed from water and sand. Xiao Ma spoke with deliberate precision. Therefore, Master Tang, you misidentified it. This is not the mountain material of Xinjiang Hetian white jade, but rather the sea jade of Kunlun sheep fat white jade. Upon hearing Xiao Ma's words, Master Tang's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Mr. Ma is correct. This Kunlun sheep fat jade is often mistaken for Xinjiang Hetian jade due to its distinctive angles. A middle-aged man interjected, clearly the jade's owner. Not only Master Tang, but even the typically aloof Han Qingxiu, along with myself and everyone present in the room, were utterly astonished by Xiao Ma's discerning eye. I was particularly taken aback, as I had previously examined the jade and, like Master Tang, had assumed it was a piece of Hetian white jade mountain material, which I now realized was an error. Mountain material refers to jade mined from the mountains, while sea jade is retrieved from riverbeds below, with sea jade being far superior and exceedingly rare. Furthermore, although Xinjiang Hetian jade and Kunlun sheep fat jade originate from different locales, their appearance is nearly indistinguishable. Yet, Xiao Ma could differentiate between the two. Just as I was about to express my admiration for Xiao Ma, I realized my naivety. His performance was far from over. I possess another remarkable skill, Xiao Ma stated. By merely observing the shape and size of this jade, without touching it, I can estimate its weight with a margin of error of no more than 0.5 grams. Upon hearing this, The crowd erupted in excitement. How could such a feat be possible? Xiao Ma gracefully tossed his ponytail and explained that to demonstrate this skill, he would need to draw a bit closer, but he would not touch the jade. After examining the jade for 20 seconds, Xiao Ma declared, "It weighs between 3 grams and 5 grams. Someone promptly fetched a precise electronic scale for measurement. 5 grams. The measurer announced. A 3-second silence enveloped the room before astonished murmurs erupted. Xiao Ma stood there with a smile. Even the usually proud and icy Han Qingxiu regarded him with admiration, clapping a few times. I must admit, Xiao Ma's act was impressively executed, refreshingly unique. Simultaneously, my own competitive spirit was ignited. In this scenario, I too needed to showcase my abilities. However, when it comes to jade, I harbored little confidence, as my father's notes contained scant information on the subject. And jade appraisal is inherently a skill honed through practice, with theoretical knowledge being of limited value. I could only await an opportunity to redeem myself in other areas of appraisal. Meanwhile, after the jade evaluation concluded, the crowd shifted their attention to the third item. This object was something remarkable, a knife. A rather peculiar knife, measuring the length of an adult forearm. The hilt was wooden, its color a glossy black, though the end appeared decayed, indicating its age. The blade was crafted from heavy black iron, its shape exceedingly strange, with a crescent curve and a pointed hook beneath. "Now, let's examine this treasured blade," Tiger announced. "Miss Han, a beautiful blade deserves a beautiful hand. Please lift it for everyone to see." Han Qingxiu extended her delicate fingers, grasping the hilt with one hand while supporting the spine with the other, lifting the knife gracefully. Does anyone recognize the provenance of this blade? Whose accompanying weapon could it be? Perhaps Zhao Zilong of Changshan or the war god Elbu? Tiger jested. Suddenly, Han Qingxiu's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately dropped the knife. The crowd stared at her in bewilderment, her face contorted in a manner akin to someone who had old Tang chuckled and remarked that, indeed, it was a possession of the imperial palace, despite the unsavory nature of the castration knife, which bore a wealth of historical significance. One could speculate that this very knife might have served its grim purpose on renowned eunuchs like Gao Lishir or Li Lianying. The appraisal of the knife concluded there, with no one expressing interest in its monetary value. The subsequent items presented were rather unremarkable until the attention of the assembly shifted to the eighth artifact. This piece, crafted from bronze, bore the resemblance of a knife, yet it was not a weapon, but rather a coin. The moment my gaze fell upon this artifact, my heart nearly ceased its rhythm. I found it hard to believe that it could be authentic. Upon seeing it, old Tang, mirroring my reaction, instinctively placed a hand over his chest. "Good heavens, am I mistaken?" he murmured. "What is it, Grandpa?" "It's merely an ordinary knife coin, isn't it?" Tang Feng, standing beside him, inquired with confusion. "You half-wit, take a closer look." Old Tang rebuked him. At this juncture, Han Qingxiu interjected, explaining that the Qi knife coin, a form of irregular currency from the Warring States period, was highly sought after in the antique collecting community. The inscriptions on its face varied in number, with the 6-character knife coin being the most precious of all, and indeed, that was what lay before us. All eyes turned to Han Qingxiu as he continued. "Currently, the number of surviving 6-character Qi knife coins is..." He paused dramatically, "only about 10. The collectors erupted in excitement, eagerly querying the value of this rare piece. "It is priceless," Han Qingxiu replied succinctly. The record for the auction of a unique 6-character Qi knife coin reportedly reached 2 million in 2009. Gasps filled the room, and it became evident that the current value of this coin exceeded 10 million. Old Tang approached the 6-character Qi knife coin, murmuring in disbelief that he had witnessed such a treasure twice in his lifetime, and questioned how such a precious item could be so casually displayed. I too was curious about the authenticity of the coin and hurriedly moved closer for a better look. Old Tang donned gloves and gingerly lifted the 6-character Qi knife coin, revealing its reverse side adorned with the inscriptions, which supposedly translate to "Qi returns to the state" and "Qi establishes the state." A declaration of restoration from King Xiang of Qi. Indeed, this is an authentic 6-character knife coin, Old Tang confirmed. I too was convinced of the genuine nature of this extraordinary treasure. In that moment, Old Tang and I simultaneously reached for the tray to inspect the nameplate, eager to discover the owner of this rare gem. However, there was no nameplate in sight. "Who is the owner of this 6-character Qi knife coin?" Old Tang inquired directly. "It is I, came the surprising response from a voice I did not recognize. Boss Han Haoyan. Old Tang paused, a subtle expression crossing his face before he quickly composed himself. Thank you, Boss Han, for allowing me this enlightening experience today, he said. Yet, Old Tang continued, gazing intently into Han Haoyan's eyes. In my lifetime, I have encountered the 6-character Qin knife coin twice. The first time was 18 years ago with a deceased acquaintance. Today, I see it for the second time. But why does it feel as though this coin, when scrutinized closely, bears the same signs of wear and tear as the one I saw 18 years ago? Han Haoyan's smile faltered, his demeanor shifting. It is not uncommon for ancient coins to exhibit wear in similar areas. Perhaps you are mistaken, Old Tang. Considering the passage of time, he replied nonchalantly. Old Tang remained silent, his gaze fixed on Han Haoyan. After a brief moment, he chuckled, acknowledging his own confusion, attributing it to the excitement of encountering such a treasure today. The incident was dismissed, yet I felt a twinge of intrigue, mentally noting the exchange. As the appraisal continued, one seemingly inconspicuous artifact began to perplex everyone present. It resembled an ancient piece of jade, yet was not particularly heavy. Measuring about the length of a finger and 2 fingers in width, its irregular shape mottled with white and dark green patterns. It appears to be jade. It is not, Old Tang remarked. At that moment, a round-faced, middle-aged man spoke up. Esteemed guests, every time I bring this object to an appraisal, it becomes the grand finale. However, without touching it and relying solely on sight, no one has ever accurately identified it, not even the renowned Ma Weidu in Hong Kong. His words ignited excitement among the attendees, imagining the bragging rights that would come with identifying it correctly. Aside from those eager to join the fray, only Old Tang, Han Qingxiu, Xiao Ma, and I remained, studying the object intently. The expressions on Old Tang and Han Qingxiu indicated their uncertainty, while Xiao Ma appeared contemplative. Having previously demonstrated his expertise in jade, I, too, was fixated on the jade-like object, determined to reclaim my standing with a stunning revelation. Old Tang and Han Qingxiu offered several guesses, all of which were dismissed by the round-faced man. Only Xiao Ma remained composed, pacing around the long table, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the artifact. Could it be raw jade? I pondered, but why does it exhibit white hues and green patterns? Perhaps it was a combination of jade and jadeite, I speculated, but quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing that raw jade would not present with such patterns. Suddenly, Xiao Ma halted, snapping his fingers, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. I have realized what it is, he declared. What is it? Old Tang inquired, intrigued. It is jade. Xiao Ma stated confidently. How could jade have patterns? It appears devoid of weight. Han Qingxiu countered immediately. Xiao Ma gestured for patience and continued. Most treasures in the antique trade are not pristine due to their origins. Items obtained through grave robbing are known as ghost goods, those retrieved from the CRC goods, and those smuggled in our water goods. In an instant, I understood what Xiao Ma was implying, as well as the true nature of the object before us. I felt a pang of regret, wishing I had arrived at this conclusion sooner. Xiao Ma continued, jade's origins are not always purely natural. It may also be antique jade derived from ghost or sea goods. If this ancient jade is a ghost good, it would have been buried alongside a corpse, absorbing the blood and decay over time, resulting in the dark coloration known as bloodstain. If it was interred with bronze artifacts, the essence of the bronze would permeate the jade's pores over the years, creating the deep green coloration known as bronze stain. Additionally, buried jade gradually loses its luster, becoming hazy or developing a white hue from within. This object undoubtedly exhibits a white interior with black and green patterns. It is an ancient jade with bronze stain, Xiao Ma concluded, leaving the room in stunned silence, everyone momentarily forgetting to applaud. I thought to myself, I am genuinely impressed. The true virtuoso here is Xiao Ma. I concede my inferiority. With a sigh, I glanced once more at the object. No, that couldn't be right. In an instant, realization dawned upon me. This item was certainly not jade. Could it be that so many esteemed antique experts were mistaken? No, this was definitely not jade, he exclaimed urgently to Xiao Ma. He turned, his expression one of palpable anger. If I were in his position, I would also be infuriated. Just as he was about to bask in the glory of his knowledge, my sudden interjection must have been quite vexing. It is absolutely not jade, I insisted. It is jade with a bronze patina, Xiao Ma retorted, clearly struggling to suppress his rage. No, it is truly not jade. Allow me to explain, I urged. I do not wish to hear from you. A mere amateur who knows nothing, trying to attract attention, Xiao Ma replied dismissively. I sighed, realizing he had assumed I was merely trying to steal his thunder. It is not jade, not even, I began, but he interrupted me sharply. I would stake my life on it. That object is exactly what I claimed, jade with a bronze patina. I sighed again, stating that I had no desire to wager my life. Do you not wish to bet? Or are you simply too afraid? Xiao Ma taunted. Let's change the stakes, he suggested, moving to the other side of the table to pick up the previously examined knife. If I am wrong, I shall castrate myself with this knife. If you are wrong, you shall do the same. What say you? Do you dare to wager? Seeing Xiao Ma's insufferable expression ignited a fire within me. I accept, I declared. Only Old Tang urged us to refrain from such foolishness. The others were merely spectators, eager for the spectacle. Xiao Ma, with a triumphant smile, declared, I have already presented my answer. Now it is your turn. You assert that it is not jade. So what is it? Xiao Ma extended his hands in challenge. I sighed, looking at him with profound sympathy. His brief insight into jade with a bronze patina demonstrated his knowledge, which, in this gathering, was unparalleled. Yet he was mistaken, having trapped himself in a narrow perspective. The object was indeed not jade, nor could it be classified as an antique. How did I discern this? It was not due to my vast knowledge, but rather a fortunate coincidence. Growing up in the countryside, my family's livelihood depended on farming, particularly rice cultivation. When the harvest was abundant, the rice would be stored in granaries, sometimes left to stagnate when market conditions were poor. Over the years, the oldest rice at the bottom would spoil and mold, eventually forming a substance akin to rice fossils. I had seen such rice fossils in my youth, and the object before me mirrored them perfectly. I then confidently proclaimed, that is a fossil formed from rice. The black-green blemishes are mold, and the white protrusions are merely rice grains. After my declaration, silence enveloped the room until applause erupted, breaking the stillness. The round-faced man applauded, his expression one of disbelief. Incredible! You are the first to guess correctly. Instantly, the room buzzed with excitement, while Xiao Ma's once proud visage turned pale. Please, let us quiet down and allow me to elaborate on this object's origin, the round-faced man said. I am from Beijing, hailing from the Zheng Hanqi lineage. My ancestors served as imperial officials during the Qing dynasty, overseeing the granary. This item is a product of grains compressed for centuries at the bottom of the granary, known as di hua, the essence of materials, also referred to as rice fossils. The resemblance of rice fossils to jade had misled many antique connoisseurs. Yet this young man's keen eye has indeed astonished all. The round-faced man turned to me, and after a brief silence, the room erupted into applause. The admiration in fearing the blade pressed against my neck, I complied without hesitation. Subsequently, I stood with my eyes closed for half an hour, perplexed by the man's intentions. Surely, he could not have spent that entire time merely gazing at my face. Turn around and show me your palms, he finally spoke, his voice raspier than before. I obeyed, expecting him to bind my hands, but instead, he placed something in my palm. Yonla, horizontal, 3 vertical 5, remember? He instructed in a hoarse whisper. What is that? I asked in astonishment, but he offered no reply. When I turned back, he had vanished. I hastily withdrew my hands from behind my back, examining the object he had given me, a key. Whose key could this be? Who was that man? And what significance lay in those 6 words he urged me to remember? My mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Fortunately, the encounter had ended without calamity, and I quickly returned home. Upon entering, I found my mother seated on the sofa, her expression tinged with sorrow. Sensing something was amiss, I inquired about her troubles. Lai, though I wish to spare you worry and pressure, I must tell you that I can no longer treat you like a child. There are matters we must discuss, she said. My heart sank as I observed the unease on her face. Today, during a follow-up at the hospital, the doctor informed me that the cancer cells have begun to spread. She recommends immediate surgery and chemotherapy. The sooner, the better. My heart plummeted. The cost of the surgery was exorbitant, and the doctor had warned that different hospitals charged varying amounts, with outcomes differing accordingly. If we could not afford over $800,000 for the surgery, it might be wiser to forego it and proceed directly with chemotherapy. I clenched my fists in silence. The funds I had gathered should suffice for chemotherapy, so my mother believed it prudent to skip surgery. But don't worry. The doctor assured me that my condition isn't critical. Chemotherapy alone should suffice. No, We must pursue the best treatment available, I interrupted firmly. I will find a way to raise the money. Where you go to gather funds. You aren't thinking of seeking out the Tang family, are you? I've warned you about that. I will not approach her. I swear, I replied resolutely. Then I retreated to my room, lying on my bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Despite my bravado, I felt utterly powerless. It was implausible for Guagua to act swiftly, and even if he did, the funds would fall short of covering my mother's medical expenses. Even if I swallowed my pride and sought help from Sister Ling, I couldn't be certain she would lend me such a substantial sum. Nevertheless, I resolved to approach everyone I knew who might be willing to assist. In the face of my mother's life, what was my pride worth? The next day, I first called Brother Hu. Surprisingly, he indicated he had been thinking of me, and we arranged to meet at a tea house. My heart raced with trepidation. Although Brother Hu valued me, our acquaintance was still relatively new. Would he truly help me? Once seated, I earnestly explained my situation, pleading for his assistance as it pertained to a matter of life and death. This is a serious matter. Saving a life is paramount, and fulfilling your filial duty is also a noble act. How much is this surgery? Brother Hu generously inquired. Upon hearing my response, he waved his hand dismissively. I'll lend you 2 million. I was momentarily stunned, then elated, tightly clenching my fists in gratitude. However, Brother Hu added, but Xiao Dong, I previously mentioned I also need your assistance. I figured it would merely involve working at Brother Hu's pawn shop, and I would gladly comply. Actually, it's not me who needs something from you, but rather Boss Han. Last night, during dinner, you mentioned to Boss Han that it was Tang Ling who introduced you, and that you two share a particularly close relationship, correct? Brother Hu queried. I nodded. What I need you to do is simple. Arrange to meet Tang Ling alone. If necessary, employ some tactics, such as tampering with her drink. I widened my eyes, abruptly interrupting him. What are you planning to do? Brother Hu smiled, revealing a gleaming set of teeth. He then formed a gun gesture with his hand, sending a chill racing down my spine. They intended to kill Sister Ling. I stared at Brother Hu in terror. I could not utter a word. The aura of menace emanated. Where is the teacher going? What new job awaits her? Teacher Su smiled and said it was a secret. I sat on the bench, feeling my already fragile nerves teetering on the brink of collapse. Teacher Su, is she leaving too? My mind was blank. Why is this happening? Zhou Meng has departed, and now I am compelled to choose between my mother and Sister Ling. Teacher Su is also leaving my side. The teacher is reluctant to part with you, but please understand her decision. I wish all of you success in next year's college entrance examination and hope you gain admission to a prestigious university. Tears shimmered in Teacher Su's eyes. When class ended, I intercepted Teacher Su in the corridor. Are you really leaving? When? I asked, feeling despondent. Tomorrow morning's train. She nodded. Where are you going? What will you do? I inquired. Teacher Su still smiled and replied that she wouldn't tell me. It was a secret. Then she approached me, placing her hands on my shoulders. Thank you for helping me before, Dong Yulei. I'm gradually overcoming my emotional struggles. You must study hard and take good care of yourself, she said, looking into my eyes. I did not want her to perceive me as a child, spoken to in such a tone. I longed to express my heartfelt truths and impulses to her. Teacher, have you finished packing? Do you need me to take you to the train station tomorrow? I asked. No need, I've packed everything. Teacher Su smiled, gently refusing. Do you have time for dinner tonight? I saw her about to decline again and quickly added, I have many worries lately and no one to confide in. Only then did Teacher Su nod. Come to my dorm tonight. I'll order some dishes. As a farewell gesture from you. Around 7 in the evening, I arrived at Teacher Su's dormitory, where tatama mats were laid out, adorned with a small table brimming with food and drink. You brought wine? Teacher Su asked. Just a little to lighten the mood, I replied. We sat on the floor, feasting and drinking. As the evening wore on, I poured out my heart to Teacher Su, sharing my burdens. When I spoke of my mother's illness, Teacher Su expressed her sorrow, offering to lend me her savings. There's no need. The financial issue has been resolved, I said, burping from the alcohol. However, I didn't reveal to Teacher Su the difficult choice I faced between loyalty and filial piety. Then I spoke about Zhou Meng. Perhaps my emotions regarding her had been bottled up for too long, as I ended up sobbing uncontrollably. I felt foolish, remorseful, and burdened with regret. I didn't believe in her feelings, but how could I have said such hurtful words to her? That was her pain, and later I realized how heartbroken she must have been. I wept, saying, she has left and may never return. I may live my life shrouded in regret. I took a large swig of wine. How could I forget? She told me to leave, but whenever she lied, she would stutter. How could I forget? I repeated, sounding like a madman. Teacher Sue said nothing, merely patting my back gently. Crying here won't help. Instead, I must resolve to win her back. Let us not speak of anything else. Come, the teacher will drink with you. Teacher Sue lifted her glass. We drank deeply, nearly finishing the wine I had brought, both feeling a bit dizzy. Teacher, tell me, what do you plan to do after leaving here? I asked her. I will become a nun, Teacher Sue replied. A nun? Are you joking? I laughed heartily. I am serious. I plan to go to Mount Wutai as a lay disciple, living a life of simplicity, with only a green lamp to accompany me, she said. Stop joking. Isn't that becoming a nun? You don't want a man anymore? You said you had overcome your emotional struggles, didn't you? I drunkenly slammed my hand on the table. It is precisely because I have overcome my emotional struggles that I made this decision. I am entirely certain I do not need a man. Thus, to escape the pressure of my parents and relatives, as well as societal expectations, I choose to go to Mount Wutai. It is the best decision, Teacher Sue said earnestly. Listening to your ramblings, I want to allow you to go. Come, let us drink. I also slurred back, taking advantage of the alcohol to speak without restraint. Teacher Sue seemed tipsy as well, determined to accompany me in my revelry until we were thoroughly intoxicated. By the time we had nearly emptied the bottles of wine I brought, we were both in a state of drunken euphoria, nearly turning the dormitory upside down. I leaned against the wall, watching the disheveled Teacher Sue, her eyes glazed, her clothes in disarray, hair tousled, cheeks flushed, one stocking slipping down her knee while the other was nowhere to be seen. The teacher will perform a folk dance for you, she said. Drun listened closely to my words. Your affliction can only be cured this way. Yet before I could finish, Teacher Sue abruptly seized a nearby bottle and hurled it at me. The bottle struck my forehead, causing it to bleed profusely. Immediately, Teacher Sue dashed to the coffee table, grabbed a fruit knife, and returned to confront me, her disheveled appearance accentuating her rage. As I pressed my hand against my bleeding forehead, I beheld her standing there, knife in hand, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. You have made me recall. Tears streamed down Teacher Sue's face as she gazed at me. You are just like that man who violated me in my childhood. Filthy hands, filthy blood. You are all tainted. Men are all so vile. Ilu what the men. My life has been shattered by men like you. Teacher Sue's voice rose to a desperate crescendo. The alcohol's effects had completely dissipated, leaving me in a state of shock, rendered speechless by her outburst. At long last, the source of her torment was unveiled to me. I grasped why. I had previously believed you were different from other men. Teacher Sue shook her head slowly, her eyes filled with hatred and judgment. In that instant, I realized the gravity of my impulsive actions. I am sorry. I did not know, I stammered. It was a moment of impulse. A moment of impulse? Teacher Sue retorted with mocking laughter. And if I were to plunge this knife into your abdomen and then apologize, claiming it was a moment of impulse, what would you say? She took a step toward me, knife in hand. I repeated my apologies like a broken record, retreating to the wall's corner. Seeing my state, Teacher Sue sneered, discarding the knife. She then walked to the wardrobe, changed out of her torn shirt, and donned a jacket. My back pressed against the cold wall. I watched as she gathered her belongings and made her way towards the door. She was leaving. I understood that no words could amend my earlier transgression. Yet I felt compelled to express myself, even if she would not believe me. I called out to her retreating figure. That was the reason for my impulsive behavior. From the very beginning, from the moment I arrived in this class and laid eyes on you, my heart began to. Teacher Sue halted her steps. I took a deep breath, resolving to speak no further nonsense. Teacher Sue, I truly have deep feelings for you. Moments after I uttered this confession, Teacher Sue turned to meet my gaze. I believe you, she replied. I thought she was moved by my words, and I yearned to rush forward and embrace her. However, a sardonic smile crept upon her lips, yet I find it utterly repulsive. With that, she turned her back and departed without a glance. I slumped against the wall, gradually sliding down to sit on the floor. I had ruined everything, just like Zhou Meng. They all left me, the women who loved me, the woman I loved. Teacher Sue's declaration of disgust shattered my pride into a million pieces. Sitting at the wall's base, I clutched my hair and wept uncontrollably. Simultaneously, I vowed to myself, it is fine if this one woman who hurt me has left. I shall wound 1,000 others in return. I shall become a libertine, not a lovesick fool. Having made this vow, I rose and made my way to the bathroom, turning on the faucet to wash away the traces of tears and clean my wounded forehead. Then, I left this place and returned home. At 7 o'clock, I receive a call from Brother Who. Have you given it some thought? Can you provide me with an answer before tomorrow? He inquired. I hesitated before replying. Not yet. Oh, let's make it easier for you then. You need not find an opportunity to tamper with her drink or even meet her. Simply lure her out and inform us of the time and place. Alternatively, if you can divert that Li Chao from her side, it is acceptable even if she brings along a few lackey bodyguards. Brother Who explained. I pondered who Li Chao was and instantly recalled the bald man in sunglasses. Old Li, whose fierce beating of Zhang Hao was still fresh in my memory. I thought to myself I could give it a try. I said, after hanging up. My mind remained in turmoil. I opened my phone's contact list and stared blankly at Sister Ling's information. Ultimately, I dialed her number. On the other end, Sister Ling's tone brimmed with delight as she exclaimed that I had finally taken the initiative to reach out, sounding somewhat flattered. Well, enough of the teasing, Sister Ling. I chuckled. I remembered you mentioned wanting me to visit your bar. I said, sure, any time from Wednesday to Friday works. Call me then, and I will send someone to pick you up, Sister Ling replied. Could you not let Oldie kind of pick me up? I casually inquired. What's wrong? Sister Ling asked, puzzled. He is always silent and looks fierce. It makes me uneasy, I explained. Ha, all right, I'll personally come and pick you up then, Sister Ling said. I agreed with a smile. After hanging up, my heart raced. I lay on my bed, tossing my phone aside, trying to suppress thoughts that might bring on pangs of conscience. At that moment, my gaze turned, and I noticed an object on my desk. The key, the mysterious key that man had given me. I recalled his words from that night. Yonla, horizontal 3, vertical 5. It must be a riddle. Deciphering it would lead to a specific location where this key could be useful. I mused. Yonla has been a reign title used in various ancient dynasties, notably by Ming Emperor Zhu Di and Zhang Chonghua of the former Liang during the 16 Kingdoms period. Yet, the most famous association is with Feng La, the arch-nemesis of Song Jiang in Water Margin. But what does horizontal 3, vertical 5 signify? Arrangement? Or perhaps a stroke puzzle? I pondered deeply, yet remained perplexed. Frustrated, I turned over in bed. At that moment, my gaze fell upon a plastic bag hanging behind the door. I slapped my forehead. I had become so engrossed in the antique riddle that I lost sight of the obvious. It had no profound meaning. It was merely a reference to our county's Yonla supermarket. I felt foolish. I slapped my forehead again. Taking the key, I headed straight to Yonla supermarket. Upon arrival, I retrieved the key and examined it closely. Although the markings on the handle had worn down, the width and size suggested it resembled a car key. I took the elevator down to the underground parking. Horizontal 3, vertical 5. I counted the parking spaces and approached a dilapidated white Santana sedan. I inserted the key into the trunk's lock and turned it slowly. The trunk opened, revealing a black woven bag. I reached inside and opened the bag. In an instant, the mystery unraveled. My eyes widened as I beheld the contents of the bag. Stacks upon stacks of vibrant red cash, crammed to the brim. Gazing at the pile of bills before me, I took a deep breath. All the details and clues from my encounter with that man flooded back into my mind. I now recognized who he was. Amid the red bills, I noticed a white slip of paper. I took it out, unfolded it, and read the words written upon it. The man, with a second message, a 4,000 yuan red envelope, bore 3 lines of text. The first read, "Beware the Tang family." I chuckled softly, pondering how this couple could be so alike, constantly cautioning me about this matter. The second line instructed, "Take care of your mother." The third stated, "Protect the family heirloom." I slowly tore the note to shreds and discarded it. Lifting my foot, I forcefully kicked the car's rear light. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the authority to command me?" I raged at the trunk like a lunatic. 18 years without a word. And now he only dares to meet me in such a manner. Yet, I suppose that is the only way he can face me, as he truly has no shame left. However, recalling that evening scene made my heart twitch. He asked me to close my eyes and face him, gazing at my face for over half an hour, dazed. Finally, when he told me to turn around, his voice was hoarse. I imagined he must have been crying then. My mother always claimed he had his reasons for not seeing us for 18 years, urging me not to harbor resentment. Yet every time I pressed her for specifics, she would remain silent. I would not hold a grudge against him, but neither would I forgive him. I circled the dilapidated second-hand car, finding nothing of value within. No clues whatsoever. I sighed, thinking how, If he truly had no shame in facing me, he could at least have handed over the money more straightforwardly. I retrieved the woven bag, slung it over my shoulder, and slammed the trunk shut. "Thank you for the money, Golden Eyes," I said once more to the car's rear. I returned home, carefully counting the money from the bag. Exactly 1 million. Just then, my mother arrived home. "There's money for your surgery, from your father," I announced. Her expression revealed no surprise. "Have you met him face to face?" she inquired. "No, he must be too ashamed to see me, sneaking around just to give money." I pouted. My mother chuckled lightly, then sighed. "Isn't it Tuesday? Why didn't you go to class? Aren't you afraid of your homeroom teacher's reprimand?" she asked. "I didn't want to go. Our homeroom teacher resigned, and there's no one to oversee the class now," I replied. "Just because there's no one to oversee doesn't mean you should stop studying." Cough, cough. My mother, irritated, began to cough again. I quickly promised to go immediately, intending to deposit the money. After exiting the bank, standing at its entrance, another thought struck me. With this money, I could alleviate my mother's urgent medical expenses. Thus, I no longer needed to assist brother Hu in plotting against Sister Ling. However, I was uncertain how to inform brother Hu. Would directly refusing him bring trouble my way? Moreover, brother Hu was not the mastermind. He had mentioned it was Boss Han's directive, which implied deeper entanglements between Sister Ling and Boss Han. Perhaps there were even more profound secrets at play. Suddenly, I recalled a small incident at the appraisal event involving the 6-character knife and the conversation between old Master Tang and Boss Han. There might be deeper grievances between the Han family and the Tang family. Yet, those conflicts had nothing to do with me. The pressing question was that I now knew of brother Hu and Boss Han's conspiracy to murder Sister Ling. To put in classic terms, I knew too much. If I directly refused brother Hu, who was aware of my alliance with Sister Ling, fearing I might tip her off, he might attempt to silence me. I pondered and ruminated, hoping to devise a safe solution. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. To brother Hu, I was merely a naive high school student. Why not continue to play the fool? A bumbling high schooler. How could he suspect me of contemplating such heinous acts? I quickly pulled out my phone and called brother Hu, straightforwardly informing him that my mother's medical expenses were settled, and regrettably, I could not assist in the task he had assigned me. My mother has told me that whether it is using underhanded tricks on women personally or aiding others in doing so, one faces dire consequences in the afterlife. I stated earnestly over the phone. He, brother Hu, chuckled awkwardly on the other end. "Thus, I will not help you drug Sister Ling. If Boss Han truly likes her, he should pursue her openly, rather than resorting to such vile methods." Brother Hu forced a laugh and said, "Very well. Just remember not to disclose this to Tang Ling." "I certainly won't. I wouldn't dare mention such a sordid affair to her," I assured. After hanging up, I exhaled deeply, relieved that brother Hu had not been explicit earlier. Today, I, Dong Yulei, had managed to evade disaster by feigning ignorance, reminiscent of Lu Xuanda during his youthful escapades. Yet, I still faced a troubling decision. Should I discreetly warn Sister Ling? After much contemplation, I ultimately decided against it. Their conflicts were of no concern to me. Who lived or died mattered not, as long as I bore no responsibility. My sole focus was to earn money to cover my mother's ongoing medical and nutritional expenses. Beyond that, there was another desire brewing within me. I yearned for romance with anyone, even if not someone I liked, or simply to indulge in some escapades with a girl, seeking to liberate my spirit and desires. I recognized the implications of such actions, yet I found myself unable to restrain my urges. The departure of Zhou Meng and teacher Su had left me in distress, particularly after her harsh words during my confession. I felt an overwhelming need for a woman's comfort. Yet, a rather objective and awkward dilemma loomed. How could someone like me, who only possessed a modicum of appraisal skills, attract a girl? The following day at school, seated in class, memories of teacher Su resurfaced, plunging my mood into melancholy once more. "Hey, desk mate." Jiang Shui nudged me with her elbow. I replied listlessly. "What kind of person do you think our new homeroom teacher will be?" she asked. I don't know," I responded apathetically. "Are you trying to drive me mad? Why so unenthusiastic in our conversation?" Jiang Shui teased, poking me in the ribs. I promptly retaliated, only for her to evade, causing my hand to awkwardly land in an embarrassing place. I withdrew my hand sheepishly, expecting her to blush, yet she did not. Instead, she provocatively straightened her posture. "Is it big? Soft? Comfortable?" she inquired with a mischievous grin. I felt as though I would choke on my own blood. When girls turned rogue, men had little chance. Jiang Shui remained unfazed, while I, blushing furiously, turned away, refusing to engage further. Throughout the subsequent classes, I stole glances at Jiang Shui. The more I looked, the more I realized her beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow. My gaze lingered on her smooth, fair legs beneath her blue pleated skirt, and I swallowed hard. In truth, Jiang Shui met my current criteria perfectly. She was stunning, had a pleasing moreover. I sensed that Jiang Shui harbored a fondness for me. During our customary note-passing sessions in the evening study, our conversation began with her recent acquisition of a home theater system and gracefully transitioned to our favorite films. Jiang Shui proclaimed that her most cherished film was Mao Na. I remarked that the film bore a certain indecency with its explicit scenes, and jestingly suggested that it was no wonder she was drawn to it. Jiang Shui retorted passionately, asserting that it was a masterpiece from the renowned Italian director Giuseppe Tornatore, the most illustrious of his time trilogy, and that my base understanding, filled with crude thoughts, prevented me from appreciating true art. Feeling somewhat affronted by her critique, I crumpled the note in frustration, contemplating the cessation of our exchange. Nevertheless, Jiang Shui, undeterred, pinned me a new note inquiring about my favorite film. I candidly confessed that, as a boy with such base thoughts, I relished Japanese romance films that were unabashedly explicit from start to finish. When Jiang Shui handed me another note, I found her words somewhat exasperating. "So, do you possess such films?" she inquired, a playful challenge. In my first year of high school, I had been dubbed Huang Pinyuan by my classmates. I responded affirmatively, claiming to have a plethora of such films. Jiang Shui then wrote to me that the next day would be a school holiday, as her mother would be away, and invited me to her home to enjoy a movie on her newly acquired home theater system. In that moment, I felt a surge of confidence, my hand trembling as I asked her which film we would be watching. As the notes circulated, I realized that face-to-face communication often rendered certain embarrassing confessions unutterable. I turned my head, my expression animated as I gazed at Jiang Shui's face. "Let's watch Mao Na. I'll enlighten you on its merits," she suggested. Instantly, I felt deflated. What had I been contemplating? I had numerous other DVDs of various genres at home, and I could simply let her choose whatever she fancied. Jiang Shui proposed that I could bring along any films I wished to watch. My spirits lifted once more. I could select a few ordinary DVDs to bring along, interspersed with one from my secret collection. I envisioned the moment the film played, feigning innocence as I claimed ignorance of how such a film had made its way into the mix. Everything would unfold seamlessly. I chuckled foolishly, then told Jiang Shui that I wished to watch a Miyazaki animation and intended to rent a few films that very day. "Sounds splendid. See you tomorrow afternoon," she responded. The next day, I dressed with care, donning clean jeans and a white t-shirt, my hair neatly styled. Carrying the films, I took a taxi to Jiang Shui's residence. Upon arrival, I spotted her waiting for me in comfortable home attire. "Why such formality? You came down to greet me?" I asked. "We have a dog, and though Dodo is harmless, I feared you might be startled when I opened the door," Jiang Shui explained. I followed her up to her sixth-floor apartment, which was a modest yet elegantly furnished two-bedroom layout, neither opulent nor austere. As I changed my shoes at the entrance and stepped into the living room, I noticed a large golden retriever lounging lazily on the carpet. "Dodo, we have a guest," Jiang Shui called, yet the dog merely wagged its tail without lifting its head. "He's very gentle, never bites or barks. Feel free to pet him," she assured me, offering me a seat and pouring orange juice for me. I wandered around Jiang Shui's home, eventually reaching the balcony, where I observed clothes of various colors hanging on a clothesline, including stockings that I presumed belonged to her mother. I held the pink trousers with a look of exasperation. Alas, there was no alternative. I had to wear them for the time being, as there were no male garments in our household. With a sense of discomfort, I slipped into those trousers, which, being designed for females, were rather snug for my frame. Furthermore, lacking my usual undergarments, I found them quite constricting. Well, I thought it will have to do. I returned to the living room, settling down again, just in time to witness the conclusion of the Miyazaki animation. Jiang Shui, engrossed in the film, engaged me in discussions about the plot, to which I could only respond absent-mindedly, my focus entirely on the anticipated spectacle about to unfold. At long last, the tiresome film concluded. Jiang Shui scrambled from the carpet to the DVD player, reaching to switch discs. Dressed in an exceedingly loose loungewear dress, she knelt to change the disc, and I was momentarily captivated by a delightful sight. the white lace trim, and the curvaceous, peach-like shape. I swallowed hard. At that moment, I felt an undeniable surge of strength, yet the tightness of my sports shorts was unrelenting, causing a familiar discomfort. As I observed Jiang Shue's elegantly bent legs and her delicate feet, I urged her silently to hurry, fearing I might lose control before the next film began. Little did I realize, losing control was not solely my predicament. Just then, Jiang Shue's large golden retriever, Dodo, bounded over, tail wagging excitedly. "Dodo, wants a popcorn?" I called to the dog. Dodo ignored me and instead placed his front paws on Jiang Shue's back, his hind legs and tail quivering with excitement. Jiang Shue shrieked, promptly shaking Dodo off. "What are you doing, you silly dog?" She scolded, delivering a gentle kick to Dodo's head. The dog whimpered and scurried away, leaving me in shock. So, Dodo was a male dog after all. "Haha, your dog is quite the rascal." I chuckled at Jiang Shue. Her face flushed crimson, and she turned back to continue changing the disc without a word. I pondered, typically, dogs do not exhibit such bold behavior towards their owners unless trained to do so. And clearly, Dodo had often acted in this manner. 037. Something serious has happened. 4 o'clock, 2,000 rock coins in a red envelope. At that moment, Jiang Shue declared, "All right, let's continue watching a movie." "What is this one? Is it also a Miyazaki film?" "I hope it's not My Neighbor Totoro Spirited Away, as I've already seen those," I said. I was unsure, as I had simply told the clerk at the video store to rent a few Miyazaki animations at random, and he had obliged. The film began to play, but I had miscalculated. My secret collection had deteriorated over time, resulting in a black screen with only audio. This disc is still in the original Japanese audio. Jiang Shue exclaimed. "By the way, we also have the Japanese audio version of the recent popular Film Your Name," after he finished this. Suddenly, Jiang Shue fell silent. The audio shifted abruptly, and the screen displayed a shocking scene of fairies in combat. Jiang Shue's mouth formed an odd shape as I sat there, dumbfounded. Had the film begun normally and transitioned into this scene, she might have managed to endure it. However, the suddenness of the imagery was overwhelming, and I knew she would likely stop watching. Sure enough, Jiang Shue immediately hit the pause button. I don't know how this happened. I hastily fabricated an excuse, but Jiang Shue interrupted me, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "Quick, lock the door." Her enthusiasm was palpable. I felt a rush of adrenaline. I had always wanted to see this, but had been too shy to ask the clerk at the video store. After locking Jiang Shue's front door, our viewing commenced. Jiang Shue was even more animated than during the Miyazaki film, eagerly seeking my insights. "Which style is this of the 72 techniques? Is this the legendary old man pushes the cart? What distinguishes old man pushes the cart from old tree coiling roots? Which technique are they using now?" I was utterly bewildered, responding to her inquiries one by one. A true scholar, Jiang Shue approached such matters with seriousness and a thirst for knowledge. Yet, I felt a pang of disappointment. According to my script, Jiang Shue should have been shyly covering her eyes, blushing and breathless, creating an atmosphere ripe for intimacy. But now, the narrative seemed to veer off course. Jiang Shue's curiosity surpassed my expectations by 1,000-fold. As the film ended, Jiang Shue remained seated cross-legged, munching on popcorn, her demeanor utterly composed. "Why did it end so quickly? I haven't had my fill." She pouted. "Did you not feel anything after watching it?" I asked cautiously, wondering if she didn't feel a tingle of excitement or warmth. "Feelings? Yes." Jiang Shue clapped her hands. "You were right. The variations among individuals are indeed as diverse as ears, size, color, and shape all differ. I used to think they were all cast from the same mold." Jiang Shue proclaimed. I was left speechless, unable to fathom how to engage further with her. Just then, Jiang Shue finished her orange juice in one swift gulp. "Dongule, I have an unusual request," she stated earnestly. "Huh?" I looked at her in astonishment. "Could I examine your structure?" Jiang Shue asked with utmost seriousness. My heart raced at her words. "What do you mean by that?" I inquired, bewildered. "Your anatomy," she said, her expression grave. "Gulme," she beckoned. "No way. Classmate. How can you even ask that? Aren't you still a girl?" I shouted in disbelief. Jiang Shue lunged at me without hesitation. "Classmate, I can't even question your gender anymore. I'm beginning to wonder if you're even human," she teased. I clutched my trousers, mortified by the humiliation I felt as a proud young man. "Calm down. This is purely for academic research," Jiang Shue insisted. I thought ordinarily that statement should have come from me. Suddenly, an idea struck me. "All right, You may examine me, but on the principle of fairness. If you study my structure, I must have the opportunity to study yours, I proposed. Jiang Shui, chewing on a withered straw, resolutely shook her head. No negotiation, a fair exchange is necessary. If you can study mine, why can't I study yours? Fine, you can only examine the upper part of my structure, she conceded. I considered this and nodded, realizing it was a fair compromise. But I go first, she added. 3 minutes later, just as we were halfway through our research, a sound of the door lock turning echoed through the room. I was instantly frozen in fear, and my heart sank. Shui, are you home? Why is the door locked from the inside? I can't get in. A woman's voice called from outside. My mother is back. She must not see you. Jiang Shui's face turned pale, and she dragged me toward the balcony. What are you thinking? Your home is on the 6th floor. Do you want to jump? I whispered urgently. What should we do? Jiang Shui exclaimed, frantic as an ant on a hot stove. Just open the door. We haven't done anything wrong, I reasoned. No way. We still have the door locked. How can I explain this clearly? And my mother, if she discovers that I brought a boy home, she will surely use a feather duster to beat me to death. Jiang Shui exclaimed anxiously. Shui, came another call from outside. I heard you. I'm unlocking the door for you right now. Jiang Suilit. I'll hide first. You must distract your mother so I can slip out, I said to Jiang Shui. There was no other choice, but the problem was that there was nowhere in Jiang Shui's house for me to conceal myself. There's a large wardrobe in your mother's room. You can hide in there. I'll find an excuse to keep her occupied, and then you can come out. Jiang Shui suggested. Hide in your mother's room? I asked, terrified. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Just keep quiet, Jiang Shui insisted. She then pulled me into her mother's bedroom, and indeed there was a large wardrobe behind the door. Don't reveal yourself, Jiang Shui cautioned. After she left the room, I opened the wardrobe door and squeezed inside, holding my breath in the darkness. I silently prayed that Jiang Shui would successfully distract her mother, allowing me a chance to escape. I could hear the front door creak open, followed by the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. Then I heard Jiang Shui timidly ask, Why are you home so early today? I'm a bit tired today. I want to come home early to rest. Jiang Shui's mother replied, Perfect. Mom, let's go to the supermarket together to relax. I just ran out of my facial cleanser and need to buy a new one. Jiang Shui said eagerly, Let's go tomorrow. I'm tired today and want to rest, her mother replied. Jiang Shui's voice trembled with urgency as she insisted on going today. Then you can go by yourself. I'm tired. Don't bother me, Jiang Shui's mother yawned. Daodu, come here. Come back to the room and sleep with mommy. Jiang Shui's mother called for their dog. Hearing her footsteps enter the room and the door close sent my heart racing. What is happening? Jiang Shui had said that the most dangerous place is the safest place, but now it seemed I had woven myself into a trap. Peering through the wardrobe's crack, I watched Jiang Shui's mother walk to the dressing mirror and remove her coat. She appeared quite young, with well-maintained skin, a heart-shaped face, and lovely almond-shaped eyes. She was indeed a stunning beauty. However, her features were entirely distinct from Jiang Shui's, suggesting that Jiang Shui had inherited her father's looks. I then saw Jiang Shui's mother sit on the bed, take off her high heels, slip into house slippers, and retrieve a nightgown from the bedside table. Slowly, she began to unbutton her white shirt, seemingly preparing to change. My breath quickened. Could it be that I was about to witness such an unexpected view? However, at that moment, I realized something terrifying. Daodu, the golden retriever, had entered the room and, having caught my scent, stood right in front of the wardrobe, wagging its tail incessantly. Get away, silly dog, I silently yelled. Just then, having just taken off her shirt and skirt, Jiang Shui's mother noticed Daodu's unusual behavior. What's wrong, Dudu? She asked, walking toward the wardrobe where I was hiding. My heart raced as Jiang Shui's mother was on the verge of discovering me. But suddenly Daodu turned and jumped into her arms. You're supposed to keep mommy company in bed, not stare at the wardrobe. Jiang Shui's mother scolded Daodu. Petting its head, I let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the door opened again. Mom, I need to buy some other urgent items. Please come with me. Jiang Shui pleaded. No, we'll go tomorrow. I told you I'm tired. Just go away and stop bothering me. Her mother replied impatiently. All right, Jiang Shui said timidly. Then closed the door. Jiang Shui must have felt as desperate as I did. Yet, I was puzzled by the conversation. Why was Jiang Shui's mother so harsh and cruel to her? It was as if Jiang Shui was not her own daughter, treated even worse than Daodu. With the door shut, Jiang Shui's mother changed into the nightgown and lay down with Daodu. Your sister is such a nuisance. Isn't Jiang Shue's mother said to Daodu, kissing its nose. I thought to myself how much I detested people like Jiang Shue's mother who treated their pets like children. I watched as Jiang Shue's mother lay on the bed. Despite claiming she was tired, she instead began playing on her phone. Please, beautiful Annie, fall asleep quickly. If you do, I can sneak out, I silently pleaded. The air in the wardrobe was stifling, and I was crouched uncomfortably, unable to breathe freely, fearing any noise might alert Jiang Shue's mother. She hummed a tune while engrossed in her phone, completely oblivious to my desperate situation. Should I just step out and confront Jiang Shue's mother? I thought to myself, but what could I possibly say to her? I was still wearing Jiang Shue's pink leggings. When Jiang Shue's mother entered earlier, the door was locked. What would I say when I emerged from the wardrobe? Andy, I'm Jiang Shue's classmate. I came over this afternoon to check out your new DVD player, watched a couple of movies, then we played hide and seek, which is why I'm hiding in your wardrobe. As for why I was wearing Jiang Shue's pants and why we locked the door. If she believed the previous part, surely these questions wouldn't matter. I bit my tongue in frustration. How could Jiang Shue's mother possibly believe that? I silently prayed that Jiang Shue would think of something quickly. Otherwise, even if I wasn't discovered, I might suffocate in here. At that moment, I saw something peculiar through the wardrobe's crack. Jiang Shue's mother lay on her side, and Daodu was being restless, nudging her body with its nose. Stop it, sweetheart. Mommy is tired and wants to sleep. Jiang Shue's mother lightly swatted Daodu away. However, Daodu appeared undeterred, continuing to nuzzle against Jiang Shue's mother. My heart raced, fearing that the silly dog had sensed my presence and was alerting Jiang Shue's mother. Yet she sighed and said, "All right." Jiang Shue's mother got off the bed and walked to the door, and I heard the sound of the lock turning. She seemed to be locking the room. Then she approached the bedside table and retrieved something that resembled a spray bottle, spraying it onto Daodu's belly. I know you want to play with mommy again, don't you? Jiang Shue's mother said, petting Daodu's head. I held my breath, focusing on that spray bottle through the wardrobe's crack. Thanks to my keen eyesight, I could discern the words and images on it from a distance. My heart sank in terror as I realized why Daodu had previously pounced on Jiang Shue when she was fiddling with the DVD player. Such behaviors in dogs are often trained. My eyes widened at the sight of Jiang Shue's mother holding. What followed was certainly something only those with peculiar tastes would enjoy. And for someone like me with normal sensibilities, it was exceedingly eye-watering. Well, this is for the best, I thought. After they had exhausted themselves and succumbed to sleep, I thought I could slip away. Just then, without any warning, a thunderous sound erupted beside my ear. Oh dear, the cacophony of social chaos. My face turned ashen as I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, cursing the miscreant responsible for my impending doom. The caller ID displayed, Sisterling. A bitter smile crept onto my lips as my legs gave way beneath me, and I stumbled through the cabinet door. Tragically, my fall tore the snug exercise pants I was wearing. At that moment, Jiang Shue's mother let out a scream that could have shaken the ceiling. Barefoot, she leapt from her bed and reached for the doorknob, only to remember that she had locked it herself, rendering it unyielding. Xiao Shui, call the police. We have an intruder, Jiang Shue's mother shouted. Meanwhile, their golden retriever, Dodo, was equally startled, retreating beneath the bed, for Goldens are among the most timid of breeds. No, Annie, let me explain. I pleaded as I picked myself off the floor, shouting at Jiang Shue's mother. Ignoring my cries, she grabbed a broom from behind the door and brandished it menacingly, warning me to keep my distance. Annie, I'm actually Jiang Shue's classmate. I began to explain, only to be reminded of the draft brushing against my legs, realizing I was wearing split-crotch pants, and hastily bent down to cover myself. Finally, Jiang Shue's mother managed to open the door, her eyes wild as she clutched Jiang Shue's shoulders, urging her to call the police. Mom, I'm sorry, but... Jiang Shui attempted to interject. Once the chaos was clarified, both Jiang Shui and I were inevitably subjected to her mother's wrath. We stood side by side, our heads nearly touching the floor. Jiang Shue's mother sat on the sofa, one hand gripping a feather duster and the other clutching heart medication. I mustered the courage to raise my head and speak. Annie, silence. Jiang Shue's mother struck me with a feather duster, causing me to wince in pain. I told you, within an hour, bring your parents here, or I will treat you as a thief and report you to the police. She seethed. Then her gaze shifted to Jiang Shui, her eyes flashing with fury. Raising her hand, the feather duster came down hard upon Jiang Shue's hand. How dare you bring a man home? Have you grown wings or become too brazen? I gasped at the severity of the blow. Was this truly a mother striking her own daughter? Jiang Shui cradled her reddened hand, her expression one of hurt, yet she dared not speak. You ungrateful wretch. I labored to bring you into this world. What do you live for? Jiang Shui's mother struck her again. Jiang Shui stammered, to study hard, get into a good university, find a good job, and repay your kindness. Exactly. But what are you doing now? Huh? Acting like a little harlot? Are you in heat? Thinking about men? The feather duster fell relentlessly upon Jiang Shui's hand, swelling it to a painful size, tears streaming down her cheeks. No crying. Hold those tears back. Who are you crying for? Jiang Shui's mother roared. I could no longer bear to watch. How could a mother treat her daughter this way? Do you want to cry for me? I wish I could cry for you. It's all because of you, you ungrateful wretch. You've wasted my entire life. As Jiang Shui's mother continued to berate her, the strikes became even harsher. Then why did you even give birth to me? Do you think I enjoy this life? Jiang Shui finally snapped, shouting back at her mother. You dare talk back? Jiang Shui's mother glared. The feather duster descended like a storm upon Jiang Shui. Why did I give birth to you? You have the audacity to ask. Why don't you question yourself? Why are you such a worthless burden? Why are you a fatherless bastard? When her mother uttered those last two words, her voice twisted in fury. Then just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Jiang Shui cried, tears streaming down her face. I want to kill you, but I will surely mar that pretty face of yours and see how you seduce men afterward. Jiang Shui's mother raised a feather duster high, aiming for Jiang Shui's cheek. Unable to stand by any longer, I seized the feather duster from her grip. Enough. She is your daughter. I asserted. Get out. This is our family matter. Otherwise, I will call the police and have you arrested. Jiang Shui's mother screamed. I did not engage in further debate, forcibly taking the feather duster from her. You wretched woman. Give it back. Jiang Shui's mother threw a tantrum, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at me, her slippers flying. Seeing me being attacked, Jiang Shui rushed to pull her mother away. You too, little hussy. You dare help your man against your mother. Jiang Shui's mother raised her hand, her long nails aimed at Jiang Shui's face. Quickly, I scooped up Jiang Shui's mother, lifting her off the ground. You little harlot man. Let me go. She screamed, her nails scratching my neck, her feet kicking at my waist. Annie, I saw everything. I whispered into Jiang Shui's mother's ear. Instantly, she quieted. What did you see? She asked, eyes wide with curiosity. You know very well, I replied. Jiang Shui's mother stared blankly for several seconds before bursting into laughter. Even if you say it, who would believe you? If I say it, people will believe me because I recorded on my phone, I declared. Although I had not actually recorded anything, I hoped to intimidate Jiang Shui's mother. Her face alternated between red and white, and she opened her mouth but could not form words. I released her and turned to Jiang Shui, whose eyes were swollen from crying, her hands bruised from the blows. Let us go, I said, taking her hand and leading her out, ignoring the still fuming Jiang Shui's mother. We headed to a nearby hospital to tend to Jiang Shui's injuries. Does your mother often treat you like this? I inquired, and Jiang Shui nodded. I sighed, finally grasping the duality of Jiang Shui's character. She appeared obedient, studious, and morally upright, a model child. Yet this was not her true self, but rather a fractured persona forced upon her by her twisted mother. I then asked Jiang Shui what her mother meant by those harsh words. She shook her head, evidently unwilling to answer. After leaving the hospital, we stood by the roadside. Let us go home, I said to Jiang Shui. She nodded and turned to walk back. I quickly caught her wrist, making my intentions clear through my gaze. Come home with me. Jiang Shui shook her head, explaining that if she delayed, her mother would punish her more severely upon her return. Do not be afraid. Your mother can no longer chastise you, I said. From now on, you shall reside in my home indefinitely. Subsequently, I hailed a cab and escorted Jiang Shui back to my abode. My mother happened to be at home, and upon seeing me return with a beautiful girl, her astonishment rendered her speechless. This? My mother looked at me, puzzled. Your daughter-in-law, I replied. My mother was momentarily dumbfounded, and Jiang Shui quickly pinched my waist. Don't be dazed, mother. She is hungry and has yet to eat, I interjected. My mother promptly snapped back to reality and hurried to the kitchen, bustling about to prepare a meal. During dinner, I observed my mother, radiating joy like a child, incessantly asking Jiang Shui various questions. I can hardly believe it. How could you possibly have attracted such a stunning partner? My mother exclaimed gleefully. Jiang Shui blushed and remained silent. Not only is she beautiful, but her academic performance is also exceptional. She ranks first in the entire school, I proclaimed. My mother's eyes sparkled with delight as she continued to serve Jiang Shui. After dinner, Jiang Shui, ever so considerate, offered to help tidy up, but my mother immediately declined her offer. Daughter, your daughter-in-law has nowhere to go tonight. She will be staying with us, I stated. Then, should she sleep with me? My mother inquired. Why will my wife sleep with you? Surely she will sleep with me, I responded. My mother was quite irked by my flippancy, raising her hand as if to strike me. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed even deeper. There are new thermal underwear in the cupboard. If Xiao Shui wishes to bathe and change, please fetch them for her, my mother suggested. I filled the bathtub with warm water, retrieved clothing for Jiang Shui, and encouraged her to take a bath first. But I should return home, otherwise my mother. Jiang Shui fretted. Return home for what? To endure more punishment? You shall reside here. I will call your mother immediately. Yes, you. When I tell her you are staying with us for a few days, she will not dare object. Once Jiang Shui entered the bathroom, I seized her phone and dialed her mother's number. Auntie, Jiang Shui is staying at my house for a few days. She will return once you have calmed down, I said. Then let her never come back. Jiang Shui's mother bellowed on the other end. That suits me just fine, I replied. Just as I was about to hang up, I felt the need to add a remark. Auntie, I hope you will treat your daughter as a person from now on. At least better than your dog, or else I might just publish a video of you and your beloved pet on our local forum. Upon hearing Jiang Shui's mother's teeth-gritting response, I promptly ended the call. I then glanced at my own phone, noting an unanswered call. Damn it. This call nearly cost me dearly today, I sighed, reflecting on the situation. Ah, Ling Jie, I somewhat regret not assisting Tiger in eliminating you back then, I mused. However, I realized that I couldn't place the blame on Ling Jie, as she had no way of knowing what I was engaged in at the time. I returned her call to inquire about her reason for contacting me. Upon connection, Ling Jie casually informed me that there was nothing significant. She simply wanted to follow up on my previous mention of visiting her bar and was inquiring about when I planned to go. A wave of frustration washed over me. Your enthusiasm nearly led to my demise, Ling Jie. Perhaps in a couple of days? Friday, perhaps? I suggested. Great. I will arrange for a few beautiful ladies to keep you company, Ling Jie replied. I quickly declined, stating that I would be bringing my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Is it still that same young lady? Or have you moved on? Ling Jie teased. Yes, I have moved on, I answered. Oh, how impressive. This time, I will prepare a surprise for you and your new girlfriend. How does that sound? Ling Jie asked. Her words reminded me of that night spent at Ling Jie's place with Zhou Ming, causing a pang of regret to stir within me. Yet, I resolved that if given a similar opportunity again, I would not be so naive. After chatting a bit longer, Ling Jie abruptly changed the subject to someone I was not particularly keen to discuss. I heard your father returned recently. Is that true? She inquired. I was taken aback by her question, wondering how she had found out. Perhaps my father had clandestinely met with my aunt, who then relayed the news to Ling Jie. I posed this thought to her, but Ling Jie chuckled, stating that she had always been privy to the whereabouts of the golden eye. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. After a few more trivial exchanges, the call ended. Lying in bed, I recalled the warnings my parents had given me. Be wary of the Tang family. And my father's note, which contained 3 pieces of advice. Watch out for the Tang family, care for my mother, and guard the family heirloom? Wasn't that heirloom merely a fake? Moreover, even if that porcelain jar were genuine, how much could it possibly be worth? I could not fathom why he placed such importance on it. I decided to put it out of my mind. I picked up Jiang Shui's phone and casually scrolled through it. As she was bathing, I found myself curious to satisfy my voyeuristic tendencies and discover any secrets she might be harboring. To my disappointment, the video app was filled with Korean dramas, and the messages were predominantly from her mother. Suddenly, I was struck by another curiosity. What name had Jiang Shui saved my number under? I opened her contacts and entered my number. The result elicited both laughter and frustration. Cunning little Lothario. I chuckled to myself, thinking, if you consider me a little lecher, tonight I shall show you just how much of a true libertine I am. At that moment, I casually scrolled further and stumbled upon a name that piqued my surprise. Han Qingqiu. Directly beneath her name was Han Haoyens, the Han family, father and daughter. I wondered how Jiang Shui had their contact information or how she even knew them. Just as I pondered this, I suddenly heard the bathroom door creak open. I assumed Jiang Shui had finished her bath and quickly set the phone aside. The door to my room opened, and Jiang Shui entered, clad in thermal underwear. Her hair damp and tousled. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight. She was wearing my mother's elderly women's thermal set, vibrant red, and given my mother's petite stature, the outfit clung to Jiang Shui like a second skin. What are you laughing at? Jiang Shui approached and playfully hit me. Stop laughing. Come here, let me dry your hair, I offered. I picked up the hairdryer and gently began to dry her hair, my gaze wandering over her figure with mischievous intent. What are you staring at? Jiang Shui feigned annoyance. I'm admiring how wonderful my wife's figure is, I teased. Who is your wife? Jiang Shui lightly smacked my arm. You. I grinned mischievously. Leaning down, I softly nibbled on Jiang Shui's earlobe and whispered, Shall we finish what we started this afternoon? What are you referring to? Jiang Shui's breath quickened. The exploration of anatomy, I chuckled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui promptly pushed me away. That's inappropriate, she protested. How is it inappropriate? This afternoon, you were the one insisting we explore. Now you want to back out? I retorted. Jiang Shui playfully punched my chest. Your mother is still next door. How dare you be so bold? I remarked, so what? Yet, Jiang Shui insisted it was inappropriate. Will you agree to be my girlfriend? I inquired. Initially, Jiang Shui shook her head in a reserved manner, but after I teasingly tickled her, she finally blushed and nodded. Then let us begin. Since we have acknowledged our relationship, isn't it only natural to engage in such activities? I suggested. Jiang Shui pinched me again, commenting on my cunning ways. It's definitely too soon. It feels too fast, she replied. How long must we wait then? Whether early or late, we are still doing the same thing, I countered. Nevertheless, Jiang Shui remained hesitant, stating that the latest she would consider would be after we had been together for 100 days. As I embraced Jiang Shui, admiring the fair skin of her neck and the alluring curves beneath her autumn attire, I felt an overwhelming desire, yet I knew I must respect her wishes. May I hold you while we sleep tonight? I asked. Jiang Shui nodded, cautioning me to keep my hands to myself. I grinned, assuring her that I would remain perfectly still. However, when morning arrived, Jiang Shui kicked me several times, accusing me of being restless throughout the night. The entire day was spent in the comfort of my home, playing games together or watching television with my mother, creating a cozy atmosphere that felt reminiscent of home. It's wonderful. I've never experienced such warmth before, Jiang Shui remarked. Then why don't you stay here forever? I suggested. Later that evening, I asked my mother what delicious meal she planned for dinner. Nothing special, she replied. Eating out costs so much. I protested, but Mother, what about your medical expenses? Don't worry. Your irresponsible father left us quite a sum, she assured me. Coincidentally, my mother was scheduled for hospitalization soon, making this an opportune moment for a lavish meal with my beloved. I excitedly called out to Jiang Shui, who was engrossed in her game, to prepare for our outing. As we stepped outside, we were uncertain of where to dine, having grown accustomed to a modest lifestyle where even a visit to a local eatery felt extravagant. I quickly searched online, discovering that the newest seafood restaurant featuring an aquarium theme was highly rated. Mother, let us go here. We can enjoy the fish while dining, both delicious and entertaining, I suggested. My mother sought Jiang Shui's opinion, and she agreed. We hailed a taxi and headed to the restaurant. Upon arrival, we found the place relatively uncrowded, and though it lacked a genuine massive aquarium, the numerous fish tanks created an impressive ambience, marking it as one of the finest dining establishments in our small town. However, as we entered, I spotted a familiar face that soured my mood. Actually, not just one, but four. It was my Uncle Xiao Long and Aunt Hua, along with Su Man Man and Tang Feng. They too had come to dine. Uncle Xiao Long spotted us from afar and approached with a sly grin. I wondered if he intended to settle the score from our last encounter. If so, I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson again, this time using a fish tank as my weapon. Yet, I realized he would not stoop to such public antics. Instead, he wielded his sharp tongue. Ah, Sister Yanzi, what surprise to see you here, he exclaimed, feigning innocence. What of it? My mother retorted coldly. I recall you were supposedly afflicted with a terminal illness requiring significant funds for treatment. How can you afford to dine in such an expensive restaurant? Uncle Xiao Long inquired, his tone dripping with malice. I felt the urge to punch him, but restrained myself. Dealing with such scoundrels required a more refined approach. Physical confrontation would only sully my hands. Mind your own business, my mother replied coolly. Indeed, Uncle Xiao Long, you should hurry off to massage my grandfather's feet more often. The more you do, the more inheritance you'll receive, allowing you to flaunt yourself in establishments like this," I chimed in. His expression flickered with irritation, and he shot me a disdainful look. "Watch your words, nephew. My head still aches from our last encounter," he threatened. "So what? Are you trying to extort me? You know I am poor and without funds. Or do you wish to engage in a brawl? Let us settle this now." I raised my fist. "Yule, stop with the bravado," my mother interjected, sensing the tension. Uncle Xiao Long scoffed, his jowls quivering. At that moment, Aunt Hua, Su Man, and Tang Feng joined us, maintaining their facade of congeniality, though I knew her true nature was far more insidious. Uncle Xiao Long, perhaps emboldened by his wealthy son-in-law Tang Feng's presence, proclaimed that out of sympathy for us poor souls, he would be willing to assist us if we found ourselves unable to pay the bill. With that, they sauntered away, leaving me seething in place. I resolved not to let them ruin our joyous meal, as my mother urged me to remain calm. However, as we sat down to order, my irritation flared once more, this time sparked by a condescending waiter. Upon glancing at the menu, I was taken aback by the exorbitant prices, $888 per pound for Australian lobster and $288 per gram for caviar. "Why is it so expensive?" I muttered, feeling utterly taken aback. The waiter overheard and replied earnestly, "Sir, seafood is inherently expensive, especially here in the inland region where it must be air freighted. Our prices are quite reasonable compared to others, and if you find them too high, you are welcome to leave." I was tempted to hurl the money in my pocket at his face. "Are you suggesting we leave?" I asked incredulously. "Not at all, sir. I merely meant to consider your situation, as your attire suggests you might not be accustomed to such lavish dining," he said dismissively. "Then let us not eat," I declared. "He has a point. I feel the prices are excessive, and I am not particularly fond of seafood," Jiang Shui remarked thoughtfully. I hesitated, not wanting to abandon our plans, when a sudden thought struck me. "Bring 30 pounds of Australian lobster and 5 pounds of golden caviar. When you prepare the lobster, please remove the shells and serve just the meat," I instructed. "Sir, are you joking? Do you intend to consume lobster as a staple?" the waiter asked, bemused. "Yes, lobster meat dipped in sauce. Surely you have heard of this method?" I replied with a smile. The waiter shook his head in disbelief. "Do you think we cannot afford it?" "Allow me to assure you, we have a benefactor covering our bill," I stated, gesturing towards Uncle Xiao Long, who was donning a blue suit adorned with a conspicuous golden belt. "He assisted us with the bill, and if you doubt it, you may inquire with him," I remarked. The waiter obediently went to ask and returned to inform us that indeed, the gentleman had stated that all our expenses were charged to him. "Then let us expedite the serving of the dishes," I exclaimed. Sir, we're short on lobsters," the waiter awkwardly admitted. "Bring as many as you have, and make sure to serve the more expensive items first. The total cost of our orders should correlate with your tip." "No? Don't you wish to earn a bit more?" I inquired. The waiter eagerly nodded like a puppy, wagging his tail as he went to relay the order. "Why are you so wicked?" Both my mother and Jiang Shui laughed heartily. "Let us eat. Focus on the expensive dishes. If we can't finish, we'll pack it up," I declared. When the bill arrived, Uncle Xiao Long was taken aback by the six-figure amount. However, he had previously boasted about his wealth in front of his golden son-in-law, and how could he possibly backtrack now? I struggled to suppress my laughter. For someone like Uncle Xiao Long, who valued money more than life itself, this ploy was more effective than any other means of torment. As Uncle Xiao Long reluctantly pulled out his credit card, wincing at the expense, his expression was enough to amuse me for an entire month. "Thank you for treating us, Uncle Long," I said, grinning as I held a toothpick. My mother, Jiang Shui, and I left the establishment, thoroughly satisfied with our meal. Indeed, dealing with someone as miserly as Uncle Long required equally cunning tactics. We then hailed a taxi to return home. In the back seat, Jiang Shui leaned on my shoulder, her arm around mine, gleefully exclaiming how delicious the lobster and shrimp were with the sauce. I playfully flicked her nose. Suddenly, my phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number without any caller ID. "Hello, who is this?" I answered, but there was silence on the other end. "Who is it?" I repeated. "Crazy," I muttered under my breath. Out of the blue, a voice that was both familiar and longed for echoed in my ears. "I miss you." In an instant, my heart raced. I hastily pushed Jiang Shui, his head off my shoulder, and shouted into the phone, "Where are you? Are you back in Yong'an?" The person on the other end, Zhou Meng, remained silent. "Please, tell me where you are. I feel so guilty," and, however, before I could express how much I missed her, Zhou Meng had already hung up. I clutched my phone, repeatedly dialing the number, only to be met with rejection. Stunned, I sat there lost in thought. At that moment, I noticed a sorrowful gaze fixed on me from Jiang Shue's side. I turned to see her face. She said nothing, but it was evident she had deduced who had just called. I want to get out. Driver, please take us to Shidai Huayuan Community, Jiang Shui instructed. What? Not staying at our house anymore? Suddenly want to go back. My mother looked at Jiang Shui in surprise. Well, Auntie, I haven't been married yet. How could I stay at your house indefinitely? It's time I return, Jiang Shui replied with a smile. I turned to Jiang Shui, struggling to find words. No need to say anything. When you pushed me away earlier, I sensed it. You still truly like her, not me. I'm merely a substitute, Jiang Shui stated. I hastily tried to explain that wasn't the case, but she insisted I stop talking and pushed me out of the car. I realized that no matter what I said, she wouldn't listen. I could only wait for her anger to subside in a few days before properly apologizing. That night, as I lay in bed, I repeatedly questioned myself. Had I truly regarded Jiang Shui as a mere substitute for Zhou Meng? If Zhou Meng were to return, how would I choose between the two? This dilemma plagued my mind, prompting me to close my eyes and drift into sleep. The following morning, while still troubled by this issue, I received a call from Brother Hu. My heart sank. It was the first time he had contacted me since I had refused his request to harm Ling Jie. I cautiously answered, inquiring what he wanted. What do you think I want? Brother Hu retorted. I had no clue. Your gourd has found a buyer. Come today to sign the agreement and collect your payment. Brother Hu announced. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing I had nearly forgotten about my gourd. Upon arriving at Brother Hu's pawn shop, I signed the agreement with the Shandong collector who purchased the grasshopper gourd, exchanging the item for cash. Afterward, I approached Brother Hu, expressing my gratitude for his assistance. It's no trouble. Here, I'm giving you 500,000. I recall you mentioned your mother's medical expenses are settled, so consider this as nourishment funds, Brother Hu said, handing me a bank card. I was taken aback by Brother Hu's generosity and hurriedly thanked him. No need to thank me. Thank Boss Han instead, Brother Hu replied. Moreover, he hoped that neither I nor Tang Ling would speak of anything inappropriate, as it could affect Boss Han's image. I then understood this was indeed a form of hush money. Please convey my thanks to Boss Han. I will repay him in the future, I politely told Brother Hu. No need for that. If you're grateful to him, just stay here and assist him, Brother Hu suggested. Noticing my hesitation, he quickly added, just kidding. I want to stay, I declared. Brother Hu looked at me in surprise, likely wondering why I had suddenly agreed. In truth, my decision was impulsive. I needed to rely on the antique business to earn a living, requiring connections and support. Between Ling Jie and Boss Han, I had to choose one. Previously, I leaned towards Ling Jie, but after our last phone call, my perspective had shifted. Furthermore, my parents had consistently warned me to be wary of the Tang family, which surely wasn't mere intimidation. Aligning with Brother Hu would provide me a solid backing and network, ensuring my absolute safety. Honestly, I'm willing to do anything here. Even be Xiao Ma's assistant, I stated. Brother Hu chuckled, saying I had already outperformed Xiao Ma, so there was no need for me to serve under him. Instead, I would occasionally come by to appraise significant items or assist Boss Han with lucrative business opportunities as his advisor. I readily agreed. What about Tang Ling? Brother Hu inquired. No need to worry. Our relationship is strictly platonic, with no business entanglements, I assured him. Good to hear, Brother Hu replied. Well, since you decided to work alongside me and Boss Han, I'll fulfill the conditions I promised you last time, he continued. Everything from food, lodging, entertainment, and even women will be arranged for you. I quickly waved my hands, stating I couldn't drive, had my own place to stay, and already had a girlfriend. But I was still grateful for Brother Hu's generosity. In that case, I'll arrange for you a car and a bodyguard, who will also double as your driver. After all, you'll be our pawn shop's chief consultant, so you can't appear too shabby when you go out. Having a vehicle and an assistant will make your work easier, Brother Hu explained. In a matter of minutes, he took me to meet my new assistant, a young and capable man clad in tight leather, who appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than me, sporting a buzz cut with a scar on his right cheek. Let me introduce you to Lei Ge, Brother Hu announced. My younger brother is named Wang Junsheng. He was once involved in the underworld of the West District, but a year ago, he was imprisoned for intentional injury. Brother Hu intervened on my behalf. Before the bullet-headed man could finish his sentence, Brother Hu swiftly kicked him on the knee. Observing the impact, it was evident that the bullet-headed man's knee did not bend. His bones seemed quite resilient, and his stance was stable. Your brother Lei is not a thug. He is a businessman, a consultant for our company. You are merely his bodyguard. Do not boast about your past affiliations here. What the hell can you do? The bullet-headed man quickly lowered his head, claiming he could pick locks, fight, steal, and more, indicating he possessed all the skills typical of a minor thug. Very well. Brother who opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a car key, handing it to the bullet-headed man. This Jaguar is assigned to your brother Lay. You will serve as his driver and bodyguard, available to him 24 hours a day. This is a golden opportunity for you. Do not let me hear a whisper of dissatisfaction from your brother Lay regarding your performance, or I will replace you and send you back to the West District to steal bicycles for a living. Brother who spoke with unwavering authority. The bullet-headed man accepted the car key with both hands, then turned to face me, respectfully stating, Brother Lay, you may call me a Chung. From now on, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I shall brave any peril for you. I quickly waved my hand, indicating he need not be so formal. I am not involved in the underworld, nor do I require you to undertake dangerous tasks on my behalf. Little Lay, what Chung means is that you can treat him like a dog. Brother who interjected, puffing on a cigar. You can have him drive you to and from school. And if you encounter anyone at school who displeases you, simply instruct a Chung to handle it. He can assist with anything. Even if you wish for him to fetch you bubble tea without you needing to step outside, I shall compensate him. Brother who declared, his sole duty is to cater to you. A Chung nodded vigorously, embodying the role of a loyal subordinate. Upon hearing Brother whose words, I realized the extent of a Chang's capabilities. With the support of a thug bodyguard, a luxurious vehicle, and the backing of influential figures like Brother Hu and Boss Han, I felt as though I had turned my life around. I could now walk with confidence in school. Who would dare to belittle me as they did before? After bidding farewell to Brother Hu, a Chung promptly drove me home in the Jaguar. A Chung, earlier you mentioned your various skills, lock-picking, fighting, stealing, etc. I began, seated comfortably in the back seat. I was wondering if you possess any skills in the realm of romance? You know, charming, beautiful girls at school, making them smile when they are upset, and, the sort of thing that involved enticing them into bed. A Chung abruptly slammed on the brakes, nearly sending me flying. He turned to me, his eyes wide with excitement. Brother Lay, you have indeed come to the right person. To be frank, during my time in the West District, I had a nickname. Curious, I asked him what it was. Surely, it wasn't he something as mundane as the love guru, or something equally foolish like the heartbreaker. A Chung shook his head and proclaimed, neither. I was known as the Silver Gun Tyrant of the West District. The Silver Gun Tyrant of the West District? The Emperor of Flirting? Are you serious? That sounds far-fetched. I gazed at a Chung in disbelief. A Chung wore a mysterious smile, choosing not to respond further. I decided to let him drive, eager to return home and discuss this matter more thoroughly later. That evening, I assumed Jiang Shue's anger would have subsided, so I called her. However, she did not answer, which greatly frustrated me. I worried about her potentially abusive mother and felt troubled. This is what I dislike about girls. When they get upset, they cease communication and let time pass in silence. By midnight, after making over 50 calls and sending countless messages without any response, I crafted a text explaining my previous actions. I clarified that my behavior was not due to lingering feelings for Zhou Meng, but rather out of guilt. Jiang Shui was aware of my past with Zhou Meng, and I urged her to answer my call, expressing my concern for her. Yet, Jiang Shui continued to ignore me. I spent the night waiting for her call, unable to sleep and anxious that my relationship with Jiang Shui, which had just begun, might end as cruelly as my past experiences with Zhou Meng and Teacher Su. The next day, I stepped outside feeling dejected, and a Chung was already waiting at my door. On the way to school, I recalled a Chung's boastful claims from the previous day. Hey, a Chung, didn't you refer to yourself as the Silver Gun Tyrant and the Emperor of Flirting? I inquired. Yes, Brother Lay, a Chung affirmed. I currently find myself entangled in a romantic predicament and could use your guidance. Is that so? What is the matter? A Chung asked. I explained my situation regarding Jiang Shui, and a Chung waved dismissively. What's the issue? You and Sister Shui have already established a relationship. Haven't you? Why worry? Yes, but our relationship is still fresh, and she is angry with me over that incident. She is completely ignoring me, I explained. A Chung shook his head, adopting an enigmatic expression. Brother Lay, you do not understand women. When a woman is upset, it signifies her jealousy and affection. She cannot bear to be without you. I was perplexed. What do you mean by that? A Chung elaborated. Many women despise men for being fickle, yet their thoughts can be rather dark. The more a man flirts, the more he proves his charm and capability. Just look at those palace dramas. Those family ethics, shows about homewreckers and ex-girlfriends causing trouble. Why are they so popular among women? Suddenly, I felt enlightened. This silver gun tyrant, Chung, seemed to possess genuine insight. Thus, Brother Lei, I will tell you how to win her back. Chung snapped his fingers. What? Should I send her roses or kneel in the rain? I asked, bewildered, recalling romantic gestures from dramas. Foolish. Completely foolish. Chung frowned, realizing his tone had been too harsh, and quickly shifted to a more amiable demeanor. Brother Lei, I advise you to do nothing at all. Maintain a demeanor of indifference towards her. If necessary, pretend to interact more frequently with your ex-girlfriend, creating the illusion that you might abandon Sister Shui. Retreat to advance. Chung summarized succinctly. I found this advice absurd. Was this just a recipe for disaster? Listen to me, Brother Lei. Women are fickle. They should not be indulged. Akin to a little dog. If you chase after them, they will ignore you. If you disregard them, they will come running back to you. Although I was skeptical, I decided to give it a try. Upon arriving at school the next day, I saw Jiang Shui sitting at her desk, her head lowered and refusing to acknowledge me. Good morning. I greeted her, but she did not respond, completely ignoring me. Damn it. Dating someone in the same class is truly a challenge. If we break up, facing each other every day without speaking would be unbearable, I thought to myself. As I pondered the situation, I realized I could only resort to the method suggested by Chung. Throughout the entire day that followed, I chose to ignore Jiang Shui, immersing myself in my own affairs. During the afternoon study session, I took out my phone, tapping on the screen as if engaged in a conversation with someone, occasionally allowing a foolish smile of happiness to grace my lips. Sure enough, Jiang Shui began to cast furtive glances in my direction. After half an hour, she could no longer contain herself and kicked me lightly. Who are you chatting with? She inquired. Seeing that she finally spoke to me filled my heart with excitement. Yet recalling Chang's admonition, I immediately donned a cold expression. Why is it any of your business? Jiang Shui's demeanor shifted instantly, and she turned her head away in response. Later, during a break after class, Jiang Shui stepped out and returned with red-rimmed eyes, as if she had been crying. My heart ached for her, but remembering Chang's advice and plans, I held back my feelings. That night, just before sleep, Jiang Shui took the initiative to call me, pressing me to clarify my intentions. What do you mean by what do I want? I replied, my tone icy. What do you mean by what do you want? You said you wanted to be with me. Was that a lie? I now realize you see me merely as a substitute for Zhou Ming. Jiang Shui exclaimed passionately. I explained this to you yesterday. It is not like that. You have been toying with me, I responded. Toying with you? When she called you yesterday, you instinctively pushed me away without a second thought. How can I not be furious? Jiang Shui began to cry again. I have already explained. My feelings for her are laden with guilt, I insisted. I refuse to believe that. Jiang Shui shouted in despair. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Let's end it here. With that, I hung up the phone. The following morning, upon arriving at school, Jiang Shui still refrained from speaking to me throughout the entire morning reading session. It was only when the session concluded that she called me outside. This time, her tone softened completely. What do you truly want? Are you really going to abandon me to return her? I continued to adhere to Chang's plan, regarding her coolly, as I stated. If you continue this foolishness, I might just do that. Jiang Shui immediately burst into tears and threw herself into my arms, pleading with me not to. Holding her close, I reflected on Chang's words, which were undeniably wise. Indeed, one must not indulge women. They should be the ones pursuing you, not the other way around. I was beginning to grasp this principle. In the past, I had been foolish, loving someone while blindly showering them with kindness and adopting a subservient stance. Most importantly, I had no understanding of what women truly desired, which led me to lose both Zhou Ming and Teacher Su. I felt a pang of regret, wondering why I had not encountered Chung, the emotional expert, sooner. Will you dare to continue this foolishness in the future? Will you still ignore my calls when angry? I inquired with a stern expression. Jiang Shui shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Damn it, it truly is like that. One must never indulge women. I thought to myself. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted from behind us. You two, what are you doing? I turned to see a middle-aged man in a tattered blue jacket with a sallow complexion. Who is this? Is he insane? I mused. Our school had strict regulations against early relationships, but surely they wouldn't allow just any janitor to meddle in our affairs. The middle-aged man approached Jiang Shui and me, his expression dark as he scolded. In the corridor of the teaching building, public displays of affection are unacceptable. Unable to hold back, I retorted, "Who are you, old man?" "I'm a teacher," he declared. I thought, "What kind of teacher are you? You look so sleazy, like a street sweeper." "So what if you were a teacher? You're not even from our grade. Why are you meddling in our business?" I pulled Jiang Shui to leave. The sleazy man grabbed my collar. "What class are you in?" he asked with a frown. "Class 3, what's it to you? Let go of me." I pushed his hand away. Upon hearing my words, the sleazy man broke into an exaggerated laugh, his face contorting into a grotesque smile. "What a coincidence. I am the new homeroom teacher for Class 3. How could such a person be a teacher?" I stared in disbelief at the sleazy man, thinking how unfortunate this was. After Teacher Sue's departure, our class had been without a homeroom teacher, and everyone had been speculating about what the new teacher would be like. The sleazy man continued to smile, his face wrinkling further. "Well, there is no escaping my grasp now." He then turned and walked away. Jiang Shui and I exchanged bewildered glances. Upon returning to the classroom, I watched as the sleazy man paced slowly on the podium, his squinty eyes scanning each student's face. Since he did not introduce himself, no one knew who he was. They merely assumed he was a worker fixing the classroom projector. It wasn't until the first class bell rang that he clapped his hands, commanding, "All right, everyone quiet down. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Ho, and I am your new homeroom teacher for Class 3. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the classroom. Everyone had expected the new teacher to be as beautiful as Teacher Sue, but instead, we were confronted with this unattractive man. Furthermore, I will be taking charge of your English classes as well. I have no major issues with my students. I am quite easygoing and do not impose excessive demands regarding classroom rules and discipline. That is my strength. However, I am quite vengeful. If any student dares to oppose me or disobey my authority, I will make them regret it. That is my flaw." He then shot me a glance that was anything but benevolent. The students below the podium frowned at our new homeroom teacher, Mr. Ho, all feeling the same discomfort upon first meeting him. In the following days, it became evident that Mr. Ho was a thoroughly depraved teacher, devoid of any redeeming qualities. We no longer referred to him as Mr. Ho. Behind his back, we called him Old Monkey. His smile revealed a face full of wrinkles, and his greasy bald head truly resembled that of an old monkey. Moreover, his claim of not imposing strict rules was nothing but a farce. He was determined to make our lives miserable. This old monkey began by citing our impending transition to senior year as an excuse to advance morning reading by half an hour, adding an extra period to evening study sessions, which severely impacted those of us commuting. He then justified frequent inspections of dormitory cleanliness as a top priority, conducting surprise checks at all hours, even at night in the girls' dormitory, causing significant distress among the boarding students. Most outrageously, he commandeered all our activity and physical education class time for his English lessons. This was the most universally detested action. In stark contrast, we began to nostalgically reminisce about Teacher Sue's tenure. While strict, her intentions were always in our best interest. This old monkey was nothing but a pervert. Yet, one thing perplexed me. He had not caused any trouble for Jiang Shui and me, even knowing about our early relationship, and had not rearranged our seating. I am unsure of the intentions behind his actions. This afternoon, just before class, our classmates were gathered together, engaged in conversation, and the topic inevitably revolved around disparaging that peculiar and disheveled teacher, referred to as Old Monkey. Despite his eccentricity and unkempt appearance, he possesses remarkable capabilities. What makes him so formidable? The others inquired, gazing curiously at Guagua. He was once a teacher at Guangming High School, reputed for being an exceptional homeroom teacher, where from a graduating class of 50, approximately 40 students would gain admission to prestigious universities. Guagua explained. The classmates gasped in astonishment. Guangming High School holds a significant reputation in our county, comparable to the renowned Hengshui High School, known for its rigorous preparation for college entrance examinations. Those fortunate enough to attend the graduating classes are said to have a guaranteed chance of success, as even the least academically inclined can achieve university admission. It is astounding that Old Monkey once commanded respect in that esteemed institution. If he were still a homeroom teacher there, he would likely be inundated with gifts from grateful parents every year. So why has he fallen from grace to end up at our school? Jiang Shui asked. Perhaps the pressure was too much there, Guagua speculated. Just as we were deep in discussion about Old Monkey, he entered the classroom. This afternoon's activity class is canceled, he declared, delivering words that filled us all with despair. Are we having another English lesson? The students groaned in unison. Not this time. We will utilize this period to assess the allocation of aid for impoverished students, Old Monkey announced. It suddenly dawned on me that this time of year, every class is assigned a quota for a needy student, which, once reported, receives financial assistance from the government and the school. Our class has a fair number of students from impoverished rural backgrounds, and in comparison, I consider myself relatively fortunate, adhering to the principle instilled in me by my mother, which emphasizes offering help to those truly in need. I have never contended for this designation. While the financial aid is substantial, the criteria are strictly enforced, and no homeroom teacher would dare engage in any underhanded dealings. The selection process is always conducted through open voting. Who are you all planning to vote for this year? Jiang Shui inquired. In unison, the rest of us responded. Lu Jing, of course. She is the only one deserving of this support. Lu Jing's family circumstances are dire, evident to anyone with discernment. Even in this day and age, her clothing is patched, and she wears handmade shoes from the countryside. Moreover, Lu Jing excels academically, consistently competing with Jiang Shui for the top position in exams. I will vote for her too, even though she sometimes snatches the first place for me. Which frustrates me, Jiang Shui said with a smile. However, when it was time to cast our votes, Old Monkey read out the names of the candidates, and Lu Jing's name was conspicuously absent. Jiang Shui and I exchanged puzzled glances. Soon, a girl close to Lu Jing raised a question. Lu Jing received this aid last semester. It's someone else's turn now, Old Monkey replied, his expression impassive. We were all bewildered. Where's the logic in that? The selection criteria clearly state that the student with the most challenging family situation and the best academic performance should be chosen, with no stipulation against selecting the same individual for consecutive terms. Moreover, the voting process is public, and the homeroom teacher's discretion extends only to the selection of candidates. By deliberately excluding Lu Jing from even being nominated, Old Monkey's actions seem to be a blatant attempt to undermine her. He has been with us for less than a week. What could Lu Jing have done to provoke him? During evening study, Guagua beckoned us to gather. I have reliable insider information regarding Old Monkey's true motives for targeting Lu Jing, as well as the circumstances that led to his dismissal from Guangming High School and his transfer to our institution, Guagua said mysteriously. Everyone present grew curious, urging Guagua to continue. It turns out that Old Monkey's moral conduct was questionable while at Guangming High School. He lured female students to his home under the pretense of one-on-one tutoring, subsequently molesting one of them. Although the student reported the incident to the school, their reluctance to act due to Old Monkey's teaching prowess delayed any consequences until the matter escalated to the Education Bureau, resulting in his dismissal and subsequent arrival at our school. Furthermore, Lu Jing's disqualification for the financial aid was allegedly due to Old Monkey coercing her into a compromising situation in exchange for the assistance, which she courageously refused. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming anger surged within me. How could such a person be a teacher? I asked indignantly. Alas, with so many teachers nationwide, do you think they're all paragons of virtue? Teaching is merely a profession. There are plenty of nefarious individuals among them, Guagua replied. Jiang Shui, equally outraged, proposed. Let us report Old Monkey. It's futile. Despite his poor character, he excels with graduating classes. When he joined our school, he certainly did so with a lucrative salary, and the administration will undoubtedly turn a blind eye to such matters, a chubby classmate in front remarked. I sighed, pondering the dismal state of affairs. Yet, I could only lament, for I am not one to overflow with righteous indignation, and I have my own pressing concerns to address. However, that night, my anger kept me awake, and I was tempted to leap from my bed and confront Old Monkey directly, wishing to exact my vengeance upon that scoundrel. This was fueled by Jiang Shui sending me several screenshots of their chat conversations. The messages were filled with Old Monkey's harassing remarks. As I skimmed through them, I was simultaneously repulsed and enraged. Have you been intimate with Dongule? Was it enjoyable? P.S. Still young and inexperienced, but a teacher possesses far more skills. Truly, I find her delicate, flawless skin quite appealing. If you refuse my advances, I will inform your mother about your romantic escapades. I was on the verge of crushing my phone in fury. You vile Old Monkey, you are doomed. I will make you pay. I thought. The following day, which happened to be Friday, Chung accompanied me to school. I instructed him to gather a few friends after class, as I intended to confront someone that day. Upon hearing this, Cheng's interest was piqued. "Who are we dealing with, Brother Lei? Just say the word," he exclaimed. I revealed that we were targeting our homeroom teacher, and shared the details of Old Monkey's transgressions. "Damn it, this old scoundrel has lost his mind. How dare he harass Brother Lei's woman?" Chung slammed the car horn in indignation. "Brother Lei, no need to wait until after school. I will summon my crew right away and storm into your class during the lesson, giving that pervert a good thrashing in front of everyone," Chung declared. I thought this was splendid. It would humiliate him thoroughly and bolster my own reputation. Wait a moment, Brother Lei. Simply beating him up is too lenient. I have a much more devious plan to deal with this lecher, Chung replied. After he outlined his scheme, I pointed at him, exclaiming, "You are quite wicked, but I like it. Let us proceed with that." After school, I exited the campus, making sure to bring Jiang Shui along to witness the spectacle. Upon reaching the parking lot across from the school, I spotted my Grand Land Rover along with a van, where Chung and several scruffy-looking delinquents were loitering, smoking. As I approached with Jiang Shui, Chung immediately stood at attention, leading the group and greeting us with "Big Brother, Big Sister." I relished Cheng's flattery, and although Jiang Shui was initially taken aback, her face soon brightened with a smile. "Brother Lei, Sister Shui, let us hop in the car." "Leave the rest to my brothers," Chung said. I assisted Jiang Shui into the back seat of my Land Rover. Shortly after, I caught sight of Old Monkey exiting the school. "Chung, that's him. The bald-headed one." I pointed. "All right, that baldy is in for a rough time today." Cheng gefyomed. Then Chung beckoned two of the ruffian's female companions, urging them to act swiftly. The two girls, rather unattractive and dressed in a garish manner with black stockings and canvas shoes, were more than capable of enticing the lecherous Old Monkey. Sure enough, as they approached him, swaying and posing seductively, Old Monkey fell for their ruse, obediently following them toward the parking lot. Meanwhile, Cheng's other companions had already taken their positions behind a van, ready with burlap sacks and ropes. As Old Monkey drew near to the van, they sprang out, swiftly covering his head with a sack, binding his hands with rope, and shoving him into the vehicle. With their objective achieved, Chung drove a large Land Rover, transporting me and Jiang Shui, while his remaining companions and the two girls took the van toward the pig farm on the outskirts of the county. Upon arrival, Cheng's crew escorted the bag-covered Old Monkey, who was screaming for help, into a feed storage room. As Old Monkey continued to shout, Chung delivered a kick to his backside, causing him to tumble to the ground. "If you dare to shout again, I'll cut off your manhood and feed it to the pigs," Chung threatened menacingly. He circled Old Monkey, mockingly asking, "Do you know why we brought you here, mister?" "Ho!" Old Monkey, of course, replied that he did not know. Chung then kicked the sack, eliciting a pained groan from Old Monkey. "Take a guess." Chung shouted. "I can't guess. Who are you? Are you from the underworld?" "I have no enemies and have never borrowed from loan sharks. I am merely a law-abiding teacher." Old Monkey cried out from within the sack. We are not from the underworld. We are agents of justice here to judge you," Chung declared. "Judge me for what? I have done nothing wrong." Old Monkey protested. "You have harassed and assaulted female students. Is that not a wrongdoing?" Chung retorted. "I have never done such a thing. I do not know what you are talking about." Old Monkey continued to deny. I grew weary of Old Monkey's excuses and approached him, tearing the bag from his head. "Hello, Mr. Ho," I said with a chilling gaze. Old Monkey looked at me in terror, mouth agape, unable to speak. "You run around like a dog in heat, and now you have dared to target my woman," I said through gritted teeth. "This is something I cannot tolerate." What do you intend to do?" Old Monkey stammered in fright. "I am your teacher, and—" Before he could finish, Chung kicked him between the legs, and Old Monkey let out another agonized cry. "How can a scoundrel like you be a teacher?" Chung snarled. Chung, do not damage his thing. How else will the plan proceed?" I interjected. Chung, realizing his oversight, slapped his forehead and called out, "Guaizi, go fetch the breeding medicine." "What breeding medicine?" Guaizi asked, puzzled. "You imbecile, haven't you ever raised pigs?" "The medicine given to boars during breeding." Guaizi suddenly understood and dashed out of the feed storage room. Old Monkey's face turned pale as he questioned us about our intentions. "Mr. Ho, we live in a society governed by law. Hitting someone is wrong and illegal," I explained. "However, your kind of existence is uncivilized, and the law cannot punish such perverted behavior, so it falls upon me to administer justice. Or rather, help you vent your frustrations so that you will no longer harass the female students in your class. At this moment, Guizi returned with a bottle of breeding medicine and a funnel. Cheng's other two companions seized Old Monkey, pried his mouth open, and poured the entire contents of the medicine into him using the funnel. Then they released him, and Old Monkey collapsed to the ground. The breeding medicine proved to be potent. His face flushed crimson, and his body began to writhe uncontrollably, yet his hands remained bound, rendering him unable to escape. 3 minutes later, Old Monkey gasped for breath. His eyes glazed over, clearly under the influence of the drug. "All right, Guizi, hurry and bring in the pigs," Cheng shouted excitedly. When Guizi hurried in with a boar, Cheng, frustrated, shouted that it was a male pig. "Never mind. This pervert probably prefers males," Cheng remarked. Then Cheng untied Old Monkey, who was now thoroughly dazed by the drug, and, losing all semblance of reason, lunged at Cheng. "Get away from me. Do you think you could take advantage of me?" Cheng kicked Old Monkey away. "Your daughters are right here." Cheng quickly retreated behind the boar. Old Monkey, in a frenzy, charged at the frightened pig, which squealed and bolted in panic, with Old Monkey in hot pursuit. The others erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the scene. As Old Monkey finally caught up with the boar, the spectacle became increasingly inappropriate, prompting me to shield Jiang Shue's eyes. To my surprise, she pushed my hand away. I had almost forgotten how shockingly depraved her inner nature was. After everything concluded, Old Monkey, now sober, knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. "Do you regret it? Are you in pain? Why didn't you think of the girl you harassed at Guangming High School, or the countless innocent female students you tormented?" I said to Old Monkey, "Be grateful. For a scoundrel like you, not being castrated is already an act of immense mercy." Following this incident, Old Monkey no longer held any power at school, nor did he use health inspections as an excuse to raid the girls' dormitories at night. Life improved significantly for the members of our class, and Lu Jing's poverty assistance was reported by our classmates, ensuring that she received her due support. I felt I had accomplished a great deed, and my spirits were high in the days that followed. On Thursday afternoon, Cheng, having drunk too much, was unable to pick me up, which I didn't mind, as it had been a while since I walked home. As I strolled, I chatted endlessly with Jiang Shui on the phone. "Sometimes I wonder why I so readily agreed to be with you. I'm beginning to regret it," Jiang Shui teased. "Regret what? Why feel wrong for being with someone as wonderful as me?" Jiang Shui laughed. "What's wrong with me? You should be grateful to have me. I have some money, a few skills, and if anyone bullies you, I can swiftly retaliate." "All right, look at you, tooting your own horn. I'm off to eat," she concluded. "Okay, bye." After hanging up, I heard a voice behind me. "Young man, you seem quite impressive." Startled, I turned around to face the speaker, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket, with a neat crew cut, deep black eyes, and a slender build. His left thumb bore a golden ring. I was certain I did not know this man, but his face seemed hauntingly familiar, as if I encountered him daily. Suddenly, realization dawned upon me. I knew exactly who he was. "I am departing now, but before I leave, I must convey something to you." The man began to speak, without allowing him to finish. I charged at him with all the strength I could muster, delivering a fierce punch to his cheek. The man staggered and fell to the ground. I stared at him, my entire being surging with emotion. I was unafraid of having struck the wrong person, for this man's face was painfully familiar, so familiar that I gazed upon it every day in the mirror. I had not anticipated that the man I had long despised, this utterly despicable figure, bore such a striking resemblance to me. The man slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I know this punch is insufficient for you. You are welcome to continue," he said. I clenched my teeth, and, as I raised my fist again, tears unexpectedly streamed down my face. "Why?" I sobbed. "What, why?" He looked at me in confusion. "Why have you only appeared now?" I shouted at him. "Do you have any idea what it's like for a child without a father to survive? How many times have I been bullied and had to remain silent, never able to hear another child say, 'I'll have my father deal with you'? Golden eyes, tell me, what have you been doing all these years? What could possibly be so important that you have never met your wife and son even once in 18 years? The man, who could only be considered my father by blood, remained silent. "Tell me, Dong Yiqing," I yelled again. My father shook his head. "Just know that I have my own burdens." Then he gazed at me with sorrowful eyes and said, "When I learned from your mother that the current head of the Tang family has begun to approach you, I became concerned. but it seems you have allied yourself with Han Hao Yin and are working for him. I gritted my teeth and nodded. I did not do this because of your admonitions, but rather my own convictions, I asserted defiantly. My father shook his head, saying, "It matters not if you choose to align with the Tang family. I only wish for you to be cautious of them. Since I have chosen to pass my skills to you, I know you will inevitably tread the same path I have. My only aim is to use all my strength to prevent you from walking the same treacherous road I once traversed." Then my father turned away. Just as he had stated earlier, he was about to leave again. Beneath the floor tiles in the central hall of the old Dong residence lies the 5th notebook I left for you, the secrets of our family heirloom. The reasons I took the wrong path are all contained within. Remember these 3 pieces of advice. Be wary of the Tang family, take care of your mother, and protect our family heirloom. With that, he departed without looking back, leaving me standing there, fists clenched. Upon returning home, I observed my mother already packing her belongings. She was to be hospitalized at the city's hospital next week. "I just saw him," I said. My mother nodded silently. "Mother, if he want to tell me, then you must. Why has he not returned even once over all these years? He mentioned having taken a wrong path. What does that mean?" I inquired. My mother sighed. "Go see the last things he left for you." I clenched my fist and turned to leave. I called Aching, instructing him to drive over immediately to take me back to Dongjia village in Gudue. An hour later, the roaring Land Rover surged into Dongjia village, where the villagers, likely unfamiliar with such luxury vehicles, gathered around a gawk. As I stepped out, I overheard a villager exclaim, "Isn't that the boy from the Dong family? His cousin just returned triumphantly to the village yesterday, and now he's making quite the entrance." I paid no heed to the villager's remarks, my mind solely occupied with the possessions my father had left for me, hastily heading toward the old residence. However, upon arriving at the entrance, I was met with a newly renovated Ade. The large, sturdy iron gate barred my entry. Reluctantly, I resolved to visit my second uncle's home. As I approached, I noticed a gray Buick parked outside, and it dawned on me that my cousin, the most eccentric and troublesome of the family, Dong Tingting, had returned. My second uncle's family was as bizarre and shameless as they come, and it was no surprise that their daughter had inherited all their undesirable traits. Dong Tingting had always been the type to indulge in laziness, showing no interest in work or education. Yet she dreamed daily of escaping this impoverished village for a life of luxury. What did she do? She would wander to the big city, hoping to marry a wealthy man and live off his riches. However, with her mediocre looks, finding such a suitor would not be simple. Dong Tingting spent several years aimlessly drifting in a coastal city, without work or a man willing to support her. Rumor had it that when she could no longer afford to eat, she resorted to working in a hair salon. Villagers used her as a cautionary tale to educate their daughters on how not to behave. Yet, in the 4th year, astonishingly, Dong Tingting achieved her goal and returned home in style. While she claimed to have come back in splendor, it was merely in an unremarkable Buick. But given the village's poverty, many residents were envious. When Dong Tingting stepped out of the car, holding her toddler in one hand and her husband, who appeared older than her father, in the other, the villagers were utterly stunned. How could she possibly have a husband like that? They murmured. In an effort to assert her status and counter the ridicule she had endured over the years, Dong Tingting stood at the village entrance waving cash, claiming to be distributing money to everyone. However, her bravado was hollow, as all she had were 10 yuan bills, and even in our impoverished village, no one would bend down for such a paltry sum. Eventually, no one paid her any mind. In a fit of frustration, she tossed a stack of 10 yuan notes into the air, shouting slogans she must have learned from online merchants. "Yesterday, you ignored me. Today, you cannot afford to associate with me." What a peculiar spectacle. Truly enough, the offspring of such oddities were equally bizarre. Now, as I stood at the threshold of this eccentric family's courtyard, I noted that the yard was empty. "Donger Bai," I shouted, unwilling to refer to that odd woman as my second uncle. "Who is it?" A woman emerged, followed by a small child playing with toys, presumably her offspring with that old man. The woman wore a tight purple tank top and high-waisted denim shorts that threatened to restrict her mobility, her legs exposed in a manner that seemed deliberately provocative. "Dong Yule, you little brat, how dare you call my father by his name?" Dong Tingting glared at me. "I have no desire to converse with you. Quickly hand over the key to the old residence." "I need to retrieve something," I replied impatiently. "What tone is that?" Do you speak to your cousin in such a manner? Dong Ting immediately yelled back at me. I adamantly refused to acknowledge this eccentric woman as my cousin and retorted that she should hurry up or I would force my way into the old residence. You dare, she exclaimed. Oh, and I heard about your last visit when you and your mother squabbled with those two wretched women over grandfather's inheritance. You even bashed my father's head with a brick, didn't you? This woman, it seemed, had inherited her parents' shamelessness and was quite adept at turning accusations against others. I was immediately infuriated, pointing my finger at Dong Ting and warning her to watch her words, or I would not hesitate to strike her. However, before I could take any action, Dong Ting's son raised his hand and hurled the toy he was holding at me. You're not allowed to bully my mom, or I'll beat you to death. The child spoke in a high-pitched voice, yet he wore a menacing expression. The toy, with its sharp edges, instantly cut my nose. Clutching my face, my fury flared to its peak, and I was ready to retaliate against that little brat. What's the matter? You're a grown man, and you're stooping to a child's level? Dong Ting quickly pulled her son behind her, just as I managed to suppress my rage. The child wriggled free from Dong Ting's grasp, charged towards me, and spat at me with a loud tui. Then he darted back behind his mother, taunting me with a grimace. Hit me. Come on. That wretched child dared. I was nearly beside myself with anger, thinking that indeed, a peculiar offspring must come from peculiar parents. Yet, I refrained from striking the child, as it would be utterly disgraceful for an adult to hit a minor. However, my patience only encouraged that insolent child further. He charged at me again, cheeks puffed, preparing to spit once more. Before he could reach me, a figure suddenly dashed in like lightning. It was Ah Chung. He delivered a swift kick to the child's stomach, sending him soaring through the air in a perfect arc, crashing into the wall of the courtyard without so much as a whimper. I was momentarily stunned. Ah Chung, what the hell? Dong Ting screamed and rushed towards her unconscious son. Brother Lei, too late to the rescue. Ah Chung said casually. I had to relieve myself when I came in earlier, so I peed by the wall. I turned to him, my expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Ah Chung, how could you hit child? And so hard. I confronted him. Ah Chung looked at me, bewildered, and asked why it was wrong to hit a child. Children, after all, are vulnerable. I struggled to articulate a reason. Right? Why can't we hit children? Especially those spoiled brats. Ah Chung declared with a hint of pride. I began to understand. Ah Chung might embody a different kind of strength. The typical strongman is one who defies societal rules, the so-called I am the law. And Ah Chung was someone who disregarded moral constraints, the I am the rogue. Meanwhile, Dong Ting was cradling her unconscious child, wailing in anguish, I will kill you bastards. She dropped her son and dashed towards the kitchen. Sensing the gravity of the situation, I quickly wrapped my arms around her waist. Let go of me. Today, either you die or I die. Dong Ting was incredibly strong, pulling me into the kitchen, her hands reaching for the knife on the counter. Bang! A thunderous metallic sound echoed. Dong Ting rolled her eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Ah Chung had struck her with a large iron pot. I sighed in relief and turned to Ah Chung. Ah Chung, I find you to be both reliable and unreliable at the same time. Yet, the most pressing matter was to retrieve the key and the item my father had mentioned. After searching in my uncle's house, we hurried towards the old residence. Upon entering, I stood on the center tile of the living room, stamping my foot, and confirmed it was hollow. Ah Chung, go fetch a shovel from the yard. Quickly, I instructed. After prying up the tile with the shovel, I uncovered an object wrapped in several layers of oilcloth. I couldn't wait to see what it was and hurriedly unwrapped it. It was a thick notebook, similar in style to the four my father had left me, but even thicker than all four combined. What secrets did this notebook hold? My anticipation surged as I opened it. Just then, I heard cries from outside the old house. Here, they injure my daughter and grandson. They also stole the keys. That familiar voice belonged to my uncle. Panic surged through me as I urged Ah Chung to quickly block the door. As Ah Chung reached the door, I spotted my uncle's silhouette appearing outside, followed by a group of burly farmers wielding hoes and shovels. Ah Chung was quick. He shut the door and secured it. A cacophony of banging erupted as my uncle shouted for me to come out, threatening to smash my head with a hoe. With such terrifying words, how could I possibly venture out? The iron door was incredibly sturdy, and after some time, the banging ceased as they realized their efforts were futile. Then I overheard them discussing strategies, contemplating throwing stones into the yard to kill us, or returning home to fetch a ladder. I glanced at the courtyard wall. estimating its height at about 2.5 meters. A ladder could easily allow them to scale it. What was I to do? If I fell into their hands, it would be disastrous. The strength of those farmers wielding their tools was no trifling matter. I could hear someone outside heading home to retrieve a ladder, and sweat began to bead on my forehead. I was utterly trapped with no escape in sight. Wait, there was a way out. I turned to the dog hole in the corner of the courtyard wall. Ah Chung and I rushed over, but the position of the hole was precarious. If we crawled out, we would easily be spotted by my uncle and his men. If I were caught halfway, stuck with my head exposed, they would use me as a target. Meanwhile, it seemed my uncle's men had already brought the ladder. I was as frantic as an ant on a hot stove. But suddenly, a clear idea struck me. Ah Chung, we must create a diversion. I'll be the bait, and you must crawl for the dog hole. I instructed, without hesitation. He nodded. You better come back to save me after you escape. I urged. Then I hurried to the iron door and shouted, Uncle, don't be impulsive. I have something to say. I don't care what you have to say. I'll drag you out and smash your head with a hoe. My uncle growled. Don't you want to know why I came back? You even injured my cousin and nephew just to enter the old house. I exclaimed. I came here to seek treasure. My uncle, a notorious miser, was immediately intrigued by the mention of money. What treasure? The true family heirloom of the Dong family. My grandfather visited me in a dream yesterday. I shouted. All noise outside ceased, as everyone was drawn in by my outrageous claim. I stole a glance and saw that half of Ah Cheng's body was already through the dog hole, straining to push forward. My grandfather told me in the dream that the true family treasure is not that broken pot, but a box of gold nuggets. Upon hearing this, everyone outside gasped in excitement. Where are the gold nuggets? My uncle asked eagerly. I'm looking for them too. The first hint my grandfather gave me was to return here to the old house and pry up the tile in the center of the main hall. I cast another glance at the dog hole, and there was a Chung, having successfully crawled through without being detected by my uncle and the others. Is there really gold hidden beneath? My uncle inquired eagerly. No, what lies beneath is merely a wooden board inscribed with the second clue, along with a shovel. I continued to concoct my elaborate tale. With the shovel in hand, I proceeded to dig 2 meters deep in front of the pomegranate tree in the yard, as instructed. To my astonishment, I unearthed a chest. Even through the iron gate, I could discern the rapid beating of my uncle's heart and that of the others. Upon opening the chest, I discovered it was indeed filled with gleaming gold. There was also a note. I unfolded it to reveal its contents. What does it say? Is it a will? How much gold from this chest is destined for our family? My uncle asked impatiently. At that moment, I heard the roar of an approaching engine, growing ever closer. No, it merely contains 3 words. I exclaimed. Which 3 words? My uncle pressed. I smiled slyly. At the same time, I withdrew the door bolt and quickly stepped aside. If you value your life, get out of the way. A Ching's shout echoed from outside. The Land Rover's front collided with the door. I scrambled onto the hood, gripping the windshield wipers. Reverse. Open the sunroof. I yelled at Chung. He immediately shifted into reverse, and the Land Rover roared backward. My uncle and the group of farmers reacted swiftly. The nearest farmer grasped my leg. I kicked desperately to free myself, while Chung executed a sharp turn. The farmer managed to yank off my shoe. Consider it a gift. I shouted at him. I then climbed atop the vehicle, thrusting my head into the sunroof. Drive, I urged Chung. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward. My uncle and his companions yelled in outrage as they pursued us, but human legs cannot outrun the wheels of a car. In an instant, we left them far behind. I stood up, poking my upper body through the sunroof, and gave my uncle the finger. Farewell. I retreated back inside, gasping for breath. Chung, you performed admirably this time. I'll be sure to inform Brother Hu upon our return and recommend a raise for you, I said. Thank you, Brother Lei. Chung replied gratefully. I hurriedly unzipped my jacket and retrieved the notebook from my chest pocket. The final volume of the clearing notes, detailing the true profits of the antique trade and the detours my father took. I mumbled. I opened the first page of the notebook, which contained only 1 character. Yet that single character resolved all my questions. 047. Teacher Dong. The character was fake. The essence of the antique business lies in the ability to discern authenticity. Where there is truth, there is falsehood. Where there is deception, counterfeit goods and counterfeiters inevitably follow. The most lucrative aspect of this trade is the manufacturing and selling of fakes. I closed the notebook, my emotions a turmoil. If this was the path my father had taken, How did he justify the family heirloom? I'd always known that jar was a fake, and a particularly poor imitation at that. The techniques for creating fakes detailed in this notebook, even if only a fraction were employed, could not possibly yield such a high-quality counterfeit. Yet my father held that shabby jar in such high regard. What was the secret of that broken jar? This question eluded me for now. In the following days, I immersed myself in studying the notebook, hoping to uncover answers. Before I knew it, the day arrived for my mother to head to the hospital. Prior to that, I received a call from Brother Hu. "Young Dong, are you free this weekend? If so, accompany Boss Han to Qingxi City. He has a jade business deal that requires consultation," Brother Hu said. I had initially intended to take my mother to the hospital and handle her admission paperwork, but I hesitated to decline Brother Hu's request. I had been at Brother Hu's pawn shop for nearly 3 weeks without contributing anything substantial, simply collecting a paycheck while enjoying the company vehicle, a rather shameful arrangement. When Brother Hu finally offered me a task, I felt I could not refuse. I agreed to accompany him and then turned to my mother, saying, "You go ahead. My ailment isn't so severe that I can't manage on my own, and besides, there's my daughter-in-law." My mother smiled. I nodded. Whenever she mentioned Jiang Shui, I felt reassured. I admired Jiang Shui for her understanding and grace, always willing to share my burdens, a rare quality in today's world where many women seem to possess a princess syndrome regardless of their looks. I quickly prepare my lug. This is merely the history and culture college, and Teacher Dong, you must refrain from venturing into the foreign language and arts colleges. For the young ladies, there might indeed flush your scholarly visage with shame. I thought to myself that I simply must visit those 2 colleges. I would go at all costs. As I approached a flower bed, I noticed several senior students seated nearby. The senior girls were either clad in sheer black stockings or revealing their fair legs. Closest to me was a bespectacled senior, with a girl in black stockings perched on his lap. He playfully caressed her thigh, and she teasingly remarked about his peculiar posture from the previous night, finding it quite bothersome. My blood surged with indignation as I recalled my previous conversation with the charming Casanova, a Chung, who disdainfully claimed that female university students were akin to commodities, easily lured with a flashy car or trendy attire. I had dismissed his assertions as derogatory, but witnessing this scene firsthand, I realized there was a kernel of truth in his words. These individuals, who lingered in their ivory towers, seemed entirely absorbed in indulgence and leisure, with little ambition or scholarly pursuit. Yet, I couldn't deny that this lifestyle appeared rather enticing. I silently vowed to gain admission to this university and immerse myself in a life of hedonism. Upon arriving at the Jiqing building of the History and Culture College, as previously mentioned by Boss Han, we were meet with the dean, Professor Sun, a distinguished figure in the world of antique collecting, and a longtime friend of Boss Han. However, we were not here for business with Professor Sun. He merely served as an intermediary in this transaction, which involved a merchant from Hong Kong. In the reception room, after a warm greeting from Professor Sun, it became apparent that we could not commence discussions immediately, as the Hong Kong merchant had yet to arrive. "Let's wait a while, Autumn. You and Xiao Dong should explore the campus a bit and soak in the atmosphere while your Aunt Shui and I catch up with Professor Sun," suggested Boss Han. This suited me perfectly, as it afforded me the opportunity to indulge my curiosity about the foreign language and arts colleges. Professor Sun graciously provided both Autumn and me with identity cards, explaining that many areas of the university were restricted to students, such as the library and gymnasium. The cards he bestowed upon us were those of his doctoral students, granting us superior access throughout Qingxi University. After leaving, we initially followed Autumn's lead to the library of the History and Culture College. I had anticipated encountering beauty there, yet the library was dilapidated and antiquated, with creaking elevators and scarcely any patrons, likely because the students had ventured off to pursue romantic escapades. Autumn soon became engrossed in a few books, while I, feeling restless, decided to wander elsewhere, promptly making my way to the foreign language college. Indeed, as Aunt Shui had described, the senior girls here were dressed in what could only be described as scant attire. Their fashion choices were strikingly bold, and the figures of these 20-something young women starkly contrasted with those of our 16 or 17-year-old classmates from high school. After a leisurely stroll, I couldn't help but draw parallels to a rather unsavory establishment. Before long, I found myself at the entrance of a lecture hall and, upon entering, was captivated by a blonde foreign instructor standing at the podium. I settled into a seat at the back, my gaze fixed on her ample curves while she delivered her English lesson. The classroom was warm, and I, prone to drowsiness in English classes, soon succumbed to sleep. When I roused from my slumber, I found two slender, dark objects swaying before me, two exquisitely shaped legs clad in black stockings. I was promptly nudged awake by a gentle voice. "Classmate, wake up! Your drool is about to land on my leg." I quickly sat up to find a long-haired girl in glasses, adorned in a striking red dress with black stockings and red heels. Despite her flamboyant attire, she exuded an air of intellectual elegance. "Are you here to audit the class? I haven't seen you before," she inquired. "Yes," I replied, and she followed up with a question about my college affiliation. "I'm from the History and Culture College, under Wu Zixuan, the doctoral student," I blurted out. Her eyes widened in surprise. "No way. You seem too young to be a doctoral student." I chuckled, explaining that I often faced such disbelief due to my youthful appearance. "Why display my identity card?" she gasped. "Really? How old are you?" 26, I answered nonchalantly. "Wow, by doctoral standards, that's quite young." I noted her expression of genuine astonishment, perhaps indicating a lack of discernment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, her demeanor shifted to one of shyness. "Do you have time after class? Let us grab a meal together," she suggested. My heart skipped a beat as I glanced at her splendidly shaped legs and curvaceous figure, unable to suppress a gulp. Could this truly be so easy? Chung was right. These university women, much like the others, readily gravitated toward those with favorable conditions. However, I had no time for a meal. I was due to return shortly for business discussions, which would lead me back to Yeoman County for an extended period. "What brings you to Yeoman County?" she asked. "For research. It has many mountains and ancient tomb sites, which is pertinent to our field," I fabricated. Her eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. I observed her shift her position, accentuating the curves of her legs further. This opportunity was too precious to squander. Before I could devise a strategy, she spoke again. "Can I add you on WeChat?" This was my chance. I happily accepted, aware that my social media was filled with posts on antiques and collecting, perfectly aligning with my persona as Wu Zixuan, the doctoral student. "What's your name, Junior?" I inquired. "Chun and I. Chun as in ear, and Ni as in neon," she replied. "What a lovely name," I complimented, eliciting a blush that rendered her even more enchanting. "You could visit Yeoman County sometime. I've been there several times, and it's quite beautiful," I suggested. "Sound great. I've been feeling a bit bored lately. Will you cover my meals and lodging when I visit?" Chun and I asked playfully. "Of course," I assured her. After parting ways with Chun and I opened her WeChat moments and gazed at the photos within. She was undeniably beautiful with a splendid figure, yet her intellect seemed lacking, easily deceived by someone like me, a mere high school student. I mused that when she visited our county, I could find a time to accompany her on a leisurely excursion. But immediately a voice within me admonished, "You have a girlfriend. How could you entertain such thoughts?" Another voice countered, "Men are naturally drawn to beauty. As long as you tread carefully, why not indulge in a bit of flirtation, saving true love for your wife? Just look at Boss Han." I shook my head to dispel these thoughts, realizing time had flown and it was time to seek out Han Qingxiu. Upon arriving at the dilapidated library of the College of Humanities, I found Han Qingxiu engrossed in her book. "I'm leaving," I announced. It seemed she hadn't noticed my entrance, and my sudden words startled her. She quickly pressed her book closed, her cheeks flushed as she looked at me. "What's wrong?" I queried, puzzled. My gaze fell upon the book she had been holding. "What are you reading?" I inquired. Han Qingqiu hesitated, stammering that it was nothing. I leaned down to glimpse the spine of the book, and the word Jinping may caught my eye. I was taken aback, realizing she could no longer hide it. Han Qingqiu hastily explained that she had merely picked it up to flip through a few pages. "Ah, it's nothing. This book is quite remarkable. Considered one of the 4 great classics of the Ming Dynasty, with immense literary value," I said, attempting to ease her embarrassment. As our relationship still bore the semblance of master and servant, I certainly couldn't afford to speak recklessly. As we exited together, I filled the silence with trivial chatter, complaining about the decrepit state of the building, lamenting how disinterested university students were in studying, and striving to shift the focus from the earlier incident to spare Han Qingxiu any further awkwardness. We entered the elevator, preparing to descend. The old contraption creaked ominously, swaying precariously. "I hope this rickety elevator doesn't break down," I muttered, unwittingly tempting fate. No sooner had the words left my mouth than the elevator jolted violently and came to a halt. Han Qingxiu and I scrambled to press the door button, but to no avail. This antiquated elevator lacked a call button for emergencies. I raised my foot to kick the door, but Han Qingxiu stopped me. No, if the elevator malfunctions and we panic, it could lead to a fatal plunge, she cautioned. What do we do now? I asked. We call for help, she replied, pulling out her phone. But there is no signal, she frowned. How could there be a signal in an elevator? I said. Check yours, she urged. I took out my phone, but the outcome was the same. I guess we'll just have to wait for rescue, Han Qingxiu said, disheartened. We leaned against opposite walls of the elevator, the heat stifling and oppressive. Soon, we were both drenched in sweat. This doesn't bode well. I recalled how few people I had seen in the library. Han Qingxiu wiped her brow, expressing her fear that we might suffocate in here. Time passed slowly, and the heat became unbearable, our clothes clinging to us. Han Qingxiu's blouse was soaked, outlining her figure, an unintentional temptation I dared not acknowledge. Eventually, I could not endure it any longer and asked her if I could remove my shirt. She weakly nodded, pressing herself against the wall, likely in an attempt to cool down. Minutes later, Han Qingxiu removed her blouse, revealing a white camisole that was also drenched, clinging to her skin. Hey, I called out with a wry smile. I'm tempted to take off my shoes, but I worry about foot odor. Han Qingxiu shot me a look, insisting she preferred to endure the heat rather than the stench. But I don't have foot odor, so I can take them off, I retorted. In a hurry, she slipped off her sandals, revealing that her stockings were also soaked, the color darkened by sweat. Turn around. I'll take off my stockings, she instructed. I covered my eyes, stating that I had no interest in looking, feeling heat overwhelming me. After a brief pause, she announced it was done. I uncovered my eyes to see her stockings discarded on the floor, her legs glistening with sweat. In my dazed state, I foolishly remarked, "Are my eyes deceiving me? Or are your legs actually radiating heat?" "Stop joking. I can hardly breathe," she replied, exhausted. We both lay sprawled on the floor, staring blankly at the fluorescent lights above. "We might truly perish here," I lamented. "Don't say that. I refuse to die in such a suffocating manner," she countered. I chuckled lightly, then posed a question. If we were to die here, were there any regrets in her life? Han Qingxiu pondered for a moment. Regrets? First, I wish I had seen my grandmother one last time before she passed in the hospital. Second, there was a boy who pursued me in middle school, but I ignored him. Only after he went abroad did I realize I had feelings for him, and now it's too late. Third, I wish I could go back to when I was 12 and treat my half-sister better, rather than driving her and her mother away from our home. I sighed, acknowledging the weight of her regrets. And you? She inquired. For a guy, my regrets are rather straightforward, I replied. I suppose my greatest regret is that I'll die a virgin, which is quite pathetic. I sighed again. What is so pathetic about that? She retorted. To leave this world without experiencing life as pleasures or becoming a true man is indeed regrettable, I stated. And to have a girlfriend who is too reserved to grant me anything, leaving me to die here in shame, is just adding insult to injury. You have a girlfriend? Is she beautiful? Han Qingxiu asked. Very beautiful. She resembles you quite a bit, I replied, then quickly added, I'm not flirting. I genuinely mean it. Han Qingxiu fell silent for a while before murmuring, Actually, I've never experienced that either. I doubted my ears. What did you just say? I asked again, but she remained silent. I swallowed hard, gazing at her as she lay there, her figure rising and falling with each breath. Perhaps it was inappropriate to pursue the matter further, so instead, I suggested, before we face our end, let us experience the pleasures of the world one last time. Or perhaps, without uttering a word, I could simply move closer. At that moment, Han Qingxiu seemed to sense my intense gaze, and to my astonishment, she placed her hand at the hem of her skirt, fingers delicately lifting the fabric. This gesture transcended mere suggestion. I no longer hesitated. I sprang up and lunged toward Han Qingxiu. At that moment, the elevator doors suddenly swung open. A refreshing gust of air swept in, and I felt my insides unfurling. Both Han Qingxiu and I instantly regained our composure. Outside the elevator stood a maintenance worker clad in a blue uniform, his mouth agape, clearly taken aback by the presence of occupants inside. Are you all right, students? Do you need me to call an ambulance? He inquired. Han Qingxiu and I quickly scrambled to our feet, assuring him that we were fine, and stepped out of the elevator. Upon returning to Professor Sun, he and Mr. Han, along with the others, were alarmed by our disheveled appearance, drenched in sweat. They hurriedly asked what had transpired. After we recounted the events, Mr. Han and the others were left shaken, lamenting our ill fate in encountering such perilous circumstances. However, they also acknowledged how fortunate we were to emerge unscathed. Ultimately, as long as we were unharmed, that was what mattered most. Professor Sun promptly urged us to take a shower and change clothes, then prepared saline to replenish the salts and potassium we had lost through perspiration. Subsequently, Mr. Han expressed his concerns over the troubling events and his anxiety for his beloved daughter's well-being. Coupled with the unreliability of the Hong Kong businessman, he decided to abandon the venture and head home. On the journey back, Han Qingqiu and I sat side by side in silence, both of us at a loss for words. After all, the experience we had just endured together was far too melodramatic and awkward. It was not just Han Qingqiu, as a girl, who found it difficult to face me. Even I, a seasoned rogue, felt uncertain about how to approach her. The following day, I visited the hospital where my mother was being treated. Observing the diligent nurses and the doctor's confidence in her recovery reassured me. My mother insisted that Jiang Shui and I return to our studies, claiming she would be fine alone, especially since my aunt would be visiting the next day. Reluctantly, I took Jiang Shui home. Upon entering my house, I scooped Jiang Shui into my arms and spun her around several times. "Darling, you must stay here tonight. We need to enjoy each other's company," I declared. "Don't," Jiang Shui protested, her cheeks flushed. She understood that with just the two of us at home, I had ulterior motives. Ignoring her objections, I carried her to my bedroom. "Do you realize that when I accompanied my boss on a business trip last time, I nearly met with a fatal accident?" I said, sitting on the bed with Jiang Shui straddling my lap, playfully nibbling her cheek while my hands roamed restlessly. "What happened?" Jiang Shui asked. "I was trapped in an elevator, nearly suffocated, and I was with that girl. Suddenly, a memory struck me. The last time I had browsed Jiang Shui's phone, I noticed she had saved the contact numbers for Mr. Han and Han Qingqiu. Furthermore, while trapped in the elevator, I realized that Han Qingqiu bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Shui. In my heat-induced stupor, I had not contemplated this deeper connection. "Do you know Han Qingqiu?" I inquired. Jiang Shui hesitated before nodding. "Do you know Han Haoyin?" I pressed further, and she nodded again. "Han Qingqiu is your sister, and Han Haoyin is your father?" I asked, astonished. Jiang Shui shook her head. "Not exactly." "What do you mean, not exactly?" I queried, puzzled. Jiang Shui bit her lip gently. "I am a love child." My mind went blank in disbelief. This was more dramatic than any soap opera. "So you—" I looked deeply into her eyes. "My mother's surname is Jiang, and my original name should have been Han Jiangshui." The realization dawned upon me. "Qingqiu, Jiangshui." Jiang Shui gazed at me with sorrowful eyes, asking if I would despise her. "How could I ever despise you?" I replied, bewildered. "Someone once said that people like me are inherently sinful, as love children are the result of irresponsible men and wayward women, burdened with original sin from birth." Jiang Shui wept. "Who said such nonsense?" "That would be Han Qingqiu's mother." I hurriedly comforted Jiang Shui, urging her not to cry and not to heed the words of that lunatic. One cannot choose their origins. The fault lies with the adults, while children are innocent. "But would you despise me?" Jiang Shui asked again. I drew her closer, wiping away her tears with my lips. "Why would I? In fact, I should love you even more." Then, I embraced Jiang Shui and pulled her into bed, intent on engaging in some rather indecent activities. Yet, when the moment of truth arrived, Jiang Shui remained resolute in her refusal. 100 days, as we agreed last time, all right?" She pleaded. "Fine, but I am suffering here. You'll have to help me with your hands," I conceded. After everything settled, we both drifted into slumber. However, around 1 in the morning, I suddenly awoke. Unable to fall back asleep, I felt an intense heat coursing through me, my thoughts drifting back to Miss Chun and I from the lecture hall. Her alluring legs adorned with black stockings and red high heels dancing in my mind. I also recalled Han Qingqiu in the elevator, her sweat-drenched stockings clinging to her legs. The damp white tank top accentuating her form, truly a vision of beauty. I felt as if I were burning up. And the most torturous part was that Jiang Shui lay beside me, peacefully asleep and oblivious to my desires. I quietly slipped out of bed and tiptoed into the living room, seeking fresh air by the window to calm myself. As I entered the living room, my gaze fell upon the family heirloom displayed on the shelf, the broken jar my father held in high regard. I stood before the jar, scrutinizing it for quite some time. For days, I had been examining that jar, yet I had discovered nothing, On the surface, it appeared to be a genuine counterfeit, utterly worthless. However, within its ceramic body, there lay the hallmark of an antique. Yet, when it came to porcelain, the most critical aspects were the surface texture and the artistry of the design. This jar was counterfeit because the floral and avian depictions were skewed. What a farce! It was akin to counterfeiting currency and misaligning Chairman Mao's head. Even a fool could tell it was a fake. According to the records in the complete account, this method of forgery was termed old clay, new glaze. Such forgeries were crafted from worthless, ancient porcelain with eroded surfaces, combined with genuine antique clay, then reglazed and decorated anew. It was akin to filling a Moutai bottle with Erguo II, an astute method of deception. Yet, the forger of this jar had been utterly careless. The newly applied glaze's design was crooked, rendering it unbelievable. With a sigh, I turned to leave when suddenly an epiphany struck me and my body stiffened, as if struck by lightning. Reverse thinking. The same method of old clay and new glaze could transform the fake into the genuine, and likewise, the genuine could be rendered false. I took the jar in my arms and headed to the kitchen, gathering a cleaning sponge, salt, cloth, and a tube of fluoride toothpaste from the bathroom. After nearly 3 hours of meticulous labor, I gradually scraped away the first layer of glaze from the jar's surface. The true nature of the jar began to reveal itself before my eyes, the deep blue patterns transitioning into a delicate blue and white design. The design of the jar has transformed, now depicting a woman bowing in reverence before an incense burner, flanked by intricately carved railings and foam mountains adorned with blossoming trees. Burning incense to pay homage to the moon, I murmured, even though my knowledge of antiques and porcelain is scant. Upon witnessing the true visage of this jar, I grasped its significance. I had encountered its likeness in my high school history textbook. A bitter lump formed in my throat. My reckless father, how on earth did you acquire this treasure? Were you not concerned for your life? I gazed at the jar, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over me. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing Jiang Shui, clad in her pajamas, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Darling, what are you doing?" she inquired. I turned to face her, remaining silent. Noticing my unusual expression, Jiang Shui's brow furrowed with concern. Instead of answering her, I pointed at the jar, asking her what she saw. "Yeah, a blue and white porcelain jar, what's wrong with it?" She responded, "This is no ordinary blue and white porcelain jar. It is a family heirloom of the Dong clan," I declared. Jiang Shui let out a laugh, questioning whether I was joking, then teasingly asked how much this heirloom jar could be worth. I shook my head. "It's priceless. No one dares to sell a national treasure." Jiang Shui fell silent. "If it were to be sold," I stood up. "There are only 2 auction records for the 8 jars of yuan blue and white porcelain. In July 2005, at a Christie's auction in London, the jar depicting Giguzi descending the mountain was sold for £14 million, approximately 230 million yuan. What? I must have misheard too. 2 billion? Jiang Shui's jaw nearly dropped. I nodded. That same year, at another session of the Christie's auction, the jar featuring Jinxiang Pavilion was sold for around 50 million Hong Kong dollars, also close to 200 million yuan. Both jars were purchased by titans of the antique world. Giguzi descending the mountain by a British gentleman named Astonishing, and Jinxiang Pavilion by a Taiwanese collector named Wang Dingxian. Jiang Shui turned to observe the dilapidated yellow wooden table in our home, where the jar she had previously dismissed now sat. "Darling, you are not playing with me, are you?" Jiang Shui gently slapped her cheek. I shook my head, assuring her I was serious. Then, "Which of the 8 is this one?" she asked timidly. I furrowed my brow. Aside from the previously mentioned 2, Giguzi descending the mountain, privately held by Astonishing, and Jinxiang Pavilion, donated to the Chun Museum in the United States, there is also Yu Qigong rescuing the emperor, housed in the Boston Museum. The jar Zhaojuan going beyond the frontier, Zhou, the Yafa stationing troops at Shiliu Camp, and Baihua Pavilion are stored in Japan, located in the museums of Shikoku, Anzei, and Wanya, respectively. 3 visits to the thatched cottages privately held by a multinational foundation. I suddenly stopped, realizing with a pang that none of our national treasures are housed domestically. Nearly all reside in the museums of the very nations that once invaded us, stirring a tumult of emotions within me. "Darling, how many have you mentioned?" "It seems like 7, Jiang Shui timidly reminded me. I came back to my senses and nodded. "Excluding those 7, there remains 1 jar from the 8 that is unaccounted for." I gazed at the jar on our shabby dining table, burning incense to pay homage to the moon. It must be the incense offering from the West Wing. Jiang Shui inhaled deeply, then stepped back, covering her mouth with her hands. After a lengthy pause, she sprang in my arms, her eyes sparkling with greed. So, can this jar also be sold for $2 billion? If we sell it, we would never need to study, take exams, or work again. We could indulge in a life of leisure, she exclaimed excitedly. I ruffled her hair, calling her a silly girl. This jar is worth far more than $2 billion, for it is the only one among the 8 that remains undiscovered. Its price could be at least 3 times that of the others. Moreover, with its emergence, the overall value of the 8 jars will surge dramatically. Jiang Shui clapped her hands in delight, speculating that the sale could even afford us a small island. Indeed, it could, but at the cost of our lives, I replied with a laugh. The joy on Jiang Shui's face vanished in an instant. If this incense offering from the West Wing were to surface, whoever possessed it might find themselves in grave danger. Art dealers, government officials, and the minions of private collectors would stop at nothing to claim this rare treasure. After all, a man is innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime, I cautioned. Thus, I carefully wrapped the jar in a woven bag and concealed it deep within the kitchen stove. Dusting off my hands, I turned to Jiang Shui. Forget everything that just happened. Let us continue living our simple lives. With so much money, one could never spend it all in a lifetime. It is far more practical to hold on to our lives. Jiang Shui nodded vigorously, then playfully declared that as long as she was with me, even eating plain rice would bring happiness. That night, as Jiang Shui and I returned to our room to sleep, I still heard her murmuring dreams of purchasing an island for $2 billion. Meanwhile, I lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. The impact of discovering that National Treasure blue and white porcelain jar weighed heavily on my mind. But more than that, I was filled with confusion. Goldeneye, how many secrets do you truly hold? In the following 2 weeks, my life continued in a predictable rhythm. Home, pawn shop, school, a trifecta repeated from Monday to Friday, with weekends devoted to caring for my mother at the city hospital. Yet, amidst the monotony, an unexpected thrill emerged in the form of Chun and I, the girl I had met by chance at Qingxi University. Chun and I was quite enthusiastic, seeking me out for conversations, or rather, to engage in dialogue with Dr. Wu Zixuan. The more time we spent talking, the more I sensed that Chun and I had completely fallen for Dr. Wu Zixuan. Initially, my pretense of being Dr. Wu Zixuan was merely for amusement, delighting in the fact that a high school student could so easily captivate a college junior like Chen and I. The thrill of intellectual superiority was intoxicating, and while I did entertain the thought of seduction, I had Jiang Shui to consider, which helped me maintain some restraint. However, it seemed Chun and I had grown utterly enamored with Dr. Wu Zixuan, frequently expressing her desire to visit Yong'an, hinting at intentions that suggested she would go to great lengths. I realized that this charade could lead to trouble, yet I found myself ensnared with no way to extricate myself. Just yesterday, Chen and I sent me a message with her train ticket for this weekend. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui and I were in the throes of romance, nearly inseparable, which only intensified my sense of impending disaster. Before I could address the brewing trouble with Chun and I, an old friend I had not spoken to in ages reached out to me. This old friend, Fat Cohen, had been my closest companion during middle school. The bond of young male friendship forged over countless hours spent in internet CAFS. Back then, we had played games together, from Dream of the Three Kingdoms to Dungeon Fighter, and many more. Our friendship was built upon our shared love for gaming, and it had ultimately unraveled due to it as well. I have forgotten the specific reasons. It likely pertains to matters related to the game. Thus, 2 inseparable friends drifted apart, and out of spite, we haven't contacted each other for years. They say that boys are not so petty. Yet in our case, my friend Poncoin and I are exceptions. However, today, Poncoin unexpectedly called me, and we exchanged pleasantries for quite a while. He reminisced about our adventurous escapades of skipping classes to sneak out and play games, recalling the maps in Dungeons and the equipment in Fantasy Westward Journey, his words laced with nostalgia. I, too, felt a pang of longing, and Poncoin's sudden outreach brought tears to my eyes. Time has flown by. It has been over 2 years since I graduated from middle school and began working and dating as per my family's wishes, while you have been in high school. Could this be the reason we have lost touch for so many years? Poncoin sighed. Perhaps it is also because we are both too stubborn. I realized that with this statement, we were merely a step away from reconciliation, just an apology whether from him or me, could restore our precious friendship. At that moment, Pankowin suddenly called my full name. Dong Yule. His tone was exceptionally grave. My heart tightened and my breathing quickened. I'm getting married this Saturday. Can you come? Pankowin asked shyly. I was momentarily stunned. If you can't come, just transfer the gift money to my Alipay account. My account is. I immediately hung up the phone. Pankowin, I truly want to curse you. In the end, I redialed Pankowin, apologizing for the sudden disconnection, assuring him that I would attend on Saturday, bringing gifts and money. Friendship must be cherished, as it is exceedingly precious in this day and age. Before Pankowin's wedding, on Wednesday, I casually inquired about his current address and asked Aching to take a detour on my way home from school to visit Pankowin. He was just the same, cheerful and leisurely in his speech. After a few exchanges, I learned about his situation. His family, already well off, dotes on him as their only son. After graduating from middle school, they send him to work in a public institution, where he spends his days playing League of Legends, having reached a diamond rank. As for his future plans, his parents had already prepared a car and house for him. Last year, he found a match, and now preparations for his wedding were underway. He had a wife, a car, and a house, all while enjoying a carefree life filled with gaming. Truly, a delightful existence. During our conversation, the topic inevitably shifted to the most pivotal aspect, Pankowin's wife. My wife is a university student, Pankowin proclaimed with pride. Impressive. A middle school graduate like you marrying a university student. I exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. And she's beautiful, Pankowin added with a grin. She'll be back soon. You'll see. I wondered just how stunning she must be to evoke such confidence in Pankowin. However, when Pankowin's future wife returned, I was utterly disappointed. This is my fiancée, Zhao Xiaoyu. She could hardly compare to Jiang Shui's beauty. Yet, I feigned surprise, exclaiming, Sister Xiaoyu is truly lovely. Pankowin, you are fortunate. The reason for my insincerity was clear. Friendship is incredibly valuable in this era. Pankowin and Xiaoyu insisted on treating me to dinner. Initially, I declined, stating it was too late. Approaching 8 o'clock. However, their warmth was irresistible, and I stayed. As a considerate boss, I also remembered that Aching hadn't eaten, so I called him, telling him not to wait for me and to head home. Who are you calling? Pankowin inquired. The driver, I replied shyly. My goodness. Yule, has your family struck it rich? He asked in amazement. I merely smiled, saying nothing, while Xiaoyu shot me a curious glance, remaining silent. Dinner consisted of dumplings, which required us to all pitch in to make. However, Pankowin got carried away. As soon as the filling was ready, he dashed into his room, booting up League of Legends, completely oblivious. This left only Xiaoyu and me to make dumplings. I took the opportunity to observe her closely. My earlier assessment that she was not beautiful stemmed from high standards, as I was accustomed to seeing stunning women. In comparison, Xiaoyu could be considered attractive, and paired with someone like Pankowin, they were an unexpected match, explaining Pankowin's pride in his wife. Brother Lei, may I ask you something? Xiaoyu suddenly spoke. I quickly corrected her, saying, Please don't call me brother. I'm 3 years younger than Pankowin. You should call me brother instead. Xiaoyu promptly changed her address to Lei Di and inquired about my occupation. I'm a student, currently in my second year of high school, I replied. Xiaoyu remarked that I must be a rich second generation, having seen a Range Rover parked downstairs when she came up. I contemplated explaining, but decided it would be too troublesome, opting instead to smile and change the subject. After dinner, Xiaoyu mentioned she had something to do and asked if I could help wash the dishes. I gladly accepted. However, while I was in the kitchen, I suddenly heard her cough behind me. Turning around, I saw Xiaoyu wearing a sparkly black dress that clung to her thighs and towering heels, her face adorned with makeup. What are you doing? I asked, bewildered. Do I look pretty in this? She twirled around. I was at a loss for words. Not pretty? She questioned. I have other outfits. Come help me decide which to wear. I stammered. It's already past 9. Why are you changing clothes? None of your business. Come here upon contemplation. I have decided against it. After all, the reason remains as before. In this day and age, friendship is exceedingly precious. The next day, I found myself rushing to the pawn shop due to an unexpected matter. There, I fortuitously encountered Han Qingxiu. It had been quite some time since our last encounter, and upon meeting again, an air of awkwardness lingered between us. Have you eaten? I awkwardly greeted her. Yes, Han Qingxiu replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I found myself unable to meet her gaze. The memory of her that day, drenched in fragrant sweat, flooded my mind. I must admit, I have a particular fondness for women in stockings, yet Jiang Shui, despite my insistence, refused to wear them for me, claiming they were uncomfortable. She proudly asserted that her legs were fair and flawless, thus requiring no embellishment, while women who wore stockings were merely attempting to conceal imperfections. I felt Jiang Shui's reasoning was misguided. Han Qingqiu, in contrast, had a profound affinity for stockings and possessed legs that were both fair and exquisite. Today, she graced the scene in white lace-trimmed thigh-high stockings, paired with black leather shoes and a charming dress. At that moment, as Han Qingqiu turned to retrieve something, her side was presented to me, and I couldn't resist the urge to admire the graceful contours of her legs, enveloped in white stockings. It was a serendipitous sight, for they were half-sisters, strikingly similar in appearance, yet each exuding their own unique charm. If only I could have the pleasure of both their company. Just as I was lost in this reverie, a voice boomed from behind me. Xiaodong. I quickly turned to see Hu Ge, inquiring about my satisfaction with a chung. Very satisfied, I responded. Hu Ge nodded approvingly, and at that moment, Han Qingqiu had wandered off with her belongings. Then, Hu Ji's iron grip settled firmly on my shoulder. I understand that at your age, one may be restless, but for your own good, refrain from harboring any improper thoughts, he cautioned in a hushed tone. I winced under his grip, hastily retorting, is it so wrong to steal a glance? You may look, but not directly. Only sneak peeks, he instructed. Han's precious daughter is treated with utmost care. If you dare entertain any inappropriate notions, regardless of the esteem in which you are held by Han, you shall find yourself in dire trouble. With that, he released my shoulder, and I grimaced as I rubbed the spot where his grip had left its mark. What of his cherished daughter? I have already won over the one he deems less valuable, I mused. His precious daughter will soon be mine as well, and I shall indulge in both sisters' company, relishing in the knowledge that the one he treasures will be left waiting in the wings. Time flew, and before I knew it, Saturday had arrived. I had a chung drive me and Jiang Shui to the venue for Pang Kuen's wedding. However, upon arrival, I was taken aback to find the place utterly deserted, devoid of guests, decorations, or even balloons. I double-checked my location and confirmed it was not April Fool's Day. I called Pang Kuen to inquire about the situation. Has the wedding been relocated? I asked. No, the wedding is off, he replied in a hoarse voice. What do you mean it's off? Why? I probed further. What else could it mean? I caught them together 2 days ago. He lamented, his voice rising in pitch. She revealed the truth, and I have been wearing this green hat for over a year. Pang Kuen's words struck me like a bolt of lightning. Brother, try to see the bright side, I said, feeling a lump rise in my throat. Simultaneously, I was engulfed in guilt. I had sensed that Xiao Yu was straying that night, yet in my moment of confusion, I failed to warn my friend. What exactly happened? When did you discover it? I pressed. What do you think? I caught them just the other day, he exclaimed. She admitted it, and now that I know, she has decided to end things. What am I supposed to do now? He sniffled. I was about to offer words of comfort when I suddenly realized that his line of reasoning was flawed. What do you mean? What are you supposed to do? She has betrayed you, yet you still wish to be with her? I asked, perplexed. I just want her to apologize, he replied. At that moment, I felt a surge of frustration akin to that of a father confronted with a son who refuses to learn from his mistakes. If it were anyone else, I might not care, but for Pang Kuen, I could not simply turn a blind eye. Are you home? I'm coming over, I declared. I instructed a chung to turn the car around, drop Jiang Shui off, and then we headed to the Sherdai community. Upon arriving at Pang Kuen's home, the door swung open to reveal a dense cloud of smoke and the pungent scent of alcohol. Pang Kuen sat slumped on the sofa, exuding an air of defeat. Get up. Your woman has been unfaithful, and you lie here sulking like a coward. I shouted at him. His tears began to flow anew as he opened his mouth, likely to utter the phrase, "What can I do?" Before he could finish, I stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. He stared, bewildered, unsure of why I had struck him. I consider you a brother, and it is only today that I have intervened in your affairs. If you wish for my help, cease this incessant crying that drives me mad. If you do not want my assistance, then dismiss me with a wave and continue to wallow in your self-pity. His tears ceased as he wiped his nose. I will ask you 3 questions. First, how much have your parents invested in her for your sake? Pang Kuen's face twisted in contemplation before he hesitantly replied, around 200,000, just for clothes and jewelry, not to mention the bride price that hasn't been returned. Second, how long have you been together, and for how long have you worn this green hat? I continued. His face contorted again. We've been together for over a year, and I've been wearing this hat for just as long. I took a deep breath, feeling compassion, but knowing I had to pose the harsh question. So, aside from the money your parents spent, has she ever loved you? Pang Kuen's tears welled up once more, and he shook his head. Now, I present you with two choices. Continue living as a coward, wallowing in self-pity, or confront the unfaithful couple, reclaim your parents' hard-earned money, and deliver justice upon them. I declared. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Pang Kuen's spirit ignited at my challenge. I will find them. He clenched his fists. But I don't know how to proceed. The torpedo? I had no idea before. Is this a magnificent Land Rover? Where did you amass your wealth? Did your family's property get redeveloped? Or did you win a lottery? Fat Kuen asked curiously. Brother Lei has prospered through his own abilities. The driver, a Chung, yelled, startling Fat Kuen. Stop the noise. Fat Kuen, tell me, where do the illicit lovers reside? Where do they work? I inquired. After Fat Kuen divulged the information, I felt even more contempt for Zhao Xiaoyu, as she had indeed engaged in an affair with a married man, a man over 40, and her superior at work. Since they worked at the same establishment, it would be even easier to deal with them. I smiled ominously. What is the matter, Brother Lei? Should I call my brothers for assistance? A Chung asked. There is no need for brute force. I will employ my methods to deal with those two scoundrels without lifting a finger. With just one move, I can ensure they never rise again, I replied. I then instructed Fat Kuen to issue Zhao Xiaoyu an ultimatum, demanding she return the betrothal gifts and every penny she had squandered from her family, along with an apology, thus sparing her some dignity. Fat Kuen nodded and dialed the number, putting it on speaker so both the Chung and I could listen. The outcome was predictable. Zhao Xiaoyu stated she would consider returning a portion of the betrothal gifts, but dismissed any talk of reimbursement for the money spent on her, and laughed off the idea of an apology. Furthermore, her tone revealed she felt no remorse for her betrayal and deceit. She boldly proclaimed what was wrong with her infidelity. That Fat Kuen, being such a lowly man, should consider himself fortunate to be with her. Expecting her to remain loyal was utterly laughable. I preemptively pressed the hang-up button. It seems there is no room for negotiation, hence we need not show her any courtesy, a Chung remarked. Indeed, I concurred. I then shared my plan with Fat Kuen and a Chung. Upon hearing it, both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Brother Lei, you're no longer the naive person I once knew, a Chung lamented. Then a Chung let out a mocking laugh, slapping his thigh, exclaiming that this method was utterly ruthless. Is this perhaps a bit too extreme? Fat Kuen hesitated. Both a Chung and I felt a pang of discomfort. Was it you who was betrayed, or were we the ones being deceived? Fat Kuen, spurred by our disdainful glances, clenched his teeth and declared he would proceed. I instructed Fat Kuen to contact the wedding planning company he had previously spoken to rent something. At 2 in the afternoon, before we set off for Zhao Xiaoyu's workplace, I, with a sense of mercy, allowed Fat Kuen one last chance, calling her to give her an hour to reconsider. If she failed to return the money and apologize by 3 o'clock, she would face dire consequences. When the call connected, I was once again stunned by Zhao Xiaoyu's words and her shamelessness. Return the money? Are you still a man? What about the over a year of my youth wasted on you? And just look at you, cooped up at home, wasting your days gaming and living off your parents. You're a worthless piece of trash, Zhao Xiaoyu retorted. Fat Kuen's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his hand trembling around the phone. So what is wrong with my infidelity? Women naturally prefer to bear children for capable men. Your lineage? Surely it mirrors your own traits. Lazy and foolish. Obedient and ineffectual. Zhao Xiaoyu's tone was laced with scorn. I could no longer endure it. I snatched the phone from Fat Kuen's grasp. Enough already, you shameless harlot. I have never encountered such a brazen woman. If you despise him for being docile and weak, why were you with him in the first place? Why did you so comfortably spend his family's money? I demanded angrily. Zhao Xiaoyu laughed, claiming that the money was willingly spent by Fat Kuen and his parents. It was a mutual agreement, and the more they catered to her, the more it proved Fat Kuen was unworthy of her, needing to flatter her to keep her. I immediately ended the call. If I let her continue, not only Fat Kuen, but I too would be driven to madness by this shameless woman. Zhao Xiaoyu truly surpassed even the most notorious of characters. No holding back now. Let us proceed. I declared. Very well. The rented item has been brought by my little brother. Damn it. We rented the largest one. A Chung started the car. Upon arriving at Zhao Xiaoyu's workplace, A Cheng's younger brother had already brought the star of this spectacle. Good heavens! This is enormous. The impact will surely be astounding. A Cheng exclaimed excitedly. I led a Cheng, Fat Kuan, and two of a Cheng's younger brothers into the building of Zhao Xiaoyu's workplace with great determination. Where is Ren Wei? A Cheng grabbed a passerby. The man, frightened, quickly pointed us to an office after confirming which Ren Wei we were seeking. Upon entering the office indicated by the man, we saw a middle-aged man with a mole on his chin sitting at a desk, talking on the phone. Hello, may I help you? The man said with a smile, looking up. Suddenly, his expression froze upon recognizing Fat Kuan. Don't do anything reckless, the man stammered. We want to cause a scene, I replied with a sinister smile. I then gestured for a Cheng to close and lock the door. Brother Ren Wei, don't be afraid. My brothers and I are aware of your affair with Zhao Xiaoyu. The fault lies with her, not you. We're not here to harm you today, merely to have a discussion, I stated. Upon hearing this, Ren Wei's tense expression relaxed. What do you wish to discuss? He cautiously inquired. Here's the thing. My brother is quite infatuated. Even after Zhao Xiaoyu has betrayed him, he still finds it hard to let go, drowning his sorrows in alcohol daily. To help him move on completely, you need to recount the details of your affair with Zhao Xiaoyu to him, employing poison to combat poison, ensuring he loses all attachment to that wretched woman, I explained. Ren Wei let out a sigh of relief, then immediately adopted a lecherous, preachy demeanor, exclaiming to Fat Kuan, that kind of woman is not worth your suffering. I tell you, Zhao Xiaoyu is like a public bus. Anyone can board. He then began to vividly recount every detail of his trysts with Zhao Xiaoyu, at Fat Kuan's home, in the company's conference room, in his car. I must say, Ren Wei had a silver tongue. It was no wonder he managed to seduce Zhao Xiaoyu. As he recounted these details, he was utterly animated, and we, aside from Fat Kuan, found it increasingly difficult to maintain our composure. Seeing our reactions, Ren Wei became more and more animated, masking his contempt for Zhao Xiaoyu with delight. After roughly 10 minutes, Ren Wei finally paused, taking a breath and sipping water. Bravo, my friend. Your talent for storytelling is truly wasted on anything less than romantic fiction, I remarked. Ren Wei humbly smiled, then attempted to continue, clearly addicted to the attention. I quickly raised my hand to stop him, turning to Fat Kuan with a stern tone. Did you hear that? Have you given up now? Fat Kuan nodded in agreement. We then departed, with Ren Wei calling after us, wishing us well. Yes, we will soon be saying the same to you, I thought. After descending to the courtyard, we approached the pickup truck that a Cheng's younger brother had driven. I looked up at the item in the truck, an enormous, 2-meter-tall, powerful speaker. Is this a wireless speaker? How long can it play without being plugged in? I inquired. The wedding company's representative replied, it could play for 2 hours. Excellent. That's enough for 10 times over, I stated. I then pulled out a voice recorder from my pocket, connected it with a data cable, turned the volume to maximum, and pressed the play button on the speaker. I'm telling you, anyone can board Zhao Xiaoyu's bus. The sound effects are indeed overwhelmingly shocking. Not only can her entire unit hear it, but I reckon even the nearby residential buildings can catch a whiff of it. Within 30 seconds of the recording being played, countless heads peeked out from the windows of Zhao Xiaoyu's office building. The last time we were at your home, the thrill was palpable. Do you recall, my brother? Just the day before your wedding, when you caught us in your bed, in front of the wedding photos you had just taken? Therefore, my brother, women like Zhao Xiaoyu are not worth keeping. The number of times on the bus is a tale in itself. She particularly enjoys stirring up trouble while I'm driving, and on several occasions, we almost encountered accidents. The long table in the conference room is also a prime spot, once the workday ends and the doors are locked. Alas, brother, Zhao Xiaoyu is merely a fleeting pleasure, and it's only you, in your folly, who wishes to take her home. Look at me. I indulge in the fun. When seeking a wife, one should opt for a more traditional, well-educated woman. I chuckled to myself, contemplating the chaos that would ensue when this matter comes to light. Your wife, no matter how refined, would likely summon her uncles to beat you senseless and then file for divorce. The nature of onlookers to revel in others' misfortunes is an inherent trait of the Chinese, and many colleagues from Zhao Xiaoyu's unit rushed down from the upper floors, surrounding us with eager expressions, inquiring about the commotion. Was it a scene of infidelity? Upon receiving confirmation, they eagerly awaited the appearance of the involved parties, for the spectacle promised to be even more entertaining. Within 3 minutes, Zhao Xiaoyu descended from her office building, screaming at us with all her might. Shut it down. You better shut it down. Otherwise, I will call the police. I grinned and blocked her path, asking, "Why should we shut it down? Don't you wish to hear your lover's evaluation of you? Besides, when you called earlier, didn't you say that your infidelity was nothing to be ashamed of? Why then are you afraid of others knowing?" Zhao Xiaoyu had reached a state of hysteria. Upon seeing me obstruct her, she lunged at me, attempting to bite. I quickly sidestepped her, allowing her to pass. Zhao Xiaoyu approached the speaker, frantically mashing the pause button, but the device remained unresponsive. "What is going on? Shut it down, you idiot!" she screamed. It was futile. We had locked the system, and she couldn't turn it off. Driven to madness, Zhao Xiaoyu began to punch and kick the speaker. Yet with her slender strength, the 2-meter-tall speaker remained unyielding. Her shoes flew off, her hair disheveled, resembling a deranged woman, as she continued to scream. The security guard from her unit stood by, showing no inclination to intervene, merely observing the spectacle with the crowd. 10 minutes later, someone called the police, perhaps her illicit lover. When the young officer arrived, he initially reprimanded us for disturbing the peace and disseminating obscene materials. However, upon hearing the story's context, his demeanor softened, and he kindly advised us to lower the volume to avoid disturbing the nearby residents. The officer then pulled Fat Kuan aside, saying, "Brother, take it easy. I've been cheated on too, but like most men, I lack the courage for a scorched earth policy. It is essential for our society to have individuals who dare to combat evil forces for stability. And it is equally important for men to confront disloyal women to ensure a better life for us all." I stood by, feeling utterly frustrated. This was a green hat alliance. Ultimately, after the recording played 3 times and all the onlookers from Zhao Xiaoyu's building had gathered, she completely broke down, collapsing to the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. Now, is crying of any use? Where did her previous arrogance vanish? Looking up, I pondered, who does heaven spare? At that moment, I worried whether Fat Kuan would soften, but upon glancing back, I saw him fixated on the weeping Zhao Xiaoyu, a sinister smile etched upon his face, reveling in the taste of revenge. "How could you do this? Do you realize you've ruined my life?" Zhao Xiaoyu cried out to Fat Kuan. "You brought this upon yourself," he coldly replied, devoid of any trace of his previous timidity. I thought to myself, my goodness, even Fat Kuan, the perennial cuckold, has made a triumphant comeback. It seems I am indeed a cowardly savior. The speaker did not last as long as the wedding company claimed. After playing 7 times, it ran out of power. We loaded it onto the pickup truck, and before departing, Fat Kuan left Zhao Xiaoyu with a parting threat: return the dowry and the value of the wedding attire promptly, or I will send the recording to your parents' workplace for another round of public humiliation. Once in the vehicle, I inquired of Fat Kuan, "Who imparted that last threatening remark to you?" "What do you mean, who taught me? It was my own idea," he replied. I applauded him, saying, "Fat Kuan, you've got it. No longer a pushover. You've finally become a man." Yet on the way home, he couldn't help but cry again, using one tissue after another. I refrained from comforting him, allowing him to weep. I had once cried even harder when I was hurt by Teacher Sue. This is how it goes. A boy must endure emotional pain from a woman to truly become a man, a carefree wanderer, and a heartless individual who will never again be wounded by a woman. That evening, upon returning home, I recounted the day as events to Jiang Shui, who quickly applauded. "What if I were to cheat on you? Would you treat me the same way?" Jiang Shui pouted. "I wouldn't. I shook my head. "If you were unfaithful, I would let you off so easily. I'd put you in a pig cage," I declared. Jiang Shui pinched my waist playfully, responding, "How could you be so cruel? If you cheat, I'd decastrate you. I already have such a beautiful girlfriend. How could I possibly cheat?" I said, cradling Jiang Shui's face with deep affection. However, the following day marked the weekend, and it was the day Chen and I would arrive by train. Chen and I informed me that she would arrive at 5 in the afternoon and requested I pick her up at the station. I was lounging on the sofa at home, glancing at Jiang Shui, who was engrossed in her phone, feeling rather apprehensive. Today, I had to accompany the professor up the mountain to examine an ancient temple site. I was too busy and had booked a hotel online for Chen and I, including meals for a day, as a gesture of hospitality. Chen and I did not respond immediately. After a while, she sent a selfie. My jaw nearly dropped at the sight. She lay on the train sleeper, dressed in a white set of lingerie, with the blanket only covering her lower abdomen. That figure was enough to make me feel lightheaded, unsure of what to say. I pondered for a long while before finally texting back, "Why are you undressed on the train?" Chen and I sent another selfie, this time even more revealing, showing off her cleavage. I was thinking about you, senior, and it made me feel warm and flustered, she wrote. I took a deep breath, my hand trembling uncontrollably as I held my phone. Then Chin and I sent yet another photo, this time a close-up of her beautiful legs clad in black stockings. I think I might have strained my calf muscles from dancing yesterday, and I really want someone to help massage them, she texted. I was utterly at my wit's end, wanted to throw my phone away to regain control. Finally, Chin and I sent a photo that completely shattered my defenses. Is it cute, senior? I immediately leapt off the sofa. Dear, Fat Kuan is still troubled by his heartbreak. I will accompany him for drinks tonight and may not return. As I spoke, Jiang Shui, engrossed in her phone, did not even look up and said, go ahead. In a hurry, I dashed out and messaged Chin and I on WeChat. I'm coming to pick you up. Not daring to ask a Chung for a ride, I hailed a cab and hurried to the train station. Upon arrival, I met Chin and I, but I was at a loss about where to take her. So, where would you like to go? There's a South Bay Lake. No need, senior. I'm a bit tired from the ride. Let's just find a hotel and rest for a while, Chin and I replied. Instantly, I felt a surge of strength, realizing that she was even more eager than I was. After checking into the hotel, I couldn't help but stare at Chun Ni's fair, long legs. What are you looking at, senior? She asked, feigning seriousness. I chuckled, pretending to be nonchalant. I was just thinking about the pictures you sent me where you wore stockings. But now, I see you aren't wearing any. I took them off on the train. Do you like seeing me in stockings? Chinin kawaii. At her words, my heart raced, and I hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then I'll wear them for you now, okay? She said shyly. She opened her bag and pulled out 2 unopened pairs of stockings, one black and one nude. Which one do you prefer? She asked, placing them on her legs. I pointed to the right one, then the left, ultimately deciding, let's start with the black ones, then the nude ones. Chin and I stood up and unzipped her gray coat. In that moment, my heart nearly burst. She slowly slipped into the black stockings, then donned a white high heel she had been wearing. Every detail was deliberately slow, allowing me to take it all in. Afterward, she sat on the bed, her cheeks flushed, and said, Senior, help me take them off. At that moment, I pounced on her like a hungry tiger. But just then, there was a sudden knock on the door, startling both of us. Who is it? Chin and I asked in panic. Probably someone who got the wrong room, or maybe the cleaning staff, I replied. Just then, my phone rang. I pulled it out to see Jiang Shui's name flashing on the screen, my heart sinking. I quickly told Chin and I not to speak as I answered the call, trying to sound casual. What's up? I just arrived at Fat Kuan's place. Have you had dinner yet? Open the door, Jiang Shui ordered. Those cold words sent me spiraling into despair, and I dropped my phone. I never imagined that just yesterday I was catching someone else in the act, and today, it was my turn. The age-old question echoed in my mind. Does the heavens spare anyone? I felt utterly paralyzed, my mind blank. Since Jiang Shui already knew I was inside, there was nowhere to hide. I walked to the door, opened it, and saw Jiang Shui standing there, trembling, her eyes red with fury. Seeing her like this made me want to kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. Jiang Shui stepped forward, her gaze piercing through me as if she wanted to devour me whole. Actually she is, I stammered. But before I could finish, Jiang Shui raised her arms and unleashed a barrage of punches and slaps upon me. Hey, stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I cried out. I knew it. The moment you spoke to me with that tone, I sensed something was off. A woman's intuition never lies. I followed you here, and what do I find? You drinking. I thought you were with friends. How did you end up in a hotel room? While Jiang Shui hurled accusations, Chin and I, clad only in stockings and lingerie, jumped off the bed and fiercely confronted Jiang Shui. Who are you to hit my boyfriend? Chun and I shouted, then rushed to help me up, her voice filled with concern. Zishuan, are you okay? Zishuan, your boyfriend? Jiang Shui exclaimed in disbelief, then turned to me, grabbing my collar. What lies have you told this girl? My face flushed crimson, leaving me utterly speechless. Tell me his name. What is he to you? Jiang Shui demanded of Chen and I. His name is Wu Zishuan, my boyfriend, a PhD student from Qing University. Jiang Shui erupted into laughter. Sister, you must be in your 20s, yet you've been fooled by this high schooler? High schooler? What are you talking about? Chen and I gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Look at him. He looks like a child. How could he be a PhD? Jiang Shui laughed until tears streamed down her face. Upon hearing Jiang Shui's words, Chun and I turned to me, her eyes filled with urgency and desperation. No, sister. You have all the right curves, but why didn't you grow any brains? Jiang Shui mocked. Zishuan, tell me this isn't true, Chun and I pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. I couldn't bear to see her like this, but I knew I couldn't maintain the facade any longer. I'm sorry, I said, my face contorted in regret. The identity card truly belongs to the real Wu Zishuan, not me. I initially intended to joke with you, but it spiraled into this situation. I'm truly sorry. After a moment of silence, Chun and I covered her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. If you feel upset, just hit. Before I could finish, Chun and I unleashed a flurry of slaps across my face, leaving me dazed. Why? How could you deceive me? How could you be so cruel? She cried, striking me as she wept. Afterward, she stormed back to the bed, slipped into her gray coat, and left without taking her belongings. I was left standing face to face with Jiang Shui, rubbing my stinging cheeks, unsure if the redness came from Chunni's blows or from my embarrassment before Jiang Shui. She remained silent, and I had no courage to speak. Why? I just want an explanation, Jiang Shui finally said. Is it because I haven't satisfied you? Haven't indulged your peculiar desire to see me in stockings? Haven't fulfilled your carnal cravings? I was at a loss for words, genuinely remorseful, my heart heavy with regret. I had acted impulsively, and now I feared losing Jiang Shui. I'm sorry, please forgive me this once. Chen and I haven't done anything, I pleaded. Jiang Shui scoffed. If she hadn't caught you, would you have done nothing at all? I am truly sorry. I really am. I implore you, forgive me. Just this once. I promise to change, and there will absolutely be no next time. I sniffled, pleading with Jiang Shui. Indeed, there will be no next time, for you will have no opportunity left. Jiang Shui shook her head and turned away. I rushed forward and embraced her. Let go, Jiang Shui shouted, breaking free from my grasp, only to turn around and deliver a sharp slap to my cheek. Dong Yule, it's over between us. With that final remark, Jiang Shui walked away without a backward glance. In the days that followed, Jiang Shui did not appear again, nor did she attend school. I visited her home, but no one was there, and her phone was unreachable. Every day, I inundated her with messages, pleading for her to return to class. Even if we could only be ordinary friends, or if I had to distance myself, as long as I could catch a glimpse of her from afar. After several more days without a response, I further lowered my pride, lamenting my inability to live without her, begging for at least a reply to ease my worries. Yet, Jiang Shui remained silent. Each day, I could only gaze at her textbooks on our shared desk at school and the clothes she had left behind at my home. Moreover, each night, I was enveloped by the lingering scent she had left on my blankets. These remnants served as the sole reminders of her existence in my life, and of our once sweet love. I felt on the brink of madness. Today, I sat in class, lost in thought, devoid of the will to learn. Yet I remained there, yearning for the moment Jiang Shui might return to class, so I could see her at once. However, it seemed that was merely a futile hope. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, and I hastily pulled it out with trembling hands. Jiang Shui, Jiang Shui, I shouted internally. To my dismay, it was that scoundrel at Cheng. As my personal driver, he surely knew of my heartbreak. Brother Lei, if you're feeling down, let's go for a drink tonight and forget all the unhappy moments. Bring along your chubby friend, who's also heartbroken, a Cheng texted. I took a deep breath and replied, all right, let's go now. I walked out of the classroom, undeterred by the presence of our homeroom teacher, who surely dared not speak a word. I met up with Fat Kuan, and a Cheng also brought along his friend, Guaizi. The four of us found a barbecue stall, where the table was laden with grilled meat, beer, and liquor. With a command, we downed 3 kilograms of liquor in one round, and soon found ourselves a bit tipsy. Fueled by the alcohol, I began to wail like a scorned lover. It's all right, brother, just let it go, Fat Kuan chuckled, patting my shoulder. I can't believe you also faced heartbreak so soon, he said with a smirk. Yes, we make a perfect pair of green-hatted brothers, I replied. You two were cuckolded? Fat Kuan inquired, a gleeful expression on his face. A Cheng, set the record straight. Brother Lei was the one who was cheated on, while you were the one who was cheated on by another man. Our levels of disgrace are not even comparable. A Cheng slurred. Fat Kuan pondered for a moment before bursting into tears. I ignored his antics and turned to a Cheng, pleading for advice on how to win back Jiang Shui. A Cheng shook his head, stating that, based on my previous words, there was no hope left. How could there be no way? Aren't you the king of wooing women? What about those tactics of feigned indifference and deliberate neglect? Have they all failed? I questioned. Useless. A Cheng replied. Caught in the act, nothing will work. I lamented, recalling how he had previously asserted that women perceived a man's infidelity as a mark of prowess. Why was it different now? Understand this, Brother Lei. Infidelity is infidelity. Cheating is cheating. Chung clarified. He offered an analogy, handing me a skewer of grilled meat. When you hold this skewer, everyone covets it, but they cannot take it from you. It is only delicious when you eat it yourself. But Chung snatched the skewer from my hand, took a bite, and returned it to me. Do you still want it? He asked as he chewed. I said nothing, discarding the skewer and repeatedly banging my forehead against the table. There was no turning back. Take it easy, Brother Lei. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Chung consoled, taking a swig of beer. Yet, I continued banging my head, while Fat Kuan wept and Guaizi, influenced by our despair, sniffled about his first love. Enough. Chung pounded the table. Brother Lei is my boss, yet he is much younger than me, and Fat Kuan is the same. My younger brother Guaizi is even less experienced. Today, let me take on the role of the older brother and treat you to an experience of a new realm in life, Chung declared. We all eagerly inquired, what kind of experience? Let us indulge in the pleasures of youth. A full suite of services awaits. Chung waved his hand dramatically. The Shengshi Nianhua is the largest nightclub in our county, featuring KTV, foot massages, bars, and dance halls, all manner of services, including special ones. Chung awaited our response, and we exchanged glances. Should we go? While Fat Kuan's tone was a question, his expression was affirmative. I want to go, Guaizi said earnestly. Then they all turned to me. I raised my beer and downed in one gulp. After all, she was not coming back. I might as well indulge to the fullest. Let us go, I said. Half an hour later, Chung, suspected of drunk driving, parked the Land Rover outside We exited the vehicle, and it was my first time in such a place. Fat Kuan nervously remarked, let us start with the normal activities, something flirty. And when a mood is, Chung immediately restrained the two of them. Are you foolish enough to take my previous drunken ramblings seriously? Cheng remarked. If you keep this up, you will soon find yourself slapped by those women and subsequently thrown out by security. Upon hearing Cheng's words, the three of us felt a wave of deflation. However, I devised a plan to avoid being mistaken for a rogue and still seize an opportunity. Chung grinned mischievously and asked me to cooperate with him for a demonstration. Together, we entered the dance floor and selected a stunning beauty clad in a black spaghetti-strap dress, adorned with bunny ears atop her head. Dance closely behind her, maintaining your distance, Chung instructed. Though uncertain of Cheng's intentions, I obediently followed his lead, positioning myself behind the bunny girl and pretentiously swaying my limbs. At that moment, Chung feigned an exit from the dance floor and, as he passed by me, nudged me toward the bunny girl. Instantly, I found myself pressed against her, my chin resting on her exposed shoulder, inhaling the intoxicating scent of her perfume, our waists aligned perfectly. The bunny girl must have sensed my presence. She furrowed her brows and glanced back at me. I apologized, explaining that someone had nudged me. She replied nonchalantly and continued dancing. Turning around, I noticed Chung had returned to our previous spot, wearing a triumphant smile while the stout Kuan and Guai shared knowing expressions. Subsequently, we divided into pairs, Chung and I on one side, Kuan and Guai on the other, and began our dance floor antics. We continually shifted our targets and positions, occasionally encountering Kuan and Guai in the spacious dance area, assisting each other with timely support. Just as we were reveling in our fun, chaos erupted. A resounding slap echoed from the center of the dance floor. Despite the deafening music, the closest circle of people heard it. The tall beauty with ash-gray hair was tugging at Kuan, who was shielding his face with one hand. Chung and I exchanged glances and hurried over. Lu Biao, there's a fat guy taking advantage of me. The tall beauty shouted as she dragged Kuan out of the dance floor toward the northeast corner sofa. A man with triangular eyes clad in a black jacket stood up from the sofa, discarding the cigarette but he had been smoking, and approached us. Behind the man were several muscular young men with buzz cuts, their bulging muscles intimidating merely by sight. And another one of the tall woman's companions exclaimed, as one of her friends stood beside me, intentionally bumping into me. Where's the other one? The triangular-eyed man, referred to as Lu Biao, inquired. He has disappeared. The tall woman replied. Lu Biao seized Kuan by the hair, threatening to drag him out and cripple him. By this time, Chung and I had arrived. Hey, could you please release my friend? It seems there has been a misunderstanding, I addressed Lu Biao. He turned to me, loosening his grip on Kuan's hair. his piercing gaze filled with malice. "Are you the one who was with him earlier?" Lu Biao asked. Before I could respond, he gestured to the muscular young man behind him, who immediately approached me, clearly intent on dragging me away for a beating. I struggled valiantly, but my slender arms were no match for their powerful limbs, and I was swiftly subdued. Ah Chung, eager to protect me, lunged at the men restraining me. However, his strength was insufficient against these muscular foes, and he too was soon captured. "Take them to the back door. I must teach these little rascals a lesson today," Lu Biao declared. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. The thought of my precious manhood being violently harmed made me instinctively clamp my legs together. I hurriedly pleaded with Lu Biao, asking him to reconsider, but he ignored my protests. As we were escorted down the steps from the stage toward the back door of the dance hall, I feared I would soon lose my most valuable possession. "Release him," a deep, familiar voice called from behind me. However, being restrained by the young men, I could not turn to see who it was. Lu Biao, standing before me, furrowed his brow at the speaker. "Chao Gu, these little brats took advantage of my girl. What is wrong with teaching them a lesson?" Lu Biao questioned. "No way." The emotionless voice replied flatly, offering no explanation. "Hey, Chao Gu, let's be reasonable. They are at fault. Although this is your territory, let him go." The unemotional voice repeated robotically. The tall beauty beside Lu Biao frowned, seemingly embarrassed by his actions. Seeing that his girlfriend was looking down on him, Lu Biao became enraged, insisting that no matter what, he would take us out for a thrashing and no one would stop him. As his words faded, I heard a rush of wind behind me, and the grip of my captors vanished. Turning around, I was astonished to see a bald man wearing sunglasses move with lightning speed, swiftly incapacitating Lu Biao's muscular henchman. "Don't push your luck," Lu Biao roared, immediately charging at the bald man. With a single, swift kick, the bald man sent Lu Biao flying. I stared in awe at the bald man. It was old Li, the personal bodyguard under Ling Jie. At that moment, Lu Biao scrambled to his feet and pulled out his phone, declaring that this matter had gone too far. "Don't think you can act recklessly just because you're a dog of the Tang family. I'll call my boss right now, so just wait." Within 10 minutes, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, clad in a waistcoat and shirt, arrived, flanked by several suited bodyguards. Lu Biao explained the situation to the man with slicked back hair, who frowned and turned to old Li. "Do you know who I am?" The man asked. "Zhang Depeo. And do you know that Ah Biao is my man?" "Yes." "Li Chao, since you know that Ah Biao is mine, don't you think your actions are a bit disrespectful?" "Yes," old Li replied succinctly. Zhang Depeo coughed a few times, clearly taken aback by old Li's words. "I don't wish to converse with you. Take me to see Tang Ling. I have other matters to discuss with her." Old Li silently turned and walked ahead, prompting me to glance at Kuan and Ah Chung before following. We followed Old Li through a corridor behind the nightclub counter, entering an office at the end. Behind a pearwood desk, Ling Jie was seated, engrossed in paperwork. Old Li knocked on the door, and Ling Jie looked up at us. "Xiao Lei, Ling Jie Muret Puzlet." At that moment, Zhang Depeo and Lu Biao also reached the doorway. "Tang Dada, long time no see. I'm here to seek an explanation today," Zhang Depeo stated. Ling Jie nodded at Zhang Depeo, then looked inquiringly at Old Li. Old Li succinctly recounted the events. "In any case, it seems that we Ah Biao are in the right here. Moreover, Tang Dada, I have been swallowing my anger. 2 months ago, our Xiao Hao inadvertently offended you. Well, it was his fault. You could have dealt with him, but wasn't your punishment of Li Chao a bit excessive? Xiao Hao still hasn't been discharged from the hospital." Zhang Depeo spoke with evident irritation. Sister Ling immediately smiled and apologized, inviting us to take a seat while signaling the waiter to bring tea. Throughout Zhang Depeo's accusations, Sister Ling refrained from arguing, consistently expressing her regret. Noticing her continued submissiveness, Zhang Depeo became increasingly aggressive, his tone devoid of the earlier friendliness. Sister Ling maintained her sweet smile, flicking the ash from her cigarette and shifting her posture. Today, she wore a very tight, short black dress, baring her legs without stockings. As she adjusted her position, her modesty was slightly compromised. Lu Biao, sitting directly opposite her, was instantly captivated. Sister Ling noticed Lu Biao's gaze. Instead of being offended, she executed a surprising maneuver, spreading her legs and smiling at him, her eyes narrowing seductively, her grin alluring. "Is it beautiful? What color?" Sister Ling inquired. Lu Biao chuckled nervously, replying it was black. "You are mistaken. It is red," Sister Ling corrected with a smile, crossing her legs again. Huh? Lu Biao asked, perplexed. At that moment, Lao Li silently approached Lu Biao from behind. He raised his hand, inserting 2 fingers directly into Lu Biao's eye sockets, and gave a forceful jab. Lu Biao howled like a wounded animal, clutching his bleeding eyes and rolling on the ground. Sister Ling smirked, extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray. Now, can you see clearly? The room fell silent, all eyes on Lu Biao. Boss Zhang, please continue. I am still young and inexperienced. If I have done anything wrong, do not hesitate to point it out, Sister Ling said with an enchanting smile, gazing at Zhang Depeo. However, that beguiling smile likely sent shivers down his spine. I must take my leave now, Tang Deijian. I have matters to attend to, Zhang Depeo said, his expression frantic as he stood. Sister Ling continued to smile sweetly and nodded. Lao Li, see them out. Yes. Lao Li, ever succinct, walked to the still sobbing Lu Biao, grasped on his legs, and dragged him out. Truly, Lao Li was a man of few words but decisive actions. Zhang Depeo and his inept bodyguards hurriedly followed Lao Li's lead. Once Zhang Depeo and his entourage exited, Sister Ling let out a long sigh. I turned to her, feeling anxious and unsure of what to say. I had never expected to encounter Sister Ling in such circumstances. Moreover, her gaze towards me felt peculiar, tinged with disappointment and a hint of admonition. Reminiscent of the way teacher Su often looked at me. I thought to myself, given Sister Ling's network, she must have known that I was currently working for her rival, Han Hao Yin, which made for an awkward situation. Xiao Lei, Sister Ling's tone was unexpectedly cold, and I felt a jolt of fear. Why did you engage in such disgraceful behavior at the dance hall? Do you not already have a girlfriend? Sister Ling asked. I was taken aback. So that was why she had looked at me like that. I broke up with my girlfriend, I admitted. Oh, I see, Sister Ling chuckled. Did I not warn you before? When a boy holds back for too long, he develops problems and must find an outlet. If you're lonely without a girlfriend, you can come to me. I can introduce you to someone or... Sister Ling suddenly leaned closer, her lips brushing against my ear, her small hand resting on my chest. I could personally help you relieve that tension. The scent of her lip gloss mingled with a faint trace of smoke, swirling around my senses and quickening my heartbeat. Meanwhile, a Chung and Fat Cohen watched in astonishment as the once formidable Sister Ling treated me so intimately. I'm sorry, Sister Ling, I stammered. Sorry for what? She inquired. I was unsure why I felt the need to apologize, but a wave of guilt washed over me. Sister Ling turned her head, adjusting my collar with a gentle touch. All right, it's late. You youngsters should head home, Sister Ling announced. I quickly protested that we had driven here, yet she insisted on escorting us to the nightclub entrance. Before parting, Sister Ling embraced me, her cheek brushing against mine. Find a girlfriend soon and bring her to show me, she advised. I nodded in response. As I drove away, a whirlwind of thoughts consumed me. Why did Sister Ling always seem so wonderful whenever we met? She felt like an older sister, her every expression instilling a profound sense of comfort and familiarity. Moreover, she had consistently treated me with exceptional kindness. It was hard to believe she had ulterior motives. My limited expertise in antiques seemed hardly impressive compared to others. Yet, my parents' warnings echoed in my mind. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Sister Ling felt like a captivating yet mysterious fox, alluring yet potentially dangerous. The day's tumultuous events had passed without significant consequence. While I had missed out on a massage, at least my dignity remained intact. As May came to a close, the looming high school entrance exams approached swiftly. The only individuals I knew who would be taking them were Han Qingxiu and Su Manman, both in their final year, although the exams seemed to bear little significance for them. Following the exams, summer vacation awaited, but I had yet to see Jiang Shui return by that day. When visiting my mother at the hospital, I could no longer hide the truth about Jiang Shui. Why did you two break up? My mother asked. It must have been your fault, not Xiao Shui's, she added. I sniffled, nodding in acknowledgement. What a lovely girl. How could you not appreciate her? My mother sighed. With summer's arrival, I channeled my heartbreak into work, spending long hours at the pawn shop, feigning busyness to mask my inner void. In reality, the pawn shop was quite idle, and business continued to dwindle. Thus, in a meeting room, damn it, everyone be serious. Tiger slammed his hand on the table. The previously chattering group immediately fell silent, straightening their postures. We have suffered losses for 5 consecutive months. Boss Han said we might as well close the pawn shop. Tiger raged. What have you all been doing? Eating dirt? Where lies the problem? How do we resolve this? Xiao Ma, you start. Tiger's fierce gaze turned to Xiao Ma on his left. I think the market isn't doing well. Perhaps we should consider changing our business model and expanding our collateral services, as they offer higher profit margins. Xiao Ma suggested earnestly. You idiot. Have you lost your mind playing cards all day? I just said we've been losing for 5 months straight. We can't even manage our cash flow. Where will we find the funds for collateral? Tiger raised his hand, ready to strike Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma quickly dodged, claiming he needed more time to think. Xiao Dong, your turn. Tiger directed his attention to me. Huh? I opened my mouth in surprise. I needed to ponder my response as well. I feigned deep contemplation, while everyone else wore expressions of forced concentration. Yet deep down, we all knew the truth. The issue wasn't the market conditions, but rather the lax and unprofessional work ethic within our pawn shop. As the chief appraiser, Xiao Ma, who is utterly captivated by Do Di Zhu, and I, the chief consultant obsessed with honor of kings, take the lead, the staff members of the pawn shop, including tellers, data entry clerks, warehouse managers, salespeople, and even janitors, spend their days idling away, with their daily routine revolving around playing Do Di Zhu and honor of kings. It would indeed be astonishing if the pawn shop did not incur losses each month. Struggling to comprehend this, the audience was beckoned to welcome our new president, Ms. Han Qingxiu, who was to offer her insights. Brother Hu, with a sycophantic grin, urged everyone to applaud fervently, wiping away their discontent. Everyone, I just completed my college entrance examinations, and my father has sent me here for my summer internship. Coincidentally, I am also majoring in management at university, so I hope to receive your guidance, Han Qingxiu said, her voice tinged with nervousness. She proceeded to share her thoughts on the pyramid model of management. Though it sounded impressive, it was merely the textbook theory of students, practically ineffectual. Yet we all exaggeratedly expressed our admiration, declaring that with Miss Han's astuteness, our pawn shop would surely flourish once more. After sufficient flattery, Brother Hu clapped his hands to restore order. Regarding the theoretical concepts that President Han just mentioned, I will now outline practical measures and a summary, he announced. I immediately sat up, intent on listening. Unlike Han Qingxiu, Brother Hu's methods were sure to be pragmatic and effective. A puppet emperor is but a fool, and governance relies upon the prime minister's strategies. First, operations. Do not blame Brother Hu for being ruthless. From now on, we will implement a points assessment system. Attendance, work attitude, and performance will all contribute to the point tally. Should points be deducted, wages will be adjusted accordingly. If points are significantly reduced, I regret to inform you that we are also in need of layoffs. Second, regarding finances, Mr. Han has declared that he will no longer provide funds to fill our bottomless pit. We must rely on ourselves. As it happens, the summer is a slow season, and everyone has time on their hands. We must take the initiative and not remain idle. Xiao Ma, Xiao Dong. You two are tasked with organizing teams to venture into the mountains, dive into the seas, scour flea markets, and explore Taobao to replenish our financial void and collection inventory. Of course, this is not a pro bono endeavor. The risks will be borne by the pawn shop, but you will also receive a share of the profits upon resale. Brother Hu then stood up. All right, everyone, let us rally our spirits for the survival of our pawn shop. Everyone rose, echoing his fervor, reminiscent of a cult-like assembly. Subsequently, Xiao Ma and I divided into 2 teams. Xiao Ma ventured into the mountains and seas, while I roamed the flea markets of various cities. Today, after wandering the streets of Nan'an City under the blazing sun, I returned to the hotel, collapsing onto the bed, utterly drained. Just then, my phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number, registered in Jiangbei City. Hello, I answered. Did you miss me? Came a familiar female voice. Jiang Shui, I exclaimed instinctively. The girl on the other end chuckled softly. I'm not Jiang Shui. E.M. Zhou Mink. 057. I've been doing better than you, she added. I was momentarily taken aback. Where are you now? In Jiangbei City? I asked eagerly. Indeed, Zhou Meng replied. After a prolonged silence, I cautiously inquired. How have you been lately? Not too well, Zhou Meng admitted. Actually, I'm coincidentally heading to Jiangbei City in a few days. Would it be possible for us to meet and chat? I suggested. Sure, she affirmed. We arranged to meet on Wednesday afternoon at 4, but I found myself arriving in Jiangbei City on Wednesday morning. My mind was consumed with thoughts of how Zhou Meng had changed. Had she gained or lost weight? Had she suffered any grievances during her time away? Did she still stutter when she lied? Was she still the delicate, slender figure with a soft voice that I remembered? Before our meeting, feeling anxious, I decided to explore the famed Hanyuan flea market in Jiangbei City. However, the renowned market proved disappointing, offering little of interest. Many apathetic vendors were peddling costume props from the nearby Jiangbei Film City. Frustrated, I was about to leave when I stumbled upon an inconspicuous stall at the market's edge, where a unique item caught my eye. An oval-shaped, medium-sized jar, white in color, but seemingly not made of jade or porcelain. I approached the vendor and asked if I could hold it. "Feel free, just don't break it," the vendor replied. "Do you know what material this jar is made of?" I inquired. "Probably ivory," the vendor answered. I chuckled inwardly, thinking he was just another uninformed seller. As I opened the jar, I saw it was not empty, but contained several hollow needles matching the jar's material. Their size and length were akin to knitting needles. An idea formed in my mind. "How much for this?" I asked. "Being made of ivory, it should be worth at least 10,000, the vendor claimed. I nearly choked, replying, "Please be reasonable. If this were genuine ivory, I could consume the whole thing." The vendor hesitated, then offered it for 5,000. I smiled, saying, "This trinket isn't worth what you think. Once this deal is done, I'll reveal its true material, and you won't be so exorbitant in your pricing." "Then tell me first," the vendor urged. 200, and I'll inform you." "Trust me, once you know, you'll feel that 200 was too much," I said. Reluctantly, the vendor agreed. After a brief exchange of cash for the item, he asked about the material. "Bone," I replied. The vendor gasped, his brows furrowing as he eyed the object in my hand, then waved me off, likely feeling superstitious. With the item in hand, I weighed it thoughtfully. Though I found it ominous, its uniqueness and bizarre background could intrigue a collector with a penchant for the peculiar. Selling it could yield a considerable profit, enough to keep Brother Hu from nagging me for a month. I returned to the hotel, took a shower, and meticulously prepared myself. With several hours remaining before reuniting with Zhou Ming, I found myself fidgeting like a novice actor rehearsing for a debut performance, adjusting my clothes and hair while mentally rehearsing my lines. At 4 in the afternoon, I arrived promptly at the CAF where I was to meet Zhou Ming. She had already arrived, sitting alone in the corner, wearing sunglasses. As I took my seat and scrutinized her, all my rehearsed opening lines vanished in an instant. Zhou Ming wore black shorts, her legs as slender and pale as I remembered. She appeared even thinner, her petite frame swathed in an oversized baseball jacket, giving her a delicate appearance. "Why the sunglasses?" I asked with a smile. "I've been working late every night this month, and my complexion has suffered," Zhou Ming replied. "What kind of work are you doing?" I inquired. Zhou Ming shook her head, saying it was not convenient to discuss. A pang of concern struck me, but I restrained my thoughts from wandering. We exchanged pleasantries, and I asked, "When you left Yong'an County so suddenly, did you come directly here?" "Yes," Zhou Ming nodded. "Do you have any family here? Your parents?" I hastily inquired. "They passed away in a car accident when they were very young," Zhou Ming replied. Upon hearing her response, I was reminded of that night when I uttered those hurtful words to Zhou Ming, and my heart was filled with deeper remorse and sadness. "So you're all alone in Jiangbei City." I gazed at Zhou Ming as she quietly recounted the first month of her struggles, devoid of anyone to rely on, waking up in tears beneath her blanket each night. Zhou Ming nervously picked at her fingers and softly spoke. My heart ached for her. At that moment, Zhou Ming suddenly waved through the glass wall of the CAF. Following her gaze, I noticed a luxurious Mercedes-Benz van parked by the roadside, with several bodyguards in black suits standing beside it. It was evident that Zhou Ming was greeting them. Simultaneously, I observed her attire: a baseball jacket, a watch, bracelets, rings, and a necklace. Given my experience working in a pawn shop, I recognized designer luxury items more than anyone else. Zhou Ming had mentioned that her parents were no longer alive, eliminating any possibility of having a hidden wealthy benefactor. Thus, only one conclusion remained. A wave of discomfort washed over me, an unbearable ache. Zhou Ming turned back, continuing to fidget with her fingers. "Congratulations," she said. I looked at her in confusion, questioning what I was being congratulated for. "Aren't you with Jiang Shui now?" It dawned on me that, long ago, I had deceived her by claiming that the person I liked was indeed Jiang Shui, and now, through a twist of fate, I found myself genuinely together with her. "How did you know?" I asked Zhou Ming. "Chu Lan Lan told me, and with so many classmates, it's quite easy to inquire about your recent circumstances," she replied. I smiled faintly and remarked that she must also know of my breakup with Jiang Shui. Zhou Ming nodded, then said softly, "At least you were together at one point." I found myself a loss for words after a long pause. I finally asked her if she had a boyfriend now. "No," Zhou Ming shook her head. "My current job doesn't allow for relationships." My heart sank. It appeared my suspicions were correct. I looked at Zhou Ming, wondering if she still harbored feelings for me. At least from her tone and the 2 calls she made over the past few months. One expressing how much she missed me, the other asking if I thought of her. I could sense a lingering connection. Drawing a deep breath, I resolved, "How about you stop working? I'll support you." "What?" Zhou Ming asked, astonished. "Don't do that kind of job anymore. I still earn a little on the side. I can take care of you. We could be together." I summoned my courage and finally uttered those 3 words. Zhou Ming burst into laughter, saying I was talking nonsense. She then stood up, removed her sunglasses, and remarked that it was getting late and she had work to attend to. I observed her face without the sunglasses. It was not as haggard as I had imagined. On the contrary, it looked radiant and vibrant, her skin now a healthy shade of rosy white, a stark contrast to her previous pallor. Zhou Ming appeared revitalized and undeniably more beautiful than before, akin to a star from the television screen. Just then, a middle-aged woman with a bag passed by us. Upon spotting Zhou Ming, her eyes widened and she approached her cautiously, asking if she was Qing. Zhou Ming smiled shyly, affirming yes. "Oh, I adore you. May I have your autograph and a photo?" The woman squealed with excitement. Her outburst drew the attention of others in the CAF, and soon a crowd gathered around Zhou Ming, clamoring for signatures and photographs. "Qing, when will your new drama be released?" A middle-aged man shouted. "At the end of August," Zhou Ming replied. "Are you filming in the following days?" I frequently contacted Zhou Ming. Although she was busy filming, she enjoyed reminiscing with me during her spare moments. However, the moment I brought up matters of the heart, she would instinctively evade the topic. "You still haven't replied to what I mentioned in the CAF the other day," I said to Zhou Ming. "Huh? You startled me. Why are you reciting movie lines to me?" Zhou Ming laughed. "Not that line. The last one, the final 3 words," I replied. "I can't quite recall. The crew has started filming. Let's chat next time. Goodbye." After hanging up, I let out a painful shout. I then opened my phone's browser and searched for Zhou Ming's recent photos, my mind wandering back to our passionate kiss in the classroom. I wonder how it felt to kiss her soft lips now. Was it the same as before? I stared at her enchanting ancient costume photo on the screen, sighing before tossing my phone aside. I strolled around the hotel room, feeling aimless. Although I had ample free time, I lacked the motivation to visit the flea market. As my thoughts were consumed by Zhou Ming, I turned on the television, which serendipitously played the drama Zhou Ming starred in. I gazed blankly at the screen, envisioning a future where I could watch her show alongside her, indulging in mischief together. That would be the perfect setup, allowing both of us to see the screen. My heart raced as I watched Zhou Ming's character, Qing Gugu, with her every expression. Suddenly, my phone rang, shattering my lewd thoughts and startling me. I picked up the phone to find Han Qingxiu calling. "Huh? The manager? What is it?" I answered. "What is going on? Why have you lingered in Jiangbei for so long?" "We're here in Shilon waiting to meet you," Han Qingxiu said anxiously. "Sorry, manager, but I might need to stay in Jiangbei a few more days. There's a Red Garden flea market here where I often find treasures," I lied. "How's the treasure hunting going?" Han Qingxiu inquired. I glanced at the only item I had found on the bedside table, a bone artifact I had acquired for 200 yuan, feeling slightly embarrassed. Not great, mainly because I'm being cautious, I replied. That one do. Our group has fallen behind Hu Gu and Xiao Ma's team significantly. We agreed that the losing team would have to clean toilets for a month. Han Qingxiu exclaimed. I thought to myself that I wouldn't mind cleaning toilets or even getting fired. My only desire was to possess Zhou Ming. I'll come find you tomorrow. Since you say the Red Garden Flea Market has many good items, I'll personally go take a look, Han Qingxiu said. No need. Manager, you should rest. But Han Qingxiu had already hung up. I sighed, thinking that if Han Qingxiu came tomorrow, it would certainly be a nuisance. Thus, I decided to seek out Zhou Ming today. I stepped outside, taking a taxi straight to Jiangbei Film City. Upon arriving, I bought takoyaki, egg waffles, and vanilla milk tea, remembering that these were Zhou Ming's favorites. The visiting area of the film city was open to the public, but access to the filming area was strictly guarded. Elite, claiming to be a food delivery person to gain entry. Upon reaching the set of Dust and Smoke, I found the filming location was a beautiful ancient garden. On one side, two male actors dressed in black were practicing wire work, with drones and lifts capturing their every move. In the actors' resting area, I spotted Zhou Ming immediately. She wore a pure white costume, her slender legs peeking from beneath her skirt, seated in a director's chair while a stylist touched up her makeup and hair. I approached Zhou Ming and exclaimed, "Miss Zhou, your delivery has arrived." She looked up, her eyes sparkling with delight. "What brings you here?" Zhou Ming asked. I was no longer as tongue-tied as before and quickly replied, "I missed you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming lightly hit me, teasing me for being inappropriate, then took the items from my hands, exclaiming in surprise that they were all her favorites. "I still remember your tastes," I said. Zhou Ming sighed. "Well, at least I have a conscience," placing the items on the table. She instructed the stylist to pause, saying she wanted to show her visiting friend around. Zhou Ming then led me on a tour of the set. "This is the props room, and the costume room is next door." When I first entered the costume room, I let out a scream at the sight of so many beautiful garments. Zhou Ming smiled, but I was too preoccupied, only thinking of how to confess my feelings. "Look at this. This is the sword I wield in the show." Zhou Ming pointed to a sword on the shelf, smiling. I was too distracted by her lovely smile to care. Zhou Ming's large eyes were veiled with a layer of mist. It was only upon hearing her words that I began to comprehend. When she first called me, expressing how much she missed me, I was just beginning my relationship with Jiang Shui. Then, not long ago, she called again, inquiring if I'd thought of her, at the time when Jiang Shui and I had just parted ways. I'm sorry, but I have been trying to reach you as well. Yet I couldn't get through," I confessed to Zhou Ming. "What excuses are you making? If you truly wish to find me, how could you not?" She retorted. "You have never cared for me at all. During that first month of hardship here, I cried under the covers every night, driven mad by thoughts of you. And you were completely oblivious. You know nothing." As she spoke, tears streamed down Zhou Ming's cheeks. I hurried over, enveloping her in my arms, assuring her it was all my fault, pleading for a chance to make amends, promising to cherish her wholeheartedly in the future. After a while, her tears ceased, and I cupped her delicate face, asking if she would agree to my sincerity. Zhou Ming bit her lip and nodded. My heart soared with joy, yet I could hardly believe that she still held feelings for me, just as before, despite her now being the unattainable goddess I admired. "You said you would treat me exceptionally well," Zhou Ming reminded me. I nodded in affirmation. Then nervously I asked, "Aren't you afraid that I might see you as a mere substitute for Jiang Shui?" A flicker of sadness crossed her eyes as she softly replied, "Being with you, even as a replacement, is enough for me, as long as you don't leave me." I was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion, declaring I would never regard her as a mere alternative. From now on, my heart would belong solely to her. Leaning closer, I kissed her lips. After a long while, when our lips finally parted, Zhou Ming insisted we could not linger any longer, as the director would scold her for being late. "All right, I shall return to see you tomorrow," I promised. "Also, when you come tomorrow, could you refrain from being too affectionate in front of others?" Zhou Ming requested. I asked why, and she explained that if Fei Jie found out, she would be furious, as the company strictly forbade relationships, especially with outsiders. "Who is Fei Jie?" I inquired. "My manager," Zhou Ming replied. "Aren't managers supposed to be intimidating toward stars?" I questioned. "That applies to big-name celebrities. For someone like me, just starting out, I have no choice but to obey my manager," Zhou Ming explained. I pouted, realizing that our romance would have to remain clandestine. "Is there no better way? You previously promised to make it up to me, right?" I pressed. "Please, don't call me dear. Call me husband," I commanded. Zhou Ming obediently sweetly called me husband. "Well, I shall understand. A secret romance it is," I acquiesced, though in my heart, I thought as long as we could engage in our playful antics, the labels mattered little to me. That night, I returned to the hotel, and Zhou Ming and I spent hours on the phone until the early morning. The next day, I naturally awoke late, only roused by a series of knocks at the door around noon. Groggily, I stumbled out of bed and opened the door to find Han Qingxiu standing there, a reminder of her visit that I had completely forgotten. "Apologies, President," I exclaimed, quickly turning to get dressed. Han Qingxiu entered, visibly irritated. "Is this how you spend your days? I hope you weren't being lazy, but it seems I was right," she scolded. I defensively claimed it was just a rare lazy morning. "No more excuses. Get ready. After lunch, we're heading to Hanyuan Antique Market together," she ordered. In the afternoon, I watched as Han Qingxiu donned a floral sundress, a sun hat, and carried an umbrella. "What are you staring at? The afternoon sun is scorching." I must be fully prepared to avoid getting tanned, she explained. But President, why are you wearing heels? We have a long walk ahead, I suggested. Yet Han Qingqiu insisted she was accustomed to high heels, trained in etiquette from a young age. I understood her desire to look elegant, as women often endure discomfort for the sake of beauty. At Hanyuan Market, after circling several times, I noticed Han Qingqiu's expression darkening. Consultant Dong, I hardly see anything worthwhile here. You told me it was filled with treasures and that you had been careful in your selections. She glared at me. I awkwardly chuckled, stating the market wasn't favorable that day. Han Qingqiu appeared too fatigued to argue further, continuing her search in silence. As we walked further, the heat became unbearable, and I noticed her dress was damp with sweat. I couldn't help but remember how alluring she looked in stockings that day. Yet the heat today meant she wore none, depriving me of such a view. I wiped the sweat from my brow and lamented, why is it so arduous? Even during summer, we must toil under the sun. Why complain? Your boss is here to accompany you. Suddenly, Anking you screamed, startling me. What happened? I asked. Nothing, I just stumbled over a drain cover. She replied. As she tried to free her stuck heel, I rushed to assist her. However, the heel was wedged too firmly. With all my might I pulled, and with a loud crack, the heel broke off, leaving the rest trapped. I stood in shock, holding half a shoe, while Han Qingqiu stared in disbelief. After a moment, she scolded me for being clumsy. I thought it was hardly my fault. She had been careless. Frowning, Han Qingqiu tossed her umbrella aside and gingerly stood on one foot. This outing has gone awry. Let us return. You should stop dawdling and prepare for our meeting in Shillong tomorrow, she instructed. Looking around, she noticed a line of taxis about 100 meters away, but the pedestrian street's barriers prevented them from reaching us. Carry me over. We can catch a taxi from there, she said. I nodded, but hesitated as I approached her. Perhaps I should just give you my shoes, I stammered, taking them off for her. Why are you hesitating? The ground is scorching. Just carry me. It's only a short distance, she insisted. I awkwardly replied, it's not proper for men and women to be too intimate. If it were my former self, I would have eagerly gone along with it. But the last experience of being caught in the act has left me with a shadow of doubt, and I have learned my lesson. Now that I have just embarked on a new romance with Zhou Meng, having exchanged numerous vows, I must exercise self-discipline and cannot afford to give myself the slightest opportunity to stray. Han Qingqiu, too, could not say much. Her petite feet were ill-suited for my oversized shoes, forcing her to drag along, while I grimaced in pain from the scorching heat beneath my soles. Once in the car, Han Qingqiu's expression remained rather grim. When I inquired about the specific time for our trip to Shillong tomorrow, and when the pawn shop would grant us, the laborers, a day off, she maintained a stony demeanor, paying me no heed. I found this puzzling. Was she upset? What could she possibly be angry about? It seemed utterly nonsensical. Upon returning to the hotel, Han Qingqiu retreated to her own room, stating she was tired and wished to rest, requesting I refrain from disturbing her unless it was urgent. Later that evening, after finishing a call with Zhou Meng, I was preparing for bed when there was a sudden knock at my door. Dong Consultant, are you asleep? If not, please come to my room. I need to discuss something with you, Han Qingqiu called out. I hurriedly replied that I would change and come right over. Upon entering her room, I was met with Han Qingqiu's exceedingly serious expression as she engaged me in discussions about the future development of the pawn shop, addressing a series of profound and significant topics. Watching her ramble on about trivialities, I wondered why she was conferring these matters with me, as I was merely a consultant and not part of the management team. Moreover, she appeared rather peculiar, adorned in a delicate pink nightgown, her face impeccably made up, and exuding a strong fragrance. All right, Dong Consultant, what are your thoughts on what I just mentioned? She inquired. I shook my head and nodded, genuinely uncertain of what she had just said. Well then, let us move on to the next issue. Personnel changes in the sales department. I grimaced, thinking whether Han Qingqiu was jesting. I hardly knew all the personnel in the sales department, and their changes had little to do with me. At that moment, she intentionally shifted her posture, turning sideways and crossing her long, fair legs in a manner that left little to the imagination. Simultaneously, she subtly adjusted her nightgown. It was impossible for me to misinterpret. She seemed to be enticing me. The situation became crystal clear. My alluring superior, in the dead of night, clad in a short, sheer nightgown, made up and perfumed, summoned me to her hotel room under the guise of discussing work matters. My heart began to race. Could it be that Han Qingqiu had developed feelings for me? Or perhaps, in a more innocent light, had she merely been waiting for an opportune moment? And had the elevator door not opened at the last minute, we might have crossed boundaries. I recalled catching her reading inappropriate books in the library. So, could it be that from the very start, her excuse to supervise and come to Jiangbei to see me, as well as her request for me to carry her when her high heels got stuck in the drain, were all deliberate ploys? I swallowed hard, watching her beautiful legs sway tantalizingly before me, testing my resolve to the utmost. In such an obvious situation, if I could still refrain, I would hardly be a man. The vows I had made to Zhou Meng evaporated in an instant. It was merely a common mistake that all men make, and repeating it would be of little consequence. I stood up from my chair and moved to sit beside Han Qingxiu. "Manager Han, you smell delightful," I said. "Oh, is that so?" she replied with a seductive smile. "And your legs are truly beautiful." As I spoke, I reached out, gently caressing her skin. The sensation was smooth, tender, and indescribably exquisite. Simultaneously, I leaned in towards her lips, adorned with a glossy coat of lipstick, contemplating whether to taste her upper or lower lip first. Just then, I received a sharp slap across my face. "Pervert, get out!" Han Qingqiu. I was instantly bewildered, wondering what had just transpired. At that moment, she swiftly retrieved a canister from under her blanket, presumably a pepper spray, and unleashed a torrent of it in my direction. "Get out, you filthy rogue!" It doubled over, shielding my stinging eyes, and fled from her room in a panic, bumping my head against the door frame on my way out. Once back in my own room, I rinsed my eyes with water, tears streaming down my face. What was going on? Had I been too hasty? Had the atmosphere not reached its peak yet? Should I have teased her a little more? Or was she simply like Teacher Sue, harboring an aversion to men? I pondered. It was clear she had deliberately seduced me. Yet when I truly acted upon my desires, she reacted with such fierce resistance. Lying in bed, my eyes burning, unable to open them, I struggled to make sense of it all. Thus, I sought counsel from Aching regarding my predicament. When the call connected, Aching's side was filled with loud music. It seemed he was enjoying a night out. "Hey, Lei Gu, please recount the details from the beginning," Aching requested. He then inquired about Han Qingqiu's background. "It's quite evident. Lei Gu, she is clearly seeking revenge for your previous behavior," he chuckled. "Why would she want to retaliate against me? What have I done to provoke her?" I asked, bewildered. "It's about her asking you to carry her and your refusal," Aching replied, still amused. "So what? I was just being a gentleman. How could that be wrong?" Aching continued to laugh, asserting that if I were truly a gentleman, I wouldn't have been doused with pepper spray just now. Such a beautiful and talented girl, raised in wealth, has always been accustomed to receiving men's adoration. Rather than being conquered by men, she prefers to conquer them. When she asked you to carry her, and you pretended not to comply, she would certainly have questioned her allure, wondering why you were playing hard to get. She would have used every trick in her book to expose your true nature. The realization struck me. I had indeed fallen into her trap. Why not go lean against her door now and listen to how loudly she is laughing? Aching added. After hearing Aching's words, I clenched my phone tightly, feeling a surge of anger. How should I deal with such a woman? I inquired. There's no way to handle it. I avoid such women entirely. The usual tricks are futile, Aching replied. After hanging up, I slammed my fist into the bed, realizing I had been played by Han Qingqiu. This was truly humiliating, and what frustrated me most was that I couldn't even reclaim my dignity. The following morning, Han Qingqiu knocked on my door, inquiring if my eyes were all right. I gazed at her feigned concern, which could not conceal her smug satisfaction. "Oh, they're still swollen." Saw the Zhonggunsun. My reaction last night was indeed a bit too intense, but after all, you were the one who acted provocatively first. She feigned innocence. I glared at her. My teeth clenched. "Why not come to my room again? I can help you with that. I have a gel specifically designed to alleviate such irritations," Han Qingqiu suggested. I certainly wouldn't go. Who knew how she would toy with me once I was inside? Do not be too pleased with yourself. There will come a day when I will turn the tables and put you through your paces. As I gazed at Han Qingqiu's smug face, I found myself immersed in thought. "All right, let's pack our things. We must head to Shillong," Han Qingqiu announced, just as I was gathering my belongings. A call from Zhou Meng interrupted me. I answered the phone. "Hello. My dear, I am heading to Shillong today. Once I finish my work at the pawn shop, I will come back and keep you company." However, Zhou Meng's voice was filled with distress, punctuated by tears. "Darling, I've been bullied. My composure shattered, and I hurriedly inquired about the situation. Zhou Meng, sobbing, insisted that I come to find her. She had just exited the film studio and was waiting at the entrance. I quickly hailed a cab and rushed to the film studio, where I found Zhou Meng still clad in her costume, her makeup ruined by tears. I dashed over and enveloped her in my arms. "What happened? Who has wronged you?" I asked. "They all bullied me," Zhou Meng replied, wiping her tears. With so many onlookers surrounding us, I knew it would be unwise to discuss the matter on the street. So I called for a cab and took her back to her home in Jiangbei City. Once we arrived, Zhou Meng recounted the events that had transpired. The previous day, during a gathering with her film crew, she had been seated next to the bearded director who incessantly poured drinks for her and made inappropriate advances. This was her first encounter with such behavior, and she felt extremely resistant, reacting strongly. Yet, as a newcomer without fame, she did not dare offend the director and merely excused herself, claiming to feel unwell. That very night, the director sent her a text, brazenly inviting her to his room for company. Naturally, Zhou Meng refused and confided in her manager, Fei Jia. To her dismay, Fei Jia bluntly told her that such things were unavoidable if she wished to succeed in the industry, suggesting that sleeping with the director would secure her a leading role in the next production. Zhou Meng was unwilling, resulting in a scolding from Fei Jia, who hurled a barrage of harsh words, accusing Zhou Meng of being hypocritically virtuous and asserting that without resorting to such means, she would never make it in the industry. This morning, Zhou Meng was summoned to the director's room under the pretense of discussing a scene, only to find it was an unscripted intimate scene. Zhou Meng resisted, slapping the director, which incited his fury. "Don't think you'll be in the next production. I'll replace you immediately," he raged. Now, in my arms, Zhou Meng wept incessantly, lamenting the darkness of society. I was utterly stunned. While I had only heard of such unspoken rules as gossip, now that it involved my girlfriend, I could hardly find amusement in it. Do we not have connections? I held Zhou Meng tightly, feeling a surge of compassion and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. One of our fellow cast members, also a newcomer, had her uncle as a major investor. The director dared not raise his voice to her, and Fei Jia treated her like royalty. Zhou Meng complained bitterly. Hearing this, I sighed. If we were back in our hometown, matters would be more manageable. But here in Jiangbei City, I knew no one of influence, not even an ordinary citizen. Who could I turn to for help? "Let me call your manager and see if we can negotiate, perhaps resolve this with money," I suggested. In truth, my pockets were nearly empty. I had even contemplated selling the national treasure my father left me, thinking that if all else failed, I could take the perilous step of selling that precious urn to fund a new film for Zhou Meng, ensuring she would be treated like royalty on set. After contacting Zhou Meng's manager, Fei Jia, I understood the company's rules. I could not reveal I was her boyfriend and instead claim to be her brother, Zhou Chao. However, Fei Jia's first remark left me astounded. "Stop pretending. You are her boyfriend." I was taken aback, wondering how she had deduced that. Did I guess correctly? I inquired, puzzled. Even the most virtuous girl, once lured into this industry by dreams of stardom and vanity, few can resist. But when I urged Ming Meng to hold her ground, I knew she was doing it for you, she retorted, a knowing tone in her voice. I forced a laugh, saying, "You truly are perceptive." I then asked Fei Jia if there was any possibility of negotiation. Would offering a gift or an apology to the director allow Zhou Meng to complete the film? Fei Jia's laughter was harsh. "I don't need to see you in person to know you are just a naive kid, likely still a student. You think you can throw money around like you did in school with your teachers?" My face twitched with embarrassment. Facing a seasoned agent, I felt utterly defeated. If you wish to resolve this with money, it's not as simple as giving a teacher a red envelope or gift from home. Knowing Zhou Meng's family situation, let me ask you this. Are you the kind of rich kid who can casually pull out millions to invest in a film? Fei Jia's tone was sharp. I took a deep breath and replied, "No." "Then what gives you the audacity to act so high and mighty? I advise you to break up with Meng Meng sooner rather than later. Don't waste her future. If she sleeps with you, she will gain nothing. But if she sleeps with the director or the big investors, she could become the next international film queen," Fei Jia declared. Her words ignited my anger. How can you be so shameless? How can you discuss such morally corrupt matters so casually? I demanded, my voice rising. Fei Jia laughed mockingly, saying, "You truly are naive, mistaking poverty for virtue. Tell me, she has no money, you have no money, she has no connections, and you have no connections. What dream of stardom does she have? I bet you she won't accept this unspoken rule, and she'll end up forever playing minor roles. Then await her rise." I shouted back, She is beautiful. She possesses talent. She can hone her skills and achieve success through hard work. Fei laughed, so hard it seemed she might choke. Listening to you, a naive little boy, boast about ideals is quite entertaining. It's futile. I bet you my head, no matter how beautiful or talented she is. Even Gong Li had to rely on Zhang Yimou to succeed. With that, the call ended, leaving me seething with frustration. Zhou Ming sat on the sofa, gazing up at me, fully aware of the outcome of my conversation without needing further explanation. If this is the case, perhaps I should just leave the industry altogether. I cannot accept such a fate, Zhou Ming said. I scratched my head, contemplating the state of the world. However, I was determined not to let Zhou Ming abandon her path. Her burgeoning career and dream of stardom were too precious to be obstructed by a few sordid individuals. Yet, I was at a loss for how to proceed, except for the desperate idea of selling my urn. Suddenly, I recalled someone I had nearly forgotten. My excitement surged, and I playfully nibbled on Zhou Ming's cheek. "Hey, what are you doing?" She protested, likely surprised by my sudden affection. "My dear wife, I have an idea. Who says we lack connections or support? My husband will soon find you a formidable support," I declared with a sense of bravado. I gently set Zhou Ming down from my embrace and retrieved my phone to dial a number. A flicker of anxiety coursed through me as I wondered if the person on the other end would remember me and be willing to assist. Once the call connected, a woman's voice greeted me with an impeccably articulate intonation. "Hello, Sister Towsy, do you still remember me?" I inquired. "Of course I remember. I promised to invite you to the television station where I worked during the summer," Sister Towsy replied. "Ah, Sister Towsy, your memory is remarkable. I have come, but not for leisure. To be honest, I have a favor to ask," I said, realizing that with someone as savvy as Sister Towsy, subtlety would serve no purpose. "What do you need? Just tell me, and I shall oblige," she responded. I quickly insisted that I could not impose, and she urged me to visit her at the television station. After hanging up, I turned to Zhou Ming, advising her to stop crying, remove her makeup, wash her face, and change her clothes, for we were about to seek her support. "What support? Who did you just call?" Zhou Ming asked, puzzled. "The leading lady at Jiangbei Television." "Is that weighty enough?" I queried. "The host of True Feelings in Life, Zhang Tao?" Zhou Ming's eyes widened. I nodded, and she leaped from the sofa, wrapping her arms around my neck, questioning whether I was deceiving her about knowing such a prominent figure in the entertainment industry. I playfully pinched her nose, assuring her that I was indeed telling the truth, and urged her to prepare quickly as we were to meet her. Half an hour later, we arrived at the television station and met Sister Towsy in the backstage area of the live broadcast studio. "Xiaodong, is this your girlfriend? She's stunning," Sister Towsy exclaimed, gazing at Zhou Ming. "But why does she seem so familiar? Have I seen her somewhere before? I'm just a small actress, not as renowned as you." "Who excels in hosting, singing, and acting," Zhou Ming replied shyly. Qin Gij, the rising star from Deep Palace Dreams." "Now I remember," Sister Towsy exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Zhou Ming blushed, surprised that Sister Towsy recognized her. "Of course. Your show was funded by a subsidiary of my godfather's company. By the way, the drama you're currently filming, Dust and Smoke, is also backed by him," Sister Towsy mentioned. Upon hearing this, joy surged within me as I thought that this would simplify matters. I then explained to Sister Towsy the reason for my visit. "I must certainly assist you. Those inexperienced directors and unscrupulous agents only know how to bully novice actresses," Sister Towsy declared with a wave of her hand. Zhou Ming and I expressed our profound gratitude. However, Sister Towsy continued, "I think it would be better for my godfather to intervene. While it may seem like overkill, having my godfather step in, even if just to convey a message, would be far more effective than me personally negotiating on your behalf. The rules of this industry are such that without someone backing you, even a modest ambition of merely surviving in this circle becomes perilous. In this realm, my godfather held a status akin to that of Buddha, and while I did not expect him to push my girlfriend forward, even a hint of his influence would deter any ill-intentioned parties from targeting her, making her ascent to success considerably smoother. I realized that Sister Towsy's description of her godfather was too tempting to pass up, but I grimaced, acknowledging that I did not know him. "Fear not, I shall introduce you. Furthermore, didn't I mention before that he is a collector of antiques and is seeking talented consultants?" Sister Towsy smiled. It dawned on me that I had fallen into Sister Towsy's clever scheme. Yet I accepted my fate. as long as it could assist Zhou Ming and deliver a resounding blow to her agent and director. Hence, I swiftly agreed. Let us set the visit for tonight at his residence, Sister Taozi proposed. I thought it prudent to bring a gift, as I could not arrive empty-handed. I recalled Sister Taozi mentioning that her godfather had a penchant for antique pipes. Thus, I planned to procure an exquisite antique pipe as a first meeting gift. However, Sister Taozi interjected, saying that a pipe was not a necessity. In fact, he has a peculiar fondness for a different type of antique. Although it may sound a bit alarming, he is quite enamored with it, Sister Taozi explained. What is it? I inquired, curious. He has an obsession with torture devices from various dynasties and countries. You know how influential figures often possess unique interests, Sister Taozi remarked. I clapped my hands in excitement, realizing that the item I had previously acquired at the Hanyuan flea market perfectly aligned with her godfather's tastes. Visiting his residence held a different significance than merely requesting a favor. It was an opportunity to foster connections and build rapport. Thus, Zhou Ming and I diligently sought advice from Sister Taozi on what to be mindful of. During this time, Han Qingqiu called, questioning my sudden disappearance after promising to pack and leave. I had no choice but to reveal the truth, explaining that my girlfriend was facing difficulties and I needed to remain to assist her. Han Qingqiu, understanding my situation, advised me to join them promptly after resolving the matter. As 5 o'clock approached, Sister Taozi arrived to drive Zhou Ming and me to her godfather's residence. Her car took us westward, eventually leading us to a scenic mountainous area. I'm amused that being able to reside in such a national-level nature reserve spoke volumes about Sister Taozi's godfather's influence. My godfather prefers tranquility, Sister Taozi remarked. As we continued along the winding road, we reached a breathtaking estate perched on a mountainside. Straining my neck to peer through the windshield, I beheld a grand estate that exuded magnificence. Upon arrival, as we exited the vehicle, I was captivated by the golden lions flanking the entrance, glistening in the setting sun, casting an enchanting glow. The estate's walls loomed 2 stories high, adorned with dragon-shaped reliefs above the entrance, which was painted a resplendent gold, reminiscent of a palace. Following Sister Taozi inside, we traversed a grand pathway flanked by countless Roman columns, each crowned with lion head reliefs. The courtyard featured a garden complete with a middle-aged man in his 50s, clad in a black cardigan and riding trousers, with a pair of coarse cloth shoes. Bore an uncanny resemblance to the jovial chef from our school cafeteria. Being the godfather of Sister Tao, both Zhou Ming and I felt comfortable addressing him as Uncle Wang. Indeed, Uncle Wang was as affable as Sister Tao had described, possessing a delightful sense of humor that eased our initial reservations. He expressed his fondness for engaging with younger individuals, claiming it rejuvenated him, and inquired about our names. However, upon hearing my name, his smile seemed to falter momentarily before returning to its usual warmth. I soon sensed that Uncle Wang was scrutinizing my face intently, as if attempting to memorize every feature. Unperturbed by this attention, I casually retrieved a gift I had brought along. Sister Tao mentioned your passion for collecting, I began, and I recently stumbled upon this item. While it may not be particularly valuable, I believe it aligns with your tastes. I presented the object encased in a yellow wood box. Uncle Wang chuckled heartily, expressing delight as he opened the box, merely glancing at the contents without extracting them. I speculated that he might not recognize its provenance, so I mentally prepared an explanation for when he would inevitably ask. Duhan bowl, Uncle Wang remarked with a smile. My heart raced, nearly causing me to topple off the sofa. I hadn't anticipated that he would identify the item so effortlessly. I adore it. Thank you, young Yulei, he continued. Uncle Wang, your discerning eye is remarkable, recognizing this piece at a mere glance. I praised him earnestly, not merely as flattery, but from genuine admiration. After years of collecting, I've amassed several Duohan bowls, yet none possess the exquisite luster of yours. This gift resonates deeply with me. Thank you, he replied. When Uncle Wang mentioned his collection, I seized the opportunity to flatter him, knowing that collectors relish the chance to showcase their treasures. Upon my suggestion to visit his collection, a childlike grin illuminated his face. Let's go. I'll place this Duohan bowl among my other items. Sister Tao, curious, inquired about the nature of the Duohan bowl. Uncle Wang enthusiastically explained its grim history, detailing a torturous method from the Shang dynasty involving a gruesome execution technique that inflicted prolonged suffering. As he narrated, I noticed the expressions of Sister Tao and Zhou Ming morph into expressions of horror. Yet, to indulge Uncle Wang's eccentricity, we offered forced praises. Traversing a lengthy corridor, we arrived at Uncle Wang's dedicated collection rooms, each housing various artifacts. The first chamber contained an array of antique torture devices, including the infamous Iron Maiden and execution blades from medieval Europe, alongside ancient Chinese beheading knives. When we reached a small wooden donkey, Uncle Wang paused and invited Sister Tao to guess its purpose. She playfully suggested it might be Zhuge Liang's wooden ox, to which Uncle Wang merely chuckled, prompting us to proceed to the next room. Sister Tao continued to inquire playfully, while I remained speechless, observing the protrusion on the wooden donkey's back. As I turned, I noticed Sister Tao had caught up with Uncle Wang, affectionately linking arms with him, her bosom brushing against his arm. A thought crossed my mind. Their relationship seemed to transcend mere godfather and goddaughter. After exploring Uncle Wang's impressive jade, ivory, and porcelain collections, I was astounded by the sheer value of his assets, likely enough to purchase 20 pawn shops. However, upon reaching the innermost room protected by 2 guards, it was evident that something of great importance lay within Uncle Wang's most prized possessions. Yet he seemed disinclined to grant us access, instead ushering us back for dinner, and I wisely refrained from pressing the matter. Once we returned, while waiting for the servants to arrange the dining table, Uncle Wang answered a phone call, leaving me alone in the living room as Sister Tao and Zhou Ming retreated to the restroom to freshen up. I seized this moment to indulge my curiosity, feeling free to explore the exquisite yellow rosewood table and to assess the authenticity of the tiger skin carpet beneath my feet. The walls adorned with photographs of Uncle Wang alongside various dignitaries and celebrities left me in awe. However, one photograph in particular captured my attention, a faded black and white group photo featuring a younger Uncle Wang holding an exquisitely carved dragon head sculpture alongside another man. The resemblance of this man, with a broad forehead and high nose, reminded me of the grandfather of Ling Jie I had met previously. Yet, he appeared younger than Uncle Wang at the time of the photo, suggesting he might be Ling Jie's father. As I gently touched the photograph, I was taken aback to discover another familiar figure beside Uncle Wang, my own father. Confounded, I pondered the implications of this connection. Returning from his call, Uncle Wang was soon joined by Sister Tao and Zhou Ming. "Let us commence the meal," he declared, clapping his hands. During dinner, Sister Tao began discussing serious matters, complimenting me on my youthful accomplishments and innate talent for appraisal. "What was your title at the pawn shop?" she asked. "Chief consultant," I replied, a hint of pride in my voice. Uncle Wang nodded approvingly before casually inquiring about the pawn shop's location. "Not here. It's in my hometown, Yong'an County," I responded. Uncle Wang acknowledged this, remarking that he had many old friends there, further confirming my suspicion that he knew my father. Sister Tao then broached the topic of our visit, indicating its significance. Thus, I had always felt that Zhou Xiaomei was so enchanting and beautiful that it was a pity she wasn't acting in television dramas. Little did I anticipate that my wish would truly be realized. Uncle Wang chuckled and assured me, "I will certainly take good care of this little flower for you, Yulei. Just wait for the news tonight, and by tomorrow, someone will reach out to assist you." Upon hearing Uncle Wang's words, Zhou Ming and I expressed our heartfelt gratitude. On our way home after dinner, I first thanked Sister Taozi for the introduction, and then, with a hint of regret, mentioned that Uncle Wang seemed to have overlooked me, thus wasting Sister Taozi's goodwill. "It's nothing to worry about. Your gift has already delighted him. Besides, my godfather has promised to help your little girlfriend. Everything is settled." "Isn't it?" Sister Taozi replied with a smile. That night, after Sister Taozi dropped us off, I stayed at Zhou Ming's house. Although we were in a cozy setting, both of us were preoccupied with the matters concerning Zhou Ming's involvement in the production the next day, leaving us disinterested in any romantic pursuits. The following day, true to his word, Uncle Wang sent a man to call me around 9 o'clock, asking me to meet him and Zhou Ming at Jiangbei Film City. Upon arrival, I noticed a black Volkswagen parked there, which honked twice as we approached. The occupant of the car opened the door, inviting Zhou Ming and me inside. Initially, I thought Uncle Wang had sent an insignificant employee to assist us since he was driving a dilapidated Volkswagen. However, once inside, I realized it was not an ordinary vehicle, but rather the understatedly luxurious Volkswagen Phaeton, priced comparably to the BMW 7 Series and a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Behind the wheel sat a man in his 30s, who asked us to call him Brother Ping. The production title Dust and Smoke is under my responsibility, Brother Ping explained. Unfortunately, I have been preoccupied with other projects and have neglected this one. I was unaware of the deplorable atmosphere in the crew until Mr. Wong reprimanded me yesterday. I feel quite ashamed. I pondered whether Brother Ping, being in charge of the film Zhou Meng was currently shooting, was perhaps a director. However, upon expressing my curiosity, he clarified that he was the producer. I was unfamiliar with the role of a producer and thought it seemed rather unimportant. Could he truly help us resolve our issues? Upon arriving at the filming location, Brother Ping led the way while Zhou Meng and I followed. I observed that every crew member who saw Brother Ping greeted him with a humble bow, saying, "Hello, Brother Ping." I quietly inquired of Zhou Meng what a producer did and whether they were more significant than a director. Zhou Meng replied that directors were appointed by producers. I was taken aback, realizing that Brother Ping was indeed the highest authority in the crew. Brother Ping confidently guided us to the actors' lounge, where a group of actresses was gathered around a makeup table, and a rather rotund woman stood before them, her voice shrill as she lectured them. Recognizing her voice, I realized she was the same woman I had spoken to on the phone the other day. When you meet with the investors, remember to be proactive. Pour dem drink. Seize the chance to exchange contact information and engage with the boss after the meal. Resources are hard-earned. She scolded the actresses. Standing behind her, Brother Ping took a deep breath, arms crossed. The largest investor is here. They should come and engage with me, he declared with authority. The woman turned slowly, her expression shifting from surprise to a sycophantic smile upon recognizing Brother Ping. "Brother Ping, what brings you here today?" she asked sweetly. "Yesterday, I was reprimanded by Chairman Wong. This new production has consumed so much investment, and with a scheduled 6-month shooting period, we are barely past 10% completion. And here I find you instructing the actresses on how to mingle with investors. What kind of atmosphere have you created in this crew?" Brother Ping rebuked her sternly. The woman bowed her head, too intimidated to meet his fiery gaze. "Send for the director with the beard," Brother Ping commanded with a wave of his hand. A female actress hurriedly exited the room. 3 minutes later, a bearded director entered, looking nervous. "Brother Ping, what a surprise," he stammered. Brother Ping did not respond to the director's greeting, but pointed a finger at him. "Within 10 minutes, assemble everyone in the conference room for a meeting, and you will prepare an apology statement in that time." The director, bewildered, asked, "An apology statement for what?" "You will apologize to the young lady, Xiao Zhou, for your harassment, and it must be sincere. Otherwise, I will consider replacing you with the diligent deputy director Liang," Brother Ping warned. The director's face paled, and he muttered he would take care of it immediately. "Everyone here, follow me to the conference room," Brother Ping instructed. As a rotund woman passed by me, I whispered, "Gong Li would have succeeded without Zhang Yimou, as long as there are no obstacles in her way." She initially looked puzzled, but then her expression shifted as she recalled who I was. I smiled at her and said, "Just wait and see." Since I was not part of the crew, I waited outside during Zhou Meng's meeting, which extended for over 5 hours until it was nearly dark. By the time Zhou Meng emerged, my phone had died from inactivity. However, her expression radiated joy, her large eyes sparkling with delight. I inquired about the source of her happiness, wondering if it was due to the public apologies from the rotund woman and the bearded director. "No, it's something even better. I'll tell you at home," Zhou Meng replied. Once home, as soon as we entered, Zhou Meng leapt up and embraced me, showering me with several jubilant kisses. "Not only did the director and the rotund woman publicly apologize to you, but during the meeting, Brother Ping also instructed the screenwriter to revise most of the unfilmed scenes." Zhou Meng beamed. "What is so great about that?" I asked. "He added many scenes for me. I now have more lines than the lead actress," she exclaimed. I pinched her playfully, saying, "That is certainly wonderful." "Thank you, dear," Zhou Meng replied, kissing me again. "And how will you reward me?" I queried. Zhou Meng blushed slightly, asking what kind of reward I desired. "I'm feeling a bit hungry," I said, playfully nibbling H. I extended my finger and gently touched her delicate lips, saying, "Then help me in another way. For instance." "I'll tell you, I have little tiger teeth," Zhou Meng replied. "I don't believe you. Let me see," she insisted, opening her mouth wide. I carefully pinched her small lips and examined her teeth. Indeed, there was a tiny tiger tooth on each side of her lower row of teeth. "Are you scared now?" "My little tiger teeth sometimes bite me," Zhou Meng remarked. I gazed at her helplessly, then stood up and fetched a tooth-grinding stick from the washstand. "What are you doing?" Zhou Meng inquired. I'm afraid you'll hurt yourself, I replied, casting her a sidelong glance. I was just joking. Come on, open your mouth. Once Zhou Ming complied, I gently inserted my index and thumb into her mouth, pressing against her gums while my other hand delicately ground the tips of her little tiger teeth with the stick. All right, now try to press your lips together. Will you still hurt yourself? I asked. Zhou Ming pursed her lips and shook her head. I returned the grinding stick and turned to gaze at Zhou Ming, who maintained her pursed expression with her arms still crossed over her chest. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Hurry up and wash up, then go to bed, I said, stepping out of the bathtub, grabbing a towel, and drying myself as I returned to the bedroom. Zhou Ming's room contained a single bed, yet it was spacious enough for the two of us to squeeze in comfortably. I pulled the blanket over me and was greeted by a pleasant fragrance. I lay there, listening to the sound of a hairdryer from outside the room. It was Zhou Ming drying her hair. However, my mind inexplicably wandered back to Jiang Shui, recalling those moments when we shared a bed in my home. It felt shameful. Yet, that wasn't the most shameful part. The real shame lay in the fact that even while embracing Jiang Shui to sleep each night, I would occasionally think of Zhou Ming. Perhaps being fickle was my nature, perhaps being unfaithful was instinctual, or perhaps I simply did not understand what love truly was. If unwavering affection for one person equates to love, then I have only ever loved Teacher Su. Back then, I rejected Zhou Ming, and during the time spent with Jiang Shui, I had no other thoughts. My heart was solely occupied by Teacher Su. But Teacher Su hurt me, shattering my self-esteem completely. I sighed, determined not to dwell on such wretched matters. That night, in Teacher Su's dormitory, after being rejected and humiliated by her, the heart-wrenching pain was something I did not wish to recall again. Where was Teacher Su now? Was she truly adhering to her own words and becoming a nun? I thought, letting out a bitter laugh. At that moment, Zhou Ming entered the room, dressed in a white nightgown, smoothing her hair as she walked. She approached the other side of the bed, lifted the covers, and nestled in. However, after Zhou Ming had lain down for over 20 minutes, I remained still. Why have you become so obedient again? Zhou Ming asked. If I'm not obedient, you want to let me be. I might as well be a little more compliant. I replied. Zhou Ming rolled her eyes at my words, commenting on how pitiful I seemed. She then placed her hand on my chest, slowly moving it. Can I ask you something? Zhou Ming said. I really haven't done anything with her, I answered. Zhou Ming immediately punched me lightly, questioning how I knew what she was going to ask. Intuition, I replied. Do men have intuition too? Zhou Ming laughed. What about women? Do women, like men, particularly care about their partners first time? I inquired. Maybe a little, but it varies by person. Some girls care, while others don't, Zhou Ming explained. Then you must care, since you just asked me about it, I stated. Zhou Ming shook her head, asserting that her question stemmed from curiosity alone. Whatever. I'm just a steadfast virgin, I mumbled. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ming suddenly spoke again. Why didn't Jiang Shui give herself to you? Zhou Ming asked. She said she wanted to wait until we had been together for 100 days, but we broke up before reaching that milestone, I answered honestly. Oh, I see. Zhou Ming nodded. Then why did you break up with her? Zhou Ming pressed. Because I nearly divulged the entire truth, but thankfully, I managed to stop myself just in time. If I were to tell Zhou Ming that I broke up with Jiang Shui because I was caught cheating, it would likely spell the end for us as well. We had incompatible personalities, I declared. That's a textbook response, Zhou Ming sighed. Let's not discuss it anymore. Let us just sleep. Zhou Ming reached over and turned off the bedside lamp. As darkness enveloped us, sleep eluded me. I reached out randomly towards Zhou Ming, unsure of what I grasped, but it was undoubtedly soft. Don't mess around. I'm tired and need to sleep, Zhou Ming said. Then let me ask you one last question. Go ahead. Are you still a virgin? What do you think? I replied. I haven't had a boyfriend before you. Upon hearing this, I immediately withdrew my hand. Then, in one swift motion, I rolled over and pinned her beneath me. Hey, I told you not to mess around. I'm not messing around. I'm seriously asking for her, I said. I refuse, Zhou Ming stated. Refusal is ineffective. I then began to tug at Zhou Ming's nightgown. Stop. I'll give you a reason. Just bear with me. Perhaps we can set a deadline. Once we officially start dating. Zhou Ming grasped my wrists. Is that 100 days later? I queried. No, after marriage, Zhou Ming replied. I felt a wave of despair. Zhou Ming was even more stringent than Jiang Shui. Raised by my grandmother, my thoughts were rather conservative. She had told me that such matters must wait until after marriage. Zhou Ming timidly expressed her sentiments. I distanced myself from her. lying on the bed and staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling. Dear, just hold on a little longer. I'll be acting in film soon. And that industry is so chaotic that if I can maintain my integrity, I can resist temptation, Zhou Meng reassured me. I gazed at her shimmering eyes in the darkness, retorting that those two matters were unrelated. Excuses. Yet, as soon as Zhou Meng mentioned acting and the entertainment industry, a headache began to throb in my mind. The challenges and obstacles she would face in the future would surely be numerous. And I wouldn't always be able to find people like Wang Bo and Ping Ge to help her. Moreover, if she truly became a superstar, countless wealthy heirs and young masters would pursue her, showering her with flowers and applause. Even if she still loved me, a man of no merit, I would feel unworthy to stand by her side. I needed to start working hard. I could no longer drift through life aimlessly as I had before. The next day, Zhou Meng had to rush to the set for a new film, and the upcoming 2 months of intense work would keep her busy. I need to head back. I informed Zhou Meng. Huh, you're not staying here with me? Zhou Meng pouted. Summer vacation is almost over. I'm about to start school, and this year will be my senior year. I need to work hard to get into Jiangbei University so we could be together every day, I explained. Zhou Meng nodded, still embracing me, expressing her reluctance to part. I'll visit you often, I assured her. After a reluctant farewell with Zhou Meng, I no longer needed to meet with the pawnshop people at Shilon. Time had dragged on too long, and they had already left. When I returned home, due to several days of negligence at the last moment, I naturally received a scolding from Tiger. However, thanks to Brother Ma's keen insight and tireless efforts, he had managed to fill the pawnshop's financial gap through merchandise. Everyone was now celebrating the pawnshop's revival, temporarily overlooking the judgment of me, the deserter. In recent days, apart from making amends by putting in extra hours at the pawnshop, I've been tirelessly scurrying around, seeking connections to accomplish another significant task. My aunt once told me that for a child from a poor family like mine, education and financial success are the sole means to rise above. While I have been trying to earn money, it appears that my efforts have yet to yield substantial results. Moreover, during this summer's relief effort, even my once prided talent for appraising artifacts seems to have regressed. I understand that if I aspire to become someone like Wang Bo, a steadfast pillar of support for Zhou Meng, mere rudimentary skills and artifact appraisal will not suffice. I must delve deeper into my studies and expand my knowledge. Thus, I've been fervently pursuing my transfer to the most prestigious high school in our county, Guangming High School, to spend my final year of high school there. Ultimately, I managed to reconnect with my old acquaintance and fellow collector, teacher Xiao Huzi, who assisted me in finalizing the transfer process. Although the transfer paperwork was completed, teacher Xiao Huzi informed me that based on my exam results from the previous semester, I would only be placed in Class C, specifically within the so-called snail class. I inquired, rather bewildered, about what Class C and the snail class entailed. Quite literally, students in Class A are those aiming for top-tier universities, while Class B consists of average students, with subdivisions into rocket classes for the brightest and snail classes for those who merely drift through. Teacher Xiao Huzi adjusted his glasses and replied, "Are there really students who just drift through at Guangming High School?" "Indeed, there are plenty," he responded with a slight smile. Given Guangming High School's reputation, which claims that anyone admitted, even a fool, can gain entrance to a good university, many affluent yet unruly parents send their children here, leading to two extremes among the students: those who study diligently and those who skip classes, carrying the title of student while indulging in leisure and mischief. This left me quite disheartened. If I am placed in the snail class of Class C, doesn't that mean I am in the worst class in the school? I questioned. "Are you jesting with me, Teacher Xiao Huzi?" "I am not jesting," he replied, shaking his head. "At Guangming High School, as long as you can pay and pull some strings, anyone can gain entry. However, regardless of wealth or connections, your class placement is determined by your academic performance. Tell me, what were your scores in the final exams of your second year?" I felt my face flush with embarrassment and said nothing. That score was an exceptionally humiliating figure. Had it not been for my high score in history, my overall performance would have been even more dismal. "Your English score was merely 3 points. I am curious how you managed that. It's improbable to achieve such a score even with random answers on the answer sheet. Did you not submit your answer sheet?" Teacher Xiao Huzi inquired. Ashamed, I remained silent. During the previous semester's finals, I had just experienced a breakup with Jiang Shui, which, coupled with my lack of concern for my studies, led to this predicament. The most shameful part was that I had diligently completed the English exam and submitted my answer sheet, yet I only scored 3 points. Enough of your lamentations. However, this does not mean that upon entering Guangming High School, you will remain in the snail class of Class C indefinitely, Teacher Xiao Huzi assured me. As I mentioned, Guangming High School is meritocratic. As long as you perform well on your monthly exams, you can advance to better classes. Conversely, poor performance will demote you to lower classes. I gazed at Teacher Xiao Huzi in astonishment. Is there such a rule? Indeed, this is one of the reasons for their high graduation rates. It effectively stimulates students' competitive spirit, compelling them to study hard. Their promotion and demotion system is intriguing. Monthly exams serve as qualifiers, while joint examinations determine class standings. I shall refrain from further explanation. You'll understand once you arrive, he stated. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude to Teacher Xiao Huzi for his assistance before taking my leave. Following that, I visited the city hospital to see my mother, who had successfully undergone surgery and was recovering well, expected to be discharged next month. In the final days before school commenced, I worked at the pawn shop while preparing the necessary items for school, as Guangming High School is a fully enclosed institution, allowing students to leave only on weekends. Brother, who, demonstrating great loyalty, informed me that I might only visit the pawn shop once a week or not at all. Yet he had not terminated my employment and still provided me with the privilege of a personal guard. He simply reduced my salary by half, for which I was immensely grateful. Keep pushing forward. Aim to enroll in Jiangbei University, the best in the province, just like Miss Han. Brother who encouraged, patting my shoulder. Speaking of Han Qingxiu, I felt an intense irritation. Ever since that incident at the hotel, where she had playfully tormented me, she seemed to have developed an addiction to teasing me. Not only did she exploit her position to order me around under the guise of authority, but she also took delight in chatting with me, with every topic inevitably mocking me from various angles. Moreover, I discovered that once you became familiar with Han Qingxiu, then Han Qingxiu began her customary soliloquy, lamenting that her sister had only returned twice this year, both times seeking assistance from their grandfather. After stating the matter, she departed without uttering a single word to her elder sister. Upon reading this message from Han Qingxiu, I inhaled deeply. Trembling, I typed on my phone, inquiring what was the first matter of assistance. Han Qingxiu replied she could hardly remember, but it seemed to involve helping a boy at their school who had been wronged. A sharp pang pierced my chest, and memories flooded back. Han Qingxiu then asked why I was so concerned about her sister, suggesting I might have feelings for her. Though my sister may not possess my beauty or excellence, and falls far short of my accomplishments, she is certainly not someone you could aspire to. So do you understand the disparity between us? An king kire markiet. I thought to myself that I understood, and promptly blocked this foolish woman. Casting my phone aside, I lay on my bed, pondering how such misfortunes could occur. Yet, I felt a sense of relief knowing Jiang Shui was doing well and had not abandoned her pursuit of education. Her grades remained commendable. Simultaneously, I felt anxious about the prospect of reuniting with Jiang Shui on the campus of Guangming High School, wondering what that encounter would entail. The next day, I arrived at Guangming High School, carrying a multitude of bags. After placing my belongings in the dormitory, I returned to the classroom of Class 29, the second last class in the school, as per Mr. Xiaohuzi's instructions. The first 10 classes were designated as Class A, the next 10 as Class B, and classes 20 to 30 as Class C. My new desk mate, Lu Ming, corrected me, stating that there was no Class 30. We were indeed the worst class, a gathering of privileged students and slackers. Shall we skip class and smoke? Lu Ming inquired. I smiled and waved my hand dismissively, then sighed deeply. At that moment, our homeroom teacher arrived, a petite, youthful-looking woman who appeared younger than I. This semester, we have 11 new students in our class, she announced, instructing us to introduce ourselves with our names, student IDs, and scores from the second-year final exams. Her tone resembled that of a commanding officer. Also, I wish to know your highest and lowest subject scores, so I can identify your strengths and weaknesses. Although we are the lowest class, if you are willing to learn, I will do my utmost to assist you, tailoring a study plan for your subjects. With a year remaining until the college entrance examination, anything is possible. Then, the teacher paused. If you wish to be a slacker, that is permissible, as long as you do not disrupt the learning of others. After that, the other new students introduced themselves, with the lowest score among them still exceeding 400, while I had barely managed 200. When it was my turn, Laughter erupted in the classroom, reaching a crescendo when I disclosed my lowest score of 3 in English. My face flushed as I sat down, feeling utterly humiliated on my first day. During the break, while I was covering my books, I noticed a few individuals standing before me. The leader was a dark-skinned boy with curly hair, flanked by a scruffy-looking fellow and a heavily made-up girl. "Hey, 3 points guy, you are quite amusing, and you have a sturdy build. I fancy you. Be my lackey," the dark-haired boy said. I frowned, wondering how such fools existed here, and shook my head, stating my intent to study diligently. The boy laughed derisively, saying, "What are you pretending for, with your 3 points in English?" I continued to ignore him, focusing on my task. "Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you," the boy exclaimed, grabbing my collar. My brow furrowed instantly. "Release me, or you will regret it," I warned. "You think I would?" "I don't believe you," the boy chuckled. I glared at him, my fists clenched. "Come on, show me how you plan to make me regret it," he taunted. I inhaled deeply and swiftly freed myself from his grip. "My apologies. Allow me to serve as your lackey from now on." I bowed slightly to him. The boy stared at me, bewildered, as if questioning my sudden change of heart. "Fine. Meet me at the west side of the basketball court tomorrow morning," he replied, then departed with his companions. I resumed covering my books. "Are you really going to be a slacker? Just don't associate with that loser," Lu Ming remarked. I shook my head, remaining silent. My earlier acquiescence was merely a strategy. I had no intention of confronting that dark-skinned boy myself. I would have a Chung bring people to deal with him tomorrow. Afterward, I continued covering my books, as I needed to inquire about something significant. Later, I found Jiang Shue's name on the class list published by the school. She was in class 2, the liberal arts elite class, the best in the school, and far removed from my bottom-tier class, even in a different area of the campus. Perhaps this is for the best. I can avoid any awkward encounters, I thought. Upon returning to the classroom, I asked Lu Ming more about Guangming High School. "I've heard that as long as your exam scores are good enough, you can advance to a better class. Is that true?" I asked Lu Ming. He chuckled, saying, "In theory, yes. In reality, once you start in this class, or even if you accidentally end up here due to poor exam performance, you can forget about moving up. The competition at Guangming High School is far more intense than you imagine." I was puzzled, questioning how that could be, especially since our homeroom teacher had just said that hard work could lead to opportunities. "Don't listen to her. We all know the truth. It's not so easy to advance. Someone always has to be at the bottom," Lu Ming replied. I had intended to assert that I would certainly strive to rise. But considering my total score of 200 and my 3 points in English, I chose to remain silent. "By the way, Dong Yulei, do you think our homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhang, is pretty?" Lu Ming suddenly asked, lowering his voice. I pondered for a moment. She was too petite, with a baby face and a coarse voice. Not my type at all. "Too small," I stated. "I agree, far too small," Lu Ming exclaimed, playfully slapping my chest. I rubbed my chest, frowning at him, realizing how much he resembled my former self. So crude. "You'll see something big in the next class, something you won't believe," Lu Ming said excitedly. The bell rang, signaling the start of our next class, and a long-haired teacher in a white silk blouse and gray leggings entered. My eyes widened instantly. She was stunning. "Do you know what Ms. Lu's nickname is?" Lu Ming whispered in my ear. "What?" I asked, gazing at him. "Human weapon," Lu Ming replied. Throughout the entire class, my gaze was fixed on the buttons of Ms. Lu's blouse, fearing that a sudden breath or sneeze could send a button flying. Is she intentionally wearing a blouse to distract us from focusing on class? I mused. After the lesson, Ms. Lu reminded us new students to pay the materials fee to the class representative. However, when I approached the representative, I was told the fee was 1,800 yuan. "Why is it so expensive?" I asked, alarmed. "Expensive? In the past 2 years, we have always paid this much." The class representative looked at me in surprise. After paying the fee, I returned to my seat and voiced my grievances to Lu Ming. "It's quite normal. The teachers at Guangming High School are just like that," Lu Ming replied. "Among the money-loving teachers, our Chinese teacher, Ms. Lu, is the most notorious. If she asks you for any material or tutoring fees, don't hesitate. Just pay up. Otherwise, she will make your life miserable." I sighed, pondering whether Guangming High School was merely a facade of reputation. Why did it seem inferior to my previous school? Had I merely been placed in the worst class? At lunchtime, my despair deepened. The cheapest meal in the cafeteria cost 18 yuan. I didn't have much living expense on me, and my family's savings were dwindling. I hadn't worked to earn money in a long time, relying solely on my meager salary from the pawn shop. Furthermore, my pay had been halved by brother, and my mother's hospital bills were piling up. As I scrutinized the prices in the cafeteria, my frugality kicked in, and I decided to forego the meal, thinking I would just have instant noodles for dinner. However, upon returning to the dormitory that evening, I was met with further despair. Why was a cup of instant noodles, something that costs only 4 yuan at the supermarket, being sold to me for 10? I angrily confronted the shop owner, who merely rolled his eyes and told me to not buy if I couldn't afford it. Seething with rage, I thought that this school was a pitiful place full of scams. Yet, my hunger forced me to purchase the overpriced noodles to fill my stomach. As I sat eating, I casually complained to my roommate, who asked if it was my first time boarding at school. I was surprised and replied affirmatively. How did you know? It's typical for boarding schools, especially a private institution like Guoming High School. Once you're in, you're trapped for a long time, almost like being in prison. Hence the inflated prices. My upper bunk roommate chimed in. You could buy from Boss Sue. His prices are relatively cheaper. Who is Boss Sue? I inquired, intrigued. He's a legendary figure in our dormitory, known as Sue Million, who runs an underground business across several dorm buildings, another roommate explained. What does he sell? I asked. Common goods and things like cigarettes and alcohol that are unavailable in school. I've even heard he offers loans. I was astonished that a high school student could possess such acumen and run a business in school, but I wondered if he could actually make money from it. The next morning, while I was lost in thought over an exam paper in class, I was interrupted. At noon, the basketball court, Pai Gu, is waiting for you, said the scruffy-haired fellow as he approached. I set my pen down, pulled out my phone, and informed Aching, who was already waiting at the school gate, to drive into the school and go to the basketball court. I've already entered, Aching replied. I casually acknowledged him and strolled towards the basketball court. Upon arrival, I saw the dark-haired youth lounging against the basketball hoop, flanked by a girl with a rebellious demeanor and the scruffy-haired guy, along with a skinny, monkey-like bespectacled boy. I approached the dark-haired youth and greeted him. Brother, I've arrived. He frowned at me, saying, You come to meet me for the first time, empty-handed? You should have brought something. I looked at him, puzzled, and replied, Isn't it customary for the elder brother to give the younger one a red envelope on the first meeting? His face flashed with anger as he stood up, raising his hand, demanding, Then you should give me 2 crisp bills first. Apologies, brother. I'm not good with words. He should be selling at a lower price than the convenience store in the dormitory. I asked my roommate from the upper bunk. I'll give you his WeChat ID. You can check it yourself, said my roommate. After adding Boss Sue's WeChat, I was astonished to see his moments filled with various goods, all clearly priced, along with details of distributors on each floor and even a delivery service, albeit for an additional fee. Impressive, I thought to myself, as his sale of Kong Shifu instant noodles was precisely 6 yuan. Although still pricier than outside, it was undoubtedly cheaper than the exploitative prices at the school's convenience store. Clutching my 6 coins, I made my way to the dormitory on the easternmost side of the 4th floor. As the door swung open, I pondered the stature of this young entrepreneur, Boss Sue. To my shock, standing before me was a man of medium height, squinting eyes, a short neck, and round glasses perched on his nose. Sue Wei, I exclaimed in disbelief. Huh, is it you? He replied, astonished. I embraced him warmly. So you're Boss Sue? I inquired. Sue Wei shyly scratched his head, stating that it was merely a nickname others had given him. Sue Wei, like Fat Cohen, was an old acquaintance from my middle school days, a close gaming partner. How fortuitous, and I was elated, for it was a reunion of old friends in a foreign land. So now you're a boss at school, running a business? I surveyed his dorm, which seemed to house only him, with cardboard boxes stacked haphazardly around. It's no wonder. I remember during our gaming days, while we indulged for fun, he had already conceived the idea of reselling in-game equipment for profit. I said, then asked Sue Wei if he wasn't infringing on the convenience store's business. Does the dormitory supervisor not confront you? I questioned. The dorm supervisor and the convenience store aren't affiliated. I give the supervisor some gifts, and he lets me do as I please, Sue Wei replied. I regarded Sue Wei with admiration, thinking he was truly capable. In my prime, I could make tens of thousands with a simple flip of goods, but that was speculative income, not something one could consistently rely on. Meanwhile, the money Tiger Gu paid me was a wage, hard-earned labor. Though Sue Wei's business was modest, he was a genuine entrepreneur. Last night, after finishing that bowl of instant noodles and lying on my bed, I fantasized about how I could never work for someone again. I wanted to be my own boss, to establish my own commercial empire, merging traditional commerce with antiques, ultimately becoming a wealthy merchant, investing in several co-produced films, and making Zhou Meng a star. Initially, It was merely the daydream of an ordinary pauper, but after meeting Su Wei today, I felt this idea was not a pipe dream. It was feasible if I started small. I then asked Su Wei about his current business income. Not much. The profit from selling miscellaneous goods is limited. I can barely manage alone, and I have to hire help on various dormitory floors, paying them wages, and I need to bribe the dorm supervisors. Su Wei frowned. The only lucrative items are cigarettes and alcohol since they are unavailable on campus, and buyers are usually wealthy students, so the profit margins are significant, though they are frequently checked, and it's challenging to bring them in. I inquired about his delivery process. I have the delivery drivers bring the goods straight to the dormitory entrance, and their staff helps carry it upstairs. I usually only restock during holidays, on regular days. No vehicles are allowed inside, regardless of what they are, Su Wei explained. I wonder how Chung had gotten in today. Then it struck me. Chung drives a Land Rover. Surely the gatekeeper wouldn't dare stop a Land Rover, making the situation quite clear. Chung, who was aimlessly drifting and in need of cash, and I, lacking both capital and time to engage in the antiques business, found Su Wei's project a viable opportunity. Moreover, this could serve as a practice run for me in the business world. After all, didn't Tili Ka-shing start with plastic flowers? Starting small is crucial. Upon sharing my thoughts with Su Wei, he readily agreed. Great, then bring me a bowl of instant noodles while I eat. We can plot our grand venture. I pulled out my 6 coins. Su Wei awkwardly looked at me and said he only sold instant noodles by the box. Embarrassed, I quickly stashed the coins back into my pocket. Haha, don't be so amusing, Yulei. Just eat whatever you like here, and take 2 boxes back when you go. Su Wei offered. No, since we'll be collaborating on significant matters, I might as well just move in here, I shamelessly suggested. But in my defense, I proposed a 50-50 split, considering that Su Wei had indeed assisted me in resolving the pivotal issue of transportation. Su Wei Vima? And I thought to myself that he was a straightforward individual, thus I promptly agreed. The following day, upon arriving at school, Hei Pai accompanied that scruffy fellow and the girl with the rebellious spirit to bother me again. Brother, just let us know if you need anything in the future. We are certainly ready to face any challenges, Hei Pai declared, his swollen cheek puffed up from a previous altercation. Initially, I intended to dismiss them with a wave of my hand, but then I reconsidered. Keeping these minor players around could prove advantageous in the future. All right, I appreciate it. If you encounter any troubles, don't hesitate to reach out. I will certainly assist you as much as I can, I replied. Subsequently, I approached our homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, to request a day off. Mr. Zhang maintained a stern expression, stating, our school operates quite differently from the non-restrictive institutions you have attended in the past. Here, it is akin to a Gaokao concentration camp. U1TB granted such freedoms, and often requests for leave are not simply approved. After much pleading with that obstinate woman, she finally relented. Damn it, this wretched school is riddled with obstacles and absurd rules. I truly regret coming here, I mused. Upon exiting the school gates, a Chung was already waiting for me. As soon as I got into the car, a Cheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity about our new venture. Counterfeit cigarettes, fake liquor, and condoms. Let's go procure the goods, I instructed. A Chung drove me to the Samba commercial district, where there was a store dedicated to wholesale supplies of such items. 5 yuan for a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes is quite reasonable, I thought. The taste was passable. A casual smoker would hardly discern the difference. The store owner remarked, I don't smoke, so I had a Chung sample the products. He confirmed they were acceptable. Not the overly harsh counterfeit cigarettes, merely lacking the authentic Zhonghua flavor, resembling 5 yuan Hongqi Canal instead. I requested 4 boxes and had a few cases of fake liquor loaded as well. When it came time to settle the bill, the situation grew awkward. Neither a Chung nor I had any cash. However, the owner, familiar with a Chung and noticing our luxurious Land Rover, generously offered to let us defer payment. I then contacted Fat Cohen. Aren't you working at the family planning office? I initially thought your job would never be of use, but today, it seems it has finally come in handy, I said. What is up? Are you considering a vasectomy? Fat Cohen teased. No, I need a few boxes of condoms from your office, I replied. As we transported the goods into the school, if any security guards attempted to approach for inspections, a Chung would roll down the window and sternly warn them against causing trouble, claiming that our boss in the back was rather temperamental. Those guards, who typically preyed on the meek, would then retreat. Damn, this feels like smuggling, I chuckled, though internally, I recognized that this was all thanks to the car provided by Brother, which allowed us to wield a certain authority. I resolved that I must acquire a luxury vehicle of my own, something of the caliber of a Bugatti Veyron. Upon reaching the dormitory building, a Chung and I personally carried the items upstairs. After completing this laborious task, both of us were utterly exhausted. Starting a business is no easy feat, I lamented. Simultaneously, I hoped fervently that these goods would find a market, enabling me to profit and eventually hire someone else to handle such strenuous tasks. That evening, after tallying up the inventory, we had 4 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes totaling 200 packs, 2 boxes of Yushi with 100 packs, several bottles of counterfeit liquor, and 2 boxes of condoms. Considering your previous sales pace, how long do you think it will take to clear this stock? I inquired of Su Wei. Su Wei shook his head, admitting he was uncertain. He had never managed such a large inventory before, as demand had always outstripped supply. Remarkably, within less than a week, the entire stock was sold out. Our revenue approached 40,000, yet after deducting costs and Su Wei's commission for his subordinates, our net profit amounted to just under 20,000. Calculating this, I realized I could potentially earn 70 to 80,000 a month. My share amounted to approximately 30 to 40,000, from which I sent Chung the promised 20,000, leaving me with over 10,000. This was already more than I had earned previously at the pawn shop before I was shortchanged, and it resolved a Cheng's salary issue. Moreover, I need not worry about this venture. A Chung would handle restocking, Su Wei would manage sales, and I could enjoy the role of a hands-off proprietor, reaping profits while dedicating time to my studies. However, I soon encountered a disheartening reality. In comparison to my business acumen, my academic aptitude was woefully lacking. Once, I had confidently believed I could swiftly master the notes left by my father, demonstrating my capacity for knowledge acquisition and learning talent. Yet now, I found myself staring blankly at the results of my first monthly exam. 320 points. How could this be? I had been diligently studying late into the night. Frustrated, I raked my fingers through my hair. No worries, don't be disheartened. Mr. Zhang mentioned you are the fastest improving student in our class, having raised your total score by over 100 points, with a 20-point increase in English. Lu Ming consoled me. My face twitched in response, thinking to myself that my initial score had been so abysmally low. Yet, with 320 points, I was not even close to my goal of Jiangbei University, let alone the standard second-tier university line, which seemed an insurmountable distance away. The most vexing moment came when I spotted Jiang Shue's name on the school's honor roll. The surrounding classmates expressed their astonishment, remarking on her impressive scores in the humanities, over 700 points. Is she even human? They mused. Later, during the Monday flag-raising ceremony, when the vice principal acknowledged students who had excelled in the recent exam, I had my first glimpse of Jiang Shui in quite some time. She had lost weight. Her hairstyle transformed from a middle part to bangs with a ponytail. Watching her from afar, I felt an inexplicable sense of loss wash over me. In the following days, Jiang Shue's name frequently graced our homeroom teacher's discourse. Look at Jiang Shui from Class 2. She scored 703 points on the last exam. Her math and English scores were nearly perfect, while how many of you failed English? Mr. Zhang utilized Jiang Shui as a model for us underachievers. Some even scored 23. Lu Ming snickered. I shot him an annoyed glance, causing him to quickly suppress his laughter and nod gravely, acknowledging the improvement. I sighed, contemplating my persistent struggles with English. Was I under some curse from Teacher Su? After class, my peers engage in discussions about Jiang Shui. Not only is she academically gifted, but she's also incredibly beautiful. I saw her during the flag-raising ceremony. One classmate remarked, her boyfriend is equally impressive, smart and handsome, a true academic idol. Another chimed in. Hearing this, I felt as if I'd been struck hard in the chest. Who's her boyfriend? I couldn't resist asking the gossiping group. Zhao Hui from Class 1, the top science student, and he's quite handsome. The girl said, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. Save your admiration. They are a couple, academic power couple, so you have no chance? She added. Upon hearing this, my entire body went rigid, a surge of possessiveness coursing through me. She has her own life now. It no longer concerns you. And you have Zhou Ming, I repeatedly reminded myself internally. Yet, I still felt a profound sadness. Coupled with my poor performance on the last exam, I decided to escape the confines of the school by climbing over the wall for a breath of fresh air. It was a hot day, and I stumbled while scaling the wall, getting dirty and sweating profusely like a laborer. I wandered aimlessly until exhaustion set in, eventually finding a curb to sit on, staring vacantly at the sky. At that moment, a young lady in shorts and sandals walked by, not exceptionally beautiful, yet her legs were undeniably stunning, perfectly rounded and fair, with blue veins visible beneath her skin. As I sat on the curb, I found myself fixated on her legs. When a young woman approached, she must have noticed my unabashed gaze, feigning anger as she looked at me. Realizing I'd lost my composure, I quickly apologized. The young woman with stunning legs showed not the slightest appreciation. Her face contorted in utter disdain as she murmured, "Have you never seen a woman before? Disgusting." I felt a surge of anger, yet refrained from expressing it. She stood next to the bus stop sign, checking her phone for the time, and seemed to grumble again. I knew that the bus at this stop only arrived once every half hour, and since the last one had just departed, she would have to wait another hour. Suddenly, an impish thought crossed my mind. I called A-Chung, asking him to come over immediately. We've been busy these past few days without a proper rest. Today, let us indulge in something entertaining, I suggested. What kind of fun? A-Chung inquired. A street luxury car test for gold diggers, I replied with a chuckle. After hanging up, I approached the young woman, mimicking her stance at the bus stop, feigning that I was waiting for the bus as well. I thought to myself, let me see if my heart can match the beauty of your legs. I initiated a conversation, inquiring which bus to take to the 2nd Avenue. She frowned and pointed at the sign, indicating I should read it myself. I pretended to glance at it and returned. All right, got it. Thank you. Where are you headed? I asked. She casually replied she was going west, then returned her attention to her phone. Undeterred, I persisted in my small talk, though she barely acknowledged me. What is your profession? I queried. I'm a teacher, she replied, still fixated on her screen. Aren't you curious about what I do? I probed. She glanced at me out of the corner of her eye and retorted, you must be a laborer just arrived in the city, working on a construction site. You guessed correctly, I exclaimed. She smiled, a smile undoubtedly laced with disdain. Since we seem to get along well, why don't we exchange contact information and become friends? I proposed. She waved me off, stating she had a boyfriend. That is not what I meant. I just enjoy making friends. I'm new in town and often lack someone to talk to, I explained. Then go back to your countryside? How annoying. Can't you just shut up? Who want to be friends with someone like you? Her expression was as though she had just swallowed a fly. I'm sorry, I murmured, stepping aside. In less than 10 minutes, A-Chung arrived, driving a sleek white Range Rover. The moment the young woman noticed the car, she raised her head, stretching her neck to see who was driving. The Range Rover slowly pulled up beside me, and A-Chung promptly opened the door and hurried over, respectfully bowing to me. Boss, he greeted. I caught a glimpse of the young woman, her mouth agape in disbelief as she regarded me. I turned to her, saying, by the way, the bus 1T arrived for a while. Didn't you say you were going west? We're headed in the same direction. Shall we go together? At that moment, I thought, let us see if you have two faces. She hesitated for a moment. Then a bashful smile broke across her face as she jogged to my side. I'm sorry, I thought you were a bad person, she admitted. I asked with surprise why she no longer viewed me as such. You have such a nice car. You surely can't be a bad person, she replied earnestly. I chuckled internally, pondering the absurdity of her logic. Once we were in the car, she asked if it truly belonged to me, recalling that I had just claimed to be a laborer newly arrived in the city. Yes, I'm a laborer, but my father is a contractor, and I'm working under him, I explained. She teased, I've heard contractors are quite wealthy. It's decent. A single project can net a few million, I downplayed. She gasped in amazement. That's impressive. I stifled a laugh, feigning nonchalance as I stated. That S on the lower end. When my father has projects are thriving, he can earn $1 billion easily, and my pocket money amounts to millions. At that moment, the admiration in her eyes was palpable. So where are you getting off? I inquired. The Shitong New District, she hesitated. Aren't we almost there? I remarked. All right, A-Chung, pull over, I instructed. However, when the car came to a stop, she lingered for a while, seemingly waiting for something. I turned, feigning surprise, and asked, what is the matter? Didn't you just ask for my contact information? Have you forgotten? She blushed. Didn't you say you had a boyfriend? Isn't that a bit inconvenient? I chuckled. She confessed she had been lying earlier and was still single. Oh, so you were deceiving me? I pretended to be upset. My father warned me that city folk are deceitful. You all speak lies effortlessly, I said. She hastily explained that she had lied out of fear of my intentions. How about this? I have some free time now. Let me treat you to a drink as an apology, she suggested cleverly. I scoffed inwardly, recognizing that her second face had emerged swiftly. Indeed, human nature cannot be tested. All right, but it's definitely my treat. I never let my friends pay, I asserted, adopting a wealthy demeanor. As the car resumed its journey, I inquired whether she lived in the Shitong New District and if there was a new housing development there. Curious about the prices. The apartments in Shitong New District are priced at 100 per square meter. It's quite expensive. I don't live there. My aunt does. I'm from out of town and currently have no place, staying in a teacher's dorm, she explained. Only 100 per square meter? I frowned. That's affordable enough to buy 10 units. Not necessary. ISNT, there a project in Shitong New District under my father's contract? I asked. Yes, sir. The developer owed us the remaining project payment and ultimately provided us with 10 large units as collateral. Cheng replied earnestly. ISNT that perfect? I clapped my hands. I then turned to the young woman. I'll gift you one of those units. Really? Thank you, darling, she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I realized suppressing laughter was now a formidable challenge. Both astonished by her lack of intelligence and bemused at how the proud woman who had previously looked down on me had transformed into a sycophantic gold digger, calling me darling without even knowing my name. Ah, what a world we live in, I mused. As the car continued onward, I noticed that the distance between us had diminished considerably since I had mentioned gifting her a house. She was now sitting right next to me. Without hesitation, I reached out, caressing her exposed leg clad in shorts. Hey, don't do that, she protested lightly. Yet after a few mock struggles, she succumbed to my advances. Darling, have you ever had a girlfriend before? She whispered close to my ear. No, my mother says there are too many gold diggers in this society. I need to find someone who isn't materialistic, I replied. Then I am that person, she said coyly. Is that so? I must take you to meet my mother. Her approval is crucial before I can marry you and bestow upon you a grand house, exquisite jewelry, and a luxurious Porsche, I stated with utmost seriousness. The young lady agreed and turned away. I was certain she was laughing, believing that a foolish son of a landlord had fallen from the heavens into her life, promising a future of opulence. Checking my phone, I realized the time was ripe. I had exhausted my amusement with this foolish woman. Continuing would only lead me to question the darker sides of human desire. I slipped my phone in my pocket and dialed Aching. Upon answering, Aching feigned concern. Young master. The master insists you return home immediately. There's an urgent matter. Oh, then let us hurry back, I replied. Miss, you should alight here. We can discuss cold drinks another time, I said, gazing at the lady with beautiful legs. Why can't you come with me? Didn't you just say you would introduce me to your mother? She inquired. Perhaps next time. This is truly urgent. Please exit the vehicle, I insisted. Yet, the young lady persisted. I contemplated confronting her directly, revealing that I had merely been toying with her, urging this materialistic girl to leave. However, fear of a slap held me back. Eventually, she relented, leaving me with a parting remark that this was unacceptable. Hey, Lego. We were supposed to test the gold digger with luxury cars. I was eager for the ensuing drama, and yet it has turned into your personal dating affair. Aching remarked. I shrugged. Nevertheless, her legs are quite impressive. They could keep one entertained for a year, he chuckled lewdly. I also opened the young lady's WeChat profile, having neglected to inquire about her name earlier. I perused her moments, captivated by her life photos. Her legs were truly a work of art, undeniably stunning in stockings. If an opportunity were to arise this time, I was certain it would not end in the misfortune of being caught in bed, as it had with Miss Chun and I. For Zhoming was not by my side this time. Simultaneously, I chastised myself for falling into old habits, wondering if a dog could ever truly change. Yet, gazing at the alluring legs of the lady in the photos, I felt an undeniable itch of desire. Zhoming had insisted that any intimate encounter must wait until marriage, a prospect that would likely leave me in a state of foolishness. After several days of flirtation with the young lady, whose name I learned to be Li Xiangxiang, a biology teacher at Guangming High School, our conversations culminated in sweet goodnights each evening. I found her fondness for selfies endearing, capturing her beauty at every moment, especially her legs, which are often highlighted in various poses. The adage rings true, beauty lies in the legs. As a connoisseur of feminine allure, I had established my own criteria for assessing a woman's legs. They must be long, straight, and gracefully curved, with delicate skin free from blemishes. Furthermore, the coveted quality of sheen was rare. Many women possess lovely faces, but few have legs that exude such brilliance. While Jiang Shui and Zhou Ming had fair, milky skin, their legs lacked the luster that Xiangxiang possessed. Thus, The desire to engage with her grew stronger, a longing to hold her through the night. On this day, while lounging in my dormitory, I received a message from Xiang, sharing that she had spent the day at the gym, utterly exhausted, and sent me a private photo of herself performing a split. In jest, I inquired about the roundness of her dairy, pretending to be the naive son of a landlord, and added, "My mother says that women with rounded rears are good for childbearing." She responded with a sweet, melodic voice, teasing, "Not just for that. It's also quite comfortable for future husbands, which is why I maintain my fitness." I inquired if I could partake in such privileges. Her shy emoji response left me exhilarated. Xiang then suggested we meet the following day for drinks and shopping, to which I readily agreed. She expressed her appreciation, sending me several enticing photos of herself in a short nightgown, her bare legs exposed. I felt overwhelmed with desire and resolved to conserve my energy for the anticipated night of passion that awaited. The next day, after picking her up, we began with ice cream at a nearby shop. She wore an off-shoulder floral top paired with short shorts that accentuated her long legs. I asked her if she was cold, then she twisted my waist and whispered in my ear that she desired it too. I immediately felt a surge of excitement and glanced at her beautiful legs, imagining the pleasures I would indulge in later that night. However, she said it wasn't possible tonight. Her cheeks flushed as she explained that relatives were visiting. My excitement waned, and I inquired why tonight was off limits. "Tomorrow will be better," she replied, suggesting we could skip protection and go straight to the fun. I was taken aback, questioning the lack of safety measures. Did she not understand the risks involved? It dawned on me then, what a bold woman she was. I was clearly in for a wild ride. Afterward, she took me on a leisurely stroll through the pedestrian street. In a jewelry store, she spotted a platinum necklace priced at nearly $10,000. Displeased with the cost, she pulled away without making a purchase. I realized I had roughly that amount in my account and thought to maintain the fade of a wealthy heir by buying it for her, determined to make her happy. Surely, she would repay my generosity with enthusiasm tomorrow night, and I could recoup the expense later. With a sense of extravagance, I retrieved my wallet and purchased the necklace. She immediately embraced me and planted a kiss on my lips, her softness pressing against my chest. After dinner, as I was taking her home, I received a call from brother, asking me to come to the pawn shop for work. Even though I was merely a figurehead there now. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to give my best effort since he paid me daily and allowed me to use his Land Rover. Upon arrival, brother who assigned me a task that had nothing to do with appraisals. "Is your school on break? Are you free?" he asked. I nodded. He instructed me to head to Jiangbei to deliver some items to Miss Han. I felt frustrated, asking why it couldn't be sent via courier. "These are crucial documents that require personal delivery. We can't risk losing them," he explained. I wanted to question why I was chosen for this task, but opted to remain silent, fearing his irritation. That night I returned home and, as was my habit from the previous week, took out my phone to chat with her. "My dear, are you asleep? I just had 3 skewers of kidney for stamina for our battle tomorrow night." After hitting send, a notification popped up. "She has enabled friend verification. You're not her friend. Please send a friend request." My eyes widened in disbelief. How had this woman blocked me? I quickly attempted to add her back, but she showed no intention of accepting. Panic set in as I recalled the $15,000 I'd spent earlier depleting my funds. I jumped out of bed and logged onto the official website of Guangming High School to search for a teacher named Li Xiang. Naturally, I found nothing. No such person existed. It dawned on me that I'd been outsmarted. I had intended to seduce her, only to be played for a fool instead. Who was truly deceiving whom? With my phone in hand, I felt a mix of humiliation and frustration. I thought I could charm her with a luxury car, portraying myself as a Navi rich son, only to be left empty-handed. I was truly the disgrace of the seduction world. Yet, I vowed that I would not let her escape, whether or not she was indeed a teacher at Guangming High School. The next day, filled with indignation and fury, I had to make my way to Jiangbei on an errand. When I arrived at Mr. Han's residence to deliver the items for Han Qingxiu, I felt a wave of annoyance wash over me. It was merely a few certificates from dance competitions. How significant could they be to warrant a personal delivery? Brother who hadn't mentioned any reimbursement for travel expenses, so I begrudgingly opted for the cheapest train seat. Upon arriving at Jiangbei University, I was surprised to receive a call from Han Qingxiu, stating she would be waiting for me at the school gate. I was taken aback by this preferential treatment. The young lady herself was coming to greet me. Upon meeting her, The pent-up energy that I hadn't been able to release the day before surged back, especially as the warm weather accentuated her alluring outfit, a white halter mini dress paired with sheer stockings. "Thank you for coming. Please hold the umbrella for me. We mustn't let the sun scorch us," she said. Elated, I promptly tucked the items under my arm and held the umbrella, walking closely beside her. As we made our way to the school, I couldn't help but glance at her. Her personality was grating, yet her figure captivated me. Suddenly she asked, "Did you block me on WeChat? I've been trying to message you for days." My heart sank, and I quickly explained that my own WeChat had been blocked by a woman yesterday. Or else I wouldn't be making this tedious trip to deliver items, but rather enjoying a rendezvous with her. "Where are we headed? Can we stop by a bubble tea shop at your school first?" "I could use a drink," I suggested. "Let us go to my dorm," she replied. I was puzzled, asking if boys were allowed in the girls' dorms. She explained that she had a falling out with her roommate and now resided in a single apartment on campus. Upon arriving at her place, I found it to be a well-furnished, one-bedroom apartment complete with all amenities. Such luxury for a student was enviable. She fetched a drink from the fridge. "This living environment is quite nice, but a bit messy," I remarked as I explored the various corners of her apartment. "I've been too busy to tidy up. If you're free, perhaps you could help me organize?" She proposed. I declined, claiming I had other commitments. "What else could you possibly have to do? Get on with it. This is an order from your superior," she declared, her tone commanding. I considered the possibility that my errand was a ploy orchestrated by her to have some fun at my expense, as it had been a while since she last toyed with me. Just then, she received a call and mentioned needing to practice something before rushing out. "Make sure to clean up well. If I return and am not satisfied, I'll have brother who deduct half your pay," she warned. As I watched her leave, I slumped onto the sofa, feeling defeated. I had intended to visit Jo Meng, though I hadn't contacted her in advance and was unsure of her filming schedule. However, it was clear I had fallen into the clutches of this devilish young lady and had to ensure she was satisfied before I could escape. After tidying up the living room and kitchen, I felt utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the sofa in the northeastern corner of the room. This sofa seemed to be her study nook, accompanied by a small coffee table and a bookcase. It was indeed elegant, I thought to myself, and then casually picked up a book from a nearby shelf. To my dismay, the cover of the book was rather suggestive, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. As I casually flipped through a few pages, I found the content to be just as I expected. Moreover, Han Qingqiu had annotated numerous paragraphs and sentences, and the remarks were utterly outrageous. I nearly hurled the book away. Did Han Qingqiu truly enjoy such things? I suddenly recalled the incident at the library of Qingxi University when I caught her reading Jinping Mei. It seemed that she indeed had a penchant for such risque material. I tried to console myself, asserting that it was merely art, and that Han Qingqiu, being a young woman in her prime, was simply experiencing a phase of youthful curiosity. Continuing with my domestic chores, I noticed a mountain of clothes piled up in both the washing machine and the basin. I thought to myself that I might as well wash them all at once. So I began sorting through the garments. Among them were numerous pairs of Han Qingqiu stockings. Suddenly, I recalled that certain websites specialized in selling such items. Given my current financial constraints, I figured she wouldn't miss a few pairs, so I discreetly pocketed several, intending to sell them later. After finishing the laundry, I called Han Qingqiu to inform her that I had completed all the tasks she assigned. "Now am I free?" I asked. "Not so fast. You need to come to our school auditorium and cheer for me. I have a performance tonight," she exclaimed. It dawned on me that today was the National Day celebration, and most universities held festive events. With a grimace, I pleaded, "Please, just let me be. I actually have plans to see my girlfriend, as I mentioned before. She's also in Jiangbei." "What girlfriend? Is she even worth seeing? Can she compare to my beauty?" Han Qingqiu retorted, her tone as teasing as ever. "She is 100 times more beautiful than you," I boasted. "Keep dreaming. Last time you claimed I resembled you, and now you assert she is 100 times prettier? I'm beginning to doubt you even have a girlfriend. Perhaps you're just bragging," she countered. "I'm not bragging. The one who resembles you is my ex-girlfriend. My current girlfriend is extraordinarily beautiful and a celebrated star," I insisted. Han Qingqiu giggled for a while before saying, "Stop joking. I know you have 2 girlfriends, one ex and one current, one in each hand." My mood, already sour, was further soured by her sharp tongue. "Even if you do have a girlfriend, with your looks, she must be quite unattractive," Han Qingqiu remarked. "Enough of this banter. I need to rehearse, so hurry over. Find my cheer squad and join them in supporting me. No slacking off." if the cheers aren't loud enough when I take the stage. I'll have brother, who dock your pay, she commanded. With immense frustration, I hung up the phone, hastily tidied up, and set off towards the auditorium of Han Qingxiu School. Upon arrival, I found the auditorium teeming with people. After a considerable effort, I located a group of fans holding signs for the goddess Qingxiu. Hello, is this Han Qingxiu's fan club? I inquired. The lead, a stout fellow, glanced at me and said, this isn't a fan club. It's a support group. Only fans of goddess Qingxiu are allowed here, no relatives or friends. A rather unsavory-looking thin man chimed in. Embarrassed, I scratched my head. Which department are you from? A new addition to the Autumn Fan Club? The stout fellow asked. I was puzzled about what the Autumn Fan Club was, but soon realized it referred to Han Qingxiu's fan group. Goodness, they even have a fan club now. It seems every beautiful girl harbors a dream of stardom, which is undoubtedly true. Answer my question. Which department are you from? The stout fellow pressed again. Oh, well, I'm not from this school. I'm hired by Han Qingxiu for $50 from a talent agency, I replied. The stout fellow stared at me, incredulous, and then tossed me a luminous sign bearing the character Qiu, saying that since I was hired, I needed to cheer with gusto. Absolutely, I assured him. I took the sign and waved it in my hand, surveying the surroundings. It appeared that Han Qingxiu had quite a following. The fan group likely numbered around 50, creating a formidable presence. I couldn't help but wonder if she had orchestrated my presence merely to flaunt her popularity before me, to showcase how many admirers she had and her immense allure. I sighed internally, noting that her fan group was the largest, with other groups scattered in smaller numbers, some with just a handful of supporters, except for a large contingent at the northern end, who were uniformly attired and wielding water blue glow sticks. I widened my eyes, reading the signs they held aloft, which proclaimed, "For all eternity, love you forever."